It was late at night in Feng City, and the resort was lit up brightly, with music blaring from a wild pool party. People dressed in flashy clothes danced around, completely lost in their luxury. No one seemed to care about anything beyond the loud beats and the endless flow of champagne. Suddenly, a small figure fell into the water. Nobody noticed. I struggled, but then began sinking to the bottom. It felt like ages before someone screamed, "Help! Someone's drowning!" I heard shouts and felt hands frantically shaking my body. It hurt my head, but I finally managed to cough up water, and the fog in my mind cleared. As I lay there, trembling in the cold, I noticed the way people looked at me, some relieved, others annoyed, like I was just a nuisance. My temples throbbed painfully, and tears escaped my eyes. The mocking voice of someone nearby cut through me. "Look at her, crying again. How does she even have so many tears?" My older sister, Song Jingwan, put on a perfect act, drawing sympathy from everyone. "How could you say that? Yaoyao is my younger sister," she said, looking all sad and elegant. But the man defended her, blaming me for stealing someone she liked. Before, I would have slapped them in anger. But now, my head was buzzing with memories. The memories of a life I had lived before. A life that ended when I turned 19, from heart failure. I had died, but here I was, alive again. And not just alive. I transmigrated into a silly novel I once read. A story where the character named Song Yaoyao had a weak personality, always overshadowed by her sister, treated like a curse by her own family. Her life in the novel was nothing but suffering and pain until she died miserably. But that wouldn't be me. As I lay there, cold and trembling, a determination settled in. My lips curled into a smile. This story was going to change. Everyone around me had no idea what was coming. Actors, get ready. This show is about to start. Have you figured out how you want to meet your end? Song Jingwan looked at me, her eyes showing a flash of jealousy, though her voice sounded sweet. "Yaoyao, are you okay?" she asked, holding my hand gently. I noticed the jealousy, but just smiled a little. Then, I clung to her hand and acted pitiful, with tears in my eyes. "I'm not okay," I said, shivering. "I'm freezing. Can you come with me to change clothes, sis?" My voice was soft, and I looked so helpless that it made her the center of attention. With more people watching, she put on a show, smiling as she brushed a loose strand of my hair. "Of course," she said, pretending to care, "I wouldn't let you go alone." She even apologized to everyone at the party, ending the fun because of me. People around whispered praises about how kind and beautiful Song Jingwan was, while they insulted me for being useless. Someone even called her fake, but I stayed silent. Back in my room, I finished bathing and smiled at myself in the mirror. I called out sweetly, "Sis, I forgot my clothes. Can you bring them?" It sounded like the same old, gullible Song Yaoyao, the one who trusted her big sister. Song Jingwan was annoyed, but she grabbed some clothes and walked into the bathroom. She didn't see me. Confused, she called out, "Yaoyao?" That's when I stepped out from behind her, smiling. Before she could react, I grabbed her hair and dunked her head into the water I had ready. She tried to scream, but only bubbles and muffled sounds came out. She struggled, but I was too strong, and she couldn't escape. Her body thrashed as she ran out of air, but I held tight. When she was about to pass out, I pulled her head up, only to dunk it back in, over and over again. I felt calm, almost playful, watching her suffer. I tilted my head, smiling with my dimples showing, and asked sweetly, "Are you having fun, sis?" I forced Song Jingwan to look me in the eyes, her face pale and her breathing ragged. Her hatred was obvious, but I didn't care. I yanked her hair back harder, making her lift her head, and leaned in close, my voice soft but full of sarcasm. "Isn't this fun, sis?" I reminded her of the moment she pushed me into the pool, how the water had suffocated me. The terror and helplessness were still fresh in my mind, and I wasn't going to let her forget it. Song Jingwan refused to admit any guilt, claiming it was all a joke. But I didn't believe her, and when she tried to fight back, I slapped her hard. The sound echoed, and everything went silent. I leaned in, patted her cheek, and made it clear. She owed me a life. Even though she glared at me with pure rage, I didn't care. She could hate me all she wanted. I knew she wasn't going to let this go, but neither was I. When I left the bathroom, the pain in my hand from slapping her was so bad that tears sprang to my eyes. Ow! It hurts so much, I whispered, trying to stay strong. My sense of pain was always way more intense than normal, and even a small injury felt like torture. I blew on my hand, sniffling as I decided I needed something to distract me, food, preferably. The original song Yaoyao would have never dared to eat at the party, but things were different now. After changing clothes, I left the room. The mountain resort we were at in Feng City was beautiful, with everything anyone could want. The night sky glowed softly as I wandered outside, amazed by the dream, like lights and scenery. I kept walking, not realizing how far I'd gone until the lights grew dim around me. This area was quieter, full of expensive plants and different architecture. Distracted, I didn't see the person in front of me until I smacked right into him. My head hit his rock, hard chest, and I stumbled backward, landing on the ground with a thud. Ow! It hurt so bad. I couldn't help it. I burst into tears, crying, "Wah?" I didn't mean to cry, it just hurt too much. Even though I tried, I couldn't stop the tears from falling. Huo Yunque stood there, looking down at me. His expression was cold, and he seemed annoyed that I had stumbled into his private area. The way I clutched my head and sobbed probably made me look pathetic, but he didn't seem to care. With an indifferent tone, he told his subordinate to kick me out. Hearing that, I took a shaky breath and grabbed onto the edge of his robe before he could walk away. He looked down at me, confused. There I was, curled up on the ground, my eyes and nose red from crying, but I refused to let go. "Let go," he ordered, his voice sharp and impatient. "No." I clung on tighter, my voice sounding whiny and weak. "You hurt me. Apologize." Huo Yunque's gaze fell on my red forehead, and he looked surprised, like he couldn't believe how delicate I was. His subordinate, Huo Chi, seemed stunned too, and he silently panicked, thinking how foolish I must be to demand an apology from someone as cold as Master Huo. Huo Yunque refused to apologize, and I felt more tears well up. Angry and embarrassed, I pouted. "If you don't apologize," I said with a hiccup, "I won't let go." My threat sounded silly and shaky, and Huo Chi couldn't help but laugh, until Huo Yunque shot him a glare, making him shiver and try to fix things quickly. Huo Chi reached for me, planning to throw me out, but before he knew what happened, he ended up face first on the ground. I stood there, still crying, and pointed at him. "This is between us," I declared. "Stay out of it." I turned back to Huo Yunque and grabbed his robe again. "Apologize already. I need to eat," I demanded. He looked amused now, playing with his prayer beads, and asked, "What if I don't?" I looked up and realized just how tall the man in front of me was. He was so handsome, with black hair, sharp features, and eyes that made him look like he came straight out of a painting. He wore a long, elegant robe, and everything about him felt cold and important. I was so caught up in staring at him that I didn't even notice him getting ready to leave. When he turned to walk away, I snapped back to reality. Desperate, I grabbed onto his robe and stood on my tiptoes, leaning in. "If you don't want to apologize," I said softly, "maybe you could just blow on it for me." I was being playful and bold, but inside, I hoped he'd actually do it. The man seemed irritated, and his guard, Huo Chi, looked like he expected something terrible to happen. But instead of getting angry, Huo Yunque sighed and leaned in. To my surprise, he blew gently on my forehead. The spot felt warm and tingly, and the pain started to fade. I blushed, feeling oddly happy. He turned to leave again, but before he disappeared, I called out, "By the way, my name is Song Yaoyao. Gidge, remember me?" He paused for a moment, but then walked away, telling Huo Chi to guide me back. Apparently, he'd noticed that I was completely lost. Huo Chi couldn't believe how terrible my sense of direction was, but Huo Yunque told him to make sure I got all the way to the restaurant. Even though he acted cold, I couldn't help but feel like he was secretly a little bit caring. Not only had Huo Yunque been patient with the girl, but he also didn't lose his temper when she told him to apologize to her. Now, He was even telling him to show Song Yaoyao to the restaurant. Does this mean Master Hua likes the crybaby type? Who would have thought? Huachi arrived at the bottom of the stairs and located Song Yaoyao, who was still walking around in circles. Miss Song, the master told me to show you to the restaurant. Do you want to eat Chinese food or Western food? Wow, Gidge told you to come? I want to eat Chinese food. Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up. As soon as she lifted her head, she spotted a figure on the second floor that wasn't too clear, but her instincts told her it was the man she had met not long ago. Waving her hand, she smiled and said, "See you next time, Gidge." As Huachi led the way, he asked in confusion, "Miss Song, why do you keep calling the master, Gidge? Why do you keep calling him master?" Song Yaoyao asked back. Huachi, "That's because he's the master of the house." Song Yaoyao, "Oh, I call him Gidge because I want to." Huachi rolled his eyes to the back of his head. He couldn't continue with this conversation. The place where Chinese food was served was located inside a traditional style building. As they entered through a wooden bridge, they could hear the trickling sound of spring water. Arriving at the entrance without a word, Huachi smiled. "Miss Song, we've arrived at the restaurant. So this is where the restaurant's located. Did I walk the opposite way?" Song Yaoyao finally understood what had happened as she knocked herself on the head. Her bad sense of direction was getting worse. Huachi scoffed on the inside. "Ha, you finally realized?" Just as he turned to leave, he was suddenly called back. "Huachi, what are you doing here? Does small uncle want to eat something?" The person that was speaking was a handsome young man. Dressed in a casual, well-tailored suit, he began to walk toward him. "Eldest young master," Huachi greeted with a smile as he shook his head and pointed at Song Yaoyao. "Master Hua doesn't want any food, but I was under his instruction to bring Miss Song here." "Miss Song?" Huan Ningxi paused for a second before he looked to the side and said in surprise, "Yaoyao? Did you meet my small uncle?" Objectively speaking, Huan Ningxi did not hate Song Yaoyao, but he didn't like her either. Song Yaoyao was weak and introverted, so they never interacted. Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Ignoring Huan Ningxi, she turned and asked Huachi, "So Gidge's surname is Hua?" Huachi looked at Huan Ningxi's strange expression and refused to answer. "Miss Song, I've completed my task, so I should return. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Goodbye." After speaking, he left without turning back. Song Yaoyao blinked and finally placed her gaze on Huo Ningxi. To be honest, he wasn't bad-looking and he had a slight resemblance to Huo Yunque, but after seeing the best specimen, it was impossible for Huo Ningxi to make her heart flutter at all. Huo Ningxi looked at her questioningly. "Gidge? Did you just call my uncle Gidge?" Song Yaoyao smiled slightly. "Yes, can I? So what if I call him Gidge?" "Huo Ningxi, if you call him Gidge, then what should I call you?" Huo Yunque had seniority over them. If Song Yaoyao greeted him in this way, wasn't she skipping a generation? But Song Yaoyao replied with an air of confidence, "You can call me Andy." "What?" Huo Ningxi thought he was hearing things. Changing her response, Song Yaoyao said, "What I said was, you can call me whatever you want." After that, she left Huo Ningxi behind and walked proudly into the restaurant. She then picked a spot with a good view and began to order food. Huo Ningxi pursed his lips and looked at the leisurely Song Yaoyao. He wanted to question her, but before he took a step forward, the phone in his pocket rang. "Jingwan? Why are you calling me so late at night?" "Ningxi, can you come here for a bit? I'm really scared. Please come and keep me company." Hoo. As soon as the phone connected, he could hear Song Jingwan crying in fear on the other side. Huo Ningxi was a little shocked. From memory, Song Jingwan had always been graceful and refined. It was rare to see her break down in tears. Something must have happened to her. Huo Ningxi lifted his legs and started walking toward the girl's room. As he walked, he said in a deep voice, "Wait for me. I'll be right there." A few minutes later, Huo Ningxi stood outside Song Jingwan's door, raised his hand, and started knocking on it. In an instant, the door was opened and a petite figure quickly pounced into his arms. "Hoo, Ningxi, you're finally here. Do you know what happened? Yaoyao's lost her mind. She tried to kill me." Song Yaoyao had no idea how Song Jingwan slandered her behind her back. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't care. In fact, she would be glad to see it happen. Toward this so-called fiance, not only did she have no feelings, she was inexplicably disgusted by him because of the original owner of her body. She finished her dinner beautifully and finally felt alive again. When she returned, she went to find the manager of the resort and asked for a new room. That night, she slept in this new room and had a night of sweet dreams. The next day was a bright and sunny day. It was also the day that they were returning to the Song family home. Song Yaoyao changed into a new set of clothes and went to pack her luggage in the other room. After that, she slowly made her way to the restaurant. Upon seeing her, Song Jingwan's pupils constricted, and she immediately leaned toward Huo Yunque in fear. They looked so affectionate that those that didn't know them would think that they were actually a pair. Song Yaoyao's eyes curved, and she smiled sweetly as she waved at Song Jingwan and greeted her. "Sis, good morning." She put down her luggage and went to sit opposite Song Jingwan before she asked a waiter for a bowl of congee. She then rested her head on her hands and admired Song Jingwan's pale complexion. "Sis, you don't look too well. Are you sick?" she asked in concern. "Ningxi," Song Jingwan said with her nasally voice as she tugged on Huo Yunque's sleeve. Huo Yunque narrowed his eyes and secretly analyzed Song Yaoyao. However, he discovered that her expression seemed normal. Apart from talking and smiling a little more than usual, she did not look evil or cruel at all. But Jingwan had told him that Song Yaoyao wanted to kill her. With her cowardly personality, would she dare to do that? Huo Yunque didn't completely believe Song Jingwan. But while he was hesitating, Song Jingwan's best friend, who was sitting on the other side of her, began to say in an unfriendly tone, "Song Yaoyao, do you think your family will pay attention to you if Jingwan dies? Stop dreaming. Even without Jingwan, auntie and uncle won't like you. That's your fate." Huo Yunque furrowed his brows. "Fate?" Song Yaoyao held back a smile as she looked at Song Jingwan with a hurt expression. "Is that what you think of me as well? Did you tell everyone that I tried to kill you and replace you? How does that benefit me? If that's the case, can I also say that I fell into the pool last night because you pushed me? Yaoyao, how can you think of me like that?" Song Jingwan immediately interrupted in a panic. Song Yaoyao's eyes were dark and seemingly clear, but when one looked directly into it, they would find themselves being drawn in and unable to see the other end. "If you can, then why can't I?" Song Jingwan had been wearing a mask for a long time, so she managed to maintain her calmness. But her trembling fingertips proved that she was actually panicking. Huo Yunque's doubts grew as his gaze alternated between Song Yaoyao and Song Jingwan. From a biased perspective, he naturally believed Song Jingwan more. However, she claimed that Song Yaoyao wanted to kill her without any evidence to back her claim. How was he to believe that? After her panic faded, Song Jingwan realized this and understood that even though she couldn't accept it, she had to. Fortunately for her, they were returning home soon. She was bound to find a way to deal with Song Yaoyao. The Song family only had space for one precious daughter, and that was her, Song Jingwan. "I must have been imagining things because I didn't sleep well," Song Jingwan said between gritted teeth as she revealed an ugly grin. "Oh, me too." After she finished her congee, Song Yaoyao smiled and stood up. "But sis, don't worry, I won't compete with you over anything. Look at the way you're acting so affectionate with my fiance. Did I make any comment about it?" She spread her palms and deliberately emphasized the word, fiance. After she was done talking, she walked away confidently without looking at Huo Yunque and Song Jingwan's uncomfortable expressions and left behind a crowd of silent onlookers. Not long after she left, news began to spread about how her personality had changed after falling into the water. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao arrived at the bottom of the mountain in the car provided by the resort. Just as she stepped out of the car, she spotted a familiar figure in the window of another car. "Gidge." She happily skipped over and leaned against the window with a smile. "Gidge, are you returning today as well?" When he heard the familiar voice, Huo Yunque glanced up slightly and said in a cold tone, "You should call me small uncle." Song Yaoyao pouted and secretly glared at Huo Qi. It appeared as though this big mouth had gone back and told Huo Yunque everything. "Why must I call you small uncle? Gidge clearly makes you sound younger," Song Yaoyao said, pretending to be oblivious. Huo Yunque closed the files in his hands and looked Song Yaoyao up and down as he held back a smile. "I am Huo Yunque's elder. Are you calling me Gidge because you want to be his elder too? Huo Yunque said this as a casual comment, but to his surprise, the girl immediately blushed. There was a gleam of water in her eyes. As she blinked, she twisted her body and said, "Well, it's not impossible, what she? Miss, don't you think you're being too ambitious?" But reality proved that Song Yaoyao could do anything as long as she set her mind to it. Huo Yunque let out a laugh. Stretching out his long, slender hand, he pressed it against the head that was almost inside his car and pushed it away. In a deep voice, he said casually, "But I don't like little kids." Faced with rejection, Song Yaoyao felt aggrieved. "I'm still young. I will grow." Huo Yunque, grow? He raised an eyebrow in doubt. Song Yaoyao immediately felt unhappy. FCK, why did she have to be short in both lives? Since she was given the chance to live again, why couldn't the gods be generous and give her a few extra centimeters? Song Yaoyao turned and left without hesitation. Her face drooped, and she had an unapproachable vibe that gave off a deadly warning for anyone that dared to get close. At that moment, Huo Chi said the wrong thing at the wrong time. "Sir, is Miss Song angry? Is it because you said she was short? I guess girls also care about their height. But, then again, I think Miss Song is quite cute. She's petite and delicate. I would." As the temperature dropped and the atmosphere almost turned to ice, Huo Chi's voice grew quieter and quieter. Until he swallowed his last words and huddled into a ball. Huo Yunque opened his files again. Without lifting his gaze, he commanded emotionlessly, "Start the car." Song Yaoyao sat inside her car. If someone was to see her search history at that moment, they would discover that her searches were sad but hilarious. Will an 18-year-old girl continue to grow? Do I have no hope if my crush rejects me for being short? What can I eat to grow taller? Answer: no. Don't even dream about it. Give up. Pak Song Yaoyao threw her phone to the side. What a piece of trash. It couldn't even please a girl. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Song Yaoyao was sulking, there was a knock on her car window, and Huo Ningxi's handsome face appeared outside. "Please unlock the car door so Jingwan can get in." Song Yaoyao was in a bad mood, and she was on the verge of losing her temper. She glanced at Song Jingwan, and Song Jingwan subconsciously tightened her grip around Huo Ningxi's arm. Song Yaoyao sneered and crossed her arms. "Young Master Huo, can I trouble you with something?" "What?" Huo Ningxi asked. "We're not officially engaged. It was just a verbal agreement between our two families. When you get home, can you confirm with your small uncle that there's nothing between the two of us? That I don't like you, and I will never be with you. I think you and Song Jingwan are quite a good match. You're made for each other. Since you like her and she likes you, please get together soon, okay?" She spoke quickly and finished swiftly. Song Jingwan was taken by surprise as she looked at Song Yaoyao with caution. Even though Song Yaoyao said this, she did not believe that she was giving her genuine blessings. She was sure that she was just playing tricks. Although deep down, she hoped for Huo Ningxi to draw the line with Song Yaoyao, he was still her fiance, so she forced a smile and said, "Yaoyao, don't say things in anger." Song Yaoyao's gaze fell upon Song Jingwan's hands. "My dear sister, can you move your hand away from his arm when you say this?" Her actions did not match her words. Which older sister acted so affectionately with the fiancé of their younger sister? What a fake BTCH. "Driver, let's go." But the elder miss hasn't. The driver hesitated. He had actually started the engine already, but Song Jingwan did not appear as though she was boarding the car. Song Yaoyao's eyes curved. "Sis wants to ride with young Master Huo. You should let them be." In the rearview mirror, the girl's dark eyes were beaming frighteningly with infinite coldness. The driver jumped in fright. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already stepping on the accelerator. Caught off guard, Huo Ningxi and Song Jingwan were covered in exhaust fumes. Grabbing onto Huo Ningxi's sleeve, Song Jingwan said pitifully, "Ningxi." Huo Ningxi took a deep breath and did not look pleased. "Fine, come with me." It took roughly 5 hours to drive between the mountain resort and the Song family home. The mountain road was bumpy, causing Song Yaoyao to feel uncomfortable. It took her a while to fall asleep, but it didn't last long before she was awakened by a noise. "What's wrong?" Song Yaoyao sat up straight with a cold and annoyed expression. Song Yaoyao couldn't be judged by her usually smiling face. The driver felt the pressure in the car. He thought for a bit and said, "Something happened up ahead. The road seems to be blocked. We are trapped here." Hearing this, Song Yaoyao raised her eyelids and looked forward. It appeared as though the car that had left her behind earlier was blocking the road. She humphed, closed her eyes, and did not say a word. Meanwhile, Huo was the only one that took particular notice of Song Yaoyao. He turned around and reported to Huo Yunque, "Sir, Miss Song's car is behind." Huo Yunque's expression did not change. He simply remained quiet as though he didn't hear a thing. Seeing this, Huo did not dare to make another sound. Song Yaoyao's driver ran up front to check on the situation and returned to explain that there had been a landslide. Judging by the situation, they wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Song Yaoyao didn't mind. She stepped out of her car and shook her legs, which were numb from sitting, and jumped a few times. But while she was moving around, she suddenly heard a commotion in the crowd not far away. Oldly, what's wrong? Where's your medicine? Oh my God. Doctor. Is there a doctor? Song Yaoyao furrowed her brows and slowly walked over. She stood behind the crowd and watched leisurely. She had clearly experienced the process of death, so she did not fear it. At that very moment, there was an old white-haired man convulsing on the ground with purplish-blue lips, breathing rapidly. Song Yaoyao could tell without checking the man's pulse that he was having a heart attack. She had experienced it before. In her previous life, her grandfather's family had been masters in Chinese medicine for over a century. Back then, due to her bad health, she couldn't run around too much. Thus, she sat quietly and learned all her grandfather's skills. However, she had no intention of doing anything until a man in his 30s suddenly ran toward the old man crying sadly. Song Yaoyao thought about the moment that she stopped breathing in her previous life. Her father, mother, and brother must have been devastated. She furrowed her brows in annoyance and said in a dull tone, "If you keep surrounding him like this, he will only die faster." Hearing this, the crowd immediately retaliated. "Oh, young lady, what are you saying? I know, right? How could you curse him like that?" The middle-aged man had no time to care about the commotion. All he knew was, there was a landslide and no ambulance could get through. Even if a helicopter came, it wouldn't make it in time. His face was covered in tears as he asked in a pleasantly surprised manner, "Do you know CPR?" He was so desperate for help that he didn't even notice Song Yaoyao's appearance and age. Oh, what would a child know? Be careful she doesn't kill him instead. I don't think she can do it. Young people these days love to show off. One word here, one sentence there. The crowd became so noisy that they sounded like a market. The middle-aged man couldn't stand it and yelled, "Shut the FCK up. If you can cure my father, I can bow to you if you want. But if you can't, then zip it." Huo was shocked. He watched as Song Yaoyao crouched down beside the old man and he turned his head around. "Sir, Miss Song is certainly brave." The old man clearly looked like he was done for. By stepping forward, wasn't she attracting trouble for herself? Huo Yunque also took notice. He shook his head and said, "Song Yaoyao shouldn't be nosy." When Song Jingwan heard what was happening, she let out a bitter laugh. She pushed open the car door, stepped out, and said, "How could she know anything about medicine? She's just being stubborn. Let me persuade her." In reality, Song Jingwan wanted Song Yaoyao to accidentally kill someone and have her reputation completely ruined. She ran over to stop Song Yaoyao and apologized to the middle-aged man. "Sorry, sir, my sister's never studied medicine before. She has no idea how to save a person. For the sake of the old gentleman's safety, you should think about it carefully." "Who said I can't?" Song Yaoyao asked as she looked at the middle-aged man. "The choice is in your hands. If you believe me, I will treat him." The young lady was clearly still young, but her eyes looked trustworthy. At this point, there was nothing that the middle-aged man could do, so he took a deep breath and nodded his head. "I believe you." Song Jingwan felt happy inside, but a look of disappointment appeared on her face. "Yaoyao, that's a life you're talking about. How can you treat a life like a game? Are you done with your act?" Song Yaoyao lifted her head. "If you're done, then please move aside and don't delay me from saving a person." The middle-aged man also felt that Song Jingwan was being a nuisance. "Miss, If there's nothing else, please make way. Song Jingwan's face turned green and pale. She pointed at Song Yaoyao and said, "Fine. If you kill someone, I will ignore you." Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes. "Get lost." After saying this, she crouched down beside the old man and said, "Lie him down horizontally and listen to my instructions." She focused, grabbed the old man's hand, and carefully felt his pulse. At the same time, she found the acupuncture points that connected to the old man's heart and gently pressed on them. Jichuan, Shanzhong, Jiyang. The most important thing about massaging an acupuncture point wasn't just in locating it. The technique was crucial. Song Yaoyao pursed her lips. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. She was focused and calm, and she had a reassuring aura that slowly eased the middle-aged man's fears. 1 minute, 5 minutes. Just as the onlookers thought the old man was dead, his body suddenly twitched, his eyes flew open, and his breathing slowly stabilized. Oh my God. She actually saved him. He's alive. This girl has some skill. Song Jingwan's back stiffened, and she dug her nails into her palm. How is this possible? When did Song Yaoyao learn medicine? As she listened to everyone's endless praise, she remembered how she confidently claimed that Song Yaoyao didn't know any medicine. Now that she had been slapped in the face, her cheeks felt like they were burning in pain. But it didn't stop there. Soon, all the people that were criticizing Song Yaoyao turned their attention toward her. What motive did you have earlier? She clearly knows medicine, yet you were holding her back. That's a life we're dealing with. I know, right? Lucky the doctor didn't listen to her. Otherwise, the old man would have been in trouble. Song Jingwan did not look pleased. As she listened to the complaints, she clenched her fists. No, she couldn't allow Song Yaoyao to get the better of her. This was just a coincidence. The old gentleman was fine to begin with. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. We grew up together. I've never seen her touch medicine. Huo Yunque paused and furrowed his brows. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man broke down in tears as he hugged the old man. "Father, you scared me to death. I told you to rest at home, but you refused to listen to me. If something happened to you, what would I have done?" This scene was heartbreaking. If a sensitive person saw it, they would have already turned around to wipe their tears. But Song Jingwan's words really did get people thinking. Really? What illness does the old gentleman have? Does it just look scary, but it's actually nothing? Even her sister said this. It must be real. Oh, does that mean she was using an elderly person to gain attention? Quick, look, someone's taking photos. So that's what happened. TSK, TSK, TSK. The moral degeneration in this world is getting worse. Song Yaoyao didn't care about being suspected. She had a clear conscience. Probably due to the fact that she had grown up with a bad heart, she had always been mentally strong. Song Jingwan's lips curved upwards in secret as she approached Song Yaoyao's side. She furrowed her brows and apologized to the old man lying on the ground. "Sorry, sir. My sister doesn't know any better. Did she hurt you? Don't worry. If you feel unwell in any way, we are willing to take responsibility." After saying this, she grabbed onto Song Yaoyao and persuaded gently, "Yaoyao, hurry, apologize to the old gentleman and we'll get that guy to erase his photos. After that, this can be left in the past." Although she and Song Yaoyao were twins, their appearance was different. When she spoke, her voice was quiet, gentle, and pleasant. On the other hand, Song Yaoyao was beautifully dazzling like a flower with an aggressive vibe. Huoqi was furious. "Does Miss Song's sister have something wrong with her head? I'm so angry," he said unhappily. Before he finished speaking, he turned his head and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sir, where are you going?" Today, the man was dressed in a duck green Chinese-style robe that made his waist slim, his legs long, and his posture particularly upright. His cold presence made him seem like he was in his own world that no one was allowed inside. No matter where he walked, people naturally moved aside and made way for him. Song Yaoyao did not take notice. She simply thought Song Jingwan was mentally ill. Why should I apologize? She seemed amused, but she did not smile as she spoke powerfully. You don't know medicine. If word gets out, you will become even more of a joke. I know you're trying to attract mom and dad's attention, but it's wrong to do this. If you apologize, I'm sure the old gentleman won't mind. That's reasonable. It seems we misunderstood this girl. Yes, little brat, hurry and apologize. Song Yaoyao had been squatting for too long and her legs were beginning to feel numb, so she took a deep breath in discomfort. She truly felt that these people were really annoying, but she wasn't upset. She simply wanted to stand up and return to her car. Yaoyao, listen to me, Song Jingwan said gently. No matter how one looked at it, she was a good older sister that cared about her younger sister and did what was best for her. Look at that Song Yaoyao. No matter how hard you try, no one will ever believe you. Obediently bow down at my feet like a pitiful little worm. Song Jingwan was ecstatic. But, at that very moment, a powerful and furious voice resounded. Enough with your nonsense. Song Jingwan froze and looked toward the direction of the voice. At some unknown point, the old man that was struggling to breathe on the ground was now full of life. He leaned against his son's arms, pointed at Song Jingwan, and growled, I've been teaching for several decades now, but I've never heard of a savior having to apologize to the person they saved. Where did you guys learn this logic from? Have you flushed everything you learned down the drain? The old man was wearing a pair of gold-framed glasses, his hair was white, and he had a dignified look in his eyes. The man's gaze made Song Jingwan feel as though her every thought was exposed. Her breathing sped up and she quickly explained, That's not it, old gentleman. I was afraid that she accidentally hurt you. I'm telling the truth. My sister really you know nothing. The old man looked at the gentle and elegant girl and felt even more frustrated. He then yelled at her until she couldn't even raise her head. Do I not understand my own body? If this young lady didn't help me, I would already be dead. Education teaches a person how to live. I suggest you go back to school and relearn your values. After saying this, he turned, looked at Song Yaoyao, and a grin appeared on his serious face. Young lady, thank you. Song Yaoyao's legs were originally so numb from crouching that she was about to cry, but the feeling suddenly faded as she looked at the old man and smiled. Song Jingwan thought she could fool everyone, but a tricky mind was nothing compared to someone with a lifetime of experience. His eyes were like a magic mirror that exposed all evil. Song Yaoyao. A man's cold and deep voice resounded from above her head. Song Yaoyao froze and slowly lifted her little head. She was still crouching on the ground like a white and fat radish, rolled up in a ball. She opened her mouth to call him, but quickly remembered how he disliked her. She turned her head with hatred and swallowed the rest of her words. Huo Yunque lowered his eyes. All he could see was the black crown of her head. Her hair was soft and a tired strand of hair stuck out at the top. His throat moved a little and amusement appeared in his narrow phoenix eyes. Stand up. He slowly stretched out his hand. His palm was thick and the tassel on his prayer beads swung slightly. Song Yaoyao had always been weak against gentle methods. When others doubted her, she did not feel bad. When Song Jingwan pushed her and forced her to apologize, she didn't care. She only lived to 19 in her last life, and she had been dearly loved by her parents and her older brother. Now that she was alone in this life, she told herself to remain strong. But, as soon as Huo Yunque treated her in a gentle manner, she no longer wanted to act strong. She pouted her lips and her eyes turned red as she said in a weak voice, My legs are numb, she couldn't stand up. Huo Yunque furrowed his brows slightly and felt as though something knocked against his heart. When Song Jingwan heard these words, she quickly approached to help Song Yaoyao up. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, someone blocked her. The man's skin was fair, and the Chinese-style robe on his body made him appear distinguished and relaxed. At that moment, he glanced over and Song Jingwan's hairs stood on end. A coldness swept from her feet to her head, so cold that her joints seemed to creak. Song Yaoyao sniffed and obediently gave Huo Yunque her hand. Inside the man's big palm, the girl's hand felt soft and boneless. It was small and delicate, and it matched the man's hand perfectly. Huo Yunque applied a bit of force and pulled Song Yaoyao up. Hoo-hoo. Song Yaoyao's delicate brows immediately furrowed. As she cried, she buried her head into Huo Yunque's embrace and gripped onto his robe as her legs trembled. It hurts that I can't take it anymore. My legs are numb. Perhaps Most people would have experienced the feeling of crouching for too long and having their nerves compressed due to the obstruction of blood flow, leading to their legs becoming numb and uncomfortable for quite some time. Song Yaoyao's voice quivered. Her legs were trembling so much that she was leaning against Huo Yunque, unable to stand upright at all. As soon as she applied strength, her entire leg felt numb like it had been electrocuted. Song Jingwan watched in silence. This was a good opportunity to act, but she was completely frightened by Huo Yunque's gaze, so she simply stood in place, clenching the hem of her dress. Huo Ningxi approached and looked at Song Yaoyao, who was in Huo Yunque's arms. He furrowed his brows so hard that he could practically squish a fly between them. He felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. In a deep voice, he said, "Song Yaoyao, keep your distance from my small uncle." To him, his small uncle was different. He was the master of the Huo family and also a person that Huo Ningxi worshipped like a god. When Song Yaoyao heard the man's voice, she peeked out her little head and whined in a slightly raspy voice, "No, I refuse." At the same time, she stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Huo Yunque's waist. So what if he was her fiancé? They were simply engaged. It wasn't like they had signed a marriage certificate. Their whole engagement was just a verbal agreement amongst the elders. It couldn't be taken seriously. Besides, Huo Ningxi was an ishlo and Song Jingwan was a mistress. If Song Jingwan wanted Huo Ningxi, Song Yaoyao was more than willing to hand him over to her. But if he thought he could control her based on this kind of relationship, then he was wrong. "Small uncle, is Song Yaoyao bothering you?" "Ever since yesterday, she's been treating you." Before he finished speaking, Huo Ningxi's eyes opened wide in shock. All he saw was Huo Yunque bending over, lifting Song Yaoyao in his arms, and turning to leave. From beginning to end, he did not take a single glance at him. If this was in the past, Huo Ningxi would have been used to it. After all, no one ever held any significance to his small uncle. In his eyes, the entire world was just a boring show, so he never cared about anything. But now, he was actually treating Song Yaoyao differently. The girl that his father told him to marry on his deathbed. The girl that he did not like. Why did his small uncle treat her differently? Huo Ningxi was undeniably sour. The moment that Huo Yunque bent over to pick her up, Song Yaoyao fell into a daze. Even after she was placed in the car, her eyes were still opened wide in a tired manner and she couldn't snap out of it. A long time later, Song Yaoyao clenched her fists and pounced into Huo Yunque's arms. "Gidge, did you just carry me? Like a princess?" Ahem. Huo Yunque cleared his throat. This girl seemed to have inexhaustible energy. She pounced into his arms like a cannonball, forcing him to lean back a little. He furrowed his brows, deepened his voice, and commanded, "Song Yaoyao, let go." Regarding his earlier actions, he didn't want to provide an explanation, nor did he think an explanation was necessary. After speaking, his arms were empty, the atmosphere was tense, and it was particularly quiet. Huo Yunque's phoenix eyes lowered and met with a pair of twinkling eyes. The sun shone into the girl's eyes, and they sparkled like glitter. She rested her little head in her hands, her bright red lips curled up, and she smiled sweetly. She wasn't angry. Huo Yunque looked away with a slight smile in his eyes. He leisurely flipped open some documents and said casually, "Isn't your leg numb anymore?" Song Yaoyao immediately knew what he wanted to say next. To prevent herself from being shooed away, she quickly scrunched up her face and whined cutely, "Yes, it's numb. It's really numb. Gidge, it's so uncomfortable." Her little finger hooked the corner of his robe and shook it. "It's still uncomfortable?" Song Yaoyao's lips curled upwards. Uncomfortable. Huo Yunque paused. Without lifting his head, he said, "In that case, you should go to the hospital for an examination. If it's serious, you should consider amputating it." Song Yaoyao's hand froze and her expression sunk. Amputation? She looked at her leg and actually contemplated the possibility seriously. If her leg was amputated, would she be at least 1 m tall? While she was deep in thought, she heard Huo Yunque say to Huo Qi, "Call a helicopter to take her to the hospital for an examination." Alarm bells rang in Song Yaoyao's mind. No. Song Yaoyao quickly tried to stop him. Filled with grievances, she looked at Huo Yunque and said, "Gidge, my leg isn't numb anymore." Huo Yunque flipped a page and held back a smile. "Okay, Return to your car then. Huoqi watched this scene through the rearview mirror and thought to himself, I never knew you were like this, sir. You're awful. Song Yaoyao sniffed. She noticed Huoqi's gaze and immediately glared at him fiercely as she threw a light punch threateningly. Huoqi felt a pain in his back. Goodbye then, Gidge. She bid farewell obediently as she stepped out of the car unwillingly. Yes. As he looked at Song Yaoyao's gentle and obedient expression, Huoqi wiped away a bitter tear. However, he had no idea that something worse was waiting for him at home. After Song Yaoyao stepped out of the car, she didn't get very far before the old man from earlier stopped her. The old man grinned like a blooming flower with a kind expression. Young lady, thank you for saving my life. What's your name? Are you from Feng City? Song Yaoyao nodded her head. Yes, my name is Song Yaoyao. Father, we really need to thank her properly, the middle-aged man said with gratitude as he supported his father. Of course, must you state the obvious? The old man glared at him fiercely, but when he turned to look at Song Yaoyao, he immediately smiled. Young lady, thank you. Let me give this to you as a gift. If you need my help in the future, you can find me at Yuhua Primary School. Song Yaoyao was gifted an old fountain pen from the old man's shirt pocket, which he obviously cherished. Song Yaoyao's eyes curved. When she smiled, she looked polite and gentle. This isn't necessary, sir. I'm sure anyone that understands medicine would have helped in that situation. Really? The old man humphed as he shoved the fountain pen into Song Yaoyao's hand. He then glanced at Song Jingwan and said in a dull manner, You sisters are nothing alike. Your older sister. He shook his head and did not say anything else. Song Yaoyao's smile increased. She liked this old man's personality. As the old man looked at her, Song Jingwan felt so awkward. She wanted to dig a hole to hide in. Her eyes were red as she looked at Huo Ningxi beside her and whined unfairly, Ningxi. Huo Ningxi sighed. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Don't be sad. I know you meant well. Let's go back to the car. If they stayed there, people would continue to criticize her, and she would only feel worse. When she heard what Huo Ningxi said, Song Jingwan felt a lot better. With teary eyes, she said softly, Ningxi, thank you for believing me. The beauty's appearance was elegant and delicate, and her eyes were misty. As she glanced at him, her eyes contained a sense of gratitude and inconcealable admiration. Huo Ningxi's heart fluttered and softened even further. Let's go. Return and get some rest. However, Song Jingwan had other thoughts. She looked at Song Yaoyao and bit her lower lip. Ningxi, I think Song Yaoyao has a deep misunderstanding toward me. If we don't clarify it, my heart won't be at peace. You go back to the car first. I'll have a chat with her, okay? The sadness between her eyes made it impossible for Huo Ningxi to object. Song Yaoyao. Song Jingwan chased after Song Yaoyao and called her back. Huh, why are you calling me, sis? Song Yaoyao spun the fountain pen between her fingers as she tilted her head and blinked innocently. You're still acting? Song Jingwan asked between gritted teeth. How do you have medical knowledge? Who taught you? She had already stolen all the attention from Song Yaoyao and tread all over her. Why did she still appear in front of her as an eyesore? It seemed she hadn't done enough. As she looked into Song Jingwan's hostile eyes, Song Yaoyao's smile increased. If I told you I was born with it, would you believe me? The fountain pen spun so swiftly around her fingers, they almost released sparks. Her fingers were slender and fair like jade. Yes. Song Jingwan laughed in anger. Yes, my ass. Who the Hades are you? Song Yaoyao had changed too much. In the past, she was so gullible that she fell for every trick. Even if she was sold, she would have thanked the person that sold her. How did she become like this? Song Jingwan couldn't understand. The sun shone onto Song Yaoyao's eyes, and they glowed brightly. She grinned and took a couple of steps towards Song Jingwan. From the perspective of an outsider, it appeared as though they had reconciled. Only Song Jingwan sensed a threatening aura as Song Yaoyao got closer, and a chill ran down her spine. She heard Song Yaoyao's gentle voice whisper beside her ear, Oh, you got me. I'm a ghost that's set out to take your life. Song Jingwan's pupils constricted, and she immediately lifted her head. Her eyes met Song Yaoyao's. She had a harmless expression on her face, but the depth of her smile was equivalent to the coldness hidden in her eyes. So, sis, do you think I should kill you and shut you up? Huh. Her voice rose at the end in a gentle manner, but it gave Song Jingwan goosebumps. She immediately pushed Song Yaoyao away as her face turned pale. Song Yaoyao, you've really lost your mind. Compared to imaginary ghosts and gods, Song Jingwan preferred to believe that Song Yaoyao's behavior had changed after she discovered the truth and suffered a shock. Ha ha ha. Song Yaoyao stumbled back a little, leaned against her car, and looked at Song Jingwan with a crisp laugh. The happiness in her voice was from her heart. She shook her head and admired Song Jingwan's struggling expression. She was almost unable to keep her kind mask on. Song Yaoyao's lips curved upward and she said softly, Sis, hurry and find Huo. Keep a close eye on him and don't let him bother me again. Okay? She blinked her bright eyes and looked at her sister in a kind and negotiable manner. Only Song Jingwan knew how frightening she was after her personality changed. She must be crazy. That's why she has such a chillingly evil vibe. Song. Yao. Yao. Song Jingwan said each word clearly as she clenched her fists. Are you really planning to oppose me? All of a sudden, a murderous look appeared in her eyes. Ignoring it, Song Yaoyao said innocently, I'm not opposing you. I'm giving you what you want. If you like Huo, then take him. She spread her palms and shrugged her shoulders. But that's all I'm giving you. If you want anything else, you will have to come and get it yourself. As for whether you can actually take it, Song Yaoyao paused for a moment and smiled sweetly. It will depend on your capabilities. With her back facing everyone, Song Jingwan's expression turned dark and gloomy. Song Yaoyao stretched out her hand to open the car door, but she suddenly thought of something and added, But I need to remind you of one thing. You can try to steal anything except for Gidge. She shook her index finger. Her words seemed to contain a deeper meaning. Forget stealing, even if someone takes an extra glance at him. I will want to kill them out of jealousy. Do you understand, sis? Ha. As she listened to Song Yaoyao, Song Jingwan suddenly let out a laugh. A moment of fierceness appeared in her eyes as she said in ridicule, Song Yaoyao, you're certainly dreaming. Do you know who the Huo family are? How dare you treat him as your exclusive possession? Do you think you can enter the Huo family as you please? If you weren't lucky, do you think Uncle would have been interested in you? Song Yaoyao found this hilarious. With curiosity, she asked, even if I'm just lucky, isn't he not interested in you anyway? So why are you acting proud and arrogant in front of me? Compared to me, you are nothing. You sure have a sharp tongue. Song Jingwan was learning more and more about the Song Yaoyao she thought she knew. She sneered. Fine, in that case, I'll wait and see how you bring yourself to ruins. Did she really think Huo Yunque was easy to pursue? Plenty of socialite heiresses in Feng City admired him like the moon, but how many actually succeeded? Huo Yunque was an emotionless and cold-hearted creature that had no interest in women. Oh, really? Song Yaoyao wondered whether the Gid she knew was the same person as the one that Song Jingwan was talking about. With this thought, she suddenly looked toward Huo Yunque and cried out in a crisp voice, Gidge. Song Jingwan froze in surprise, looked at the direction that she was shouting, and her face darkened. If one looked at her carefully, they would be able to see her inconcealable fear and hatred. The man's car window lowered, revealing his cold and indifferent face. He looked at Song Yaoyao and raised an eyebrow questioningly without a sound. Song Yaoyao waved at him, smiled, and said sweetly, Nothing. I simply wanted to call you Gidge. I just left your car. But I already miss you. Huo Yunque's throat twitched, and he indifferently closed his window again. At the top of the heavily tinted windows, amusement slowly appeared in a pair of dignified phoenix eyes. Song Jingwan was frozen in place. How can this be? Mr. Huo actually responded to Song Yaoyao? Song Yaoyao was extremely pleased. She lifted her head and spread her palms helplessly. Oh, it seems like you know nothing about Gidge hee. She turned around and stepped into her car coolly. It was like she had a little tail on her bottom that was wagging arrogantly as she banged the door shut in front of Song Jingwan's face. Song Jingwan was left standing there all on her own for a few seconds before darkness appeared in her eyes. Song Yaoyao cannot stay. After Huo Yunque closed his window, Huo Chi quietly turned around and took a glance at him. There seemed to be a relaxed vibe in the car, so he carefully asked, "Sir, are you in a good mood?" Huo Yunque's lips curved upward slightly. He leisurely moved the prayer beads in his hand and said calmly, "Yes, if you weren't hit by a girl and unable to fight back, I would be even happier." The atmosphere in the car immediately turned stale. Huoqi turned his head around and cried, "Sorry, sir, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything or questioned anything. But is that young lady really normal? Who would have imagined that this delicate little girl would be so tough?" He was completely caught off guard. Huoqi could already imagine that this incident would become a dark stain in his history, the type that could never be erased. Thinking this, Huoqi's eyes darkened, and he realized he no longer had anything left to live for. Song Jingwan turned and walked over to Huo Ningxi's car. Her expression had returned to normal, but there was a slight sadness between her eyes. Huo Ningxi wasn't paying attention to Song Jingwan, so when he saw her, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What's wrong? The chat didn't go well?" Song Jingwan smiled bitterly and shook her head. "She has a really deep misunderstanding toward me. She still thinks I was the one that pushed her into the pool." "Did you? Why would I do that? Murder is a crime." Song Jingwan shook her head in surprise. Huo Ningxi put away his phone. "Since you did nothing wrong, why do you feel so apologetic toward her? If she wants to cause trouble, then let her do it. Just ignore her. After she suffers a little, she will behave." When he thought about the way that Song Yaoyao was bothering his small uncle, Huo Ningxi's heart filled with frustration. Initially, he was indifferent toward her, but now, he was a little annoyed. When she heard the frustration in Huo Ningxi's voice, Song Jingwan's lips curved upwards slightly. As she nodded, she said in a gentle voice, "Okay, I'll do as you say." The blockage from the landslide was cleared relatively quickly. 2 hours later, cars were able to drive through again. Song Yaoyao woke up from a nap and noticed that it was already dark outside. Stars weren't visible in the city sky, so it was pitch black like an inkstone. The gates to a villa swung open on both sides, and the car drove in. Song Yaoyao rubbed her eyes. Just as she sat up straight, someone opened the door to the car. A woman that dressed glamorously even at home bent over and smiled dotingly. "Wan Wan, you must be tired," but before she finished her sentence, the woman saw the car clearly and did not see the person she was waiting for. Her smile immediately disappeared. "Why is it you? Where's Wan Wan?" she asked with a frown. Her voice was cold and contained a sense of hatred. From memory, Song Yaoyao learned that this woman was the one that gave birth to her and Song Jingwan, Zhou Manli. But she was particularly curious as to why the woman was so biased when both daughters were born from her stomach. In fact, she had already gotten to the point where Song Yaoyao was practically invisible to her, and whenever she saw her, she was disgusted by her. What was the reason? "Mom, I'm here." Seeing a familiar face, Song Jingwan breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she immediately flew towards Zhou Manli like a little bird and whined, "Mom, I really missed you. I missed you too." Zhou Manli said heartachingly as she patted her daughter on the head. "It's only been a few days. Why have you lost so much weight?" "I haven't. You must have missed me too much." Song Jingwan wrapped her arm around Zhou Manli's and glanced at Song Yaoyao with ridicule when no one was looking. "Look, as soon as we come back here, there's no place for you." Song Yaoyao looked back at her coldly. She then stepped out of her car calmly and fetched her luggage from the boot. She couldn't look at that face and call her mother. She already had parents, but they weren't the two from the Song family. So, it didn't matter how they treated her. It didn't make her sad or upset. After all, she didn't acknowledge them anyway. With her arm around Song Jingwan, Zhou Manli's every sentence was either precious this or baby that. But when she saw Huo Ningxi step out of the car from the corner of her eye, she lit up and became even more enthusiastic. "Ningxi, did you bring Wan Wan back?" With this thought, she completely forgot to question Song Yaoyao about not riding back in the same car as Song Jingwan. She pounced toward Huo Ningxi and warmly invited him into their home. "Old Song, hurry out, Ningxi's here. Someone, go fetch the young master." "Auntie, that's not necessary." Huo Ningxi wanted to reject the offer, but Zhou Manli was much too enthusiastic. Then, when he saw Father Song Rue, come out to greet him as well, he immediately swallowed back his words. Ningxi, thank you for escorting me back, Song Jingwan said gratefully as she approached Huo Ningxi and walked side by side with him back to the house. Under the night sky, her elegant face was beautifully fresh and refined like stars. As he looked at her, Huo Ningxi couldn't control his heart from thumping. All his frustration immediately disappeared. It was on my way. You don't have to thank me. Let's go inside. Song Jingwan smiled with satisfaction as she obediently followed beside Huo Ningxi. Just before they entered, Huo Ningxi suddenly remembered something and turned around to have a look. The courtyard of the villa was brightly lit, and the servants had already dragged Song Jingwan's luggage away. Inside the big courtyard, all that remained was a petite and delicate girl, dragging her suitcase sluggishly. Under the night sky, her shadow looked extra long. She had her head down and her expression was unclear, but there was an odd sense of loneliness that he felt from her. Song Jingwan noticed Huo Ningxi dazing off and followed his gaze. She pursed her lips and immediately tugged on his sleeve. Ningxi, what are you looking at? Let's hurry inside. Huo Ningxi snapped back to reality and nodded his head. Okay. The group headed into the living room and sat down. Compared to the cold late autumn weather outside, it was clearly much warmer inside. Wanwan, was the trip back tiring? Did you have fun? Can I sleep with you tonight and listen to any interesting stories that happened along the way? Of course. Zhou Monli seated Song Jingwan down while she ran around busily. She ordered some helpers to hurry and pour tea, while she told others to fetch Song Jingwan's favorite pastries and fruit. Even Huo Ningxi got to enjoy Song Rue and Zhou Monli's enthusiasm. But what about her? Huo Ningxi couldn't help but think. At that moment, footsteps could be heard coming from upstairs and a tall man came walking down the spiral staircase. As soon as Song Jingwan saw him, her eyes lit up. She immediately stood up and greeted him in a well-behaved manner. Brother. Song Wenchuan gave a faint grunt of acknowledgement and looked around the living room. His eyes and eyebrows scrunched up. Mom, where's Song Yaoyao? Zhou Monli was busy feeding fruit to Song Jingwan. When she heard this question, she rolled her eyes. How would I know? Hasn't that brat always been unpredictable? Song Wenchuan did not ask any further as he headed straight for the door. When Song Jingwan saw this, her hands clenched into fists. With a smile, she said, Wenchuan, can you come here for a moment? I bought a present that I want to give to you. Her voice was soft, subtly trying to please the man. But Song Wenchuan said coldly without turning around, leave it there. I'll look at it later. This attitude made Song Jingwan's eyes turn red. But I want to give it to you with my own hands. Acting as though he didn't hear a thing, Song Wenchuan walked straight toward the door. Zhou Monli couldn't stand seeing her daughter being mistreated, so her face immediately sunk. Chuan, we have a guest. Where are you going so late at night? Didn't you hear that your sister got you a present? Song Wenchuan furrowed his brows as Song Jingwan stared at him with her watery eyes. Her hands were gripping to the hem of her dress, and her expression looked hopeful and pitiable. Aren't you coming? Song Rue commanded with a frown. Brother. Song Jingwan pleaded with a sob. As everyone waited for him, Song Wenchuan pursed his lips. It was at that moment that he heard some noise coming from the door. A petite girl was dragging a huge 27-inch suitcase. As she struggled, she got ready to carry it up the stairs. Song Wenchuan knitted his brows, strode over, and asked coldly, Song Yaoyao, are you an idiot? If you can't carry it, why didn't you ask for help? Song Yaoyao was carrying her suitcase when she heard someone calling her an idiot. She looked over with a sullen face and saw a young man in a casual gray t-shirt. This young man slightly resembled Zhou Monli, and he was staring at her. From memory, this was the eldest son of the Song family, Song Wenchuan. Give me the suitcase. Why are you so clumsy and awkward? His face was dark and his voice was cold. Song Yaoyao moved to the side and avoided his hand. She then rolled her eyes and said in a voice colder than his, no need. After saying this, she lifted the 27-inch suitcase in one hand with ease and walked up the stairs. She then placed it down with a thump. Song Wenchuan. His lips twitched a little. By the time he realized what had happened, the girl walked straight past him. Her attitude was cold, and she did not appear weak at all. Song Wenchuan didn't know what to say. As he turned around, He saw Song Yaoyao walk through the living room indifferently without saying a word. Zhou Monli sneered. You must be so capable now. Don't you know how to greet your mother when you get back? Have you lost your voice? Song Rui noticed Huo Yunque furrow his brows and immediately gave Zhou Monli a look of warning. That's enough. The children are tired and need some rest. Why are you saying so much? Song Jingwan stood up from the sofa and said towards Song Yaoyao's back, Yaoyao, come sit down and have some food before heading back to your room. Leave your suitcase here, and someone will carry it. Air. Before she finished speaking, everyone watched as Song Yaoyao lifted the huge suitcase with one hand and headed up the stairs. It didn't take long before she disappeared around the corner. Song Wenchuan knitted his brows quietly. There was something different about Song Yaoyao apart from her usual quietness and gloominess. Song Jingwan smiled awkwardly. Who knew Yaoyao was so strong? If she wants to carry it herself, then let her. She's always so strange and gloomy, like someone owes her something. Zhou Monli snorted coldly and patted Song Jingwan on the shoulder, gesturing for her to sit down. But after that, Song Jingwan's mind was obviously elsewhere. A mother understood their daughter the best. When Zhou Monli saw the situation and noticed that Song Rui and Huo Yunque were chatting happily, she pulled Song Jingwan privately back to her room. As soon as they walked in, Song Jingwan immediately pounced into her mother's arms and tears fell like a broken string of beads. As her shoulders gently trembled, she cried, Mom, what's wrong? Wan? Don't cry. Oh, my baby, you're breaking my heart. Zhou Monli patted Song Jingwan on the back. What happened? Did that brat bully you? Don't be afraid. You can tell me anything. I'll help you punish her. Song Jingwan held back her tears, lifted her head, and forced a smile on her face. No, it's not Yaoyao's fault. But the more she said this, the more Zhou Monli assumed Yaoyao had bullied her. Zhou Monli immediately had the urge to go out and speak to Song Yaoyao. I'm going to go ask that brat whether she's trying to rebel. Mom! Song Jingwan quickly grabbed onto Zhou Monli and shook her arm. I really didn't argue with her. I simply missed you so much that I couldn't hold back my tears. Even if she talked about the incident at the mountain resort, what could she change now? She could get Song Rui and Zhou Monli to side with her, but there was still a Song Wenchuan. If she wanted to kick Song Yaoyao out of the family, it was impossible with just a few words. She had no evidence. Since that was the case, why should she talk about it? Oh, my precious darling. I also missed you. Zhou Monli breathed a sigh of relief as she hugged Song Jingwan with a proud and happy smile. Unlike Song Yaoyao, who was a jinx, Zhou Monli believed that Song Jingwan was a lucky star that God had gifted to her. Growing up, she was well-behaved and she always tried hard in everything she did. Moreover, her grades were good and she was particularly lucky. In the past, whenever Zhou Monli played mahjong, she used to have particularly bad luck with her hands. Then, one time, she decided to bring Song Jingwan with her. At first, she didn't notice any difference. It wasn't until her hands got smoother and smoother, and she didn't lose a single game, did Zhou Monli begin to notice the reason. After that, she was skeptical, but she took Song Jingwan with her to play a few more times. Sure enough, she won 9 out of 10 times. Adding to that, she began to feel as though Song Jingwan could foresee disasters. One time, Song Rui had to go out to a business meeting, but little Song Jingwan cried and sulked and did not let him go. Later that day, they discovered that there was a multiple car accident on the way to Song Rui's office and a large number of people were injured and dead. According to the time of the accident, if Song Rui had insisted on leaving that day, he would have driven right into it. Every time she thought about that incident, Zhou Monli felt lucky that she gave birth to a good daughter. Although this ability seemed to weaken with age, it didn't prevent Song Jingwan from becoming Zhou Monli's most beloved daughter. She was nothing like Song Yaoyao the jinx. Back when Song Yaoyao was born, she had caused Zhou Monli to lose an excess of blood and almost lose her life. With her around, nothing good ever happened. Wanwan was much better. After the mother and daughter chatted in the room for a while, Song Jingwan suggested, Mom, I'll go fetch Yaoyao some food. After a long car ride, I bet she must be hungry. When she heard this, Zhou Monli furrowed her brows. She's not mentally disabled. If she's hungry, can't she find food for herself? She has to trouble you with everything. What a useless piece of trash. A smile flashed across Song Jingwan's eyes. Still maintaining her soft and gentle voice, she said, "Oh, Mom, don't say that about Yaoyao. She's actually really good. I'm going to go. You should head downstairs and keep Ningxi company." He was accompanying me the whole way back. At the mention of Huo Ningxi, Song Jingwan's cheeks turned red and she blinked her eyes shyly. Zhou Monli smiled in understanding. She nodded dotingly and touched her daughter on the nose. "I'll do as you say. Okay? Hurry and get the food to her. After you're done, come and chat with Ningxi. Ningxi is a good child. You need to be careful." "Yes, I understand." Song Jingwan waved her hand and quickly headed out of the room. She then went downstairs, grabbed a few random pieces of pastry and fruit, and walked to the end of the corridor where Song Yaoyao's room was located. Since no one was watching, she naturally stopped with her act and casually knocked on the door. The door opened with a click. The girl standing inside had wet hair up to her shoulders. Her eyelashes were moist from the steam in the bathroom, and they looked darker and curled. She tilted her head as a surprised look appeared on her little face. "What's the matter? Aren't you inviting me inside?" Song Jingwan raised the platter in her hands. "I brought you food. I also have something to say to you." Song Yaoyao looked at her sister quietly and slightly turned her body. Song Jingwan pouted, brushed past Song Yaoyao, and casually placed the platter on the computer table. Compared to her exquisitely decorated bedroom that was fit for a princess, Song Yaoyao's room was like a hotel room that was meant for temporary accommodation. A white wardrobe and light blue bedsheets. When one scanned their eyes across the room, there were no big items apart from the computer table. Just like Song Yaoyao, this room was plain and boring. "Speak." Song Yaoyao casually covered her head with a towel as water dripped from the ends of her hair onto her collarbone. Her nose was tall, her lips were small and red, and her pupils were black. Her expression was serious as she listened with respect. Song Jingwan retrieved her gaze and looked at Song Yaoyao. She finally regained her confidence as the big miss of the Song family. With a gentle smile, she said, "Yaoyao, I don't mean to target you. Weren't we getting along before? If you behave, stay quiet, and be yourself, everything will be good. You should listen to me. That way, you may still have a place in this family." "Listen to you?" The girl lifted her moist eyelashes and asked with curiosity, "What do you mean by listening to you?" Seeing that she was pretending not to understand, Song Jingwan let out a laugh. "Let me make it clear for you. What I mean is for you to be yourself and go back to how you used to be. If you can be invisible, that would be even better. Or not that?" Song Yaoyao clicked her tongue, grabbed her hair, and started walking towards Song Jingwan. Song Jingwan furrowed her brows. She couldn't help thinking about the incident at the mountain resort, so she took a step back. Her hip hit the edge of the computer table as she looked at Song Yaoyao threateningly. "Song Yaoyao, we are currently at home. If you dare to do anything to me, you won't be any better off either." Thump. Song Yaoyao blinked her eyes, lifted one leg, and placed it on the computer chair, trapping Song Jingwan in a small space. Still looking pure and innocent, she tilted her head and said, "But I am being myself right now. People change. I hate mediocrity. So, I'm sorry, sis, but I can't be invisible." Her face was exquisite as her lips parted, and she smiled sweetly at Song Jingwan. The words on her lips were apologetic, but the arrogance in her eyes could not be contained. "You." Song Jingwan was embarrassed and angry. Song Yaoyao had actually put her at a loss for words. She lifted her hand to push Song Yaoyao and laughed in anger. "Great? Impressive. Since you're not mediocre, then let's just wait and see. Let's see who Mom and Dad value more." She was the most impressive daughter in her parents' eyes. Forever and always. If anyone tried to steal her position, she would not hold back against them. As she watched Song Jingwan storm off angrily, Song Yaoyao waved her hand happily and said in a voice as sweet as honey, "Thank you, sis. Watch your step." She then turned to the pastries and casually placed one in her mouth. "So sweet." Her eyes curved and they looked watery as she smiled happily. Zhou Monli glanced at the stairs multiple times and finally saw Song Jingwan walk down. Her eyes immediately lit up. "Wan, come sit." Song Wanchuan looked behind Song Jingwan. There was no one behind her. Song Yaoyao did not come downstairs with her. Ningxi, there will be a small exam at the end of the month. Your results have always been good. Please take good care of our Wanwan, Zhou said softly. You're overpraising me, auntie. Jingwan's always had good results. The principal even praised her in front of everyone. Huo Ningxi smiled. No, you're ranked #1 in our grade. Compared to you, I still have a lot to learn. Song Jingwan brushed the loose hair behind her ear and looked at Huo Ningxi with admiration as embarrassment flashed across her eyes. Huo Ningxi paused and the smile in his eyes deepened. Seeing this, Zhou Monli glanced at Song Rue and they both smiled in satisfaction. Only Song Wenchuan stood up suddenly and said, I'm leaving first, before he headed up the stairs. Zhou Monli furrowed her brows, adjusted the shawl on her shoulders, and stood up. Chuan, where are you going? I'm going to go see Yaoyao. After saying this, he left without turning back. Song Jingwan saw this, and she bit her lower lip without saying a word. Knock knock. Song Yaoyao finished drying her hair and saw her reflection in the mirror. The girl's black hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her eyes were dark and round, her nose was tall, and her lips were small. Her small palm-sized face was delicate and beautiful, and she looked like a doll in a window display. On top of all that, her milky white skin made her appear fragile. When she heard the knock on her door, she glanced over and slowly went to open it. She did not look pleased because she thought Song Jingwan was disturbing her again. As the door opened, she asked, Don't you know how annoying you are? Why are you? Before she finished speaking, she lifted her head and stared blankly at the young man in front of her. You? Song Wenchuan heard her delicate voice. Even when she was angry, she was like a kitten that was baring its claws. He let out a laugh. Can it be me? Song Yaoyao, it appears as though your temper has gone bad after going away for a bit. Song Yaoyao did not make a noise as she stared at him with her dark eyes. Her freshly washed hair looked soft and wispy, and there were a few strands of new hair that stuck up on top of her head. As her eyes twinkled, Song Wenchuan felt completely defeated by her tired cuteness. Ahem. He placed his fist to his mouth and asked awkwardly, It's only been a few days. Aren't you going to call me brother? Song Yaoyao furrowed her brows and frowned. You're not my brother. Just because she inherited this body, it didn't mean she was willing to inherit the original owner's relationships. She was distant and serious, not joking at all, causing Song Wenchuan's smile to slowly fade. I'm not your brother? Song Yaoyao, come out with me. Has Song Jingwan bullied you so much that you lost your mind? Song Wenchuan looked at her coldly. These words made Song Yaoyao laugh out loud. So you know? He knew that she had been suffering and Song Jingwan had been suppressing her. You're Song Jingwan's brother, not mine. My brother would never sit on the sidelines and do nothing while he watches me suffer. If her brother knew that the sister he doted on was being bullied, he would have killed someone by now. Song Wenchuan froze. As the girl spoke, she lifted her head and her eyes sparkled proudly. It did not look like she was suffering at all. But who was she proud of? Song Wenchuan couldn't deny that he felt a little sour. Filled with jealousy, he asked, Do you have another brother? The response he received was a door slamming in his face and some angry words. It's none of your business. FCK. Song Wenchuan took 2 steps back and touched his nose. If he didn't react quickly, Song Yaoyao would have broken his nose. He shook his head and burst into laughter. As he laughed, he suddenly relaxed. It's good to have a bad temper. That way you won't be bullied every day. Song Yaoyao patted her face, slowly walked over to the computer table, and sat down. Her computer was already on, and her screen was opened up to the main interface of Penguin Chat. On her screen, little penguin notifications were jumping excitedly. Song Yaoyao clicked into them. The liveliest ones belonged to 2 chat groups, Earth's Ideal, Luo Xingguang 2, and Mrs. Luos. The only person that private messaged her was Ming Chi, who had sent her several dozen messages. Reading a novel and actually becoming a character in a novel was different in nature. The images from the thin pages of a book were beginning to develop fuller personalities. Song Yaoyao clicked into the private message. The entire chat contained messages from the other party. Ming Chi, oh my dear, I'm going to hyperventilate. Ming Chi, he's so handsome. I'm about to faint. Ming Chi, twisting excitedly. JPG, my dear, are you there? Ming Chi. I went to the airport and took a whole heap of high residential photos. When do you have time to PS them? Ming Chi. Hello? My dear, you there? Ming Chi. My dear. If you don't respond, I'm going to call the police. Ming Chi. Photos attached. Kong Gij is handsome from all angles. I'm going to die. Ming Chi. Almost dead. JPG. Everyone is waiting for your edits. My dear, what are you doing? All the messages were either praising Luo Xingguang for being handsome or asking her when she was going to retouch his photos. Song Yaoyao rubbed her chin. Who knew the original owner of this body was a fangirl? Based on her weak and useless personality, this was completely unexpected. Her eyes drooped, and she started typing unenthusiastically. It's Yaoyao. I'm back. The other party immediately responded. Ming Chi. Ming Chi. Zip folder attached. Ming Chi. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone's waiting for you. I almost paid someone else to do it. I've sent you the zip folder. Take a look at the photos and retouch a few. Song Yaoyao did not respond right away. Instead, she opened up the folder to have a look first. Attached were a selection of photos. Even without PS, they were already good-looking. The young man in the photos was wearing black clothes. His hair was silver white and curled. A pair of sunglasses rested on his tall nose, and he had a proud look in his eyes. Not bad. Song Yaoyao licked her lips, but he's still not as good-looking as my Gij. With disinterest, she sent her reply. It's Yaoyao. I don't want to do it. Find someone else. Ming Chi. What's wrong, my dear? Snap out of it. This is our husband. It's Yaoyao. Sorry, I have another husband. I'm no longer a fan. The other end remained quiet for an entire minute. Ming Chi. My dear, did you experience some kind of trauma? Or is it because you saw our husband's scandal? It's all fake. Our hearts must remain firm. We can't be swayed. Calm down. It's Yaoyao. My heart is firm. My dear, have you heard of loving someone for 10,000 years after just one glance? Ming Chi. It's Yaoyao. I really love him. Ming Chi. No way. Are you serious? Although I've always understood that we would eventually have our own lives, I could imagine anyone leaving the fan club first except for you. Ming Chi. Either way, I still wish you happiness. We're still friends, right? By the way, where did you find this new wall? How does he look? Let's climb him together. Song Yaoyao was confused for a moment. Wall? But she quickly understood the underlying meaning. She looked at Ming Chi's message again and narrowed her eyes dangerously. Did she want to steal her Gij? She must be dreaming. Ming Chi. My dear, why aren't you saying anything? Ming Chi was dumbfounded for a little while. Snapping out of her daze, she looked at the chat window in the middle of her screen. The bright red notification was an eyesore. It seemed to be ridiculing her and drawing her attention to the fact that she had been unfriended. That's so heartless. She twisted her lips and stared at the computer sadly as she sent another friend request. Attached to it was an explanation. My dear, I was just joking. The wall is yours. The husband is yours. I won't compete with you. By the way, are you sure you can't reconsider editing the photos? The other party has rejected your friend request. Ming Chi wanted to cry. She had shown off to her girlfriends and told them that she knew a big boss retoucher. Others have to pay to get it done, but I can get it for free. That's right, that's how talented our Mrs. Luos are. But now, Ming Chi was distraught as she sent another friend request. Ming Chi, additional condition I'll pay. The other party has accepted your friend request. Start chatting. Ming Chi. How heartless. It's Yaoyao. How much per photo? Ming Chi. 80? It's Yaoyao. Picture attached was a photo that Song Yaoyao had casually retouched on PS. The young man in the photo was dressed in black. He appeared to be walking quickly with his head down, and he was adjusting his sunglasses with his index finger. The unedited photo was relatively dark and did not look much different after Song Yaoyao retouched it, but the man's delicate skin and his chic and unrestrained vibe were immediately amplified from 3 points to 10. Ming Chi exclaimed on the inside and secretly saved the photo for her screensaver and desktop wallpaper. Ming Chi. Bow my dear, it's only been a few days, but your skills have become even more impressive. Ming Chi. Respecto Big Boss. JPG edit, 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 edit what you want. I'll take as many as I can get. I'll pay 200 per photo. What do you say? This was the skill of an expert retoucher. Meng Qiqi was shocked. It's Yaoyao. Shake hands, it's Yaoyao. I'll send them to you after I'm done. Give me half an hour. After speaking, Song Yaoyao logged out of Penguin, dragged her mouse across the screen, selected a few photos with relatively better compositions, and dragged them into PS. Inside the softly lit room, the girl sat in front of her computer like a petite little ball as her long hair draped down her back. She held onto the mouse in one hand and tapped quickly on the keyboard with the other. Her hands moved so quickly, it was just a blur. As for the software on the screen, it was even more of a blur. Before one could even see what she was doing, she already finished retouching the first image and moved on to the next one. Meng Qiqi did not take her too seriously. Although Song Yaoyao said half an hour was enough, who could actually work that fast? Some people took an entire hour just to retouch one photo. So, she first sent Song Yaoyao a red pocket worth 300 yuan and attached the freshly edited photo to their group chat. The initially quiet chat group with only a dozen or so members immediately lit up. Xing Xing in my arms. Whoa. Escape the pit of love. FCK. Escape the pit of love. Oh my god. My husband is so handsome. I'm in love again. Daily Xing. Before I say anything, let me lick it first. By the way, the style of this retoucher is unfamiliar. Which boss edited it? Meng Qiqi. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Yaoyao edited it. Daily Xing. Meng Qiqi. Let me tell you another piece of unbelievable news. Yaoyao's no longer a fan. I bought this photo for 300 yuan. Xing Xing in my arms? Back to the pit and lying down? Meng Qiqi. She has a new husband. Meng Qiqi. Apparently, she took one glance, and now she's in love with him for the next 10,000 years. Moreover, in terms of looks, he doesn't lose to our Xing Xing. Just as everyone was deep in discussion, Song Yaoyao appeared out of nowhere. It's Yaoyao. Let me make it clear, my husband is the most handsome. New objections. JPG. It's Yaoyao. At Meng Qiqi, I've sent you the photos. Remember to transfer me my money. From now on, look for me if you have any work. Otherwise, don't bother me. The next day, Song Yaoyao was awoken by the sound of knocking on her door. Outside her door, Song Jingwan was already changed and full of energy. When she saw Song Yaoyao walk out, she crossed her arms and laughed. Have you forgotten about class today? Song Yaoyao couldn't be bothered dealing with her. She scratched her head, slowly grabbed her backpack, and walked downstairs. She had a leisurely expression on her face, but she did not pay any attention to Song Jingwan at all. What's the time? Are you only waking up now? Don't you know how to work harder when your results aren't as good as your sister's? You both came out of my stomach, but I don't understand why you are so different. Song Yaoyao walked over to the table, grabbed a sandwich, and looked at Zhou Monli with a mysterious smile. Maybe I'm not your biological child. Otherwise, why would she treat the two of them so differently? Song Yaoyao's words made Zhou Monli choke in anger. But before she regained her composure, Song Yaoyao carried her bag and walked out the door. Zhou Monli pointed at Song Yaoyao's back and gritted her teeth. Her hand trembled for a while before she finally managed to speak. What's gotten into her? Song Wenchuan calmly took a sip of milk. But what she said could be right. Mom, why don't you do a DNA test? Perhaps Yaoyao really isn't your biological child. Zhou Monli glared at the young man. What did you say? I'm done. I shall go work first. Song Wenchuan stood up and calmly bid farewell to Zhou Monli. After the brother and sister left, Zhou Monli slammed her hands on the table in anger. In a shrill voice, she screamed. What was the meaning of that? Was I wrong to give birth to them? Now that they have some capabilities, are they all acting strange and turning on me? When Song Jingwan heard this, she immediately approached her mother and patted her on the back. In a soft voice, she comforted, Calm down, Mom. Chuan doesn't mean anything by that. Yaoyao's probably upset that you normally dote on me more, so she complained to him last night. Hence how dare she feel upset? Why doesn't she think about what redeeming qualities she has? Why should I dote on her? Zhou Monli scoffed. When she saw Song Jingwan patiently comforting her, she felt a little better. My Wanwan is still the best. You're the most caring. Of course. I love you the most, Mom, okay? You can't be late for class today. You better get going. Zhou Monli walked her to the door. When she saw the car waiting outside, she scoffed and opened the door to let Zhou Monli inside. She then warned Song Yaoyao, Song Yaoyao, behave at school. If you bully your sister, watch how I deal with you. Song Yaoyao ignored her as she took a bite of her sandwich and lowered her eyes to play with her phone. The atmosphere was tense, so the driver did not dare to make a sound. He started the car and quietly drove towards the school. Song Jingwan's lips curved upwards as she glanced at Song Yaoyao's phone. Yaoyao, are you looking at Luo Xingguang again? I saw him at Chuan's workplace last time. Why don't I help you ask him for an autograph next time? Upholding the rule of not talking with her mouth full, Song Yaoyao quietly swallowed the last bite of her sandwich. She then looked at Song Jingwan and revealed a huge grin. Okay, make sure you ask for a few more. I have a lot of friends who are fans of Luo Xingguang. There's about 50 or so of them. Not that much. Since you're so capable, sis, it must be no problem for you, right? Song Jingwan's lips twitched a little. Song Yaoyao, you're certainly greedy. Her original intention was to show off that she knew Luo Xingguang. Who knew Song Yaoyao would trick her and actually ask for 50 autographs? TSK. Song Yaoyao looked at her sadly. So you can't do it? Song Yaoyao was born with a delicate and beautiful face. As she lowered her head to laugh, her face was so beautiful, she could make a person suffocate. It was clearly a trap. Song Jingwan clenched her hands that were hanging down her sides, and her eyes darkened. It's just a few autographs. Do you think I view celebrities like unattainable targets like you? The car stopped and Song Jingwan stepped out. I'll get those autographs to you in a few days, she said casually. Song Yaoyao sat in the car and chuckled as the dim light in the car fell on her eyes. Her gaze was completely calm. Linen Experimental High School, Senior Class 3-3. The daily flag-raising ceremony ended, and the students returned to their classrooms. Suyu was applying some lipstick when Meng Shuang poked her and asked, Suyu, were you telling the truth when you said Song Yaoyao had gone crazy last time? Her voice was loud, and she had a strong curiosity. Suyu rolled her eyes and glanced at the seat in the back row beside the window. It was empty. Curling her lips, she said, of course, can't you see that she didn't come to class? Since she's stupid, she would only drag our class down if she comes. It's better that she's not here. In that case, was it also true that she tried to kill her sister? If that's true, then her condition is quite serious. Shouldn't she be sent to the mental hospital? Now that you mention it, that I've always felt a gloomy and creepy vibe from her. It's no surprise that she would do something like that, the girl beside her said as she rubbed her arms and shivered. Yes, she should be sent there. Compared to Jingwan, she's a nobody. How dare she covet at that moment? She was interrupted by a push, and she glanced up to see who it was. What the Hades? I haven't finished. A brisk and lively voice sounded above her head. Keep going. I want to hear it too. Who am I coveting? Suyu lifted her head in fright and looked into a pair of curved, twinkling eyes. Song Yaoyao, have you lost your mind? How could you listen secretly behind me? Are you obsessed with eavesdropping? Slam. Song Yaoyao slammed her hands on the desk and said intimidatingly, has it become a trend to hide one's guilt by blaming others? Everyone looked over as Suyu's eyes darted. Was I wrong? You're clearly a nobody. Compared to Jingwan, you're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. How dare you cling to Huo Yunque? Do you think you're worthy of him? If I'm not, then are you? Song Yaoyao spread her palms innocently and stopped arguing with her. She stood in place, her long black hair draping down her back. The black suit jacket and pleated skirt on her body made her waist look particularly slim and her legs particularly long. She turned around and headed toward her seat. As her knee-length skirt swayed, Song Yaoyao suddenly remembered something and turned around. By the way, I remember your mother started off as a mistress, didn't she? Song Yaoyao. Suyu slammed her hands on her desk and stood up to glare at Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao's misty eyes curved. I guess. The values taught by a mistress are beyond what us common folk can apprehend. I'm afraid that even a horse can't catch up to your open-minded beliefs. It's certainly worthy of praise. Song Yaoyao spoke gently, and her voice was slow and soft. but every single word struck Suyu accurately in the heart. The classroom erupted in laughter. Suyu's eyes were red from anger and embarrassment. Song Yaoyao, what do you mean by that? Who's the mistress? Explain yourself. She rushed over and grabbed onto Song Yaoyao's wrist to question her. TSK. Song Yaoyao was curious as she glanced over with her dark eyes. We all know the truth. There's no need to criticize your mother in public. She gave birth to you. After all, a person should know how to be grateful. She smiled sweetly as two dimples appeared on her cheeks. Song Yaoyao, you BTCH. I'm going to kill you. Suyu's eyes turned red as she swung her hand angrily towards Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao caught her hand easily, lowered her gaze, and threw a slap back at her. Since your mouth is so dirty, I don't mind washing it out for you. Song Yaoyao's red lips curved upwards as she gripped onto Suyu's wrist. It looked as though she was holding on casually, but Suyu's face was actually turning pale as she yelped in pain. Since you didn't hear me properly, let me repeat myself. Her fair finger appeared in front of Suyu's eye and she laughed innocently. Your mother is a mistress, and you think like a mistress. Why are you glaring at me? You can't accept it? Suyu tried to claw at Song Yaoyao's hand. Sweat was trickling down her forehead, and her bones felt like they were about to be crushed under Song Yaoyao's grip. But Song Yaoyao's expression remained composed the entire time. Suyu's eyes became watery, and she said between gritted teeth, Song Yao, you just wait. Only one of us will be left standing. Wow, I'm so scared. Song Yaoyao released her hand with a smirk. Not expecting it, Suyu fell on the ground with a thump. She blew on her delicate hand and pouted her lips innocently. What's wrong? You're quite the actress. Am I that strong? Everyone looked at Suyu and saw her holding her wrist, trembling in pain. As she cried, she used every single curse word she could think of to yell at Song Yaoyao. But everyone was surprised. Song Yaoyao was so delicate and petite. How could a little squeeze cause her to cry in pain? Wasn't she overacting? While they were watching the show, a boy that was resting on his desk finally lifted his head. His eyes were sleepy, but there was hostility in his gaze. He grabbed his hair, squeezed out a curse word between his lips, and kicked the desk in front of him. The desk fell with a loud bang. Everyone in the classroom received a fright. But just as they were about to lose their temper, they realized who was sitting at the desk and they immediately fell silent, too afraid to make a sound. FCK. His eyes were gloomy. Did someone die at home? Why are you crying at school? Suyu's shoulders shook, and she quickly held back her tears in fear. Song Yaoyao was the one that was picking a fight. PFFF Song Yaoyao burst into laughter. Shin Sun frowned, and his eyes fell on Song Yaoyao. His expression was not good. Song Yaoyao looked back slowly. His face was fierce and cold, but she smiled back at him sweetly. Classmate, you're so fierce. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately felt the atmosphere grow even tenser. So you took advantage of the situation? See, brother Sun? She's even provoking you. If she can pick on her classmates, what won't she do? The entire school knew that Class 3-3 was the worst class to teach because it was filled with the worst students. Moreover, amongst these students, the bully of the school, Shun Sun, was the worst person to provoke. It was October, and the weather was inconsistent. On that particular day, the weather was good and the sun was shining in through the window, but no one could sense any warmth. Shin Sun ran his tongue against the inside of his cheek and turned his head violently as he stared at Suyu with amusement for a few seconds. As her eyes darted, he said in a cold and raspy voice, "Don't you know how to fight back? Do you expect me to stick up for you just because she provoked you a little? Your looks aren't that good, but your imagination sure is." He sneered in ridicule. After he said this, he kicked away the chair that was blocking his way, shoved his hands in his pockets, and headed out of the classroom. Brother Sun, class is about to start. Where are you going? Wait for me. Hanjun, who sat in the back row with Shin Sun, watched as he walked away. Dumbfounded for a couple of seconds, he quickly snapped back to reality and chased after him. But, as though he had eyes on the back of his head, Shin Sun said with his raspy and angry voice, "I'm looking for a place to sleep. Do you want to F-kin sleep together?" The scene was so imposing. Han Jun immediately stopped in his tracks. He shook his head and chuckled. In that case, I won't follow you. Idiot. Shun Sun's lips parted a little, but Han Jun was not upset. Goodbye, Brother Sun. Please watch your step, Brother Sun. As soon as Shun Sun left, the classroom immediately erupted in chatter. Meng Shuang looked at Song Yaoyao as she flipped through her textbook. Biting her lip, she walked over to help Suyu up. Everyone in the class was privileged. None of them came from a normal family background. Moreover, young people were generally reckless. So, unless they encountered someone prickly like Shin Sun, no one willingly surrendered to another. Just as Suyu held onto her wrist and stood up, she heard everyone chatting excitedly. Wow, was Brother Sun speaking up for Song Yaoyao? Even though he was awoken from his sleep, he didn't hit anyone. TCH, are you overthinking things? Brother Sun never hits girls, okay? One of the girls even held her cheeks with infatuation and said flirtatiously, "Oh, Brother Sun is so manly." Suyu was offended quite badly. Normally, she held quite a lot of authority at school and had her way unless she was against Shin Sun. But this time, she was slapped in front of everyone, and Shin Sun even added a word of insult to it. Suyu felt like she could die. Suyu, are you okay? Meng Shuang asked. Do I look like I'm okay? Suyu scoffed angrily as she brushed Meng Shuang's hand away. As soon as she stood up, she began to walk away. Passing by Song Yaoyao, she took a quick glance at her and said, Song Yaoyao, you better stay in class and not leave. Otherwise, watch how I kill you. If the Song family doted on Song Yaoyao, like they did with Song Jingwan, so you would have hesitated a little about hitting her. But she was just a neglected child. Why would she be scared? Song Yaoyao held onto her pin, and her eyes curved underneath her thin bangs. With a soft voice, she said in an innocent manner, I'm hungry. Her oblivious expression made Suyu grit her teeth. Throwing her hands in the air, she stormed out of the classroom. Han Jun was fascinated by this. He took a couple of steps back, tilted his head, and leaned against Song Yaoyao's desk with a grin. Song Yaoyao, so you said you've gone crazy. What do you say to that? Song Yaoyao turned her head quietly and looked into Han Jun's eyes. The sun shone in through the window and lit up half her face. Her skin was so fair, it appeared transparent, and she looked delicate and tender like a peach. This petite girl was extremely alluring. Han Jun's mouth gaped open as he fell into a daze. Bang, stay away from me. He was dumbfounded. It was just the first day of the week, and Song Yaoyao had already stolen the show. When the teacher arrived, he did not ask about the absent students. The literacy teacher, with his half-bald head, minded his own business as he explained the textbook. Most of the students slept through the class, while a few listened to music on their headphones or played games on their phones. So, when Wang Zhongyun glanced away from his textbook momentarily and saw the scene before him, his voice paused for a moment. Who was the girl that was listening seriously to him? Song something? Wang Zhongyun furrowed his brows and thought seriously. Logically speaking, he should have had some impression of this beautiful and well-behaved girl. But for some reason, no matter how hard he tried to search through his memory, this girl did not seem to exist in his mind. Evidently, Song Yaoyao did not leave much of an impression in the past. Ahem. Wang Zhongyun put down his book and asked, Student, what class are you from? Did you walk into the wrong room? Song Yaoyao, who was busy writing down notes, lifted her head in confusion. Puahaha. As soon as Wang Zhongyun spoke, a troublemaking student burst into laughter. As he pointed at Song Yaoyao, he said, Sir, that's Song Yaoyao. Wang Zhongyun was completely confused. Who's Song Yaoyao? Is she part of this class? Yes. You've already been teaching her for 3 years. Ever since the first year of senior high. The boy rolled his eyes speechlessly. Really? Wang Zhongyun was skeptical. These students always cause trouble, so he didn't quite believe them. So, he waved at the aggrieved girl as she looked at him with a pair of big watery eyes. Come here, student. Do you know what I was teaching? Can you recite this poem? Song Yaoyao stood up obediently. Are you talking about Ode to the Lute Player? This poem was written by Bai Juyi, a poet from the Tang dynasty. It is one of the long Ufu poems. Do you want me to recite it? She tilted her head as the sun shone down on her eyes, making them sparkle like glitter. Her voice was delicate and her tone was gentle, creating a pleasant vibe. Wang Zhongyun was amused as he looked at Song Yaoyao forgivingly. This poem is really long. It's okay if you can't recite it. To be honest, he was already pleased that Song Yaoyao was able to tell him what he was teaching and where it originated from. At that moment, several students became interested and started watching the scene. Ode to the Lute Player? What's that? Is it a song? It must be, right? Oh, is he asking Song Yaoyao to sing? The discussions entered Wang Zhongyun's ears, causing him to roll his eyes. Just as he was about to slam his hands on the table angrily and scold these useless kids, a girl's voice started reciting the poem calmly, immediately drawing his attention. One night, at Xuanyang Pier, I bade my guest goodbye. Maple leaves and reeds created a magnificent autumn scene. As I dismounted my horse, my guests boarded their boat. We raised our drinks for a toast, but there was no music to accompany it. We were drunk, but we weren't happy because parting neared. Meanwhile, the moon reflected in the river. Suddenly, from over the waters came the sound of a lute. I was distracted from returning home, and my guests were reluctant to leave. Following the sound, we tried to see who was playing, but the lute stopped playing. She was skilled with the strings. First, she played the rainbow dress followed by the little six. The low notes were like pelting rain. The high notes were light like gentle whispers. High and low, a melody was formed, like drops of water falling on a plate. As Song Yaoyao recited the poem, the wind swept up her hair, and beams of light danced above her head. She stood straight in her school uniform, and the well-tailored suit accentuated her slim waist. The scene was so beautiful that even the light that fell on her shoulders made one envious. Song Yaoyao stared straight ahead. Her pleasant voice danced across the air like musical notes. She recited the several hundred-word poem without looking at the textbook even once. The troublemakers were speechless as they looked at Song Yaoyao in a daze. Wang Zhongyun touched his bald head and took some time to snap back to reality. Student, are you sure you didn't walk into the wrong class? Reciting a poem wasn't difficult, but it was rare for a student from class 3-3 to recite a poem. Song Yaoyao? She stood there innocently as she stared at Wang Zhongyun with her dark, watery eyes. Ahem. Wang Zhongyun felt awkward. Are you playing a trick on me? Are you actually from class 3-1? Compared to class 3-3, class 3-1 was reserved for all the top students. Students that the school wanted to nurture. Song Yaoyao didn't know what to say. Sir, I'm really in class 3-3. Wang Zhongyun grinned and looked into the girl's clear, watery eyes. She had a petite figure and her gaze was so innocent that he couldn't bear to doubt her anymore. If he continued, she may start to cry. So, he quickly praised her instead. Ahem. You did well. You didn't miss a single word. Very impressive. As soon as he started clapping, the other students erupted as well. Stop, stop, stop. Everyone stop. Wang Zhongyun glared at the students before him. If you were all like Song. Sir, it's Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao reminded with a smile. Yes. If you were, at least, half as outstanding as Song Yaoyao, then I could die in peace. Everyone pouted their lips and pretended not to hear a thing. If they could do it, would they be allocated to class 3-3? Afterward, Wang Zhongyun taught more enthusiastically. Every now and then, he would ask Song Yaoyao to answer his questions. It wasn't until the class ended that everyone suddenly noticed. The Song Yaoyao that never left much of an impression. Had she always been this outstanding? She managed to answer every single question that Wang Zhongyun threw her way. Moreover, her voice was pleasant and delicate, and just listening to it made her sound cute and outstanding. As usual, Han Jun lay down on his desk and sent Sean Sun a video recording. Lord Jun is handsome. Bro, hurry and look at this. FCK. Song Yaoyao isn't possessed. She's completely transformed into another person. Lord Jun is handsome. Who knew her academics would be so good? She's also pretty and her waist is so slim. TSK, TSK. Of course, Shun Sun did not reply. He was fast asleep somewhere. Han Jun smacked his lips, lay down on his desk, and stared obsessively at the girl that was sitting beside the window. She sat in a well-mannered way, like a beauty from a fantasy that had transmigrated to their world. Who could imagine that this soft-spoken girl was the same person that had just humiliated the bossiest girl in their class? Amazing, completely amazing. After class, Song Yaoyao tidied her notes. She had already studied this before, but she had nothing else to do, so she didn't mind learning it again. After all, a student's main priority was to study, right? Hey, you, a girl in a ponytail and a modified uniform, leaned against Song Yaoyao's desk lazily with her arms crossed. Her skirt was pulled up to her hips, revealing her long, fair-skinned legs. She spoke in a casual tone that was unique between girls. Huh. Song Yaoyao picked up her book, lifted her head, and gazed into the girl's starry eyes. Is something the matter? She thought this girl was trying to pick a fight. Everyone else thought so too. But, to her surprise, the girl raised her eyebrows and smiled. Want to go to the bathroom together? Song Yaoyao had never attended school before, so she couldn't believe that the scenes she saw on television of girls going to the bathroom together were actually real. She quietly followed behind the girl. The girl was an entire head taller than her, making her appear like a primary school kid next to her. Song Yaoyao pursed her lips unhappily. As a famous prestigious high school in Feng City, Linen had better facilities than the average school. As the two girls entered the bathroom, Song Yaoyao watched as the girl turned around and glared down at her intimidatingly. Song Yaoyao furrowed her brows. Do you want to cause trouble as well? She moved her hand a little. A problem that could be solved with her fist wasn't considered a problem. The girl's voice was delicate as she straightened her face with seriousness. Tang Shinro almost melted from her cute expression. Ever since the first class of the day, she had been enduring until now. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. All of a sudden, she stretched out her hand to pinch Song Yaoyao's round cheeks, catching her by surprise. Oh, so adorable. Tang Shinro was so satisfied that hearts almost appeared in her eyes. Ow, what are you doing? Song Yaoyao was in so much pain that tears immediately fell from her eyes. She glared unhappily at Tang Shinro, who was still pinching her cheeks, and started crying. Tang Shinro almost lost her mind as she grinned obsessively. Song Yaoyao's cheeks were red from the pinching and her eyes were teary. Even when she was angry, she was so cute. Hi, cutie, let's be friends. Can we? Tang Shinro asked seductively. Song Yaoyao was so angry, she wanted to hit someone. No. Judging by Tang Shinro's gaze, she didn't look like she had bad intentions. Oh? Why? Don't you hate Song Jingwan? I saw it last time at the mountain resort, Tang Shinro asked with a blink. Song Yaoyao paused. This person didn't seem to exist in her memory. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Think about it. The girl had an aggressive coldness that made her look more mature than her actual age. At that moment, she smiled and her eyes twinkled as she sincerely stretched out her hand towards Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao stared at her quietly and they exchanged glances. Then, Tang Shinro, Song Yaoyao. The two fair-skinned hands shook. At that very moment, neither of them would have predicted that in the days to come, they would become necessary allies. Outside Linen Experimental High School, a luxury car stopped quietly by the side of the road. The school gates were busy and students glanced over curiously every now and then. Huo looked at his watch and lifted his head. All of a sudden, he froze. Sir, look over there. Is that Miss Song? Upon their return, Huo had actually been almost transferred away from Huo Yunque's side. In the end, due to his shamelessness and the fact that Huo Wu was busy, he successfully held onto his position. After that, he had been extremely careful, afraid that Huo Yunque would send him away at any moment. Huo Yunque lowered his eyes. His plain black shirt was classy yet low-key. He adjusted the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose and patiently finished reading the last page of his document. Oh? Was Miss Song mistreated at school? Why do her eyes look red? Huo questioned. He was so focused on looking at the girl that he didn't notice Huo Yunque's hand pause. Eventually, Huo Yunque sighed and looked out the window. The girl was standing at the busy school gates, holding onto her backpack. Her eyes and nose were red like a pitiful little child that had been abandoned. As soon as his document closed, Huo Yunque's voice sounded. Huo. Yes. Do you have any instructions, sir? Go. The man paused for a moment, looked to the right, and his eyes fell on a bourgeois-style drink store. Buy her a drink. Huh. Buy what for who? Huo asked blankly, not realizing who he was referring to. As soon as he spoke, he found himself staring into the man's cold, narrow eyes. Huoqi shivered and suddenly understood. "Are you referring to Miss Song?" he asked as he immediately threw open the door and stepped out. But just as he jogged a few steps, he turned back around and asked, "Sir, what flavor?" "Flavor?" Huo Yunque squeezed the prayer beads around his wrist. His hair was swept across the top of his eyes, casting a shadow on his nose bridge. After some time, he finally replied, "Sweet?" Huoqi stumbled. Sensing that Huo Yunque was growing colder and colder, he immediately turned around and started running. It was stupid of him to ask. Huo Yunque never bought drinks. How would he know all the different milk tea flavors? Huoqi went to the store obediently. As he entered, he brushed shoulders with a male student. Naturally, he did not notice that the boy was holding a cup of milk tea and looking toward the school gates. As soon as the boy spotted a beautiful figure that he had been looking for, his eyes lit up and he immediately ran toward her. Song Jingwan. Song Yaoyao heard this, but her eyes did not shift even the slightest. She stared at the ground and spotted an ant weaving its way through the crowd. Song Jingwan neatened her windswept hair and smiled at the person that called her name. When she noticed it was someone from her class, her smile increased. "What's the matter, classmate?" Meng Hang was mesmerized as he looked at her smiling face, and he blushed. Holding onto the milk tea, he offered it to Song Jingwan. "Let me treat you to milk tea." "Wow." Song Jingwan blinked in surprise. "Did you buy this for me?" She accepted the milk tea with a smile. She clearly knew the boy's intentions, but she pretended not to know. "Thank you. I'll treat you next time. And no need. As long as you like it. Anyway, see you tomorrow." The boy blushed as he quickly finished what he had to say and ran off. As soon as the boy left, Song Jingwan scoffed as she looked at the milk tea in disgust. "Hey, you can drink it," she said as she handed the milk tea to Song Yaoyao as though she pitied her. Song Yaoyao lifted her head and stared into Song Jingwan's eyes. "Someone gave that as a gift to you." "I know. So what? Must I drink every single milk tea that's gifted to me? I would get fat if that's the case." Song Jingwan smiled fakely with a trace of arrogance in her eyes. "Besides, didn't I always give you the milk tea that others gave me?" Song Yaoyao held onto her backpack. She did not understand Song Jingwan's actions. Karma will get you for dismissing the kindness of others. After saying this, she turned her head back to look at the ground. However, the ant was now gone. Song Jingwan was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and her parents had always doted on her, so she always got what she wanted. But Song Yaoyao did not see anything positive about her sister. Instead, she noticed her fake and cruel personality. Her values had long gone bad. Karma? Okay, I'll wait for it. If he wants to win my heart with a cup of milk tea, then he's being too naive, Song Jingwan said with disdain. She then glanced at Song Yaoyao and said, "Are you drinking the milk tea or not? If not, I will miss Song." At that moment, a familiar voice immediately made Song Yaoyao's tensed expression soften. Her eyes lit up, and she looked over to find Huoqi walking toward her with a cup of milk tea and a box of dessert. "Huoqi." The girl's warm and delicate voice made Huoqi stumble a little. He didn't know what to do. "Why are you here? Where's Gidge? Is he here as well?" Song Yaoyao looked around as she questioned Huoqi. Huoqi touched his nose and complained on the inside. As expected, her excitement was due to Huo Yunque. For a moment, she had given him a fright. "Here." He handed the bag in his hands to her. Inside, there was a cup of red bean matcha and a small slice of milk crepe cake. "I didn't know your tastes, so I picked the best sellers. If you don't like it, let me know. I can buy you another one." Song Yaoyao accepted the bag happily. "I like it. Of course, I like it. Where's Gidge?" She stretched her neck and looked around. Song Jingwan was displeased with what she saw. She didn't know whether to throw away the milk tea in her hand or hold on to it. Although it was an average-priced item, one must look at who the item was from. She forced a smile and asked, "What is Mr. Huo doing here?" Just as Huoqi was about to reply to Song Yaoyao, Song Jingwan interrupted. Seriousness appeared in his handsome eyes. Maintaining his manners, he smiled slightly and said, "Oh, it's the elder Miss Song. I'm sorry, but I didn't see you earlier, so I didn't buy you anything. Please forgive me." He had no intention of answering Song Jingwan's question. Huo Yunque was his master. How could he reveal his master's whereabouts so easily? But Song Yaoyao recognized Huo Yunque's car and finally spotted the familiar vehicle amongst the crowd. Like a little bird, she immediately flew over. Gidge. Huo Yunque's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. He glanced outside the window and saw the girl weaving her way through the crowd and running toward him. Her knee-length pleated skirt was swaying as the sun danced across her head, making her look bright and lively. The car window slowly lowered, revealing the face that Song Yaoyao had been dreaming about. She was ecstatic. Blinking, she leaned into the window and whined cutely, "Gidge, I really missed you, Huo Yunque." Song Yaoyao didn't think much of it. She liked him, so she was being honest with him. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Her dark eyes scanned him up and down, while the dimples on her face looked perfectly sweet. "Gidge, your shirt is really nice. You look really good." Ahem. Huo Yunque held one hand to his forehead and pushed Song Yaoyao's head with the other. If she came any closer, her face would be touching his. "Speak properly," he said sternly. Song Yaoyao pouted. "What? I am speaking properly." Her voice was sweeter than honey. Huo Yunque sighed and his gaze fell on her slightly red eyes. "Why did you cry?" he asked in a deep voice. "Oh?" Song Yaoyao tilted her head innocently. She held onto her milk tea and took a sip. "I didn't cry." Her cute and tired face made one restless, tempting them to squeeze her cheeks to see if they were as soft as they appeared. "Your eyes," he said as he calmly pointed out the problem. Song Yaoyao touched her face in realization. "That's because I rubbed it." "Hee, were you worried about me?" I'm so moved." Her lips were moist, and when she smiled, it seemed to light up the world. Huo Chi followed behind Song Yaoyao and couldn't help but sigh. This girl was soft, sweet, and cute. She was completely irresistible. No wonder even the pure-hearted Huo Yunque couldn't resist her. Huo Yunque removed his glasses and massaged between his eyebrows. "I wasn't worried about you. Liar." Song Yaoyao scrunched up her nose as smugness danced around in her eyes. Lifting her head proudly, she said, "You were the one that asked Huo Chi to buy me milk tea. I wasn't the one that clung to you this time. You came looking for me first." She happily refuted. Huo Yunque was amused and deliberately started teasing her. "Was I the one that asked you to run over here?" Song Yaoyao was speechless. As she held onto her milk tea, she pouted. "What? Why are you such a party pooper?" She humphed. "You clearly bought the milk tea for me. You didn't buy Song Jingwan one. Do you want me to buy her one too?" Huo Yunque chuckled. "In that case, Huo Chi, yes, sir." No. You're not allowed." Song Yaoyao quickly held onto Huo Chi and glared at Huo Yunque fiercely. She then commanded cutely, "If you buy Song Jingwan milk tea, I will smash open your head." She thought she was being really fierce, but she had no idea that in the eyes of others, she was like a kitten that was baring its claws as it puffed up its fur to protect its food. "Miss Song, it's a direct order from the master," Huo Chi said innocently. "Why are you getting angry at me?" Ahem. Huo Yunque held his fist to his lips and amusement appeared in his phoenix eyes. He couldn't help but laugh. Song Yaoyao remained firm. "I don't care. If you dare, then go ahead and give it a try." As she spoke, she shook her fist and raised an eyebrow threateningly. Huo Chi's eyes twitched. When he thought about the girl's violent actions, he retreated without a word and raised his hands in defeat. Oh, his life was so difficult. Other bodyguards simply had to ensure their employer's safety. He was different. Not only was an affectionate display being shoved in his face, but he was also being forced to take the blame. Song Jingwan was standing in the distance. From where she was standing, she could only see one side of the man's exquisite face. When he smiled, his lips curved upwards. Paired with his intimidating presence, he suddenly appeared less frightening. She pursed her lips and looked to the side. Huo Ningxi came out late and arrived at her side. "Ningxi, is that your small uncle in the car over there?" She heard herself asking. "What?" Huo Ningxi threw his backpack over his shoulders and raised his eyebrows as he looked over. When he saw Song Yaoyao, his eyebrows became tense. "Why is it Song Yaoyao again? Why does she keep bothering my small uncle?" Song Jingwan quickly hid the fact that Huo Chi had bought Song Yaoyao milk tea and said casually, Perhaps it's because your small uncle is handsome. She can't help it. Yaoyao's always been attracted to good-looking people. It's the case with celebrities, your uncle and you. Huo Ningxi didn't want to hear anymore. Lifting his feet, he immediately headed towards Song Yaoyao. He grabbed onto her wrist and asked in a deep voice, Song Yaoyao, can't you stay away from my small uncle? You're sticking to him like plaster. Aren't you embarrassed? Song Yaoyao was in the middle of talking to Huo Yunque when she was rudely interrupted, so she furrowed her brows in an annoyed manner. In all honesty, she did not have a good temper. On the occasions when she was in a good mood, it was because of the person she was talking to. But right now, Song Yaoyao was not in a good mood. Huo Ningxi, I suggest you let me go. She straightened her expression and the atmosphere became tense as they stared at each other. They were set for a showdown. Song Jingwan smirked in secret and quickly joined them. Retrieving her smile, she bent over and apologized to the man in the car gently. Small uncle, I'm sorry that my sister bothered you. Let me apologize on her behalf. Did you just call me small uncle? The man's voice was gentle and charming as his eyes calmly fell on her body. It was like he had asked a casual question, but his intimidating presence stabbed straight into Song Jingwan's heart like a sharp dagger. Song Jingwan felt a chill down her spine. Forcing a smile, she replied fearfully, No, Mr. Hua. I'm friends with Ningxi, so. Inside the car, the man had his arms crossed with his glasses hooked on his pinky. He had a refined posture and he appeared kind, but there was a coldness in his eyes. Song Jingwan almost cried in fear. Under this man's eyes, all her schemes were revealed, shattered, and destroyed. Huo Ningxi. Huo Yunque narrowed his eyes and asked casually, What's your relationship with her? Huo Ningxi was still having a showdown with Song Yaoyao. When he heard this question, he immediately replied with respect, Small uncle, Jingwan and I are indeed good friends. But, of course, we are just friends. And the man nodded as though he was pleased with the answer. No one noticed the displeasure in Song Jingwan's eyes when she heard Huo Ningxi's explanation. She bit her lower lip and asked, Yaoyao, are you going home? It's getting late. I need to go. Song Yaoyao's eyes lowered, and she saw Huo Ningxi gripping tightly to her wrist. Puffing up her cheeks, she turned her head. Gidge. Huh. Huo Yunque raised his eyebrows. If I hit him, will you be angry? Song Yaoyao asked with seriousness. Of course, even if Huo Yunque disapproved, she was still going to hit Huo Ningxi. She would just do it a little lighter and coax Huo Yunque after. But Huo Yunque ended up chuckling and his eyes darkened. Up to you. He leaned against his seat and clasped his hands together with a leisurely look in his eyes. Small uncle? Huo Ningxi exclaimed in disbelief. Was this something that his small uncle would say? Song Yaoyao was happy with the response. She licked her lips and handed her milk tea to Huo Yunque. Gidge, hold this for me. After saying this, she shoved the milk tea into the man's arms and her eyes turned cold. Turning her hands to grab Huo Ningxi's wrist, she flipped the man over her shoulder and hurled him ruthlessly onto the ground. Like a sack, she easily threw him away. Huo Qi watched in astonishment and felt his back ache in pain. The way that Song Yaoyao flipped Huo Ningxi reminded him of himself. Like a slow-motion movie sequence, the scene in front of him explained how Song Yaoyao had thrown him on the ground. So it wasn't a fluke. The girl actually knew how to do it. She was both soft and tough. Ow! Huo Ningxi lay on the ground, crying in pain. Everyone's curiosity was immediately drawn over. The dissatisfied girl with a delicate appearance and well-mannered temperament kicked him one more time. She then stepped on his stomach and humphed coldly. Huo Ningxi, if you provoke me again, I will beat you to death. Huo Ningxi almost coughed up blood as he glared at her. FCK, Song Yaoyao. You're crazy. She was even stronger than the infamous King Kong Barbie. On the surface, she appeared weak and light. But why was she so strong? Song Yaoyao, why were you so harsh? Song Jingwan was shocked. When she realized what had happened, she quickly pushed Song Yaoyao away and helped Huo Ningxi up. Ningxi, are you okay? Are you hurt? She asked anxiously. Cough, cough, cough. Huo Ningxi sat up and looked at Song Yaoyao, unsure of what to say. Song Yaoyao, you're amazing. Honestly. He was brought up in a prestigious family and had received top-class training, yet he was thrown on the floor before he could even react. Lying in front of me. She lifted her head proudly with an arrogant attitude. This drove Song Jingwan so mad that she glared at her. Song Yaoyao, don't take things too far. Do you really think the world revolves around you? Her heart was aching. Ningxi, are you okay? Let me go with you to the hospital. Huo Ningxi's mouth gaped in pain. He avoided Song Jingwan's affectionate gesture and stood up. I'm fine. If he went to the hospital after being beaten by a girl, won't he feel even more humiliated? Song Yaoyao felt they were overreacting. She didn't even use much strength. Curling her lips, she said, Gidge, wasn't I amazing? One moment, she was speaking threateningly. The next moment, she was running to Huo Yunque for praise. Her eyes were twinkling like stars, and she looked extremely cute. Huo Yunque's throat moved a little, and the corner of his lips curved at an unnoticeable angle. Yes, not bad. Huo Ningxi's eyes opened wide in shock. Was his small uncle praising her? He was actually praising someone. Huo Ningxi felt sour. He grit his teeth and scolded Song Yaoyao in his mind. Song Jingwan, who was used to being the center of attention, didn't like being neglected, so she bit her lower lip. Ningxi, since you're fine, let's go. Yaoyao, if you're not leaving, I'm going to leave first. Her voice was gentle, but there was actually an underlying sense of threat. Without a car, you can walk home. When Song Yaoyao heard this, she bulged her cheeks. Gidge, get in, Huo Yunque said calmly as he lowered his eyes. Song Yaoyao's eyes immediately lit up and her dimples appeared. Are you driving me home? Thank you. Gidge Huachi rushed around to open the door for Song Yaoyao. Like a little kitten, Song Yaoyao quickly climbed in and sat beside Huo Yunque. Song Yaoyao. Huo Ningxi was so mad. His teeth hurt from all the grinding. He looked at his uncle with an obviously aggrieved expression. Small uncle, didn't you come to get me so we could visit grandfather at the hospital together? Why was he driving Song Yaoyao? Huachi lowered his head and waited for instructions from Huo Yunque. At that moment, Song Yaoyao wound up the window with a giggle and her voice drifted out through the gap. You can catch a taxi. How old are you? Do you need to be bottle-fed? Yes, she's right. Huo Ningxi wanted to cry in frustration. He gritted his teeth and told himself not to let Song Yaoyao have her way. She hadn't even won over his small uncle yet, and she was already beating him in front of Huo Yunque. If she actually succeeded, would he still have a place in the Huo family? She was much too arrogant. Huo Ningxi hated her so much. He ground his teeth. Stupid brat. She always had to oppose him. All he could do was watch as Song Yaoyao abducted his small uncle after beating him up. He had suffered a huge loss. The setting sun was red like blood, and the horizon was dark. Song Jingwan stood in place awkwardly and carefully tugged on Huo Ningxi's sleeve. Ningxi, don't be mad. I'll get my mother to teach her a lesson when we get home. When he heard her voice, the teeth-grinding Huo Ningxi, who was cursing in his mind, turned his head. A pair of eyes that were too sharp to belong to a youngster fell upon Song Jingwan. Do you think I'm not humiliated enough? Must you announce to the world that I was beaten up by a petite little girl? He asked in ridicule. No, why would I do that? Song Jingwan began to panic and her eyes turned red. I simply think Yaoyao's changed too much and she has violent tendencies. Violent tendencies? That sounded about right. Seeing that Huo Ningxi still looked displeased, Song Jingwan began to panic. She grabbed onto his wrist and said in an aggrieved manner, I'm simply worried that she will commit a crime if I keep spoiling her like this. Ningxi, others may not understand me, but you do, don't you? I'm simply worried about you. Her eyes were watery, and she looked like she had been wronged. Huo Ningxi was frustrated, but he couldn't get mad at her when she was looking like this, so he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Forget it. Go home first. It's getting dark. I need to visit my grandfather, so I'll leave first. After saying this, he stretched out his hand and flagged down a taxi. He then left without turning back. Song Jingwan was left all on her own, standing in place, almost biting her lip until it began to bleed. Inside the car, Song Yaoyao bit her straw and snuck a glance at the man beside her. He seemed really busy. From the moment she sat in the car, he had been looking through different documents and reports. The car window blocked out most of the light from outside, but the street lights were on and the dim light fell upon one side of his handsome face. His eyelashes were long and sparse, casting a shadow on his lower eyelid. Today, he was dressed in a collared shirt and trousers. Apart from the prayer beads around his wrist, it was almost impossible to connect him with the man that she met at the mountain resort. His classy and refined temperament was so attractive that it was impossible to draw one's eyes away from him. Song Yaoyao pursed her lips happily. Seeing that Huo Yunque wasn't paying attention to her, she grew more courageous. She shuffled a little closer, and a little more. Huo Yunque removed his glasses and said calmly, "Sit back in your seat." The girl was taking advantage of the situation and practically leaning against his arm. Song Yaoyao pouted her lips unhappily. "Aw." He tensed his brows and instructed, "Take her home first and we will go to the hospital after." Sitting in the front, Huo Qi nodded his head slightly. "Okay, sir." He then looked at Song Yaoyao through the rearview mirror and asked, "Miss Song, where do you live? Let us take you home first." Song Yaoyao suddenly humphed, pretending not to hear Huo Qi as she leaned toward Huo Yunque. "Gidge, my head hurts it?" She thought she would lean into Huo Yunque's arms, but to her surprise, the man lifted his hand and blocked her head. At the same time, he also blocked her sneaky intentions. Song Yaoyao bumped against him a couple of times and unhappily tore away his hand. "Gidge, my head hurts." Song Yaoyao grabbed onto his hand and repeated herself with a louder voice. "Oh, really?" The man's eyelids lowered and looked at the kitten-like girl by his side. She was particularly petite. He remained calm. It was impossible to see his expression in the dark, but he still produced a suppressive vibe. Song Yaoyao shrunk back her neck and slowly lowered her voice. It hurts a little." Her delicate voice was soft like cotton. "Don't you know how to worry about me? All you know how to do is scare little kids." Huo Yunque wanted to laugh, but he didn't. "Other kids aren't as clingy as you, nor were they as violent." Rather than putting on an act, this girl's face-changing performance was at an expert level. Moreover, she was sticky like toffee. Without saying much, she managed to shamelessly lean against him again. "Well, other kids aren't as pretty as me." Song Yaoyao humphed. She had just finished drinking her milk tea, and she was exuding sweetness. Huo Yunque furrowed his brows. "Song Yaoyao." "Yes, I'm here." Peering through his glasses, his gaze returned to the girl's little face. She was dazzling in the dim light. "You're quite thick-skinned." "Gidge." The girl enlarged her eyes and looked at him unhappily. "You've taken things too far. I'm going to give you a 10-minute silent treatment." Song Yaoyao humphed and crossed her arms angrily. She distanced herself from Huo Yunque and leaned against the door. If she could, she would squeeze herself into the gap between the door and the seat at that moment. Huo Qi shrunk back his neck and looked down at his watch. This girl lived too far. Why weren't they there yet? Huo Yunque. Huo Yunque lifted his eyelids and looked at Song Yaoyao, who was refusing to talk to him. He lowered his eyes and returned his gaze to his documents. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He thought she wouldn't be able to endure for long, but the girl remained silent. She turned her head and stubbornly looked out the window as the street lights zoomed past. To Huo Yunque's surprise, he was actually not used to this. He furrowed his brows. Just as Huo Qi thought they were going to stay like that, Huo Yunque said helplessly, "Song Yaoyao." The girl covered her ears as though she was chanting, "I'm not listening to you, you jerk." The light in the car was warm. Amidst the darkness of the night, the man's voice was attractive, deep, and a little charming. "Do you want to accompany me to the hospital?" Song Yaoyao immediately turned her head and pursed her lips, but she still refused to make a sound. Her dark, cat-like eyes stared straight at him. Huo Yunque's lips curled upwards. "If you want to go, just say so." If she didn't speak now, she was going to lose her opportunity. Huo Yunque was a qualified hunter. He simply had to throw his bait, and the little creature was bound to stumble into his trap. Song Yaoyao pouted her lips, lowered her head, and twiddled her fingers. "I want to go." But when she thought about what Huo Yunque said, it made her unhappy. "Weren't you taking me home, though? We're almost there." The more she spoke, the sadder she became, and she was full of grievances. Huo Yunque cleared his throat. This girl was so petty. "Let's turn around then, Huo Qi." Huo Qi was shocked. Resisting the urge to turn his head around, he instructed the driver to turn back to the hospital. When Song Yaoyao saw the car actually turn back around, her mood finally improved again. Trying hard to keep her face straight, she held back a smile. However, her curving lips revealed her mood. By now, Huo Yunque had lost all interest in his documents. He threw the papers aside, but he did not look at her either. No more silent treatment? PFFF. After hearing this question, Song Yaoyao finally gave up. Her eyes curved, and she quickly hugged Huo Yunque's arm. What are you talking about? When did I say I was giving you the silent treatment? You must have been hearing things. She denied. They were going to the hospital to see his father. That meant she was practically meeting the parents. Her eyes curved happily. As the girl's head rubbed against his arm, Huo Yunque felt as though an invisible claw was scratching at his heart. Huo Yunque tried to pull his arm away but failed. The girl was quite strong. He was not surprised. He turned his body slightly, placed his index finger on the girl's forehead, and pushed her away. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Little swindler." His tone seemed calm, but it contained an unnoticeable amount of indulgence. Huo Chi grew more and more impressed with Song Yaoyao. She went from being amazing to super amazing, and now she was godly amazing. But of course, he was not going to guess what Huo Yunque was thinking, especially not in front of Song Yaoyao. Fine, fine. I'm a swindler that specializes in swindling your heart. In the end, she had an innocent expression on her face. Huo Yunque's phoenix eyes closed lightly. He could see clearly through her, and his lips slightly curled. You better hide that tail of yours and not get caught. Carrying her backpack, Song Yaoyao bounced out of the elevator behind Huo Yunque and ran straight into Huan Ningxi, who was just about to leave. Huan Ningxi was still hurting in the spot where he had been hit, so when he saw Song Yaoyao, he was extremely displeased. As he looked into her eyes, he asked, "Song Yaoyao, are you a shadow that follows someone around? Wasn't his small uncle taking her home? How did he end up bringing her here? What mysterious game were these two playing?" Thumpow! Song Yaoyao, FCK, an empty milk teacup hit Huan Ningxi's face and fell on the ground. It rolled a few times and stopped, creating a sense of silent arrogance. Are you AF Kinfly? Why do you keep buzzing around in front of my eyes? A fist swayed in front of Huan Ningxi's eyes, appearing as though it would hit his face at any moment. Huan Ningxi held his face and took a couple of steps back, grinding his teeth until they squeaked. Walking ahead, Huo Yunque turned around casually. Song Yaoyao, little kids shouldn't swear. Hearing this, Song Yaoyao pointed at Huan Ningxi unhappily, but he swore too. Just because he's beyond saving, does that mean you have to be like him too? The man strode away and disappeared around the corner. His gray trousers outlined his long, straight, and slender legs. With his superior height of 185 centimeters, the suit on his body made him look more perfect than some of the top male models. He was absolutely charming. Seeing him walk away, Song Yaoyao quickly ran after him. "Gidge, wait for me." Huan Ningxi gritted his teeth. "Song Yaoyao, you just wait." This was now a grudge. Song Yaoyao caught up to Huo Yunque easily. She grabbed onto the corner of his shirt, turned her head, and pulled a face at him. "Bleh, hit me if you want, but it's a shame that you're no match for me." Elder Hua was in his 60s. He was quite old when Huo Yunque was born, and he was his only son. As for Huan Ningxi's father, he was just the son of an old friend. Due to an accident, his parents passed away, so Elder Hua adopted him. Some could say he was cold-blooded and heartless, but when it came to his biological son, especially one that was finally born in his 40s, he was particularly biased. Fortunately, the clever Huo Yunque, who had followed beside his father from a young age, did not disappoint. The moment that Huo Yunque entered his father's room, the old man had just returned from next door. It was often said that an elder was a precious asset of the home, but it wasn't often that a person treated the hospital like his home. "Oh, did you run into Ningxi on the way here?" "He just left," Elder Hua asked as he put down the gaming device in his hands. Huo Yunque walked inside and replied indifferently, "Yes, I saw him. TCH, he's your nephew. Why are you always so cold to him? I wonder who you inherited that from." Elder Hua rolled his eyes. His son was talented but too cold. Just as he was sighing, he spotted the corner of a shirt behind Huo Yunque. In surprise, he asked, "Are you hiding something behind you?" Huo Yunque raised his eyebrows and moved aside. A small head peered out behind him. She had fair skin, a tall nose, a small mouth, and big eyes like a doll. "Hello, grandfather," she greeted cutely. "Oh." Elder Huo's face lit up as he looked at Huo Yunque in surprise. It was as though he no longer recognized him. Where did this young lady come from? As soon as he stepped aside, Song Yaoyao was exposed and had nowhere to hide. Compared to Huo Yunque, Elder Huo was clearly much friendlier. With a smile, he looked at Song Yaoyao and waved his hand. "Come, young lady. What's your name?" he asked kindly. As he questioned her curiously, he glanced at his cold son and held back a smile. Elder Huo didn't believe that his son was such a warm-hearted person. Even if someone died in front of him, he wouldn't take a second glance, let alone pick a girl up off the streets. "Grandfather, my name is Song Yaoyao." Yao is in the Chinese word for gentle and graceful. Song Yaoyao grabbed onto the straps of her backpack and approached. She then kneeled beside him and smiled. "Song Yaoyao? A gentle and slender young woman? What a great name." Elder Huo laughed out loud. But as he laughed, he suddenly froze. He thought for a moment and asked, "Wait a minute. Song? Are you from Song Rui's family?" Song Yaoyao curved her eyes and nodded her head. "Yes, I am." She didn't acknowledge the man as her father, but Elder Huo did not sense her dislike toward the couple either. However, he did furrow his brows for a brief moment before he smiled as though nothing happened. "I remember the Songs have a pair of twin sisters. Are you the older sister or the younger sister?" Elder Huo asked as he analyzed the young lady. Her eyebrows were dense, her eyes were big, and her skin was fair and clear. She was extremely lovable. "The younger sister, grandfather." Song Yaoyao replied obediently. Elder Huo noticed that she looked attentively at the person she spoke to, and she listened with seriousness. Her dark eyes were pure and clear, and even as he stared at her, she did not avoid his gaze for a second. "Oh, so lovable." Elder Huo grinned as his affection grew. He practically forgot about Huo Yunque's presence as he picked up his gaming console and asked Song Yaoyao, "Young lady, have you played this before? There are a lot of games inside. Ningxi brought it for me last time. It's a lot of fun. I've never played it before. I've only seen my brother play it." Song Yaoyao's interest was piqued. She barely played games, and every time she did, she got picked on. So after a while, it made her upset and she stopped playing. As such, the old man and the young woman found something in common. As they stared at the red gaming console, they leaned their heads together. The console contained some old games, both international and domestic ones. At that moment, they were playing a plane war game. They had to fly a plane through a formation and see who could get the furthest. "Oh, shoot. The plane is about to crash. Level failed awe." Song Yaoyao pouted. As she held onto the gaming console, she glared at the screen vengefully. Her plane had been shot down. "Why did I fail again? This game is too difficult." The game appeared simple, but it was very addictive, especially for someone like Song Yaoyao who barely played games. She grunted and looked unhappily at Huo Yunque, who was sitting quietly beside the window reading some documents. They seemed to be in two different worlds. "Haha, now you know how good I am, right?" Elder Huo said proudly as he grabbed the console and pointed to the points. "My points are hard to beat." As she listened to the old man show off, Song Yaoyao grew even sadder. She pouted her lips and turned her head. "Gidge, do you know how to play Plane Wars?" Huo Yunque closed his documents with a clap. He dusted his sleeves and stood up calmly without answering. "Song Yaoyao, it's time to go home." Song Yaoyao was so focused on playing with Elder Huo that she had lost track of time. As soon as Huo Yunque said this, Song Yaoyao subconsciously held her stomach and realized she was hungry. She pouted her lips. "Okay, then." Standing up, she obediently waved farewell to Elder Huo. "Grandfather, I shall leave first. Next time, I will visit you again with Gidge." "Oh, you're leaving?" Elder Huo put down his gaming console, unwillingly. "Then when will you visit again?" Song Yaoyao tapped the corner of her lips and suddenly snapped her fingers. "How about this, grandfather? Let's exchange contact details. If you miss me, you can send me a message and I will visit you when I have time." "Okay, that's a great idea." Elder Huo said as he pulled out his phone from underneath his pillow and exchanged contact details with the girl. As he looked at Song Yaoyao happily, he suddenly shoved his red gaming console into her hands. Little brat, I am currently staying at the hospital, so I don't have anything valuable on me. Let me gift this to you so you can play with it. When I get discharged, I will buy you something good. Huh, grandfather, this is for you to play. There are plenty of games on my phone. I'll just tell Ningxi to buy me another one later. Take it. Huo Yunque held his head and looked at the two indifferently. One was an old child, and one was a young lady. Both of them were equally difficult to deal with. After adding Elder Huo to her WeChat and gaining a gaming console, Song Yaoyao was pleased, and her smile grew sweeter. See you later, grandfather, she said as she waved her hand. Yes, see you later. Elder Huo grinned like a blooming flower. As he watched her petite figure disappear out the door, he glanced at Huo Yunque and his gaze darkened. Yunque, stay for a moment. I have something to ask you. The hospital room door shut tight. Elder Huo sat on the edge of the bed and narrowed his eyes as he analyzed Huo Yunque. This son was born late in his life, but he was his most beloved son. Is this the brat that your older brother chose for Ningxi? The light in the room shone down from above, casting a shadow on the man's nose and masking his expression. Father, if you have something to say, then say it. You little punk. Elder Huo scoffed. What can I say? Aren't you thinking what I think you're thinking? That girl was selected by your older brother. Everyone knows that she will eventually marry Huan Ningxi. Although I like her, how can you steal your nephew's wife? Earlier on, he couldn't say these words in front of the young lady in case it hurt her. But now, in front of his own son, he didn't have to hold back. As he pointed at him, he got ready to scold him. But before he said anything, he suddenly heard a chuckle. Huo Yunque slowly lifted his eyes. His deep eyes were calm. Are they engaged? He asked as he curled his lips. From what I know, she doesn't like Ningxi. If the girl didn't want to marry Huan Ningxi, the Huo family couldn't force her. You Elder Huo slammed his hands on the table and glared at him. Then what are you thinking? I heard her calling you Gidge earlier. Aren't you embarrassed to allow that? Huo Yunque raised an eyebrow. I'm leaving, he said before he turned around, as calm as ever, and left the old man fuming in anger. I'll visit you again another day. Stop right there, you punk. Let's make things clear. I know something's not right. You're my son. I understand you better than anyone. When had his son been this kind to anyone? Elder Huo lowered his voice and looked at the paused figure. I genuinely like that brat. However, you are much older than her. She may be too young to understand, but you should know better. These sounded like words of persuasion, but the reality was, Elder Huo knew that once his son made a decision, there was no turning back. Then what should I do? Huo Yunque turned around with calmness in his eyes. Was he supposed to tell Elder Huo that he didn't do anything? That the young lady was the one that clung to him? As Elder Huo stared at his son, he suddenly started laughing. I guess, the brat is destined to be a part of the Huo family no matter who she marries. Now that I think about it, an older man has his benefits. He knows how to dote on his woman. Back when I was with your mother, Without turning back, Huo Yunque sped out of the room. Are you guys done speaking already? Song Yaoyao was sitting on a sofa, carrying her backpack in a bored manner as she stared at a pot plant in a daze. When she saw the familiar figure, she immediately jumped back to life and ran over like an energetic little bunny. She lifted her head happily and her eyes sparkled like stars. Huo Yunque's throat moved a little. His gaze brushed past her, and he looked ahead. Yes, let's go. I'm starving. Song Yaoyao nodded her head, and her soft hair swayed along with the movement. On top of her head, a tired strand of hair stood up. She followed behind the man with a jog. Since he was tall, his steps were much bigger. It took a lot of energy for her to keep up with him. With a pout, she carefully grabbed onto the corner of his shirt. When he didn't reject her, her eyes curved in secret. Inside the hospital room, Ningxi, don't blame me for standing idly by. The two of you can fight it out with your own capabilities. Elder Huo leaned against his bed, lifted one leg on top of the other, and clapped his hands as he sang a tune. Everyone had their biases. Elder Huo never tried to hide his. The human heart was on one side, and there was bound to be a difference between someone that was related and unrelated. This was the first time his son reacted to a woman. Even though his expression remained cold, it was already a breakthrough for him to let a noisy brat follow by his side. Old wifey, it's a shame that you left early. But you don't have to worry now. Our son won't spend the rest of his life alone. The car sped forward. At night, the traffic was much lighter. The road was peaceful. Song Yaoyao leaned against the car window and looked out at the passing streetlights in a daze. Her fingers subconsciously started drawing something on the glass. The night was dewy and a layer of mist had formed on the window. Huo Yunque glanced to the side and his gaze fell upon the window. Her hand was fair, and her fingertips were tender as she concentrated on what she was writing. In the end, she even added a love heart with seriousness. Gij? Yaoyao ha. Huo Yunque shook his head as he remained composed. As Song Yaoyao looked at the writing, she suddenly pulled out her phone happily, took a photo of the car window, and posted it to her feed. Her circle of friends was clean and simple, and she didn't know that many people. As soon as she posted the photo, there were 2 likes and 1 comment. Ruru. Gij? Love heart? Song Yaoyao, you've changed. Did you secretly find another dog? Dog? Song Yaoyao covered her phone like a thief. Her dark eyes secretly observed the man beside her. Tall, strong, restrained, and charming. If he was a dog, then he was an almighty, powerful wolf. Huo Yunque raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Yaoyao quietly. He didn't understand why her gaze had suddenly changed. Sensing the man's curiosity, Song Yaoyao turned her head with a swish, looked down, and sat upright. She then pretended as though nothing happened. I can't let Gij discover that he's being treated like a dog. Huo Yunque furrowed his brows and his presence became imposing. Song Yaoyao secretly covered her phone and replied to Tang Shinro. 1 Yaoyao at Ruru, he's a Gij. Ruru at 1 Yaoyao biological? 1 Yaoyao at Ruru no, shy, a lover. Ruru at 1 Yaoyao. What did you say? A lover? FCK. You're amazing. Her cute friend was so badass. After replying, Song Yaoyao rubbed her arms and finally sensed the coldness in the car. She blinked suspiciously and asked, Huachi, is the air conditioner on? It's really cold. Huachi quietly pressed a button to raise the divider between the front and back seats. Miss Song, can you be any more oblivious? Any longer and we could cosplay Frozen. You can be an ice sculpture. Song Yaoyao shook her head. Gij. Before she managed to say what she wanted to say, she saw the man narrowing his eyes in the darkness with a cold aura on his face. She carefully tugged on his sleeve. Gij, are you unhappy? Silence. Song Yaoyao. Gij? What's wrong? Did I upset you? As soon as her voice fell, the man's eyes darkened and he glanced at her. Song Yaoyao's hairs stood on end. She pouted her lips innocently in confusion. If I upset you, just tell me. If you don't tell me, how would I know? She mumbled quietly. Moreover, if your health suffers because of anger, it will break my heart. Her eyes twinkled as her cheeks bulged. Huo Yunque pursed his lips. Before Song Yaoyao realized what was happening, he suddenly stretched out his hand and squeezed her cheeks. Song Yaoyao's cheeks hurt and her tears immediately fell. Hoo, that hurt. She grabbed onto the man with her small hands, but she did not try to fight back. Big teardrops fell on the back of his hands. They were frighteningly hot. Huo Yunque pulled his hands away. The back of his hands burned as though he had been scalded by hot oil. As he watched the girl cry, he furrowed his brows and suddenly looked a little troubled. Did he really squeeze her that hard? He was actually quite surprised that he had acted in that way. He just went ahead and did what he wanted. But the young woman was much too delicate. Stop crying, he said with a straight face as he knitted his brows. He had no experience comforting people, especially not women. After a moment of silence, he only managed to say these 2 words. Who? Song Yaoyao covered her mouth and tears trickled from her eyes. Her voice was soft as she sobbed. Gij, if you're unhappy, I can let you squeeze my cheeks again. Please don't be angry. After saying this, she leaned forward and shut her almond eyes. Her moist eyelashes trembled as she allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Huo Yunque didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed his fingertips quietly. The delicate feeling of the woman's skin remained. I'll really squeeze it then, he said as he raised his eyebrows. Song Yaoyao's eyes twitched a little, and she grunted dully, be gentle. I'm scared of pain. Her pinky hooked onto his sleeve. She was clearly delicate and terrified of pain, yet she still chose to make him happy. Countless lights and shadows flew past the windows, but the soundproof car was extremely quiet. The young woman pursed her lips as her dark eyelashes trembled. Her rosy, fair-skinned face looked like jade, as well as a fluffy pink peach that tempted one to take a bite to see if they could taste the juicy sweetness. When one couldn't see, their other senses naturally became heightened. Song Yaoyao sensed a change in the airflow. Something seemed to be moving closer to her face. She held her breath and hoped Huo Yunque wouldn't be too ruthless. But she froze in the next moment. The man's hand gently brushed across her face. His fingertips were cool, but the expected pain did not happen. Gidge? She opened her eyes in confusion as her tears sparkled. She looked soft, tired, cute, and easy to bully. The man curled his index finger and wiped away the tears on her face. As his throat moved, his deep voice sounded. I don't bully little kids, so stop crying. His pleasant voice was calm as always, but it made Song Yaoyao's eyes twinkle. It was like something was in her eyes releasing fireworks. She lifted her head. Relying on the dim lighting, her eyes fell on the end of the man's eyebrows, the corner of his eyes, his tall nose, and they finally settled on his slightly curved lips. She finally realized something. Oh! She heard a bang in her ears as fireworks exploded in her heart, and her mind went blank. By the time she realized what she was doing, she had already pounced toward the man. Gidge, are you worried about me? Are you? She asked proudly. The woman's voice was soft like honey, and she was sweet like a peach. She shook the man until he couldn't sit straight. He furrowed his brows and calmly lowered his eyes. The young woman was like a koala that was whining sweetly. She was taking advantage of the situation. TSK. Huo Yunque raised his eyebrows and leaned his head back. Song Yaoyao, get off. No. No. Song Yaoyao was extremely childish in front of Huo Yunque. She shook her head happily as her eyes lit up with a barely noticeable sense of pride and possessiveness. Are you getting off? Huo Yunque narrowed his eyes. Song Yaoyao's grip tightened, and she giggled as she shook her head. She then rubbed her head against his broad shoulder. No. Unless you agree to one thing. She smiled as she took a breath of the man's unique, icy scent with satisfaction. Song Yaoyao had her plans. She had already decided to get the man's contact details as soon as he agreed. His private contact details. I'm so smart. Song Yaoyao clicked her fingers in her mind. But the man suddenly lifted her up and placed her on his lap. Song Yaoyao froze. She buried herself in Huo Yunque's embrace like a big doll. The man enjoyed seeing the shock on the young woman's face. With a smirk, he said indifferently, I don't like it when people try to negotiate conditions with me. Since you like it so much, then sit still. The car fell silent. Song Yaoyao blinked blankly as she sat frozen in place. After some time, Gidge. This wasn't right. Her plan was to slowly wriggle her way into his life so he could get to know her. This was not right at all. Huo Yunque lifted his head with seriousness. Is it uncomfortable? Do you want to swap positions? There were no fluctuations in his voice. His tone was calm and refined. It was as though he was really carrying a doll in his arms, and he spoke to her with no emotions. Song Yaoyao sat still in his arms, too afraid to move. She grabbed onto his shirt and cried on the inside. What was she to do? What in the Hades was she supposed to do? Wasn't she supposed to take the initiative? Why didn't Gidge act as expected? Gidge is scary. I'm dead. The car arrived safely at the entrance of the Song family's mansion. The front door was shut, but inside, the lights were on. However, no one came out to check on them. Huoqi put down the hand that was ringing the doorbell. FCK. Are these people deaf? Sir? He bent over and knocked on the car window. Separated by a layer of glass, Huoqi could not see that inside the car, his pure-hearted master was carrying a young woman in his arms. The young woman tugged on Huo Yunque's shirt and frowned. Stuttering, she asked, Gidge, can I get off now? I'm home. In a leisurely tone, Huo Yunque replied, of course. Song Yaoyao felt as though a load had been lifted off her shoulders. If she sat like that any longer, she wouldn't be able to handle it. As she thought this, she let go and got ready to slide off. But the man's big hands remained on her waist, unmoving. Song Yaoyao, Gidge. Her cheeks were red like blood, and her eyes were twinkling. Huo Yunque's lips twitched. He looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't. Huh, why aren't you getting off? Song Yaoyao stared into his deep eyes. If she could, she would dig a hole to hide in. As her eyes twinkled, she reminded the man quietly, Gidge, your hands. They're still on my waist. Oh. Huo Yunque didn't even lift an eyelid as he leaned lazily against the car seat. Although he responded with his mouth, his body did not move. Huoqi waited outside for ages. He rang the doorbell several times, but no one came to open the door. It was only 7 p.m., dinner time. He refused to believe that no one was home, but this made him realize that Song Yaoyao was being neglected for real. He furrowed his brows and his gaze turned cold. Although there were rumors that the Song family was biased, this was too much. She was simply home a little late. Were they not letting her in? Song Jingwan was sitting at the dining table eating dinner at that moment. When she heard the sound of a car, her eyes darted a little. Biting her chopsticks, she asked, "Is Yaoyao back?" When Song Wunchuan heard this, he got ready to stand up. Bang! Song Rue frowned and slammed his hands on the table. Sit down and eat. She want to have fun instead of coming home after school. Let her reflect on her actions outside. Without lifting her head, Zhou Monli said coldly, if we don't teach her a lesson, she's going to forget what surname she has. Song Wunchuan knitted his brows. It's cold outside. She won't die. Zhou Monli took a sip of soup. There was no trace of concern on her face. If someone goes out to get her, then they can join her. Song Jingwan bit her lower lip and tugged on Song Wunchuan's sleeve. In a whisper, she said, brother, don't make mom and dad angry. Later, you can. But before she finished speaking, Song Wunchuan stood up and headed for the door. Chuan, stop right there. You little punk. Song Jingwan lowered her gaze and stared at the hand that had been rejected. Slowly a smile appeared on her face. As expected, as long as Song Yaoyao was still alive, her brother's love would be split into two. She didn't want to share her brother with that jinx. The front door opened and Song Wunchuan stepped out in a woolly sweater. Where's Yaoyao? Song Yaoyao trembled in fear as though she had been discovered. She didn't understand why. She clearly didn't treat Song Wunchuan as her real brother, but when she heard his voice, she immediately panicked. Gidge. The young woman tugged on Huo Yunque's shirt pleadingly. Her cheeks were red like blood, and her eyes were gleaming as she pitifully begged for mercy. Huo Yunque curled his lips and asked in a loud voice, will you act recklessly from now on? Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and said sullenly, I wouldn't dare. The pitiful Song Yaoyao had never been held in anyone's arms except for her father's. This time, she was taught a good life lesson. Okay, go then. Huo Yunque finally showed mercy and let her go. Song Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief as she finally gained control over her body again. Like a little loach, she quickly pushed open the car door and slid out. Song Wunchuan was walking towards them at that moment. When he saw Huoqi's face, his eyes turned cold. Yu Huoqi smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Huo family's upper 12 guards, number 7, Qi. Sorry for arriving without notice. Song Wunchuan's gaze fell upon Song Yaoyao, who had just stepped out of the car and furrowed his brows. Stretching out his hand as well, he replied, I've heard a lot about you. The upper 12 guards of the Huo family were historically the personal guards of the master of the Huo household. They spent their lives devoted to their master and were usually orphans nurtured from a young age. Since Huoqi had appeared, then the person in the car. His guess was right. A moment later, the man opened the door and stepped out. His clothes were simple and his appearance was surprisingly young. But, of course, the moment that he appeared, the powerful presence that could only be accumulated through years of authority and the man's classy and refined aura clearly highlighted the reality for Song Wunchuan. The person that brought his sister home was Feng City's reclusive Mr. Huo. Yaoyao, Yu's gaze was complicated. As he looked into Song Yaoyao's slightly red eyes, he furrowed his brows. Did someone bully you? Without a care, he straightforwardly asked this question in front of the man. If upper society was split into classes, the Huas had long surpassed them and reached unreachable heights. So, if Huo Yunque wanted to, he could even make a century-old socialite family disappear from Feng City forever. The songs were no exception. Huh. Song Yaoyao held onto her cake, walked around the car, and approached. She didn't expect Song Wenchuan to ask such a question. She took a glance at Huo Yunque and replied, "No one bullied me." Seeing that the girl was lying, Song Wenchuan clenched the fists by his side. Suddenly, he walked up to the man and looked into his calm eyes. "Mr. Hua, my sister is still young. If she has offended you, I shall apologize on her behalf. Can you please show mercy and let her go?" The night was quiet, and the estate rarely had any passers-by. Huo Yunque rotated the prayer beads in his hands and smiled. "Oh, why would you say that?" His voice was calm, without any trace of forcefulness. Compared to the rumors, he was actually quite gentle. But Song Wenchuan's back stiffened as the man's eyes fell upon him. He wasn't angry, but his authority could be felt. In fact, his powerful presence made one too afraid to even lift their head in front of him. Song Wenchuan gritted his teeth and endured. "My sister is timid. Although I don't know how you met, the two of you are not from the same world." No matter the reason, Song Wenchuan did not want to see Huo Yunque appear in front of Song Yaoyao again. This man appeared casual and relaxed, and his gaze even showed signs of compassion. But the danger he posed was beyond their imagination, and Huo Yunque appeared to nod as he turned and returned to his car. "It's cold outside. Go in." Song Wenchuan froze for a bit. Did Huo Yunque agree or not? He opened his mouth to say something, but before any words came out, he saw his sister chase after the man and grab onto his sleeve. His eyelids twitched. "Oh my. Song Yaoyao, do you still want to live?" The average person couldn't come in contact with a person of this level, so they didn't know of his existence. As for the songs, their impression of the man only came from what they had heard from others. But this didn't prevent Song Wenchuan from knowing that this man was dangerous, powerful, and he hated when people got close to him. He anxiously tried to pull back his sister, but he was one step too late when he heard his sister's whining voice. "Gidge, are you angry? His thoughts don't represent mine. I don't think we are from two different worlds at all." Huo Yunque glanced down and saw the girl's watery eyes. Stretching his hand to pat her on the head, he commanded in a deep voice, "Song Yaoyao, go inside." It was already late at night, and the temperature was cold. Song Yaoyao pouted and did not let go. "Gidge, tell me if you're angry first." Song Wenchuan watched their interaction in shock. His heart felt a little sour and uncomfortable. It was like growing a wumbok in the garden and not being able to enjoy it before a pig came along and ate it up. "No, I'm not angry." Huo Yunque didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At his position, his EQ had long surpassed that of an average person. A few words was not enough to stir up his anger. "Go inside. Remember to eat dinner." As he boarded his car, Song Yaoyao asked, "When will we meet again? How about this Saturday? I'll treat you to a meal." Huoqi was already in the car, so Huo Yunque was ready to leave at any moment. He looked at Song Yaoyao. If he didn't agree, it appeared as though the young woman was ready to cry at any moment. Seeing that he wasn't answering, her big eyes were already a little watery as disappointment crept onto her face. Huo Yunque knitted his brows and replied, "Okay, pinky promise." Song Yaoyao was immediately overcome with joy. Blinking back her tears, she lifted her pinky finger excitedly. "Huo Yunque, good job, little swindler." Letting out a laugh, he calmly ordered his driver to start driving. Adults don't lie to kids. Unlike a certain young lady who uses her cute whining to take advantage of others, adults are full of lies. Song Yaoyao said as she carried her backpack and watched the black car drive away. In the darkness, a few other cars drove out, wedging it in the middle and protecting it. Song Wenchuan shoved his hands in his pockets and crept up on Song Yaoyao. "Song Yaoyao, what did you just call him? You're not planning to get close to Hua Ningxi by using Mr. Hua, right?" he asked in seriousness as he pursed his lips. Personally, he didn't think much of Hua Ningxi. His parents were the ones that had a death wish. Two sisters fighting over one man. Was that something to be proud of? Did they really think he was that impressive? Or did they simply have their eyes on his family background? Yet, next to the high and mighty Huo Yunque. How did he compare? Selfishly, Song Wonchuan didn't want Song Rue and Zhou Monli to know about what happened. The brat was so silly. If they found out, they would probably sell her off. Song Yaoyao was surprised that Song Wonchuan would oppose Huo Yunque because of her. When she looked at Song Wonchuan again, she looked a little uncomfortable. Furrowing her brows, she asked in confusion, "Why are your thoughts so strange? Is Huo Ningxi that good? Would I go around in such a big circle just to pursue him?" "Oh, you wouldn't?" Song Wonchuan sneered. Clearly, he assumed Song Yaoyao was making an excuse. How could she stop liking someone just like that? Even when she was timid, she bravely fought with Song Jingwan for Huo Ningxi, let alone now that her personality had changed. You can believe me if you want. Either way, I don't like him. Huo Ningxi couldn't even fight against a girl. How was he supposed to protect his girlfriend? He was complete trash. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes and walked off. Hey! Song Wonchuan was furious. As he followed behind her, he asked, "If you don't like him, then who do you like? His uncle?" "Song Yaoyao, you're certainly brave. Each person you like is getting more difficult to pursue." "Oh?" Song Yaoyao paused and turned around in a dumbfounded manner. "Didn't you hear him agree to go on a date with me?" "A date?" Song Wonchuan stumbled. "Didn't you trick him into agreeing?" "It worked. It's none of your business what method I used," Song Yaoyao said proudly as she held her head high. Underneath the night sky, she was lively and full of vigor. Song Wonchuan blinked and tightened the fist in his pocket. "I am your brother. How is it not my business? He is much older than you. If you are together, you will definitely get hurt." Song Yaoyao froze and lifted her gaze. Song Wonchuan's gaze was complex. It contained emotions that Song Yaoyao could not understand. Strangely, it made her think of her brother from her previous life. All of a sudden, her nose hurt a little. She breathed in and turned to leave. In an unhappy voice, she said, "But I like him. What can I do about it?" Was she supposed to push away the person she liked rather than pursue him? This was not her style. Your feelings certainly changed quickly. Hearing her response, Song Wonchuan continued to question her. "By the way, you're not from the same generation. How can you call him Gidge when you won't even call me by my name?" His voice sounded sour. He was upset on the inside. Initially, he was happy that she had grown tougher and she would no longer be bullied. But in the blink of an eye, what happened? Song Wonchuan could not accept this sudden change. Without turning back, Song Yaoyao was already walking up the stairs and waving her hand. "You're so silly. How does a lover compare to a brother? They're different, of course." Song Wonchuan. FCK. I hate this. Song Yaoyao and Song Wonchuan entered the mansion one after the other. By now, the maids were already tidying the dining table. Song Jingwan approached and asked worriedly, "Yaoyao, why are you home so late? Did you catch a taxi?" Or she blinked and pretended to accidentally look outside. The courtyard was empty, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Holding onto her cake, Song Yaoyao replied, "It's exactly what you're thinking." Her lips curved slightly and her voice was sweet. When she noticed Song Jingwan tense up, her smile increased. She quickly looked at Song Wonchuan, who had already passed them, and walked inside. "Annie Lu, cook some more food for Yaoyao." "You're not allowed." Zhou Monli scoffed and turned her head as she held onto the television remote. "From now on, if you don't come straight home after school, you can starve." Song Yaoyao walked past Song Jingwan and headed upstairs with her backpack. Song Jingwan bit her lip and pleaded, "Mom, forgive Yaoyao this time. I'm sure she didn't mean it." "She didn't mean it?" Zhou Monli said sternly as she threw the television remote to the side. "She's already misbehaving at her age. As a student, she's fooling around rather than coming home after school. Who knows which hooligan she's fooling around with?" "Mom." Song Wonchuan's expression sunk. "How could you say something like that?" His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Zhou Monli like she was a stranger. He couldn't understand. Just because of one's fortune and just because the strange things around Song Jingwan made her appear like she was good luck, was that enough reason for Zhou Monli to say something like this about her own daughter? Even from a stranger, these words were harsh and insulting, let alone from a mother. "Brother." Song Jingwan's face turned pale. Zhou Monli was shocked by Song Wonchuan's criticism. When she finally reacted, She stood up fiercely and raised her voice. If she had the guts to do it, then she shouldn't be afraid of people talking about it. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Song Yaoyao paused slightly. She turned her head and surprisingly smiled. If that's what you believe, then so be it. Hooligan? I wonder how Gij will react when he hears this. In Zhou Monli's eyes, she was confessing and being smug about it. She pointed at Song Yaoyao fiercely even though she was flustered on the inside. Song Yaoyao, you're beyond saving. If I knew I gave birth to an unlucky brat like you, I would have choked you to death the moment you were born. Mom, don't be angry. Yaoyao, stop talking. Song Jingwan immediately rushed forward and held on to Zhou Monli as she looked at Song Yaoyao, gesturing for her to apologize. But Song Yaoyao also noticed the smugness in her eyes. Without a word, she remained calm and walked upstairs, quickly disappearing from sight. Song Wenchuan frowned, and he looked at Song Jingwan questioningly. Jingwan, did you really not know who Yaoyao left with? Song Jingwan curled her fingers and leaned against Zhou Monli. Forcing a smile, she looked at him innocently. Brother, what are you trying to say? How would I know where Yaoyao went? She tried to stare into Song Wenchuan's eyes as though she had nothing to be guilty about. After a while, Song Wenchuan furrowed his brows. Okay, I understand. After saying this, he turned around and returned to his room. Zhou Monli was furious. Seeing the situation, she sneered, if you're that great, you can cook food for her yourself. Otherwise, if anyone else dares to cook for her, they can pack their things and leave. She was determined to teach Song Yaoyao a lesson. Song Jingwan breathed out and finally relaxed. Judging by his reaction, her brother believed her, right? Song Wenchuan paused. As he turned his head, he looked at Zhou Monli with slight ridicule. Mom, is this necessary? If Jingwan had come home late, would you have done the same thing? Faced with this question, Zhou Monli patted Song Jingwan on the hand with amusement. My Wanwan is a good girl. She would never learn bad habits like that. Even if she's late, it will be because of something serious. Mom Song Jingwan stomped her feet in embarrassment. Yaoyao's actually really good too. Don't try to speak up for her. Zhou Monli furrowed her brows. Song Jingwan stuck out her tongue and looked at Song Wenchuan helplessly, gesturing that there was nothing she could do either. Song Wenchuan quickly realized that if he ignored them, then he wouldn't be annoyed by them. You guys chat. I'm going back to my room to rest. He then turned around and opened a food ordering app on his phone. As soon as Song Yaoyao returned to her room, the first thing she did was have a hot shower. When she came out of the bathroom, she turned on her computer and sat down at her desk. The lights caged her in, causing her to appear petite. Just as she picked up her cake, her penguin chat vibrated. She bit her lip and puffed up her cheeks as she looked at her screen. Meng Qiqi, my dear. The quality of the photos last time was great. I was live on the scene this time and captured a decent amount. Do you have time? Can you help me retouch some? Song Yaoyao narrowed her eyes and typed 3 words. It's Yaoyao. Send them over. Meng Qiqi. Okay. Song Yaoyao downloaded the file, opened it up, and had a quick look like last time. It's Yaoyao. 200/photo. Minimum 10. Send me half the amount as a deposit first. Meng Qiqi. Roll eyes, my dear. Am I the type to run off without paying? Besides, when did you become a miser? Meng Qiqi was famous for being rich in their fan club. Back when Luo Xingguang first debuted, she invested several hundreds of thousands on a billboard in Times Square and got them to play his dance video throughout the day. It's Yaoyao. I'm making money to support my lover. Serious.jpg Meng Qiqi. Wow. Understood. After saying this, she quickly transferred half her payment. Thus, Song Yaoyao began to retouch photos as she ate her cake. She was very quick and particularly experienced at retouching photos as her fingers flew across the keyboard. Only every now and then did she use the mouse to carefully draw a few strands of hair and eyebrows. Meanwhile, downstairs, it was cold at night, so Zhou Monli had a shawl on her shoulders as she sat on the sofa and watched television. At this time every night, Song Jingwan would accompany her mother without fail, even though she was not interested. Auntie Lu wiped her hands and poked her head out to have a look. Zhou Monli was surprised. It's so late. Auntie Lu, see who's outside. Okay. Auntie Lu replied before she stepped outside. Song Jingwan's eyes glowed, and she felt a bit unsettled. When Auntie Lu entered with the familiar face, her discomfort immediately increased. She stood up with a swish, looked at Huo Qi in front of her, and her throat dried up. At first, even though Song Yaoyao was close to Mr. Hua, Song Jingwan did not have high hopes for her. Their statuses were miles apart. In Song Jingwan's mind, Mr. Hua would have to have really bad taste for him to be interested in Song Yaoyao. But she was dumbfounded now. "Hello, you are?" Huo Qi smiled slightly. From the moment he stepped in, he had already analyzed the situation in the living room. "Hi, Mrs. Song. My surname is Huo Qi. Because Miss Song went to the hospital to visit Elder Hua with Master Hua today, her dinner time was delayed. The master was worried that Miss Song would be hungry, so he sent me here to deliver some food." As soon as she heard the surname Hua, Zhou Monli's eyes lit up and she smiled. "Master Hua? Is it Ningxi?" But visiting the hospital, she looked at Song Jingwan questioningly. Her precious daughter returned home on time today. Huo Qi smirked. "Not this Miss Song. The other one." Zhou Monli's smile immediately disappeared. "Are you talking about Song Yaoyao?" she asked in shock. In that case, which Master Hua was he referring to? Did the brat go on a date behind everyone's back? How could that be? She was planning to let Wanwan marry Ningxi. Yes, Huo Qi nodded. "Has Miss Song had her dinner yet?" "This." He lifted the container and gestured that it was for Song Yaoyao. "Oh, that one." Zhou Monli's lips twitched. "She's upstairs." Song Jingwan gripped onto the hem of her shirt and quickly interrupted. "Mom, I'll go call Song Yaoyao to come down." As soon as she said this, she smiled at Huo Qi and ran upstairs. "That child." Zhou Monli smiled dotingly. "Don't mind her." So that the reason why Yaoyao was so late was because she was with Ningxi? Then, I don't have to worry. Hua Ningxi? Huo Qi raised an eyebrow and smiled. It wasn't young Master Ningxi. There was only one official Master Hua in the Hua family. Had Mrs. Song not realized who he was referring to? In that case, he didn't mind making things clear for her. She was with the master of our household, young Master Ningxi's small uncle. That was the true Master Hua. Hua Ningxi was not qualified to be compared to their master. Oh, so it was. Wait, what did you say? Zhou Monli didn't realize what was going on at first. As she smiled, her expression suddenly stiffened. Master Hua? Hua Ningxi's small uncle? That. She smiled awkwardly as she looked at the man in disbelief. Why would Master Hua and our Song Yaoyao? That's our master's private matter. As a subordinate, I have no idea. Huo Qi replied casually. Of course, if you're really curious, you can always ask him yourself. This truly made Zhou Monli awkward. However, Huo Qi had been friendly and well-mannered from the start. So even though she had been face-slapped, she could only respond with a smile. As soon as Song Jingwan reached the top of the stairs, her smile disappeared. She lifted her hand and knocked on Song Yaoyao's door. There was no response. Whenever Song Yaoyao was immersed in something, it was hard for her to be disturbed by the outside world. Only after she retouched all the photos and completed her deal by sending the files to Meng Qiqi did she finally breathe out and massage her tired fingers. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes in annoyance. She then stood up and walked over to open the door. Song Jingwan's hand was met with emptiness, and she almost hit Song Yaoyao on the face. Song Jingwan, you better give me a good reason why you're disturbing my rest. As she said this, she narrowed her eyes, moved her head to the side, and avoided Song Jingwan's hand. The bright light fell upon her small face, and there was a dark gloominess in her eyes. When she was in a good mood, she didn't mind teasing Song Jingwan. But right now, she simply wanted some quiet time to herself. TCH, someone brought you food. Is that a good enough reason? Song Jingwan glared at Song Yaoyao unhappily. Grinding her teeth, she walked past Song Yaoyao and said in a lowered voice, Song Yaoyao, you're certainly lucky. Someone brought her food? Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up and the gloominess on her face disappeared. Suddenly, she brushed past Song Jingwan and happily ran downstairs. When she didn't see Huo Yunque, Song Yaoyao was not disappointed. She knew he wouldn't personally come, but just seeing Huo Qi was enough to make her pleasantly surprised. Huo Qi, did Gij tell you to come? Miss Song. Huo nodded and handed the container to her. This is for you. I need to hurry back to the Huo mansion, so I won't stay for much longer. Song Yaoyao accepted the container. It was quite heavy. She watched as Huo nodded at Zhou Monli and Song Rue, who had just come downstairs. He then turned and left. Hey, didn't Gidge leave a message? She asked as she pouted her lips. When he heard this, Huo actually stopped, tapping himself on the back of the head. He turned around and smiled. I almost forgot. The master told you that you need to eat properly to grow taller. After speaking, he looked at Song Yaoyao's sunken expression in satisfaction and left coolly. Oh, what a good reaction. Song Yaoyao held onto the container and ground her teeth. Stupid Gidge. He went too far. Song Rue's eyes twinkled. Adjusting his glasses, he asked, Yaoyao, are you familiar with Master Huo? Song Wenchuan, who was just walking downstairs, paused. All he heard was the girl's sweet voice. In what way? Zhou Monli wrapped herself in her shawl and analyzed Song Yaoyao carefully as though she didn't recognize her own daughter. What's going on between you and Ningxi? How did you get involved with Master Huo? Also, tonight, were you with Master Huo? Song Yaoyao did not like the self-confident tone she used when she questioned her. She let out a laugh and curved her eyes, pretending to be innocent. Yes, he's the hooligan you were talking about. In other words, I didn't come straight home after school because I was fooling around with Master Huo. Are you satisfied with this answer? Her voice was high-pitched at the end, and she deliberately emphasized the two words, fooling around. Zhou Monli glared at Song Yaoyao angrily, but when she saw the container in her hands, she quickly suppressed the fire burning inside of her. Her cheeks were heating up like an invisible hand had slapped her on both sides, and they were burning in pain. Song Jingwan saw everything and secretly bit her lower lip. Hooligan? Fooling around? Song Rue clearly furrowed his brows, and his face was frighteningly dark as he looked at Zhou Monli coldly. I had no idea that she was with Master Huo. Zhou Monli panicked and took a sneaky glance at Song Yaoyao. Moreover, she returned without saying a word, like she had done something guilty. Who knew she went to visit Elder Huo at the hospital with Master Huo? Zhou Monli felt as though her head was filled with a paste and her brain was a coil of messy wires. It was a complete blur. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Song Wenchuan sneered, his eyes full of ridicule. It was hard not to admit that his parents were truly frightening. Song Yaoyao's heart was clear. It was naturally impossible for her to develop any feelings of affection for them. Her tone was indifferent. As she turned around with her container, she said, You could have asked me. Didn't you start scolding me as soon as you saw me? It was as though you didn't give birth to me, and I was your enemy. Since you already convicted me from the start, there was no reason for me to waste my breath explaining. After all, in your hearts, everything I do is wrong anyway. If that's the case. Song Yaoyao turned around and her lips curved. Her eyes were empty and misty, but they gave off a sense of aggressiveness. It's none of your business what I do. You. Stop right there, brat. How dare you speak to me like that? Shut up. Song Rue warned Zhou Monli fiercely as he furrowed his brows and watched Song Yaoyao disappear up the stairs and around the corner. He lifted his hand to massage between his eyebrows. His temples seemed to be pulsing in pain. Fooling around with a hooligan? Is that something that a mother would say? If word got out about this, do you think she would be the embarrassed one? No. The entire Song family would be embarrassed. So stupid. Extremely stupid. He scolded a few words before his gaze swept across Song Yaoyao's room on the second floor. Zhou Monli had never been this embarrassed. As a result, her eyes turned red from the scolding. Yes, I was stupid. But don't assume that I don't know what you're thinking. Is that man someone that she can actually get close to? Aren't you afraid that the entire Song family will have to pay? Being exposed ruthlessly by his wife, Song Rue felt a little embarrassed. Lowering his voice, he said, Just remember to minimize such words in the future. If Master Huo hears these words, will you be able to handle the consequences? Zhou Monli's face turned pale as she thought of this frightening outcome. She bit her lip and resisted saying anything else. Jingwan. Huh. What? Dad, did you call me? Song Jingwan, who was in a daze, lifted her head. Her face was pale as she smiled. You're normally quite close to Yaoyao. Do you know when she got to know Master Hua? Faced with Song Rue's interrogative gaze, Song Jingwan dug her nails into her palms. Looking as blank as usual, she shook her head. I just remember that she was clinging to Master Hua at the mountain resort. I don't know anything else. Also, she smiled bitterly, Dad. Yaoyao has a lot of misunderstandings toward me, so we've clearly drifted apart. With just a few words, she distanced herself from Song Yaoyao. Of course, Song Rue believed his consistently outstanding daughter. He nodded his head and furrowed his brows. Okay, keep an eye on her from now on. If she meets with Master Hua again, Dad. Song Jingwan bit her lip and said quietly, I think Mom has a point. How could Master Hua be interested in a girl that's so much younger than him? Besides, Ningxi already knows about this, and he had a huge argument with Yaoyao over it. If word gets out, Song Yaoyao was meant to marry the nephew. If she ended up with the uncle, then it would be a complete joke. Song Rue consciously considered this point as well. He furrowed his brows and said, Let me think this over. After saying this, he turned around and returned to his study room. At this time, Auntie Lu entered with a delicately packaged paper bag. She looked at the three people in the dining room and asked curiously, Who ordered takeaway? Zhou Monli's gaze fell upon Song Wenchuan with a whoosh. Great. You appear to be complying on the surface, but you're actually opposing me on the inside. I've raised you for nothing. Song Wenchuan glanced indifferently at the paper bag in Auntie Lu's hands. He then headed straight upstairs. Leave it there. Mom and Jingwan, if you want to eat it, you can give it a try. His indifferent gaze made Zhou Monli furious. Meanwhile, Auntie Lu held onto the paper bag helplessly. Madam, what about that? Zhou Monli asked as she wrapped herself in her shawl. I'm full from anger. How could I be in the mood to eat? Throw it out. I feel frustrated looking at it. Why was it so hard to deal with Song Yaoyao? This brat was indeed born to jinx her. Not only did she have an unlucky appearance, she didn't do anything she liked. After she returned to her bedroom, Song Jingwan was the only person left in the living room. Auntie Lu felt that throwing out the food would be a waste, so she asked, Big Miss, do you want to eat some? PFFF. As soon as she spoke, the girl broke into laughter. Auntie Lu lifted her eyes in confusion and met Song Jingwan's amused gaze. Her lips curved upwards and she said in ridicule, Auntie Lu, didn't you hear what Mom said? Eating this kind of garbage will make me fat. After saying this, she left casually. Why should she eat something that Song Yaoyao wasn't eating? She wasn't a garbage picker. The wind from the front door was cold. Inside the empty living room, Auntie Lu shivered. Why did the big miss seem different? Late at night, inside a high-end residential estate, Luo Xingguang buried himself in his sofa after a long day of work. His makeup-free face looked clearly pale and exhausted. He rolled up on the sofa, casually logged onto Weibo, and accidentally clicked on a post. Earth's ideal Luo Xingguang, flourishing beauty Luo Xingguang, new photos from the stage are up. Come enjoy 365 degrees of our Gija's flawless beauty. I'm about to faint. He's too amazing on stage. I'm completely speechless. Album attached. Luo Xingguang laughed. Just as he lowered his eyes and planned to click out of the post, his gaze fell upon the photos. Countless dazzling lights fell upon his body as the lens pierced through tens of thousands of figures and focused on him while he concentrated on his dance. As he danced, hair and flying beads of sweat were frozen in the frame, and it appeared as though there was fire in his eyes. From a motionless photo, he actually felt the passion and emotions. Outsiders were drawn to the crowd, but those from within the industry were drawn to skills. Luo Xingguang, who had almost been in the entertainment industry for 5 years, had long developed his own standards for beauty. These photos used the same filter, but they had a real yet dreamy effect. The photos weren't casually retouched and filtered to the point where one's jawline was just a blur. The retoucher has decent skills. He raised an eyebrow. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already clicked the download button. The next day, the weather was rainy, so the temperature dropped. Song Yaoyao put down her backpack and sat at the dining table. After last night, Song Rue and Zhou Monli's attitude became a little strange. Song Yaoyao could see the hatred in Zhou Monli's eyes, but the strange thing was, she was actually suppressing it. Good morning, Yaoyao. Song Jingwan said gently. After a good night's sleep, Song Yaoyao was refreshed. She turned her head and grinned at Song Jingwan. Song Yaoyao couldn't control her strength and crushed an egg in her hand. "Oh, Dad, I'm sorry. I was too strong." Song Yaoyao apologized sincerely as her lips curved upwards. Song Jingwan's eyelids twitched. She pursed her lips and shook her head. "That's fine." Zhou Monli scanned her eyes across the crushed egg that was returned to its plate and took a deep breath. Song Rue glanced at her. "Clumsy," Song Wunchuan said coldly as he casually placed a freshly peeled boiled egg on Song Yaoyao's plate. When Song Jingwan saw this, she bit her lower lip and whined unhappily, "Brother, you're so biased. I want you to peel me one too. Come, Wanwan. Don't be unhappy. I'll peel you one." Seeing that her precious daughter was unhappy, Zhou Monli quickly tried to comfort her. Song Wunchuan raised his eyebrows. He casually picked up an egg, peeled it, and placed it on Song Jingwan's plate. "Eat more. You need nutrients to grow taller." He then grabbed 2 tissues to wipe his hands and looked at the sullen Song Yaoyao. When he saw her biting her egg like she had a huge grudge against it, amusement appeared in his eyes and he stood up. "I'm going to go to the office first. You two be nice to each other." As he lowered his head, he happened to gaze into Song Jingwan's eyes. "Okay, Jingwan?" The man's charming eyes looked at her questioningly. Song Jingwan quickly revealed a smile. "Of course, you can go to work without any worries. I will behave." Song Wunchuan's lips curved upwards, but it wasn't clear what he was thinking. "I trust you," he said. He then raised his hand. When she saw this, Song Jingwan's smile increased. Just as she was about to lean in, Song Wunchuan's hand fell upon Song Yaoyao's head and he rubbed it hard. "Hey!" Song Yaoyao glared at him with puffed-up cheeks. "You're so annoying." Her soft, fluffy hair was nice to touch, but Song Wunchuan messed it up until it looked like a chicken's nest. Paired with her big, dark, complaining eyes, Song Wunchuan was overloaded with cuteness. Be good. Song Yaoyao ignored his gentle tone as she rolled her eyes with annoyance. She appeared to be annoyed, but their method of interaction actually made Song Jingwan grit her teeth. When did Song Yaoyao and Song Wunchuan become so close? At that time, she looked at the plate of boiled eggs again and felt a complex mix of emotions. Even towards Song Wunchuan, she now felt a sense of resentment. When Song Wunchuan turned his head, he happened to notice her gaze. He pulled his hand back and looked down. "I'm going to work." After Song Wunchuan left, Song Yaoyao finished the last bite of her breakfast, lifted her glass of milk, and drank it in one go. She then grabbed her backpack and headed toward the door. "I'm done. You guys can continue to eat slowly." Song Jingwan bit her lip. As she watched Song Yaoyao follow Song Wunchuan out, she stood up and chased after her. "I'm also done. Mom, Dad, bye. Stay safe," Zhou Monli reminded as she ran after her. Song Jingwan waved her hand and followed Song Yaoyao out. A helper was already waiting outside with an umbrella. A thick fog covered the sky, and it was still a little dark, like it was still 4-5 a.m. in the morning. On the way to school, Song Jingwan frowned and did not say a word. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao was relaxed and happy. After they arrived, they separated and went to their respective classrooms. "Precious Yaoyao, good morning." As soon as Song Yaoyao walked through the door, her eyes fell upon a beautifully dazzling face. When she smiled, it seemed to light up the room. "Good morning," she waved her hand and smiled at Tang Shinro. "Quick, explain yourself." The moment that Song Yaoyao sat down, Tang Shinro immediately grabbed onto her and started chatting with her. "I heard you beat up Huan Ningxi outside the school gates yesterday." "Uh-huh." Song Yaoyao nodded calmly as she pulled out her textbook. FCK Tang Shinro was shocked. She had left early the previous day, and she regretted it at this moment. If she had known, she would have stayed back to watch the show. "Why did you hit him? What was the reason? Didn't he retaliate? Were you hurt?" As Tang Shinro spoke, she was a bit handsy, and this made Song Yaoyao a little uncomfortable. Like a frightened bunny, she leaned back in her chair and covered her chest. "Stop being so handsy. I'm scared." As Tang Shinro looked into her big round eyes, the evilness in her gaze grew, and she rubbed her hands together. "Hee, we're both girls. What are you afraid of? Come, let me give you a hug." "No, you female hooligan." Song Yaoyao glared at her and retreated. Her back pressed against the edge of the desk behind her, and she couldn't retreat any further. At this time, someone pulled back the desk behind her. Caught by surprise, she tumbled backward. Oh! Her back hit the hard desk and tears of pain immediately poured out. It was extremely painful. You bastard. She held back her tears, turned around fiercely, clenched her fists, and glared at the culprit as she gritted her teeth. A youth with hostility in his eyes leaned lazily against the wall and looked at Song Yaoyao sleepily. When he saw her tears, he burst into laughter and said in a roguish tone, "Classmate, you're so delicate." The structure of this sentence was really familiar. Han Jun rolled his eyes and looked at the frivolous Shen Sun. Is Brother Sun lowering himself to the point of bullying a girl? Song Yaoyao was dumbfounded by his laughing. As tears stirred in her eyes, she lifted her head and stared at him. Seeing this expression, Shen Sun laughed even harder. Suyu secretly smiled smugly. Song Yaoyao, let's see if you can still be arrogant. But then, a punch fell upon Shen Sun's face. FCK. Shen Sun's head was knocked to the side. Before he managed to make a sound, Han Jun pounced toward him and held on to him. Brother Sun, calm down. We don't hit women. The youth licked the inside of his cheek and tasted blood. The hostility between his eyes could not be diffused. As he tried not to laugh, he stared at Song Yaoyao. She hit him, but she looked aggrieved like she had been bullied. Hoo-hoo. Song Yaoyao's fist and eyes were red. Unable to endure the pain she blew on her hand. She wanted to cry even harder and hit someone. Tang Shinro opened her mouth in shock. FCK, my dear. You're a bit fierce. As she grabbed onto Song Yaoyao, she glared at Shen Sun. Shen Sun, you provoked Yaoyao first. Besides, she's not very strong. I assume her hit was just like a tickle to you. Why don't we let this pass? You're classmates, after all. Let it pass? Shen Sun found this ridiculous. He leaned forward and pointed to the side of his face. The corner of his lips was bruised. Do you really think she's not very strong? Ahem. Tang Shinro's gaze fell upon his bruise and her eyes darted. Well, she looked at her friend speechlessly as her heart raced. Who knew she was a violent girl? What do you want then? Song Yaoyao wiped her tears as she lifted her head and asked dully. Her red eyes and nose tempted one to hold on to her and dote her. Han Jun held on to Shen Sun and continued to persuade him, Brother Sun, forget it. It's not necessary. As he spoke, he gestured to Song Yaoyao with his eyes. Song Yaoyao, just apologize. You're too tiny to handle Brother Sun's fist. And let's see what she does. Shen Sun wasn't actually that angry. He simply found the girl quite amusing. She looked weak and delicate. But why did she have such a bad temper? He deliberately looked at her with a sullen expression and produced a murderous vibe. Yaoyao, Yu Tang Shinro also suggested a peaceful outcome. But Song Yaoyao was stubborn. She had never been aggrieved like this. Besides, this was all Shen Sun's fault. She was just sitting there when Shen Sun almost caused her to break her bones. Oh, she sniffed and glared at him. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not apologizing. If you're that great, let's fight. I'm not scared. If worst came to worst, her hands would just hurt a little. She wouldn't die. Ha! Shen Sun looked at Song Yaoyao and calmly sat back in his seat. Her little shoulders were still shaking. She thought her tone was fierce, but she was too cute, like a kitten baring its claws before it even grew up. Ahem, Brother Sun. Shut up. Shen Sun glanced at him coldly with a sense of warning. Han Jun shut his mouth, pretended to zip it up, and raised his hands in surrender. Fine, let's fight then. You pick a place. Tang Shinro's mouth twitched a little and rolled her eyes. Shen Sun, are you being serious? If you hit a girl, I will no longer respect you. Do you think I care? Shen Sun also rolled his eyes. Okay. Song Yaoyao flipped her book without looking back. Let's set the rules. If you lose, then I will be your big bro. PFFF Han Jun was shocked. So were the students who were secretly watching. Had Song Yaoyao really lost her mind? Was she really brave enough to say anything? Not only was she fighting with the school bully, she was even placing a bet? Yaoyao, are you crazy? Tang Shinro lowered her voice and pinched Song Yaoyao's arm. Out that hurt. Song Yaoyao furrowed her brows. She was being serious. Why were these people so shocked? Shin Sun raised his eyebrows with amusement. Okay, but what if you lose? What do you want? Things were getting serious. Suyu secretly took a photo and sent it to Song Jingwan. It was accompanied by a message. Song Yaoyao has really lost her mind. She's provoked Shun Sun, and they've agreed to a fight. I'm waiting to see how she gets destroyed. Song Jingwan felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. She pulled it out to take a look and saw this message. She smirked without a sound and quickly typed a response. How did that happen? Yaoyao's no match for Shun Sun. Hurry and persuade her not to fight. Jingwan, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the question? Try and change your thought process. For example, Huo Yunque pointed to a math question and gently explained how to answer it. His tone was calm, and as the sun shone in through the window onto his body, he looked gorgeous like the male lead in a comic. Oh, sorry, Yunque. My mind wandered off for a second. Song Jingwan quickly tried to regain her composure. She took a sneaky glance at Huo Yunque and leaned in to listen to his explanation. Roughly 2 minutes later, Huo Yunque breathed out and pointed to the question paper. That's how you answer it. Do you understand? Uh-huh. Song Jingwan quickly smiled and nodded her head. Yunque, you're amazing. No wonder my mother told me to learn from you. Compared to you, I'm still far off, she said with admiration. The worship in her gaze pleased Huo Yunque. His lips curved slightly. It's fine. As long as you understand, that's all that matters. By the way, was someone looking for you? He pretended to casually ask. No. Song Jingwan poked out her tongue. It's Yaoyao. She's been a little strange lately. She even provoked Shun Sun today and declared to fight him. I don't know what to say to that. Fight? When he heard this, Huo Yunque couldn't help but think about the scene at the school gates the previous day. Even when he thought about it now, he could still feel the pain. That brat was like a militant. Since she likes fighting, then let her fight, he sneered. She can be taught a lesson so she doesn't think she's invincible. Oh? Song Jingwan acted like it bothered her. That's not a good idea, right? Huo Yunque burst into laughter. Shin Sun may have a bad temper, but he won't actually hit a girl. That would be so embarrassing. I'm guessing that even if Shin Sun agrees, she would be frightened to tears. Shin Sun was famous for a reason. Out of all the schools in the area, who hadn't heard about his skills? Yes, you're right. Let's ignore it for now then? Song Jingwan nodded and looked at Huo Yunque with her sparkling eyes. When Suyu received Song Jingwan's message, she pouted her lips, and her fingers flew across the keyboard. Don't worry, I will help you persuade her. As if. Meanwhile, Shin Sun was thinking seriously about what he wanted. All of a sudden, a condition gently drifted out of his mouth. My expectations aren't high. If you lose, I will take on the difficult task of allowing you to be my girlfriend. Song Yaoyao turned her head. Her expression did not change much, but there was a profound look in her eyes. It was as though she was looking at a fool. Impossible. Don't even think about it. You're not my type. Tan Jun immediately burst into laughter uncontrollably as he lay on the desk, his shoulders shaking. Meanwhile, Tang Shinro tried hard to hold back her laughter. That was right. How could she have forgotten? Yaoyao already had a mysterious gidge in her heart. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense and the sky became gloomy. The rarely seen sun was now covered by clouds again. Pressure slowly filled the room. Bang! Shin Sun stretched out his leg and lazily kicked Han Jun's desk, causing a loud bang to reverberate through the room. Is it funny? Han Jun trembled, quickly straightened his face, and shook his head furiously. No, no, no. Not funny at all. Really. I'm just easily amused. Shun Sun looked at him coldly and brushed his hand across his neck casually. The threat was self-evident. You're dead. Han Jun wanted to cry, but no tears came out as he huddled up in the corner and trembled. I'm just a weak and helpless spectator. Shun Sun turned his head, looked into the girl's moist eyes, and raised his eyebrows. You have personality. I like the way you underestimate me. He curved his lips and smiled smugly as he leaned forward on the desk and poked Song Yaoyao gently on the forehead. So, it's set. If I lose, I'll call you Big Bro. If you lose, you will be my girlfriend. The youth had a rebellious personality. His eyebrows were attractive and relaxed, and his temperament was a mix between a mature man and a teenager. There was depth in his eyes, but there was also a youthfulness between his eyebrows. In all fairness, Shunsun was a decent-looking boy. Song Yaoyao analyzed him carefully and slowly turned around. She was a little lost for words. Do you have masochistic tendencies? Why are you rushing to be my boyfriend? Does no one want you because you're too fierce? Does no one want him? Shinsun propped up his chin and leaned against the desk. He was roguish yet handsome. As amusement stirred in his eyes, he said lazily, yes, that's why I need to take the initiative. Han Jun almost rolled his eyes to the back of his head. Seriously, Brother Sun, unzip that rarely opened backpack of yours. It's filled to the brim with love letters. But did he have the guts to expose him? No way. He looked at Song Yaoyao sympathetically. What a beautiful girl. It was a shame that Brother Sun had his eyes set on her. But he had no idea that Song Yaoyao was unfazed. Without turning back, she replied, I won't lose, nor do I want to lose. If others don't want you, I don't want you either. Song Yaoyao only liked her Gij. After she arrived in this world, she fell in love with him at first sight. She would never change. Now that I think about it, I'm starting to miss him. Song Yaoyao lay on the desk and subconsciously drew circles on the surface. When would she become Gij's girlfriend? Tang Shinro held back her laughter as she glanced at the sullen Shinsun. Shinsun had always been arrogant. Did he finally receive a face slap? Before this, did he really think he was invincible? She leaned against the desk and poked Song Yaoyao's puffy cheeks. She knew she was afraid of pain, so she did not poke them too hard. Precious Yaoyao, what are you thinking? Song Yaoyao's eyelids drooped. Her dense eyelashes were still a little moist, and she looked aggrieved. I miss Gij, she replied straightforwardly. Gij? Tang Shinro felt a little uncomfortable when she said this word. Your biological brother? No, her biological brother was no longer in this world. In this world, she was all alone. Of course not. I'm referring to the Gij I like, Song Yaoyao replied in surprise. FCK. This was too much to handle. When Tang Shinro first saw Song Yaoyao's feed last night, she had already prepared herself mentally for this. But Han Jun was different. He couldn't help but look at Shun Sun sympathetically and shed a tear of pity. It wasn't easy for Brother Sun to develop an interest in a girl. In the end, not only was she not interested in him, she even had someone she liked already. Listening to her tone as she mentioned her Gij, it was gentle and sweet. It was as though she wanted to grow a pair of wings and fly over to him right away. Shin Sun wiped his face and suddenly stood up. He then grabbed onto Han Jun's neck with a smirk. Juner, let's visit the toilet together. Although it seemed like he was asking, he was already grabbing Han Jun by the neck. Like a radish, he pulled Han Jun out of his seat. Han Jun's joy turned to sorrow. His back stiffened as he cried, Brother Sun, I don't want to go. I already went before class. Shin Sun smirked and dragged him toward the door. No, I'm saying that you need to go, so you should go. Han Jun. Hoo, Brother Sun, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please let me go. He didn't want to be beaten up. Shin Sun laughed. Juner, I've noticed that your mind has been elsewhere lately. Let's have a chat in the toilet. Don't worry, I'm not interested in men. I won't take advantage of you. Han Jun wanted to cry, but no tears came out. You're not going to take advantage of me. You're going to beat me up. Being an underling was tough. Being the underling of a school bully was even tougher. Compared to his current situation, Han Jun actually thought for a moment that it was better to be taken advantage of. But when he realized what he was thinking, he was a bit disgusted by himself. Bleh. The class after that ran quite smoothly. It was hard not to admit that Song Yaoyao's presence in the class was frighteningly non-existent before. Several teachers didn't even know her name when they saw her, and at least half thought she had walked into the wrong room. Song Yaoyao was despondent, but Tang Shinro was extremely envious. My dear, what kind of magical body do you have? If I had your body, I would skip class and go out to play. As she spoke, she saw Song Yaoyao flip open a math question paper and start filling it in. Tang Shinro. Yaoyao, what are you doing? Had she been triggered by something? Was she trying to prove her worth in this useless class? Song Yaoyao did not lift her head. I'm in a bad mood. This paper will calm me down. Tang Shinro was shocked. Wow, amazing. But her shock quickly disappeared as Song Yaoyao shoved a paper into her hand. From today onward, you will study with me. Tang Shinro was moved as she held onto the paper, but she quickly rejected Song Yaoyao's suggestion. No, no, no. I just want to eat and wait for my death like an anchovy. Please fulfill my wish. Tang Shinro was the youngest daughter in her family, and their only wish was for her to live a safe and happy life. Under these relaxed circumstances, it was no surprise that she had turned into an unambitious anchovy. Song Yaoyao did not say anything. She stared at her for a while and lowered her head. Tang Shinro breathed a sigh of relief, assuming that Song Yaoyao had let her off the hook, but then Song Yaoyao suddenly asked, "What did you rank in the last exam?" Tang Shinro's lips twitched awkwardly. First from the back. Oh. Song Yaoyao nodded her head. In the next exam, I will come first. She turned her head and looked at Tang Shinro with her dark pupils. Both our names will appear on the ranking list. I will be first, and you will be last. Wow, how heartless. Clearly, Song Yaoyao was just analyzing the situation and her voice was soft as usual. Coupled with her serious expression, she looked dopily cute. But in Tang Shinro's eyes, she was no longer an adorable angel. She was now a little devil with horns and a pitchfork. Hoo, Yaoyao, what are you trying to say? Tang Shinro lay on Song Yaoyao's body. She had a domineering face, yet she acted like a delicate little woman. Song Yaoyao stretched out her hand, patted Tang Shinro on the head, and said temptingly, "If we're good friends, let's study together." Tang Shinro, what? Don't you want to experience the joys of studying with a friend? Song Yaoyao blinked and looked at her innocently as she pouted her lips. She looked so pitiful. Too cute. Tang Shinro was so overwhelmed by the cuteness that she thought her nose might bleed. Tang Shinro, yes, I will study. I take that as a promise. Song Yaoyao's cute expression turned serious in an instant. With a slight smile, she patted on her question paper. Let's start with some simple exercises. Tang Shinro wanted to cry, but she picked up her pen and looked at the messy combination of symbols in front of her. Her eyes were a blur. If she could turn back time, she would rush back to the previous day and shake away the thoughts in her mind. But would this prevent her from getting close to Song Yaoyao? Tang Shinro thought about it in detail. It shouldn't. Shin Sun and Han Jun returned for the last class of the day. The youth that was walking in front had his hands in his pockets and an unruly smile on his face. His back was straight as he strode into the room, sweeping past like the wind. Meanwhile, Han Jun followed behind, covering his face like he had been pitifully trampled over. It was hard for him not to draw attention. As he passed by Song Yaoyao's desk, Shin Sun curled his finger and knocked on it. "Classmate, about the fight, there's no better day than today. Let's settle today's matter today. What do you think?" Song Yaoyao thought about it seriously. "Let's do it after school then, and get it over and done with. My dear, forget about it. Don't fight. If you have the time, why don't you just do another question paper instead?" Tang Shinro said awkwardly. "Yes, I will allow you to give up, but from today onward, you are my girl who's giving up?" Song Yaoyao twirled the pen in her hand and asked, "Classmate Shin, can you endure it?" Shin Sun licked his lips in amusement. "Yes, I am very hardy and I can last a long time. Do you want to try?" Han Jun covered his eyes and pretended not to understand the underlying meaning in Shin Sun's words. Tang Shinro reacted quickly and covered Song Yaoyao's ears as she glared at Shin Sun. "Shin Sun, why do you have such a dirty mind? Yaoyao's still young. You can't say stuff like that to her." Song Yaoyao removed Tang Shinro's hands in confusion and analyzed the two people in front of her. "Why are your words so strange? Isn't classmate Shin simply saying that he can endure being hit?" As she said this, she patted herself on the chest. "I feel relieved to hear that. If she beat him to death, then that would be no fun." Tang Shinro, Han Jun, spectators. Shin Sun took a deep breath and felt his teeth hurt. Nodding, he replied, "Yes, I am particularly good at enduring hits." The autumn rain made the temperature colder. After school, it was storming and most of the students were trapped inside. Before leaving home earlier, Song Yaoyao had brought a knitted cardigan, but even with it on, it was still cold. She shivered like a cat that was afraid of the cold and tried to retract her head into her collar. Oh, that I hate rainy days. Tang Shinro lay on her desk listlessly and looked out at the stormy weather in a daze. The raindrops fell against the window, creating a loud noise. Song Yaoyao rubbed her arms and turned around to look at Shinsun. She then stood up and walked out. The weather was too cold, so there was no one in the corridor outside. Students who were waiting for the rain to lighten were staying inside the classroom to avoid the cold. No one was stupid enough to go outside and endure it. The classroom was a mess. Some were playing games, some were gossiping, and some were playing with their phones. No one noticed that the two people were missing. Shinsun grabbed his hair and smirked as he glanced over. Song Yaoyao, it's not too late to plead for mercy. After all, I can't hit my girlfriend, right? Song Yaoyao gave him a look. Little underling, stop talking. In her mind, Shinsun was already a defeated opponent. How are you being serious? Are you really crazy, or pretending to be crazy? Your petite figure can't handle even one punch from hello? Yes, you don't have to pick me up. I brought an umbrella and will be down when the rain is lighter. Before Shinsun finished speaking, he was interrupted by a voice behind him. Huo Yunque put away his phone, and his gaze fell upon the two people standing in the corridor. Shinsun was roughly 1.8 m tall, and he had his hands lazily in his pockets. When he saw Huo Yunque, he raised his eyebrows. What are you doing here? Huo Yunque ignored him as he leaned against the handrail and asked Song Yaoyao, are you fighting now? Do you mind having an extra spectator? The girl was only 1.6 m tall. Next to the tall Shinsun, she was like a fragile porcelain doll. Her neck was shrunk due to the cold and the tip of her nose was red, making her look comical and adorable. Song Yaoyao slowly clenched her fists. You can even join if you want. I don't mind. Wow. Song Yaoyao, that's too much. Shinsun pretended to be aggrieved as he pointed at Huo Yunque. How can you let him join something that's meant to be between the two of us? Huo Yunque's back was still a little painful. With a sneer, he said, no, thanks. I'm not interested in your quarrel. He just wanted to be a spectator in peace. Of course, the main reason why he was here was to see Song Yaoyao being humiliated. How dare she provoke Shinsun? She was bound to beg for mercy. But I'm interested in your fiance. Shinsun stretched his lips in amusement. If I win, then she will be mine. This guy was so persistent. Song Yaoyao's expression sunk. I never agreed. Huo Yunque glanced at Song Yaoyao in ridicule. Song Yaoyao, I've certainly underestimated you. You sure have your tricks. In that case, I wish you a long and lasting relationship. This was better than her ruining his small uncle's life. Initially, Huo Yunque didn't care what Song Yaoyao did around his small uncle because he was sure no woman would ever be worthy of him and he would never be interested in any of them. But his small uncle's recent actions had him confused. Shinsun grinned, thanks. But as soon as he spoke, everything in front of him turned into a blur. Song Yaoyao had already rushed toward him like a cannon. Before Shinsun could react, Song Yaoyao had knocked him to the ground and her punches fell like the rain. Without holding back at all, her every hit aimed for his face. Shinsun grabbed helplessly onto Song Yaoyao's wrist. Song Yaoyao, are you fkin serious? He gritted his teeth and parted his lips as his eyelids twitched in pain. This brat aimed specifically for his face. Didn't she know to never aim for one's face? Holding the advantage, Song Yaoyao looked at him quietly and tilted her head. Why would I not be serious? She gently twisted her wrist and freed herself from Shinsun's grip without him noticing how she did it. After that, another punch fell upon Shinsun. Ugh. Shinsun gritted his teeth. If you keep hitting my face, I'm going to be angry. Pack ouch. Shinsun knitted his brows and stretched his arm to grab Song Yaoyao. His thoughts were simple. First, he had to subdue her, then they could talk. He never actually had the intention to fight. If word got out that he bullied a delicate girl who looked like she could be swept away by the wind, he would become a laughing stock. But who would have guessed that in the following minute, the amusement in his eyes would be replaced by never-before-seen seriousness? She was like a slippery little loach that couldn't be caught. Moreover, she was very strong. It was impossible for Shinsun to subdue her. Once, twice. Huo Yunque watched and his gaze also became serious. So it wasn't by chance? When Song Yaoyao's foot came flying toward Shun Sun like it was floating gently across the air, he was knocked against the wall, and he finally gave up. Stop, stop, stop. I admit defeat. Shin Sun's confidence was greatly damaged as he raised his hands and surrendered. He didn't hit women, but even if he did, he couldn't guarantee that he'd be able to beat Song Yaoyao. This realization gave him profound feelings. Huo Yunque raised his eyebrows and stared at Shin Sun. He did not see any reluctance. Was he being serious? Song Yaoyao huffed and puffed. A layer of sweat had formed on her forehead, and she no longer felt cold. You lost fair and square. From now on, you are my little underling, she said in seriousness as she lifted her head. Shin Sun held onto his stomach and leaned against the wall. For some reason, he actually found this quite funny. Who would have known? Classmate Song, were you born with heavenly strength? A 1.8m tall boy couldn't even beat her. Don't forget our bet. Huo Yunque's doubtful gaze alternated between the two. He still couldn't believe that Shin Sun had lost. The more likely reason was that he never wanted to actually fight with Song Yaoyao. But only one that had experienced being hit by the girl would know how much explosive force was contained in that petite little body. Moreover, she had an amazingly fast reaction, and she was very persistent and serious. Since she agreed to a fight, then she was determined to win. Song Yaoyao lifted her feet and started heading upstairs. The fight had caused her to sweat, but now that the cold wind was blowing on her, it was so cold that it made her shiver. She moved quickly, but just as she passed by Huo Yunque, he suddenly grabbed onto her wrist. Huo Yunque glanced to the side and furrowed his brows. Song Yaoyao, are you crying? Didn't she win? Song Yaoyao's hand retreated into her sleeve. As she sniffed, she brushed his hand away and said dully, It's none of your business. After saying this, her petite figure quickly disappeared down the corridor. Is she crying? As Shin Sun spoke, the wound on his lips hurt and he hissed in pain. Shouldn't I be the one that's crying? He asked speechlessly. Huo Yunque burst into laughter. The almighty school bully actually lost to a petite girl. If word got out, wouldn't that be humiliating? He shoved his hands in his pockets. Seeing that the rain had lightened a fair bit, he decided not to return to the classroom. Instead, he headed straight down the stairs. But there was hostility in Shin Sun's eyes as he laughed casually. I don't have as much pride as young Master Hua. Does it still hurt where you were hit yesterday? Huo Yunque paused for a moment, but he closed his eyes and did not look back. Meanwhile, Shin Sun licked his lips and laughed evilly. He faintly noticed Huo Yunque take a deep breath, and he grabbed onto the handrail to stand up. By this time, Huo Yunque had reached the bottom floor. Waving his hand, he said, Watch your step, young Master Hua. From now on, I will protect your fiancé for you. This time, Huo Yunque did not even spare a glance as he disappeared from sight. After the stairwell was completely silent, Shin Sun's smile disappeared. He touched the bruise on his lip and hissed, That stupid Brad is so ruthless. Song Yaoyao returned to the classroom. At that moment, Tang Shinro was looking everywhere for her. My dear, where did you go? I thought you left without a word. Tang Shinro's voice was soft as she grabbed onto Song Yaoyao's arm and rubbed up against her. Oh, that she smells so good and she's so soft. Song Yaoyao sniffed and replied in a nasally voice, I went to resolve something. Huh? What? My dear, have you been crying? Tang Shinro sensed something wrong with her voice, so she quickly stood up to check on her. Did that BSDRD, Shin Sun, bully you? Did he actually hit you? She asked anxiously. Did Brother Sun actually hit her? Han Jun immediately lifted his head, and his eyes opened wide in shock. Jerk! How dare he actually hit a girl? Tang Shinro slammed her hands on her desk as she was overcome with anger. She then stood up and said, Let's go and look for him. Song Yaoyao did not move. I hit him, she said innocently. Tang Shinro rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth as she tried to get justice for Song Yaoyao. Did he threaten you? Yaoyao, don't be scared. We won't feel threatened. I will make him apologize. How can a man hit a woman? Someone like that should be thrown into the trash. She gritted her teeth so hard that they began to squeak. If she could, she would bite a chunk of meat off of Shin Sun. Could there be a misunderstanding? Han Jun asked carefully. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Tang Shinro slammed her hands on the table in unfairness. If he didn't bully Yaoyao, then why would Yaoyao cry? Look at her eyes. They're red. Shinsun is a jerk. So shameless. Han Jun shrunk his head back from the scolding. Ruru. He never touched me. This was the truth. But Tang Shinro only noticed Song Yaoyao's gaze and felt her heart ache. She patted her on the head and said with regret, Sorry, Yaoyao. If I knew, I would have gone out with you. I never expected Shinsun to be such a monster. He actually hit you when there was no one around. Are you in pain? Do you want me to go with you to the hospital? At this very moment, there was suddenly a commotion in the classroom. Song Yaoyao and Tang Shinro both looked toward the doorway. Shin-sun returned to the classroom roguishly with his beaten-up face. Gulp Han Jun swallowed in surprise, and his gaze drifted toward Song Yaoyao. Tang Shinro was equally surprised. Shin-sun, what happened? Even at this point, she did not draw the line between Shin-sun's injuries and Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao blew on her fist calmly. Her eyes were red, but she said indifferently, I already told you that I hit him. Sigh, why didn't anyone believe her? She was only crying because her hand hurt from all the hitting. Tang Shinro's eyes darkened as she screamed in shock on the inside. God, give me back my delicate and tired cutie. As for the remaining students from Class 3, they were staring at Shun-sun like they were struck in the brain by lightning. Who beat up their school bully? They even hit him ruthlessly and specifically aimed for his face. Except for the tapping sound of raindrops hitting the window, the classroom was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Shun-sun's throat twitched. He impatiently parted his lips to reveal a sneer, and his eyes slowly scanned across the room. He appeared ruthless and cold, and the hostility between his eyebrows was suppressing. Do you like looking at it? Do you want me to give you the same look? Bam! Everyone retrieved their gazes almost immediately. Even the cowardly ones ignored the rain outside and quickly left. Soon, Song Yaoyao and the others were the only ones remaining in the room. The sky turned darker and darker. There was no longer any light on the horizon as a thick fog formed. Be our brother Sun. Han Jun carefully examined Shin-sun. What happened? He still couldn't believe that Shin-sun's face was the result of Song Yaoyao's beating. If it was really her, how did she come back alive? Why didn't Brother Sun strangle her to death? Shin-sun wanted to laugh, but he didn't as he pointed at Song Yaoyao. In a roguish manner, he replied, My big bro hit me. PFFF. Han Jun was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Tang Shinro was still half doubtful. Hee, Shin-sun, your joke isn't funny at all. Yaoyao looks like the one that was bullied. Her eyes are red from crying. Did you blackmail her? Song Yaoyao lifted her head. There were still tears on her fair and delicate face, and her eyelashes were moist. Every now and then, there was a drip. She looked completely aggrieved and pitiful. Shun-sun opened his eyes wide in disbelief as he leaned in close. Song Yaoyao, do you have any shame? How can you cry when you beat me up like this? Song Yaoyao looked at the face that was close to hers. Tragic was written all over his face. She held back her tears and stretched out her hand. She sobbed and said in an annoyed tone, Keep your distance. Your ugliness is affecting me. FCK. Shin-sun took a few steps back. He held his face and gritted his teeth. Great. You're violent. I like. By this point, Tang Shinro and Han Jun were no longer fazed. From the looks of it, the injuries on Shin-sun's face were definitely related to the sobbing angel next to him. Song Yaoyao looked at him coldly. I will never like my little underling. FCK. Han Jun's eyes rolled to the back of his head. Underling? Did this mean what he thought? If Brother Sun was Song Yaoyao's underling, and he was Brother Sun's underling, then you won't be able to control yourself. Shin-sun licked his lips and rubbed his chin. His casual manner almost made everyone forget how vulnerable he was. Song Yaoyao couldn't be bothered dealing with him. She packed her bag and started heading outside. It was late and she was getting hungry. When Tang Shinro saw her leave, she immediately chased after her. Without turning back, Song Yaoyao said, Pack your bag. Tang Shinro stopped in her tracks and returned to grab her backpack reluctantly. The rain outside was just like her mood. She wanted to burst into tears. Oh, why is it still raining? I'm freezing to death. I hate rainy days so much. Tang Shinro stomped her feet and complained as she watched the rain fly in from outside the fence. Song Yaoyao's expression did not change. She simply sniffed as she carried her backpack. It will stop soon. Tang Shinro. Really? Song Yaoyao did not reply. At that moment, inside Class 1, the same question was being asked. This ridiculous weather is hot one moment and cold the next. Does it want to kill us? You should go home. Don't you have a heater at home? TCH, I don't want to wet my clothes, so I'd rather play with my phone in the classroom. Song Jingwan blinked, wondering why Huo Yunque hadn't returned. Just as she was about to make a phone call to question him, her good friend, Yaoyao, poked her. Jingwan, I remember you have really good luck. Why don't you pray for the rain to stop? Huh. Song Jingwan found this hilarious and burst into laughter. How's that possible? Besides, I already told you that I was only lucky when I was young. Oh, give it a try, just give it a try and see what happens. And Yaoyao said coquettishly as she shook her arm. I believe in you. Okay then. Song Jingwan bit her lower lip and her eyes sparkled. If I fail, you can't laugh at me. Of course not. We're just trying this out of boredom in case it might actually work. Everyone else also looked over curiously. With so many eyes on her, Song Jingwan's face turned slightly red. Why are you all looking at me? You're making me embarrassed, she said as she stuck out her tongue. Hee hee. We're admiring our school beauty from up close. You are Class 1's lucky charm, like a koi. We believe in you. Quick, quick. Within Yaoyao's encouragement, Song Jingwan closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and said pretentiously in a soft voice, if possible, please let the rain stop. As soon as she finished speaking, the students near the window began to cheer. FCK. The rain stopped. The actually rain stopped. That worked so quickly. It stopped as soon as she said it. Oh God. Goddess Jingwan is amazing. Song Jingwan was also surprised as she looked at her hands in disbelief. She then laughed. It was just a coincidence, she explained. But between her gentle eyes was a well-hidden sense of smugness. The rain actually stopped. Tang Shinro stretched out her hand to feel the rain and smiled as she turned back to look at Song Yaoyao. My dear, you're really an angel sent to earth. Song Yaoyao curved her eyes. That's enough. Let's go in case it rains again. Yes, you're right. Tang Shinro quickly followed Song Yaoyao down the stairs. Now that the rain had stopped, all the students from the other classrooms began to flood out. She leaned towards Song Yaoyao curiously and asked in a quiet voice, Yaoyao, how did you know that the rain was about to stop? This was too mysterious. Song Yaoyao smiled, but she did not say a word. Was she supposed to tell her that it was her intuition? Actually, from a young age, she had been extremely lucky. But for someone that led a luxurious life with no worries, this skill wasn't of much use. However, Song Yaoyao never thought she was lucky. She died when she was 19. If she was really lucky, why was she forced to leave her parents and her brother? Oh, but I seriously think you're amazing, Yaoyao. Let's go buy a lottery ticket tomorrow. How does winning 1 billion sound? Tang Shinro's mouth opened and closed without a break. When she didn't talk, she looked like a complete boss. But when she opened her mouth, she immediately sounded brainless. She and Song Yaoyao were two extremes. Song Yaoyao appeared harmless and cute, but she was very dismissive. Apart from the people she cared about, not many things attracted her attention. Students continued to walk past, and Tang Shinro overheard a conversation. Hey, did you hear? The rain apparently stopped because Beauty Song prayed to the gods. Really? Isn't that too mysterious? Don't be skeptical. I saw it with my own eyes. The rain stopped as soon as she finished speaking. Amazing, right? FCK. Yes, that's amazing. Tang Shinro paused and knitted her brows. Song Jingwan? What does this have to do with her? That fake BTCH tries to get involved in everything. She was extremely frustrated. Yaoyao, you clearly should. Song Yaoyao placed her finger to her lips. It was just a coincidence. There are many coincidences that can't be explained by science. Besides, no one can be lucky forever, right? Looking into her dark, moist eyes, there was a clear sense of awareness and logic. She was nothing like how she appeared. Tang Shinro's frustration immediately disappeared. Yes, there's no need to tell everyone about it. We don't need people to grovel at our feet like Song Jingwan. But deep down, she still felt this was related to Song Yaoyao. After she spoke earlier, the rain began to stop. Besides, an evil person like Song Jingwan was already fortunate enough to not be punished by God. How could she be lucky? She wasn't fair and delicate with a lucky appearance like Song Yaoyao. A short moment after Song Yaoyao boarded her car, Song Jingwan also stepped in. She hummed a song and glanced at Song Yaoyao. "You seem to be in a good mood, sis," Song Yaoyao said with a smile as she looked at Song Jingwan. "Yes, I was originally in a good mood. But after I saw you, my mood decreased by half." Song Jingwan laughed in ridicule as she lowered her head and played with her phone. Song Yaoyao shrugged. "As luck would have it, I feel the same." The driver listened to their quarreling and took a deep breath. How he wished he was deaf. When Zhou Monli saw Song Yaoyao return home on time, her expression didn't improve much. She grabbed onto Song Jingwan and asked, "Are you cold? Hurry inside first." This storm was too sudden. After she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and turned to glance at Song Yaoyao. "You, come in too," she said in a tone of pity. Song Jingwan hooked her arm with Zhou Monli's affectionately. "Mom, let me tell you, just then at school, I encountered something extremely coincidental. I randomly asked for the rain to stop and guess what happened? Did the rain actually stop?" Zhou Monli asked excitedly. "Yes. Don't you think that was too coincidental?" "Oh, that was no coincidence. Our Wanwan has always been lucky. God is watching over you." Zhou Monli was overjoyed. Confident that her daughter was lucky, she patted her on the head proudly. On the other hand, when her eyes fell upon Song Yaoyao, she chose to ignore her. Since it rained earlier, Song Yaoyao glanced at the path up ahead and saw that it was still wet. Warning them indifferently, she said, "You better walk around." It's slippery. Thump. Before she finished speaking, she paused. Zhou Monli slipped and fell on the ground, pulling Song Jingwan down with her. They lay sprawled on the ground in a not-so-elegant manner. Song Yaoyao blinked. They couldn't blame her. She had warned them. It seemed even God couldn't stand them. "Oh my God. Madam, Big Miss, how are you?" Annie Lu immediately rushed over. "Someone come? Help the madam and the Big Miss up." "Oh.my hip." Zhou Monli scrunched her face as she hissed and held her hip in pain. It was so painful that her eyes became teary. "Wanwan, my baby, are you okay?" She glanced at Song Jingwan. There was a bruise on her forehead, and her entire body was soaking wet. Song Jingwan trembled in pain and burst into tears. "It hurts." "Annie Lu, hurry and call Dr. Lu." Zhou Monli ignored her own pain as she comforted Song Jingwan and glanced at the unscathed Song Yaoyao. Immediately, her expression sank. "You jinx. Nothing good you say ever comes true, only the bad stuff. I must be enduring 8 lifetimes of unluckiness to have given birth to you." Song Yaoyao paused, turned her head, and laughed in ridicule. "What a joke. Didn't I already warn you?" Neither of them wore anti-slip shoes, and the helpers cleaned this area until it was spotless every day. After the rain, it was only normal for it to be slippery. It had nothing to do with what Song Yaoyao said. All her life, she had been praised countless times for being lucky, and people often told her that she was blessed by Buddha. This was the first time someone called her a jinx. "How dare you argue back? You're eating my food and living under my roof. If you're so good, then get lost." Song Jingwan's eyes darkened, and she looked at Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao looked in ridicule at Zhou Monli as she pointed at the gate. She curved her eyes and shrugged casually. "Okay." After she was done speaking, she carried her backpack and walked out the front gate, right in front of Song Jingwan's fiery gaze. Without turning back, she said casually, "If I'm really a jinx, then I hope everyone that dislikes me will disappear from this world. I wonder if that will come true." Her voice rose in the end, and she let out a laugh as soon as she was done talking. Zhou Monli's expression was dark and gloomy. She gritted her teeth and watched as Song Yaoyao disappeared out the front gate. She scoffed and commanded her domestic helpers to support Song Jingwan into the house. "Mom, Yaoyao." Song Yaoyao carefully tugged on her. "You don't have to worry about this. As for you guys." Zhou Monli looked at the helpers. "If someone goes to look for her, They can leave as well. How dare she argue with her? She fed her, clothed her, and supported her. Wasn't she allowed to criticize her a little? Zhou Monli did not think she was wrong at all. Did she give birth to Song Yaoyao so she could argue with her? But Mom, Yaoyao's outside and she has nowhere to go. What will happen if she encounters a problem? Song Jingwan curved her lips secretly, but she had a worried tone and her gaze was timid. Don't worry about her. How far can she get without money? When she comes back, I'm going to make her kneel and apologize. If I don't teach her a lesson, she will forget who she's depended on to survive. Song Jingwan furrowed her brows and gently nodded. Oh, okay. You're always so merciful. Lucky I have you, or I would eventually die from anger. Zhou Monli limped into the house in an extremely bad mood as she wondered why Song Yaoyao wasn't the one that had fallen instead of her precious Wanwan. Just as she thought this, she suddenly panicked. Before she had the time to react, she slipped and slammed into the door frame. Clang! This fall caused the madam to fall unconscious. Mom, are you okay? What do we do? Hurry, carry the madam into the car. Take her to the hospital and call the master and young master. Before Song Jingwan even got the chance to change out of her clothes, she was hurried back into the car. She glanced at the unconscious Zhou Monli beside her, and shock flashed across her eyes. What was happening? Why were they suddenly so unlucky? As soon as the Song family's car arrived at the hospital, the doctors and nurses immediately rushed out to take them to a VIP room. After a thorough examination, they discovered that the simple fall had resulted in a concussion, and her hip was sprained. She was destined to be bedridden for a good few days. Song Jingwan, on the other end, didn't have any problems. She only had a small scratch on her forehead and lost a bit of blood. Nothing that couldn't be resolved with a bit of disinfection and dressing. However, the Song family's domestic helpers did not get the chance to contact Song Rui and Song Wenchuan. Apparently, they were still busy at work. Thus, they did not arrive until later that night. But before that, there was another issue. A new nurse grabbed the wrong pills and fed Zhou Monli laxatives instead of pain relief medicine. When Song Wenchuan and Song Rui arrived, Zhou Monli was lying in bed trembling. In fact, she was so weak that she could barely even talk. When Song Wenchuan heard everything that had happened, he furrowed his brows and sensed that something wasn't right. Where's Yaoyao? Song Yaoyao stepped out of the estate, flagged down a taxi, and went to a nearby fast food restaurant. She had some cash in her backpack, as well as her phone and her ID card. The Song family didn't want her, but she never treated Zhou Monli as her mother either. So when the woman heartlessly pointed to the gate and told her to leave, she did not hesitate at all. In fact, she found it quite amusing. 1 beef burger and a cup of hot milk, thank you. The young man behind the cash register adjusted his hat. He was attracted by the soft voice, so he lifted his head to take a look. Her eyes were moist, she was dressed in a tight, knitted cardigan, and her nose was red. Her dark black hair was a little wet, and she looked pitiful like a little animal that had been abandoned. Okay, just one set? Yes, Song Yaoyao nodded and sighed. She sniffed. It appeared as though she had caught a cold. This is your number. Hold on to it. When your food is ready, we will call for you. Since it was storming earlier, people were rushing past outside with their necks shrunk into their collars. Many of these people came into the restaurant to avoid the rain and order something hot to drink. Song Yaoyao sat down beside the window and rubbed her hands together. The door rang and a couple with their 2 children entered. It was a pair of beautiful doll-like twins, 1 boy and 1 girl. They were dressed in matching overalls and a sweater, 1 pink and 1 blue. Their cute voices sounded beside her ear. Mommy, I want a Coke. No, children can't drink Coke. They won't grow tall. You need to drink milk. No, I want a Coke. I'm your big brother. You need to listen to me. The customers in the restaurant were attracted by their voices. When they heard the cute argument, they couldn't help but laugh and reveal kind smiles. Song Yaoyao sniffed and turned around. Oh, the little girl pouted her lips. Okay. The little girl turned around and complained to the woman, Mommy, why aren't I the older sister? If I was older, then brother would have to listen to me pfff. Song Yaoyao couldn't stop her eyes from curving as she thought something. If she remembered correctly, She may have said the same childish words once before. How silly. Number 023, please come to the counter to collect your meal. Number 023, please. Song Yaoyao walked over and collected her hamburger and hot milk. When she returned, she discovered the cute pair of twins was sitting opposite her. She pulled out a textbook from her backpack and studied it as she ate. Suddenly, she felt a tug on the hem of her shirt, and she looked down in surprise. The little girl in the pink cardigan tilted her head and asked cutely, "Big sis, are you crying?" "What?" Song Yaoyao subconsciously touched her face. When did she start crying? "Big sis, don't be sad, I'll give you the candy that my brother gave me. You need to be happy." The little girl pulled a fruit candy from her pocket and shoved it into Song Yaoyao's hand. Her dark eyes were bright and clear. "Candy?" Song Yaoyao opened her hand and looked in surprise at the questionably aged candy that was wrapped in a colorful and wrinkly wrapper. She suddenly smiled. "Thank you." "You're welcome, cheer up, big sis." "Hey, you're not supposed to talk to strangers. Don't you remember what mommy told you?" The little boy pulled the little girl over with seriousness. But big sis looked really unhappy. She said sadly as she bit her nails. The little boy looked at Song Yaoyao and said in a mature tone, "Hey, lower your head." Song Yaoyao found this amusing. She lowered her head slightly and said softly like a child, "What's going on?" As soon as she said this, she felt a pat on her head. The little boy who was standing on his tiptoes lowered himself and mumbled helplessly, "At your age, don't you know how to take care of yourself? This is an exception." He pulled the little girl to go look for their parents and said stiffly, "You should stop being unhappy." Song Yaoyao blinked and touched the spot where the child had patted her in surprise. In her hand, she was still holding the colorful candy. Did two little children just comfort her? The restaurant was crowded. Song Yaoyao flipped open a page of questions and lowered her pin. Through the misty window, the young woman's petite figure looked peaceful and beautiful. She didn't notice a car drive past and suddenly reverse. Finally, it stopped and a figure stepped out. At some point, a light drizzle had started falling from the sky. Amidst the cold night, the warm street lights looked particularly cozy. Beep, a car honked from the street outside. Song Yaoyao lifted her head in shock and looked toward the direction of the sound. Separated by the street, a man on the opposite side was holding an umbrella, blocking half his face. He was dressed in a gray shirt and black suit pants as his coat fluttered in the wind. His shoulders were wide, his hip was narrow, and he had a tall figure. On the wrist that was holding the umbrella, a jade-white amulet was swaying slightly. Without seeing his face, Song Yaoyao knew who it was. She gently stood up and her heart raced as she rushed out of the restaurant. She completely ignored the calls of the restaurant staff. "Miss, your backpack." The wind whistled past Song Yaoyao's ears and the icy cold rain fell on her face. But she weaved her way across the street without stopping and pounced into the man's embrace. The clear sound of the man's breathing immediately enveloped her. "Gidge." Huo Yunque lifted his umbrella to avoid hitting her, and his eyebrows drooped. "Are you alone?" Song Yaoyao wrapped her arms tightly around the man's waist and buried her head into his chest as she tried to absorb the warmth from his body. "Uh-huh." She nodded sadly. "Do you want me to drive you home?" His voice was low and his gaze was calm without any trace of emotion. But appearing here was already an impossible feat. "No." "Miss, your backpack? Why did you leave just like that? Don't forget your belongings." A female customer service assistant rushed out and handed Song Yaoyao her backpack. Huo Yunque glanced at the ostrich like Song Yaoyao, who was reluctant to move in his arms, and accepted the bag. "Thank you." He nodded slightly. The black umbrella lifted slightly. Amidst the cold and wet night, the man's features were clear and his attractive face made the girl blush. Stuttering a little, she replied, "In no need to thank me." She then looked at the girl in his arms who had more than half the umbrella over her and felt a sense of envy. She's so lucky to have such a handsome boyfriend. The rain continued to drizzle. The asphalt road was wet, and the flashing shop lights reflected on the ground, making the atmosphere inexplicably serene and pleasant. "Song Yaoyao, stand properly." He lowered his narrow phoenix eyes and spoke in a serious manner. "But I'm cold." Song Yaoyao stomped her feet and shivered as she stood upright. She placed her hands in her pockets and tried to huddle up in her thin, knitted cardigan. Underneath the cardigan, she was still wearing her school uniform, a brown British-style suit jacket and a knee-length pleated skirt, paired with a pair of leather shoes and knee-high stockings. A small portion of her snow-white slender legs was exposed to the cold wind, causing her to shiver. A Chu Song Yaoyao rubbed her nose and pouted her lips as she lifted her head to look at Huo Yunque. The man was too tall. She had to lift her head to look at him. When the wind blew, she stumbled back a little and almost stepped into the oncoming traffic. Huo Yunque frowned, grabbed onto her waist, and quickly pulled her back. Song Yaoyao was dumbfounded for a moment. Just as she realized what had happened, she felt a sense of warmth. The man's long coat wrapped her tightly and covered her down to her calves. Song Yaoyao flicked her sleeves comically like a child in adult's clothing. Gidge, she turned her head and stood beside Huo Yunque happily. Gidge, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. The coat dispelled the cold from her body perfectly, especially since it was covered in the man's body heat and fragrant scent. I should be asking you this. You should be home at this time of night, he said as he tapped on his watch. Give me a reason. He furrowed his brows slightly with a serious expression like a parent interrogating a child. I should be asking you this. You should be home at this time of night, he said as he tapped on his watch. Give me a reason. He furrowed his brows slightly with a serious expression like a parent interrogating a child. Song Yaoyao stuck out her tongue and lowered her head. I don't have a home anymore. She stomped on the water beneath her feet in a bored manner and sniffed. Her normally soft and sweet voice had now lost its strength. Song instead of mom. This had nothing to do with him. He only cared about the reason why this young woman was out in the rain so late at night. Since his car was stopped on the side of the street, it had started to stir up displeasure amongst the public. But as soon as they saw the number plate and the type of car, they were immediately too scared to make a sound. The young woman blinked her almond eyes and stammered. Her dark eyes were moist, and she appeared as though she was ready to cry at any moment if he disagreed. No. Huo Yunque turned around. I'll take you to the hotel. But this was such a good opportunity. If Song Yaoyao let him slip out of her hands, then she wouldn't be Song Yaoyao. So, she quickly chased after Huo Yunque and grabbed his hand. Her voice was soft, and her expression was pitiful. But I'll be scared in the hotel on my own. People suicide in hotels every year. What if I go to the toilet in the middle of the night and I see something terrifying in the bathroom mirror? Also, I read in the news that a girl was harassed by a drunkard in the hotel. I'm so pretty. I will definitely become a target for the bad guys. Gidge, can you bear to leave me alone? Hoo-hoo-hoo, if that's the case, then I'd rather return to the fast food restaurant and sit there all night. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Huo Yunque pressed his lips together. It was hard not to laugh at Song Yaoyao's words. His eyebrows twitched. The hand holding his was very strong. It appeared as though she was afraid of being abandoned. As her words became more and more ridiculous, Huo Yunque sighed. Stop crying. Hoo-hoo-hoo, I'm so pitiful. Even Gidge won't take me in. She lowered her head while she grabbed onto Huo Yunque with one hand and wiped her face with the other, her shoulder quivering. Passers-by looked at them with curiosity. Eventually, Huo Yunque's head hurt from the crying and his heart was a mess. Fine, I'll take you in. Stop crying. Oh, really? If he didn't agree, then she would continue crying on the street. Yes. Yay. That's great. The crying girl quickly lifted her head and her dark eyes sparkled like stars. She was so happy that there was no trace of tears left on her face. I love Gidge the most. Ignoring the rain, she happily pounced into Huo Yunque's arms. Caught by surprise, Huo Yunque stumbled back a little. He had no choice but to place his arms around her shoulders and frown. Song Yaoyao, his throat twitched and his phoenix eyes narrowed. A dangerous vibe filled the air. All of a sudden, Song Yaoyao lifted her head. A bright smile appeared on her delicate face as she made hearts with her hands. I love Gidge the most, Sarangi won. Her dimples were deep as she smiled sweetly, and the night lights reflected in her eyes, looking more dazzling than the Milky Way. In an instant, Huo Yunque forgot what he wanted to say. Forget it. He sighed. Song Yaoyao, walk properly. Song Yaoyao's eyes curved. Okay, Gidge, hold on to me. She stretched her hand out of the long sleeves of the coat and tried to grab his finger. Seeing that he didn't reject her, she secretly covered her mouth as she smiled like a kitten that had just stolen a fish. The night was endless and cold. As the petite girl covered herself with the big coat and followed the broad-shouldered man, the night didn't feel so cold anymore. The Huo family home was a European-styled manor with a huge land size. At the main entrance, it had an exquisitely embossed and carved black gate. As soon as they entered the courtyard, there was plenty of greenery and an angel water fountain. As it was a place where the Huo family had lived for many generations, the architectural style was still from decades ago. But this was exactly the reason why the manor looked so luxurious and grand. When I love you in Korean. Huo Yunque played video games until well past 10 p.m. By then, he was starving. After notifying his friends briefly, he decided to go downstairs to get some food. But just as he received a cup of Coke from one of the maids, he turned around and spotted two familiar figures walking toward him. Thump, his hand slipped and the Coke fell on top of his foot. He was only wearing a pair of home slippers, so the pain made him immediately stand upright. His expression as he looked at the door grew even more shocked. Seeing his small uncle was no surprise, but who could explain to Huo Yunque why Song Yaoyao was there too? Was he seeing a ghost? Song Yaoyao, you're so fkin persistent. Why are you always clinging to my small uncle? You Huo Yunque. Huo Yunque handed his umbrella to the butler and undid a few buttons on his shirt. Have we not taught you the rules? Small uncle, I'm not sorry. Huo Yunque's face turned pale. He couldn't lift his head in front of Huo Yunque at all. His head was lowered in shame, but when he thought about Song Yaoyao, he couldn't accept it. But, small uncle Song Yaoyao, she is my guest. Huo Yunque remained calm. It was as though he was telling him that it was none of his business. He stepped forward, headed upstairs, and pointed at Song Yaoyao. Where's Jiang Tao? Tell Jiang Tao to take care of her. After saying this, he looked at Song Yaoyao and paused. Song Yaoyao immediately waved her sleeves in understanding. Gidge, if you're busy, then go ahead. I'll be fine here. Huo Yunque nodded. Uncle Zhang, yes, master, I understand. As he watched Huo Yunque leave, Uncle Zhang smiled and treated him with respect. Hi, Miss Song. I am the Huo family's butler. You can call me Uncle Zhang. Towards someone that the master cared about, he was particularly attentive. Hello. The girl gently nodded her head and her dark, dense eyelashes fluttered lightly. She appeared particularly obedient and lovable. Uncle Zhang's smile immediately became more sincere. Oh, Miss Song, you can sit on the sofa for a bit. I'll send someone to prepare the guest room for you. If you need anything, just let me know. Song Yaoyao's eyes curved as she placed her hands on her knees and replied in a well-mannered tone. I'm not very picky. Anything is fine as long as it's ready. Sorry for the trouble, it's no trouble at all. Please wait then. I'll go call Jiang Tao. After getting approval from Song Yaoyao, Uncle Zhang left. At the same time, he ordered the maids to prepare her favorite desserts and a glass of hot milk. He could tell that the girl was cold. After Uncle Zhang left, Huo Yunque and Song Yaoyao were the only ones left in the living room. Huo Yunque picked up his Coke and swirled it in his hand as he sneered and leaned back against the sofa. What did you say? She tilted her head as though she didn't hear him clearly. I asked if you really like me that much? Huo Yunque said each word clearly as he looked at her in ridicule. But you should give up. Even if you exhaust all efforts, I will never like you. Oh, really? Song Yaoyao removed her coat, placed it on the sofa, and gently patted it. She then stood up and walked toward Huo Yunque. Huo Yunque knitted his brows, but his body did not move. He was sure Song Yaoyao didn't have the guts to beat him up in front of the Huo family's domestic helpers. But he had no idea that the current Song Yaoyao was no longer the pitiful Song Yaoyao that no one loved and cared about. Hidden underneath her seemingly delicate, weak, and tired appearance was an unscrupulous soul that had been spoiled all her life. She slowly approached Huo Yunque, and in front of the domestic helpers, she reached out and grabbed his collar. She raised her leg, bent her knee, and ruthlessly kicked him. Ugh, Huo Yunque's face immediately swelled and turned red like a pig liver. He stared at Song Yaoyao in disbelief and reached out to cover his stomach. Song Yaoyao, how dare you? Song Yaoyao smiled slightly, looking really sweet. There may be things in this world that I can't do, but there is absolutely nothing I dare not do. She bent her knees slightly, rested her hands on her knees, and looked down at Huo Yunque, who was squatting on the ground, and her lips lightly hooked. Besides, I repeat, I don't like you. I don't like you at all. If you dare to overestimate yourself again next time, please remember. She gently patted his shoulder with her hand. I will hit you every time I see you, and I won't show mercy. Okay, that's great. You said it. Huo Yunque gritted his teeth and looked into Song Yaoyao's calm eyes as though he had lost something. Was this still the same girl that brought him an umbrella when it rained, handed him water when he played sports, and blushed whenever he took the slightest glance at her? He sneered. How dare you provoke my small uncle then? Aren't you afraid of dying without a trace? Song Yaoyao stood up and gently patted her skirt. She looked at Huo Yunque and smiled. Actually, death isn't that scary. With the beep from a heart monitor, all senses would be lost immediately, and the body would become very light. After that, it would begin to drift away. The girl's skin was pale without any life. Yet her eyes were big and her lips were red. When her lips curved upward and she looked at him with amusement, Huo Yunque felt his head go numb. FCK, did he run into a ghost? One was the master's special guest, and the other was the family's young master. As the two argued, the domestic helpers, who were practically at the bottom of the food chain, looked at each other. They didn't know whether to step in and stop them, or watch without doing anything. While they were still hesitating, Uncle Zhang entered with a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a suit and a pair of 3 centimeters black high heels. It was the typical appearance for an office worker, but due to the attractive curves on her body, she looked unmistakably mature. What's wrong? A man's voice sounded from upstairs. He had changed into a set of loungewear, and his coldness had faded quite a bit. The lights even made him appear gentle. Just as he finished talking, a delicate girl pounced into his arms. She held back her tears and looked aggrieved as she pointed at Huo Yunque. Gidge, he tried to harass me. FCK off. No one would want to harass you. Huo Yunque's eyes opened wide and he jumped up in shock. Ignoring the pain around his stomach, he looked at Song Yaoyao helplessly. Can you get any faker, Song Yaoyao? Why would I harass a malnourished body that resembles a bean sprout? What about verbal harassment? Gidge Song Yaoyao tugged on Huo Yunque's sleeve and humphed. He said I got close to you because I like him, and I was using you to get together with him. Is that something that a human would say? Were you, though? Huh. Song Yaoyao lifted her head aggrievedly and looked into the man's eyes, which were as calm as a lake. She pouted her lips. Of course not. I don't like Huo Yunque at all. I like Gidge the most. He's not as handsome as you, nor is he as tall and refined. I would be blind to be interested in him. Song Yao. Hearing her belittle him until he was worth nothing, Huo Yunque was furious. You don't like me? I'm the one that doesn't like you. I understand. Huo Yunque nodded his head. His voice was low and deep. Song Yaoyao tugged on the corner of his shirt and clearly saw a smile appear in the man's phoenix eyes like gradual ripples on the water's surface. Since you don't like him, then I will take charge of this matter. The verbal agreement that your father unilaterally made cannot be taken seriously. Huo Yunque turned to Huo Yunque with a calm expression. From now on, you have nothing to do with her. Are you willing to accept that? Huo Yunque was more than happy to accept it, so he immediately nodded his head. Of course. Even looking at Song Yaoyao for a little longer was annoying, especially since this brat was violent like a possessed person. She was even acting like a victim. How shameless. Okay, what about you? Huo Yunque lowered his gaze. I never had anything to do with him. Song Yaoyao scrunched up her nose. His father made the agreement with my parents. What does that have to do with me? I am a human, not a doll. I will definitely marry the person I like in the future. Their decision has always been a trifling matter. She pouted her lips unhappily. No matter the reason, they had applied pressure with their authority and unilaterally set this agreement. Did they ever host an engagement party? It was never official. Initially, it was fine because the original owner of her body liked Huo Yunque, but the current her had absolutely no interest in the childish boy. Okay. Huo Yunque's smile increased as he nodded his head. Huo Yunque, visit the songs tomorrow, bring an apology gift, and clarify your relationship to the public. Why should I? Huo Ningxi's eyes opened wide with reluctance. He never liked Song Yaoyao and never agreed to the wedding. Why should he apologize? Huo Ningxi, what you need to understand is Huo Yunque's gaze was cold and piercing. This is not a negotiation. It is an order. You can choose to walk there yourself or be carried there. Do you understand? Huo Ningxi stood in place. The atmosphere was suppressing. The man's presence was so suffocating that Huo Ningxi could barely breathe. He looked at the girl that was standing next to his small uncle. His gaze contained a sense of reluctance, humiliation, and helplessness. He had never felt the disparity between him and his small uncle as clearly as he did at that moment. They were so far apart that it felt like they were separated by an entire galaxy. Huo Yunque was at a height that he could never reach. Yes, Huo Ningxi mumbled. I understand. After speaking, he didn't want to stay around any longer. So he quickly found an excuse and returned to his room. As soon as he left, Song Yaoyao immediately smiled. The expression on her fair and delicate face was lively, and there was an inconcealable slyness in her eyes. Were you worried about me, Gidge? Love you. She lifted her arms and made a heart on top of her head. Huo Yunque glanced at her domineeringly. Song Yaoyao, did Huo Ningxi really bully you? Ahem. Song Yaoyao didn't expect Huo Yunque to go after her. She stuck out her tongue and her eyes wavered. The helpers noticed her gaze and lowered their heads, pressing their noses against their chests. Song Yaoyao lowered her head and played with her fingers nervously. Actually, I bullied him. Uncle Zhang cleared his throat and tried not to laugh. Next to him, the woman had a strange expression as she looked at Song Yaoyao. But Gidge. Song Yaoyao suddenly realized something and grabbed onto Huo Yunque's sleeve. Why did you help me when you knew I hit Huo Ningxi? Her dense eyelashes cast a light shadow on her cheeks as she smiled with a smug look between her eyes. Huo Yunque let her grab onto him without taking a single look at Jiang Tao. Take Miss Song back to her room to rest, he ordered gently. He did not reply nor explain. But Song Yaoyao was joyous. She did not need a response. Sometimes, actions spoke louder than words, right? As she watched Huo Yunque turn around and leave, Song Yaoyao waved her hand. Good night. Gidge. Huo Yunque paused just before he turned the corner. His throat twitched and he lowered his eyes. Good night. Uncle Zhang looked at Song Yaoyao in surprise. She actually made the cold master break out of character and even scold the young master. Although they weren't usually close, he had never scolded him. Uncle Zhang, is this the person that the master asked me to take care of? Jiang Tao stepped forward and stretched out her hand elegantly. Hello, Miss Song. I am Jiang Tao. Miss Song, this is Jiang Tao. From now on, she will take care of you while you stay here. If you need anything, just let her know. Uncle Zhang introduced them to each other with a smile. I understand. Thank you. Uncle Zhang. Song Yaoyao curved her eyes, stretched out her hand politely, and shook Jiang Tao's hand. Hello, I will have to trouble you from now on then. Jiang Tao's gaze did not change as her back stiffened. She maintained a smile and nodded her head. No trouble at all. It's only right. She put on airs like she was the female master of the house, and Uncle Zhang furrowed his brows when he saw this. But when he thought about the way that Jiang Tao normally behaved accordingly, he did not say anything. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Miss Song, please follow me upstairs. I shall show you to the guest room. Jiang Tao stretched out her left hand welcomingly, and her right hand shook beside her body. Okay. Song Yaoyao jogged back to grab the desserts and milk that was previously prepared for her and smiled sweetly at Jiang Tao. She then followed her upstairs. Although it was just a guest room, the decorations were stylish and matched the manner perfectly. Miss Song, your bathrobe is ready and we've asked someone to buy you a change of clothes. Do you want me to fill the bath for you? Or do you want to eat while you bathe? Song Yaoyao took a sip of milk. Her eyes were moist and innocent. That's not a bad idea, but I think I'd prefer that you take care of me. After all, isn't that what Gidge wants? She smiled slightly with an underlying meaning in her eyes. Jiang Tao clenched her fists and nodded elegantly. Her attitude was friendly. Okay, Miss Song. I will go prepare it for you now. She nodded her head slightly, but as soon as she turned around, her smile immediately disappeared. Song Yaoyao didn't seem to notice as she sat on a chair and swung her legs while enjoying the desserts from the kitchen. The flavor was much better than the ones bought from outside. After the bath was filled, the maids prepared her a change of clothes. But just before Song Yaoyao walked in to bathe, she suddenly glanced to the side and said, "By the way, before I come out, can you keep guard outside?" "I'm sorry, I'm a coward." "I hope you don't mind." Jiang Tao clenched her fists and took a deep breath as she maintained her smile. "Yes, Miss Song." Song Yaoyao curved her eyes and went in to enjoy a half-hour-long hot water bath. 1 hour later, she finished applying body lotion and came out. When she saw Jiang Tao standing in the same spot, she smiled sweetly. "Jiang Tao, help me dry my hair. My arm gets tired when I raise it for too long." "Okay, Miss Song." No matter what Song Yaoyao requested, Jiang Tao did not reveal any trace of displeasure, making Song Yaoyao appear like an unreasonable and arrogant miss. After her hair was dry, Song Yaoyao brushed her hair and suddenly said, "Oh, that's right. I haven't tidied up the bathroom yet. Before you leave, can you clean it? The floor is still wet. If I use the bathroom in the middle of the night, I might slip." She turned her head and stared straight at Jiang Tao with her dark eyes. They were clear, pure, and switched on. Jiang Tao suddenly discarded her displeasure and nodded her head. But, as soon as she entered the bathroom, her gaze immediately turned cold. Did this little brat really think she was Mrs. Huo? She was unhappy deep down, but she had no choice but to listen to Song Yaoyao. The bathroom was really big. It was unclear how, but Song Yaoyao somehow managed to cover the entire bathroom in water and soap suds. As someone that normally took care of a high-class family, Jiang Tao had never done anything this laborious. She mopped the floor, cleaned the bathtub, and wiped the walls. By the time she came back out, half an hour had already passed. The light in the bedroom was dim, and the girl was lying in the middle of the big soft bed. Her face was rosy from the heater, and she was sleeping soundly. For a brief moment, Jiang Tao had a frightening thought. If she covered her face with a quilt while she was sleeping, what would happen? She quickly dismissed it. She scared herself with this thought. Pursing her lip, she quickly left the room. After she closed the bedroom door, the sleeping Song Yaoyao slowly opened her eyes. Her empty and misty eyes did not look sleepy at all. "You're quite good at enduring." Song Yaoyao let out a laugh and buried herself deeper in the quilt. If she set her eyes on someone, she would never let anyone else covet them, even if she didn't want them anymore. The night was peaceful. The phone in Song Yaoyao's backpack had automatically shut off, and she was lying in bed quietly. Inside one of the VIP rooms at the hospital, Song Rui was furious. "Zhou Monli, you are really out of your mind. Children may not understand, but you should know better." No matter how much he disliked the depressing girl, he never considered kicking her out. They could still afford to feed her. Not to mention now that she had changed quite a lot. Who knows where she went? It's not like she doesn't have money. She probably ran off to book a hotel room. What's there to worry about? Zhou Monli's face was pale as she lay in bed. She had visited the bathroom between 10-20 times, and she was completely exhausted. Her body was in pain, and her mind was buzzing. Click. The door opened and Song Wenchuan walked in unhappily. "I've asked around. No hotel in the city has any information regarding Yaoyao." "What?" Song Rui's expression changed. "Hurry and send more people to look for her. If something embarrassing happens to her, the Song family will be humiliated." "Huh." Song Wenchuan looked at Song Rui and the unfazed Zhou Monli in disappointment, shook his head and sneered. "At a time like this, all you think about is the Song family's image. Aren't you worried that a petite little girl may have encountered some kind of problem this late at night? What if she's being harassed by gangsters?" "Brother." Song Jingwan's eyes were swollen from all her crying. Sobbing, she apologized. "If you want to blame someone, then blame me. I didn't stop Yaoyao. That's why she is in danger." "Sorry. I'm really sorry. Hoo-hoo. Wanwan, don't cry. That brat wanted to leave on her own accord. We couldn't stop her. What does that have to do with you?" Zhou Monli quickly held onto her hand and patted it. Song Wenchuan tugged off his tie and ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. Laughing in anger, he said, "If something actually happens to her, do you think you'll get off scot-free?" "Jingwan, I always thought a girl with evil intentions couldn't possibly be that bad. Don't forget that Yaoyao is your sister." After saying this, he turned around, threw open the door, and left. "Brother." Song Jingwan chased after him anxiously. But as the door shut in her face, a sinister look appeared in her eyes. She sniffed and began to sob quietly. It rained for an entire night and remained gloomy the next day, causing the weather to get colder and colder. Knock, 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 Miss Song. Are you awake? The door opened, and the neatly dressed Song Yaoyao greeted Jiang Tao with a smile. Good morning. Sister Jiang Tao, hearing her suddenly soften her voice and greet her sister politely, Jiang Tao was slightly taken aback. Without changing her expression, she nodded her head gently. Good morning. Is Gij awake? Song Yaoyao quickly started running downstairs. The master usually wakes up early, but only the young master is in the dining room at the moment. The master doesn't like eating breakfast. At this time of day, he should be in the greenhouse, Jiang Tao explained gently as though she was really familiar with Huo Yunque. Song Yaoyao tilted her head. Oh, really? Then can you call him for me? I want to eat breakfast with him. The young lady had a beautiful appearance like a blooming flower, and when she smiled, it was dazzling. Jiang Tao's eyes darted as she said with doubt, but the master never eats breakfast. That's because the right person hasn't appeared. Song Yaoyao smiled, but things are different now. Please notify Gij that I am waiting in the dining room and tell him to hurry. Remember, if he doesn't come, then I won't eat. The girl's pleasant voice danced like a musical note as her slim figure disappeared down the spiral staircase. How childish and spoiled. Jiang Tao clenched her fists. After some time, she finally walked downstairs and headed outside. Even from a far distance, Jiang Tao could already see the peerless figure among the rare flowers. The man was dressed in a turtleneck sweater, and the moist air created a mist around his eyes that made him appear extra handsome and attractive, like a gentle breeze under the clear moon. Who could believe that the master of the Hua household, a man that could cause global economic unrest with just a stomp of his feet, was so young? Her heart raced, and she tried to control her fluctuating emotions as she headed toward the greenhouse. Sir. Her voice contained an inconcealable sense of anticipation as she hoped for him to turn and look at her. However, the result was destined to disappoint her. Speak. The man was extremely cold. It was as though all his patience was already given to the flowers in the greenhouse as he leaned over and pruned some leaves. Her fingers curled. Miss Song is awake. Okay. In the corner of the greenhouse, a Chinese rose was blooming, and the petals from one flower were cascading and wilting. He casually cut it off, lowered his head, and played with it in his hand. She asked you to have breakfast with her. If you don't go, then she won't eat. After saying this, Jiang Tao's lips curved upward inconspicuously. The master hated people that were spoiled and took advantage of others. Jiang Tao assumed that Song Yaoyao was bound to be kicked out for acting the way that she did. Never did she imagine that as soon as she finished speaking, a chuckle would echo through the greenhouse. Huo Yunque threw his pruners aside, and the mist around his eyes suddenly cleared. So spoiled. He shook his head and strode past Jiang Tao. Not once did he take a look at her. Jiang Tao's legs became weak, and she quickly supported herself against a shelf. How is this possible? She mumbled. Not only was the master not angry, he even had a doting expression on his face. Where did things go wrong? Meanwhile, Huo Ningxi couldn't be bothered taking a single glance at Song Yaoyao. He turned his body, pulled out his phone, and started messaging. Nx. Did Song Yaoyao run away from home? Wan. Huh? No. How's that possible? Yaoyao is eating at home right now. Cute. Nx. Then, am I sitting opposite a ghost? Huo Ningxi rolled his eyes, took a photo, and sent it over. Clink. Song Jingwan's hand trembled, and she dropped her spoon on the table, splattering her kanji everywhere. Jingwan, what's wrong? Song Rue furrowed his brows. He was in a bad mood because he had heard no news about Song Yaoyao all night. Song Jingwan took a deep breath as her hands trembled. It's nothing. Before she finished speaking, her phone was torn from her hands. Song Wenchuan knitted his brows as he looked at the conversation that was taking place. He couldn't help but look at Song Jingwan with disappointment. What's this? Are you deliberately hiding news about Song Yaoyao? Song Jingwan anxiously tried to grab back her phone as her eyes turned red. Brother, how can you invade my privacy? That's such a hateful thing to do. What news? Does Jingwan know where Yaoyao is? Song Rue narrowed his eyes as he scanned his eyes across Song Jingwan. Dad, I didn't know how to bring it up. Song Jingwan almost ground her teeth into powder. In a quiet voice, she continued, it appears as though Yaoyao is with Ningxi. That's great. Song Rue breathed a sigh of relief and joy. Where is she right now? Chuan, go get her. Song Jingwan's expression froze. She lowered her head as her anger soared. Okay, brother. Song Jingwan quickly called Song Wenchuan back with a crazy look in her eyes. Even if you go get her, I bet she won't come back with you. She likes Ningxi so much. This opportunity didn't come by easily. She's not going to give up. It's just a shame that she used Mr. Huo to get close to him. If Mr. Huo finds out that she's with Ningxi, she laughed. I wonder what will happen. What did you say? Song Rue suddenly sat up and his eyes opened wide. Song Yaoyao, when are you leaving? Is that any of your business? Song Yaoyao swung her legs. If you don't like seeing me, then you should talk to Gidge about it. How shameless. My small uncle is so much older than you. Yet you Gidge. Song Yaoyao turned her head and just so happened to see the person that she wanted to see. Her voice immediately became sweet and soft. Huo Ningxi ground his teeth. What a difference. Sit properly. Huo Yunque held down her leaning chair and sat down beside her. Eat. Okay, Song Yaoyao said obediently. Suddenly, she spotted something red and asked excitedly, Gidge, is that flour for me? Huo Yunque knocked on the table casually. No. But when he first saw this flower, a vibrant and beautiful face did indeed come to mind. Oh. Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and slowly crept her hand across the table. Then, like a thief, she quickly stole the flower from the man. Well, it's mine now. She held onto the flower happily. This scene made Huo Ningxi grow in frustration. Song Yaoyao, can you be any more childish? He scoffed. Gidge Song Yaoyao's face drooped as she tugged on Huo Yunque's sleeve like she was going to cry. Huo Yunque narrowed his eyes with a calm expression. Huo Ningxi, don't eat and talk at the same time. Huo Ningxi? Song Yaoyao didn't just talk while she was eating. She even stole a flower. Why didn't you say anything about her? Huo Ningxi looked aggrieved. In fact, he wanted to cry as his heart felt sour. Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up. She lifted her chin and looked at Huo Ningxi smugly. Gidge, do you want to eat breakfast together? She held her cheeks and looked at him eagerly. Huo Yunque froze and Jiang Tao became anxious. Miss Song, the master doesn't usually eat breakfast. You Uncle Zhang, bring me a bowl of plain congee. PFFF Song Yaoyao rested her chin on her hands and glanced sideways. Her curled eyelashes blinked. Sister Jiang Tao, I thought you knew Gidge really well. Jiang Tao froze and she almost broke her composure. Gidge, try this. It's really tasty. Song Yaoyao pointed to a dish on the table as she spoke in a soft voice. Huo Yunque lowered his eyes, took Song Yaoyao's suggestion, and had a taste. He didn't eat breakfast often, and his dining table wasn't normally this lively. Huo Ningxi's mood was complex. He assumed it was because of the weather that he felt a dark cloud above his head even though he was indoors. He couldn't sit there any longer. He jumped out of his seat and said stiffly, Small uncle, I'm going to school. Enjoy your food. Stop right there. Huo Yunque grabbed a tissue and wiped his mouth. You guys go together. Huo Ningxi turned around and looked into Song Yaoyao's eyes, gritting his teeth to suppress his anger. Fine. He was going to deal with her in the car. Song Yaoyao, you go out first. I have something to say to Huo Ningxi. The man crossed his arms and leaned back lazily in his chair. His hands were long, slender, and clean, with defined joints, and he looked inexplicably noble and classy. Song Yaoyao licked her lips, obediently finished the last sip of her milk, and nodded her head. Okay, I'll see you later then. Mwashi blew a kiss, jumped off her chair, and walked out leisurely. Small uncle, what do you want to talk about? Huo Ningxi looked a little awkward as he lowered his head unhappily. I know what you're thinking. I'm leaving her with you, so you better bring her back in one piece tonight. Small uncle. Huo Ningxi looked at the man in disbelief. His voice was lazy and his legs were crossed leisurely. Why must I do that? I don't want to. It was a blessing that he hadn't already strangled Song Yaoyao to death. Huh. Huo Yunque's lips curved upward slightly as he stared calmly into Huo Ningxi's eyes. I'm not asking for your opinion. This is a notification. Huaningshi, you have no right to object. Understood? He picked up his spoon again. Go to school. Remember, if she's missing even a single hair on her body, I will skin you alive. You know I always stick to my word. The man spoke in a casual manner, yet it gave chills down Huaningxi's spine like he was standing in an ice cellar. Huaningxi understood how frightening his small uncle could be. For him to say something like this, it meant he wasn't showing mercy even though his surname was Huo. His bones shivered as he clenched his fists and smiled bitterly. Small uncle, is Song Yaoyao that good? Is she worthy of you changing so much? After all, this man had strong principles and had always been high and mighty like a god. Loyal subordinates carried out his every command. And Huaningxi understood better than anyone that he had no right to criticize his decision just like he said. In fact, he couldn't show even a sliver of anger in front of the man. He was too afraid. Once a person reached a certain level of power, other people would not have the courage to retaliate against them. Song Yaoyao boarded the car and discovered that Huaningxi was abnormally quiet. She scratched her chin and reminded him curiously, Huaningxi, Gij is not around now. You can say what you want to say. Huaningxi did not look pleased. Shut up, Song Yaoyao. Huh? Wasn't he opposing her anymore? TCH. How boring. They remained silent all the way until the school gates. Through a thin layer of fog, Song Yaoyao spotted two familiar figures. Huaningxi. Song Yaoyao narrowed her eyes and shook her fist. Did you tell them? As he looked into her dark eyes, Huaningxi actually felt a rare sense of guilt. He touched his nose and mumbled, What does this have to do with me? FCK. Hurry and get out of the car, Song Yaoyao. Suddenly, a hand grabbed onto his collar and pulled him forward until he stopped in front of the girl's face. She looked at him with a threatening gaze. Regardless of whether you said it or not, get out of the car right now. No matter what you need to do, help me shoo Song Jingwan away. She hadn't even gotten her Gij's contact number yet. How could she leave? You. Why should I? Huaningxi ground his teeth. Song Yaoyao sneered and pushed him away. Gij must have said something to you, right? Either you listen to me, or I will tell Gij that you bullied me when we get home. Your choice. Huaningxi had a complicated gaze. Song Yaoyao, do you have any shame? She was quite attractive, but why did she act so inhumanely? Song Yaoyao crossed her arms and leaned back casually. Her expression, her posture. She didn't care who he was. Outside, Song Jingwan had already spotted the car and had approached to knock on the window. Ningxi. Huaningxi wiped his face, gritted his teeth, and spat out a few words. I gotta give it to you. He quickly pushed open the door, climbed out, and greeted Song Jingwan casually. Why are you so early today? Song Jingwan's gaze wandered as she nodded her head inattentively. Yes, I have a bit of an issue, she said as she pointed at Song Wenchuan. Ningxi, where's Yaoyao? Have you seen her? For a brief moment, Huaningxi really wanted to answer straightforwardly. The person you're looking for is sitting inside my car. But did he dare? The brat was so shameless that she always turned herself into the victim. Not only that, his small uncle even believed her. Do you think she would be sitting in my car? She must be dreaming. Huaningxi shoved his hands in his pockets and revealed a look of disdain. Let's head inside together, he said as he glanced sideways. When Song Jingwan heard these words, she felt a lot better. Song Yaoyao had changed a lot recently. In the past, she never worried about Huaningxi liking her, but now, Song Jingwan couldn't be certain. She wanted to agree, but she hesitated as she looked at Song Wenchuan. Song Wenchuan narrowed his eyes. Don't be late. I'll go look for her myself. You can go in first. Song Jingwan's eyes twitched. See you later then, brother. This morning, she had been too impulsive. The two entered the school gates and Song Wenchuan strode over to the car. He curled his finger and knocked on the window. His voice was cold. Song Yaoyao, do you want me to invite you out of the car? Song Yaoyao furrowed her brows and stepped out sullenly. The first thing she said was, let me make it clear. I'm not going back with you. Who wants you to come back with me? Song Wenchuan scoffed and glanced at her. Since they aren't in a panic, why should I be? That morning, Song Jingwan's words had hit the Song family like a bomb and completely messed it up. For Song Rue, who had not yet completely given up on his desires, the information he received was bound to make him upset. But how upset depended on how ambitious he was. Then, you. Song Yaoyao opened her mouth. She did not expect Song Wonchuan to say this. She lowered her head with a cute and tired expression. When Song Wonchuan saw this, he immediately felt angered and rubbed her head. Song Yaoyao, I really need to take my hat off to you. Not only did you run away from home, you even switched your phone off. Do you know I searched all night for you? Song Yaoyao noticed the darkness in Song Wonchuan's eyes and began to panic. At a loss, she asked, why were you searching for me? She never intended on getting involved with anyone from the Song family. In her heart, she still missed her parents and her beloved brother from her previous life. But Song Wonchuan's actions kept chipping away at the layers of her tightly sealed heart. Song Wonchuan's heart ached when he saw the disbelief and panic in Song Yaoyao's eyes. With a bitter laugh, he asked, Did you think we'd all forget your existence after you ran away, and we'd leave you to fend for yourself? The girl lowered her head. A hand suddenly patted her on the head. The man's voice sounded slightly exhausted but extremely gentle. No matter what they think, just remember that I am your brother. I will never abandon you. Song Yaoyao's head rang. She furrowed her brows, wondering where things went wrong. From what she read, the original Song Yaoyao was eventually kicked out of the Song family, after which she died a pitiful death. Where was Song Wonchuan then? Where's your backpack? Song Wonchuan stretched out his hand as he looked at the silent girl. Song Yaoyao realized that she didn't have it with her and quickly turned around to grab it from the car. Without saying anything, Song Wonchuan pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and shoved it into her backpack. He also placed some snacks that he had bought inside and returned the bag to her. Go to class. You need money to eat well at school. Don't starve yourself until you're thin and haggard. It's embarrassing. Song Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks. Originally, she was quite moved until he said these words. PFFF. Song Wonchuan chuckled as he pinched her cheeks. So cute. Song Yaoyao brushed his hand away. Don't get all handsy, she warned unhappily as she glared at him. Just as she finished speaking, Song Wonchuan grabbed onto her collar with one hand and forcefully turned her around to face the school. Hurry and get to class. Hey! How disrespectful. This stupid man was taking things too far. Don't call me hey. Call me brother. No way. Song Yaoyao said as she ran toward the school without looking back. Don't think that you can buy my affection with a bag of snacks. I'm not that easy to bribe. Song Wonchuan chuckled again. He shoved his hands in his pockets and asked casually, What about 2 bags? How about 10? Song Yaoyao waved her hand in disgust. Hurry home and get some rest. Your eye bags are almost drooping down to the floor. It looks so ugly. TCH. Song Wonchuan touched his face, feeling a little hurt. Was he really that ugly? As Song Yaoyao ran into the mathematics building, she began to slow down. She held onto her backpack and suddenly laughed. In a volume that no one else could hear, she mumbled, Let's see how you perform. Big bro, are you being a thief? What are you mumbling to yourself? Let me hear it. Who is it? Song Yaoyao's heart almost stopped in surprise. She quickly turned her head and looked into a pair of amused eyes. The young man had his hands in his pockets as he smiled at her roguishly. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes and lifted her hand. A word of warning, don't hit my face. Who knew? Shin Sun would step back, close his eyes, and warn her. Song Yaoyao's hand fell upon her own head as she neatened the hair that Song Wonchuan had messed up. Pouting her lips speechlessly, she said, Classmate, are you not fully awake? Didn't he know that her hand would hurt? Why would she hit him? Were these guys all masochists? Shin Sun was one, and so was Huo Yunque. Song Yaoyao carried her backpack into the classroom and Shin Sun followed her step by step with a bandage on his face, looking funny and comical. He was completely unfazed. In fact, he didn't care about the judgmental gazes that fell upon him. Stop following me. Song Yaoyao bulged her cheeks. We agreed that I would be your underling if you win. Why aren't you sticking to your words? Shin Sun complained. Song Yaoyao, was this guy ill? With a grim silence, she walked into the classroom and noticed that Tang Shinro hadn't arrived yet. The class started with self-study. During this part of the class, The teacher let them study on their own without supervision. But self-study didn't exist in the third class. Song Yaoyao pulled out a red video game console from her backpack and started playing Plane Wars as she lay on her desk. The highest score was still Elder Hua's, and it annoyed Song Yaoyao. She wanted to exceed it. Classmate, who knew you would play video games in class? Shinsun leaned on his desk and chuckled like he had discovered something new. Song Yaoyao ignored him and focused on the game. Shinsun pulled out the latest gaming console and played with it a little, but quickly felt bored. When he heard the noises coming from Song Yaoyao's old console, it piqued his interest. Unable to resist, he poked her on the back. Classmate, can I play? Han Jun rolled his eyes. Was Shun Sun possessed? He was acting more and more out of character. No. As expected, Song Yaoyao rejected him heartlessly. Aw, don't be so heartless. Song Yaoyao's hand slipped, and her plane crashed into a wall. A line of English text appeared on the screen. She had failed. She pulled a long face and turned around unhappily. Shinsun, do you want to die? Shinsun lay on the desk lazily. I don't want to die, but I don't want to live either. Slap. Han Jun's eyes twitched as he watched a book fall off Shinsun's face. He thought Song Yaoyao was done for. She had challenged Brother Sun's patience time and time again, and he had probably reached his limit by now. He was about to lose his temper. Wow, classmate, you're so grumpy. Han Jun. Shinsun rubbed his face. If I let you hit me once, can you let me play one game? Song Yaoyao? I can also pay 100 per round. Song Yaoyao slapped the console in front of him and smiled sweetly. Deal. Han Jun couldn't bear to watch as Shinsun handed a stack of notes to Song Yaoyao and happily picked up the console. His face was filled with confusion. Was the latest console no fun? Or did he have too much money to burn? When Tang Shinro walked in yawning, she was met with the following scene. The girl was lying on her desk, reading her textbook like a good student, while behind her, two boys had their heads together as they played with a red gaming console, the type that only cost a few dozen yuan. Yet, they were completely immersed in it. Her lips twitched. She walked past Song Yaoyao and touched her soft hair. Good morning, precious. Good morning. Song Yaoyao calmly neatened her hair and spoke in a soft and sweet voice. What's going on with them? Are they so poor that they can only afford to play with a gaming console that costs a few dozen yuan? Tang Shinro asked curiously as she pointed to the desk behind them. Song Yaoyao. Shinsun threw the game aside and scoffed. Are you looking down on my big bro? Han Jun, who had been watching in excitement, quickly picked up the console and started another round. The minigames in the console were old, but they were actually quite fun and addictive. Song Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks and looked at her glumly. The game is mine. Moreover, Elder Hua had given it to her. It was a gift from an elder. Heir. Tang Shinro touched her nose and quickly changed her tone. Ahem, my precious has good taste. Unlike those darned rich people who only buy the most expensive things. I look down on people like that. Shinsun looked at her like he was looking at a crazy person. He took a breath and reminded Han Jun. One round costs 100 yuan. Remember to pay me back. Han Jun's hand twitched and the avatar on his screen was immediately beaten to death. Brother Sun, taking our relationship into consideration, don't you think 100 is too much? That's true, Shunsun nodded. Before Han Jun got the chance to be happy, Shunsun added, let's make it 200. Han Jun? Suddenly, this console didn't seem so fun anymore. In fact, it felt a little hot to touch. Tang Shinro burst into laughter. As she laughed, she rubbed her stomach. Oh, I'm hungry. Yaoyao, let's eat in the cafeteria later. Song Yaoyao glanced at her and quietly pulled out a big bag of snacks from her backpack. She then shoved them into Tang Shinro's arms. Tang Shinro. Shinsun. Han Jun held onto the console in shock. Classmate, is your backpack magical? It contained everything. He thought for a moment and asked, I want to drink Coke. Do you have any? He simply asked this to tease her. But then he saw Song Yaoyao shove her hand into her backpack. After digging and scrounging around for 2 seconds, she actually pulled out a can of Coke and handed it to him. She then stretched out her fair-skinned hand, meaning, pay up. Han Jun fell silent as he looked into her dark eyes. In the end, Song Yaoyao sold her can of Coke for an exorbitant price of 100 yuan. She then turned around in satisfaction and began to study. Shin Sun chuckled as he watched this. As he lay on the desk in front of him, he added another note to his impression of Song Yaoyao. Little money grubber. Their entire interaction was observed by a particular person. Suyu pouted her lips and tapped away on her phone. Suyu. Is Song Yaoyao so poor that she's gone crazy? She's running a business at school. Song Jingwan was reading a book when the phone in her handbag started vibrating. She quietly glanced at the teacher's desk. The teacher was reading a newspaper and wasn't paying attention to the classroom. She pressed her lips together and pulled out her phone. Song Jingwan. What's happening? Curious Suyu. She sold one can of Coke for 100 yuan. She also pulled a gaming console out of nowhere and she's charging 100 yuan per round. Suyu. I don't know if Shin Sun is possessed, but he actually handed his money over willingly. Song Jingwan froze in disbelief. Song Jingwan. Are you saying that Shin Sun actually gave her money? Suyu. What else? Yesterday, they were still fighting and opposing each other, yet they've suddenly made up today. What a joke. When has Shin Sun had such a good temper? Song Jingwan's pupils constricted, and she put her phone away. She sat in her seat quietly and did not flip her textbook for the rest of the class. Song Yaoyao, what happened to you? Song Jingwan planned to speak to her after school, but as soon as class ended, she couldn't hold back and ran straight over to the third class. Yaoyao, come out. I want to talk to you. She curled her finger and knocked on the window, gesturing for Song Yaoyao to come out. Tang Shinro lifted her head sleepily, saw the person that had arrived, and smiled in ridicule. Oh, isn't that our infamous beauty song? Did you end up at the wrong classroom? This is the third class, not the first. When Song Jingwan saw her, her eyes darted. I'm looking for Yaoyao. This has nothing to do with you. Oh, nothing to do with me? But Yaoyao is my precious gem. I can't bear to let her out on her own. If you have something to say, then say it. Unless you're planning to say something indecent. Tang Shinro argued without holding back. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao lifted her head slowly and pointed at Tang Shinro. I listened to her. These words made Tang Shinro smile as she pulled her into her arms and squeezed her hard. My dear, you're so supportive. Song Yaoyao backed her up well. As she looked at Song Jingwan's displeased expression, Tang Shinro felt extremely good. Song Jingwan was disappointed. I heard you were selling things in class. If you need money, you can speak to me. I'm your sister. Would I allow you to go broke? What you're doing isn't only embarrassing yourself, but it's also embarrassing the Song family. Yaoyao, be good and give the money back. If you need money, I can give it to you. Song Jingwan acted like a good sister as she tried to persuade Song Yaoyao. But Tang Shinro found it hilarious. She's making money with her own abilities. How is that embarrassing? Does she feel embarrassed? Or does Beauty Song find this sister of hers embarrassing? This was a good question, and it immediately made Song Jingwan freeze. Song Yaoyao was curious too. That's right. How am I embarrassing? Am I forcing people to buy from me? Classmate Shin, what do you think? I think she's crazy. Shin Sun was sleeping comfortably. To him, Song Jingwan's voice was like a fly buzzing persistently around his ear. He cursed under his breath and sat up unhappily. His phoenix eyes were cold. I have plenty of money. I can give it to whomever I want. Who do you think you are? You talk too much. FCK Han Jun trembled and glanced at Song Jingwan. All he saw was Beauty Song standing outside the window with tears forming in her eyes. But was Shin Sun the kind of person that would show tenderness to a girl? Filled with hostility between his eyes, he was the perfect example of arrogance. Do you think you're a saint? If you have money, then donate it. Did you bring your phone? His expression was fierce, and he still had a scar on his face, so he looked extra intimidating. Song Jingwan did not dare to even cry. Shin Sun was famous for being fierce. According to rumors, he was like a rabid dog when he lost his temper, and he practically beat people to death. Yes, I brought it. She clenched her fists and nodded in a panic. Big bro, do you have a QR code? Someone's donating. Don't miss out. Shin Sun wanted to laugh, but he didn't as he pointed at Song Jingwan and lifted his chin at Song Yaoyao. Tang Shinro was about to lose her mind from holding back her laughter. As her shoulders shook uncontrollably, she lifted her thumb at Shinsun. You're the best. He was the school bully indeed. Song Yaoyao blinked innocently. Oh, how could I? But she still presented her QR code to him. Song Jingwan was dying in anger, but all eyes were on her. She had to endure as she displayed an aggrieved and helpless expression like she was being forced. It's fine. You're my sister. She forcefully revealed a smile, scanned the QR code, and entered an amount. Shun Sun placed one leg on top of the other roguishly, took a glance, and said casually, 30,000? Are you trying to brush her off like a beggar? You can't keep up with us, yet you came here acting like a rich person? Have you forgotten whose territory this is? Song Yaoyao glared at him, and Shin Sun immediately chuckled. This is my big bro's territory. Did my big bro allow you to come here? Han Jun rolled his eyes. No one in the third class was easy to get along with, but they all worshipped Shin Sun blindly. When they heard what he said, they immediately laughed. Is Beauty Song this stingy? Yaoyao, don't worry. I have money, ha. I'm F-kin rich. If you're that great, then add a 0. Can you keep up with us? Song Jingwan had never experienced something like this. Compared to this place, the first class was like heaven. You guys are going overboard. She bit her lip as tears swirled around in her eyes. She then transferred Song Yaoyao 300,000 quickly and left in shame. When the notification bell sounded, signaling that the transfer had been completed, Song Yaoyao was in a good mood. She looked at Shun Sun in praise. Not bad. I'll bring you a gift tomorrow. Woohoo. Han Jun immediately snapped out of his daze. Really? What gift? Do I get one too? Tang Shinro was also beaming with joy. What about me? Song Yaoyao patted her chest and squinted her eyes to count the zeros. In an extremely good mood, she promised. Don't worry, you will all get something. Haha. Tang Shinro wanted to laugh whenever she thought about Song Jingwan's expression. I bet Song Jingwan's dying on the inside right now. PFT. She deserves it. Who told her to come to the third class on her own? Did she think they were a bunch of nerds who only knew how to buy books? A few words, and she was sent running back to her mama. Song Yaoyao remained in a good mood all the way until school finished. Song Jingwan stopped her. Song Yaoyao, come home with me. She can't. Before Song Yaoyao managed to speak, Huo Ningxi's voice suddenly sounded beside her. Ningxi? Song Jingwan's temples twitched as she forced a smile on her face. What do you mean? Are you taking her back to stay with the Huas? Huo Ningxi's eyelids drooped. How can you do that? Song Jingwan never expected things to progress to this stage. You may have a verbal agreement to get married, but Yaoyao is still young. If she lives with you, people will gossip. She grabbed onto his sleeve in a panic with sadness in her eyes. Ningxi, please change your mind and let Yaoyao go home with me. My parents are worried about her. As he looked at her aggrieved expression, when Ningxi couldn't bear to hurt her. But when he thought about his small uncle's words before he left the house that morning, he immediately turned cold. You shouldn't be asking for my opinion. I'm not tying her up and forcing her to come with me. Huo Ningxi pulled her hand away and said heartlessly, Song Yaoyao, let's go. Okay. Song Yaoyao, you're not allowed to leave. Song Jingwan chased after Song Yaoyao anxiously and grabbed onto her wrist, unable to accept the situation. How dare she get so close to Huo Ningxi? Why? I thought you'd be happy to see me leave. Song Yaoyao tilted her head, parted her lips, scanned her eyes across Huo Ningxi, and suddenly understood. I see. She gently laughed. But let me tell you something, there's nothing between me and him. If you like him, then courageously pursue him. Song Yaoyao raised her fist, gesturing her support. Even if everyone finds out, they won't call you a mistress that's seducing her brother-in-law. Song Yaoyao. Song Jingwan's eyes were bloodshot. Are you showing off? Was she showing off that she had entered Huo Ningxi's home and they were going everywhere together? Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes and tore away her hand. I think there's something wrong with your skull. Was she suffering from delusions of being a victim? Let's go. She closed the car door and ordered the driver to start driving. Huo Ningxi wound down the car window, looked at the depressed Song Jingwan, and secretly sighed. Go home first. Next time. He pressed his lips together. In the end, he did not make any promises. Song household. Song Jingwan stormed in angrily. With a depressed expression, she headed straight upstairs. Big Miss, you're back. Big Miss? Auntie Lu walked out of the kitchen just in time to see Song Jingwan's back. In the corridor, Song Wonchuan had just woken up. He stepped out of his bedroom with his eyebrows knitted and ran into Song Jingwan. He turned his body to make way, but Song Jingwan suddenly stopped. She bit her lip and asked in an aggrieved manner, "Gidge, you saw Yaoyao this morning, didn't you? Since you saw her, why didn't you bring her back?" Huh. Song Wonchuan was in a sleepy daze. "Why?" he asked in a raspy voice. "I saw Yaoyao. I told her to come home, but she refused. Isn't that a good thing?" Song Wonchuan raised an eyebrow indifferently. "What?" Song Jingwan smiled nervously as though she thought she was hallucinating. "Weren't you the one that searched all night for her? Now that you've located her, you should bring her back." "Why must I do that?" Song Wonchuan yawned lazily and leaned against the wall. She seemed really happy. "Aren't you happy?" In a sleepy state, he looked at her questioningly and his tone was casual. "Why would I be happy?" Song Jingwan laughed in frustration. She was about to go crazy from anger. Even her usually well-behaved expression was getting hard to maintain. "I think you must be tired, so you're beginning to speak nonsense. In that case, I won't bother you. You should get some rest." After saying this, she entered her bedroom without looking back and slammed the door shut. As soon as she walked inside, she lifted her hand and threw her bag on the floor. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed her hair and panted. Yes, she wanted to kick Song Yaoyao out, but this wasn't the result that she wanted. After everything, Song Yaoyao and Huo Yunque actually grew closer. In that case, what was the purpose of her actions? The car stopped outside. Uncle Zhang approached with a smile and opened the car door. "Miss Song, you're back. Did you have a good day?" "Extremely good." Song Yaoyao jumped out of the car and her skirt swayed. "Uncle Zhang, is Gidge home?" "Yes, he's home." Uncle Zhang nodded with a smile. His afternoon suddenly cleared up. He should be resting in the backyard at this time. "Can I see him then?" Song Yaoyao fluttered her sparkling almond eyes coquettishly. The old man's heart melted. He thought about the way that Huo Yunque doted on the young woman and nodded his head. "Of course. I'll tell someone to take you. The land is big. I'm afraid you won't be able to find him." "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Song Yaoyao rubbed her hands together. She was about to see the man that she had been missing all day. She could barely suppress her joy. "Uncle Zhang." Zhang Tao furrowed her brows and disagreed with his decision. "The master doesn't like to be disturbed when he's resting." Song Yaoyao paused and her gaze fell upon the woman. As usual, she was dressed neat and tidy. She was beautiful, and her body had all the right curves. Unfortunately, Song Yaoyao couldn't get herself to like her. She threw her backpack toward Zhang Tao and tilted her head. "Sister Zhang Tao, what an interesting thing to say. Just this morning, you said Gidge didn't like eating breakfast, but look what happened. Didn't Huo Yunque eat breakfast with her in the end?" Song Yaoyao curved her eyes and smiled sweetly. "Clearly, Gidge's preferences depend on the person he's with. Me, for example." She pointed to herself and lifted her chin narcissistically. "Gidge likes me a lot." Ahem. Uncle Zhang couldn't help but laugh when he saw her smug expression. Meanwhile, Huo Yunque rolled his eyes as he walked inside, leaving behind 4 cold words. "What a thick skin." An honest evaluation. Zhang Tao agreed. "Please take my backpack inside. I'm going to go look for Gidge." By Song Yaoyao waved her hand without looking back. Uncle Zhang understood. "Someone, take Miss Song to see the master." Zhang Tao watched as Song Yaoyao quickly left. She was filled with an air of arrogance. Her eyes turned dark with hatred as she held onto the backpack and asked, "Uncle Zhang, are you letting her go like that? What if the master loses his temper?" The master of the house barely lost his temper. Most of the time, he was calm and didn't take anything to heart. But whenever he did, the consequences weren't easy to handle. But, of course, the main reason for her disapproval came from her own personal displeasure. Uncle Zhang placed his hands behind his back and scanned his eyes across Zhang Tao as he held back a smile. A shrewd look appeared in his eyes. "Zhang Tao, to work for the Huas, it doesn't matter if you're smart or not, but you need to be observant." He then said with deep meaning, in the master's heart, How can you compare Miss Song to other people? The young woman was beautiful like the morning sun, lively and vibrant. She was also clever, and most importantly, the master liked her. This was more important than anything. People should understand where they stand. When they say, all men are equal, it is a lie reserved for children. Uncle Zhang started walking inside. His voice sounded warm on the surface, but deep down there was an icy coldness that one could not ignore. Some people are born lovable, and they are destined to be the cream of the crop, while others, like you and I, we are servants. How could we expect much? Taking good care of our master and seeing him happy should be enough to make us happy, right? He babbled as he walked like an old man. But the entire Huo manor was under his control. He was the son of the previous butler, and he had dedicated his entire life to the Huos. He grew up serving the master, and when the master wasn't around, he managed the manor meticulously. No one dared to underestimate him. Out of those that were blind enough to do so, 80% of them were no longer on this earth. Jiang Tao felt a chill down her spine as she silently followed behind Uncle Zhang. After quite some time, she finally squeezed out one word, yes. She sounded uncomfortable and nothing like herself. Miss Song, the master is inside. I won't be going in with you. The helper pointed to the pavilion ahead, and Song Yaoyao nodded her head as she took a look. Okay, thank you for showing me the way here. There's no need to wait for me. I will come back with Gidge later. She jogged over to the man via a winding gravel path. In the distance, there was a vast field of ginkgo trees that cast a golden reflection on the lake. As it was fall, leaves covered the ground. Blue skies and white clouds sat above a European-style pavilion. The scene was amazing. As she approached, she suddenly slowed down. She carefully crept over. The man had a blanket on his lap, and half of it was on the ground. He was leaning back in a recliner with his eyes closed. His nose was tall and straight, and his eyebrows were refined. As Song Yaoyao squatted slightly and leaned forward, she noticed the man's eyelashes were incredibly long and sparse like the wings of an insect. She quietly stretched out her hand and traced the man's face in the air, from his forehead to his eyebrows to his nose. Song Yaoyao took a deep breath and subconsciously licked her mouth as her gaze fell upon the man's attractive lips. In novels, lips like these were described as being very kissable. But how did they taste? Song Yaoyao had never been the type to torment herself. She looked around. There was no one. Great. It was the perfect opportunity to steal a kiss. Her heart raced. As she leaned closer and closer, a layer of sweat formed on her back. She was almost there. Just as she began to feel the man's breath, a cold finger pressed against her lips. Song Yaoyao screamed as her eyes flew open in shock. Immediately, her gaze fell upon the man's lazy and calm eyes. His eyes were clear, and his expression was calm. Gidge, when did you wake up? Song Yaoyao twirled her fingers as her hands shook. Meanwhile, her face turned as red as blood. When a certain child was about to do something naughty, Huo Yunque rubbed his fingertips and his throat twitched. She was actually caught. Song Yaoyao's confidence suddenly faded as she refuted weakly. I didn't do anything naughty. She was in the wrong, but she still remained strong. Oh, really? Huo Yunque raised an eyebrow and suddenly stood up. All of a sudden, Song Yaoyao's gaze became a blur as a hand grabbed onto her waist and she was lifted off the ground. By the time she realized what had happened, she was sitting on the man's lap, which was previously covered by a blanket. Gidge, what did he want? Song Yaoyao felt her throat was extremely dry, and her cheeks were so hot that she could almost die. She grabbed onto her shirt quietly, lifted her head, and saw the big figure in front of her. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced randomly like a lost deer. Huo Yunque glanced down and slowly leaned forward. Song Yaoyao was extremely nervous. She closed her eyes with both anticipation and fear. But the kiss she was anticipating did not arrive. Instead, a palm slapped against her head. Song Yaoyao opened her eyes. The man's voice was slow as he held back a smile and sat upright. A child should act like a child. You can't be like this. Boomed the deer and her heart dropped dead. She straightened her face and her moist eyes glistened. Stomping her feet angrily, she complained, Gidge, The consequence of trying to sneak a kiss and being caught was a feeling of discomfort all the way back to the house. In fact, Song Yaoyao wasn't even in the mood to look at the scenery. The man did not walk too quickly nor slowly. His body was tall, and he had a good posture. He was dressed in a white, leisurely outfit that made him fit in with the beautiful surroundings. What? Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and kicked the fallen leaves beside her feet. He could have woken up any time. Why did he have to wake up when she was about to kiss him? Regardless, even if he had woken up, couldn't he have pretended to be still sleeping? How awkward did he make her feel? Jerk. Stupid Gidge. As she walked, she complained under her breath. Not paying attention, she ran into a wall of meat. Ow. What did you say? Their two voices sounded at the same time. Song Yaoyao held onto her head with teary eyes. Why aren't you walking? This jerk caused her to hit her head and be in pain. Huo Yunque glanced down at her condescendingly as amusement appeared in his eyes. You were the one that ran into me, he reminded calmly. Song Yaoyao pouted. That's because I didn't expect you to suddenly stop. You jerk. Her last sentence was extremely quiet, but Huo Yunque still heard her. Oh? So you were insulting me behind my back? Huo Yunque nodded his head, remaining calm and composed. Song Yaoyao didn't expect Huo Yunque's hearing to be so sharp. She was already caught stealing a kiss. Now she was caught bad-mouthing him. Her face turned as red as blood, while her eyes darted. She did not dare to look Huo Yunque in the eyes. Using a lame argument, she said, That's different. Hitting is a sign of affection. Scolding is a sign of love. I clearly love Gidge deeply. She clenched her fists with a firm expression, trying to convince Huo Yunque of her words. Her delicately beautiful face was rosy like a pink jade, and the blush at the end of her eyes made her alluring. Huo Yunque stared at her. After a while, his lips curved slightly. What a lame argument, he chuckled as he turned around and started walking away. No, it isn't. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Song Yaoyao humphed, lifted her head to look at the man's broad back, and a cunning look appeared in her eyes. Suddenly accumulating energy on the spot, she jumped forward in 2 strides and wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Gidge, carry me. I don't want to walk. Caught by surprise, Huo Yunque instinctively held her up and his hands fell upon something soft. So heavy. He clicked his tongue and slowly advanced forward. Hey, girls hated when people said they were heavy. Song Yaoyao kicked her feet a couple of times and complained. How am I heavy? I'm not fat. Not at all. She emphasized one word at a time. Huo Yunque's lips curved upwards slightly and his eyes smiled as he looked ahead. Huo Manor was situated at the foot of a mountain beside a lake. Looking into the distance, apart from golden ginkgo leaves, there were cascading mountains amidst a lingering fog, and one could sense the loneliness of winter. You can eat more. No. Song Yaoyao was like an angry frog as she bulged her cheeks, glared at him, and tried to catch her breath. You said I'm fat. I'm not eating dinner tonight. I need to lose weight. Hoo-hoo. As expected, being fat was a woman's nemesis, no matter their age. Huo Yunque continued walking forward and said indifferently, Children that don't eat will be thrown away. Song Yaoyao, you've gone too far, stupid Gidge. Too far? Did he? Wasn't she being too sensitive? Small uncle, it's time for dinner. Huo Ningxi looked at Huo Yunque's shoulder and noticed a small head leaning on it. A young woman was on his uncle's back, swaying her feet leisurely, and his uncle actually carried her in calmly. Huo Ningxi wiped his face, took a deep breath, and smiled. Song Yaoyao, are you a child? Don't you have legs? Song Yaoyao pouted her lips as she wrapped her arms around Huo Yunque's neck. I am Gidge's child. Isn't that right, Gidge? Yes. Huo Yunque replied calmly. It wasn't clear whether he was replying to her. He walked past Huo Ningxi and headed for the dining room. Huo Ningxi ground his teeth and told himself to forget about it. Ever since Song Yaoyao was here, his small uncle had changed a lot. But it still infuriated him. Didn't she have legs? They were already inside the manor. Couldn't he bear to let her down? Was he planning to carry her while he ate dinner? At that time, Huo Ningxi did not expect that these words would become a prophecy. At the Song household, Zhou Monli couldn't stand the smell of disinfectant, So after an entire day and night at the hospital, she decided to go home. Of course, she had someone help her walk. At that time, the members of the family were having dinner. When she saw her enter, Song Jingwan immediately threw aside her chopsticks and ran over to greet her. "Mom, why didn't you tell me you were coming home? I would have picked you up." Zhou Monli's face was green like vegetables as she smiled weakly. "You don't have to do that. We have helpers. You're studying so hard. I can't bear to make you run around," she said as her eyes glanced behind her. Song Rui and Song Wenchuan were also there. The only person missing was Song Yaoyao. When she thought of her, Zhou Monli gritted her teeth. Her intuition told her that her bad luck was because Song Yaoyao was a jinx. Where is she? Is she not back yet? Song Jingwan nodded her head. Yes, she doesn't want to come back. Fine. Don't let anyone look for her. Let her die on the outside, she said coldly. Thump Song Rui put on a tough expression and casually stood up. What kind of comment is that? If word gets out, aren't you afraid of humiliating us? What did I say wrong? Did I shoo her out with a broom? She was the one that was being rebellious. Why are you blaming me? Zhou Monli stepped forward with her walking stick and said stubbornly, I have said what I wanted to say. You can do what you want, but I will pretend that I never gave birth to her. When she first saw dinner, she was initially planning to eat a bit of it, but now she was feeling full from anger. She ordered someone to help her upstairs. Unfortunately, before she got very far, her walking stick suddenly snapped in half. Losing her balance, Zhou Monli screamed as she expected to fall again. Mom! Song Jingwan turned pale in shock and froze in place. Luckily, the helpers grabbed onto her. After a bit of stumbling, she regained her balance. How unlucky. Zhou Monli was still in shock. She looked at the broken walking stick and found it unbelievable. What quality is this stick? From the moment she left the hospital and arrived home, she had only taken a few steps. Yet, the walking stick actually broke? Song Jingwan's eyes darted as the atmosphere grew strange. This was a rare situation. Why was all their bad luck coming at once? Song Wenchuan leaned over and picked up the walking stick. After examining it, he furrowed his brows. The walking stick is made from solid wood. It couldn't be this weak. What other reason could there be? Zhou Monli sneered. I already told you guys that she's a jinx, yet you refuse to believe me. OW.my hip. She held onto her hip and hissed. The thought of Song Yaoyao made her furious. Mom. Let's not talk about it for now. I'll help you back to your room to get some rest first. Song Jingwan concealed her true feelings as she interrupted and stopped her mother from talking. But the more she acted like this, the more Zhou Monli believed Song Yaoyao was her jinx. When she thought about her run of bad luck since the previous night and how she almost lost half her life, she endured and swallowed the words that were about to leave her mouth. She then went upstairs with Song Jingwan. At the dining table, Song Rui adjusted his glasses and narrowed his eyes. Chuan, do you think this has anything to do with Yaoyao? He wasn't a superstitious person, but he couldn't stop his wife from being one. Moreover, his elder daughter did indeed have abnormally good luck. It was hard for his firm heart to not be moved a little, especially since these last 2 days had been a bit rough. What? Song Wenchuan put down the walking stick and laughed. Dad, do you believe that too? Yaoyao has no clue what's going on and you guys are condemning her. Don't you think that's unfair? I didn't say anything. Song Rui furrowed his brows. Either way, I don't believe that. If you need to find a reason for the bad luck, then I simply think bad luck befalls those that treat Yaoyao bad. Don't you think so? Why was everyone else fine? It was only Song Jingwan who fell and hit her head, and Zhou Monli who twisted her hip and got a concussion. As Song Wenchuan thought about this, he began to laugh. He knew it was wrong for him to laugh at his mother like this, but he couldn't help it. If this was true, then the brat was quite interesting. As he watched Song Wenchuan leave, Song Rui narrowed his eyes and whispered, Does bad luck really befall those that treat her bad? If that was the case, then that explained it all. Late at night it was silent. A wild wind swept past outside the window, blowing leaves all over the ground. Rumbleboom Song Yaoyao's eyes flew open. She was met with an endless darkness. She took a deep breath, licked her lips, found her bedside lamp, and turned it on as she sat up. The room quickly lit up. Her heart was racing and her throat was dry like something was choking her. Light footsteps echoed from the corridor. Combined with the sounds of the wind outside, the dark night felt extra eerie. All of a sudden, Song Yaoyao tore off her quilt, ran over to the door barefooted, and opened it. Huo Yunque was wearing a gray fleece bathrobe over a set of long-sleeved navy blue silk pajamas, and he was passing her door with a cup in his hand at that time. Gidge. The girl poked her head out through the gap in the door. Her head was covered in a cold sweat, and her face was pale like paper. Huo Yunque raised an eyebrow and estimated the time in his mind. It was roughly 2 a.m. Why aren't you sleeping? Song Yaoyao sniffed. Gidge, it's thundering outside. Yes. Huo Yunque nodded as he looked at her face. Are you scared? No. The girl's eyes were dark. I was worried that you'd be scared. Gidge, why don't I sleep with you tonight? As she asked this, she gripped the hem of her pajamas so hard that her fingers turned pale. She was like a trembling rabbit that was pretending to be composed. Huo Yunque's lips curved slightly. No. He then started heading back to his room, but a small hand suddenly grabbed onto the corner of his shirt. With amusement in his eyes, he secretly glanced sideways. I'm not afraid of thunder, and I don't need anyone to accompany me. Rumble, another loud thunder roared. Song Yaoyao was so frightened that she immediately buried her head into Huo Yunque's back. As her voice broke, she said, No, you definitely need someone. The girl's voice trembled, yet she pretended as though she wasn't afraid of anything. The man's throat moved a little, and he held back his smile. Curving his lips, he nodded. Yes, I do need it. Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up as if she was suddenly relieved. Tugging on his shirt, she said cutely, I knew you would need it. Things like thunder are too scary. She scrunched up her nose as her lips turned pale. She looked pitiful and cute. Huo Yunque's eyelids lowered, and he glanced at her bare feet. Her toes were round, fair, and tender, but because of the cold floor, they were curled up. He frowned. Go back and wear your slippers. Song Yaoyao almost cried in fear. She shook her head frantically as she held onto the man's arm with both hands. No. She sobbed as though she would burst into tears if Huo Yunque continued to force her. TCH. So delicate. Huo Yunque shook his head. Suddenly, he leaned over, pulled her into his arms, and lifted her up. Like a child, she sat in his arms. She was wearing a set of pink velvet pajamas. Her lotus leaf collar was rounded with lace. Her black hair reached her waist, and her small palm-sized face was delicate and bright. If she wasn't hugging the man's neck in fear, people would probably think she was a life-size doll. Gidge, if you make another request, I will send you home. Huo Yunque took big strides forward. His room was on the other side of the corridor. Because he enjoyed the silence, the entire place was filled with his own private spaces. The man's bedroom was big and empty. It used gray and white tones with dark solid wood furnishings. There were practically no digital devices in the room, just a few foreign language books on the headboard. It appeared plain and simple. The man bent over and placed Song Yaoyao on the bed. Sleep. His voice was low and raspy. Song Yaoyao loosened her grip around his neck. Her big, dark eyes focused on him, and she opened her mouth sweetly. Gidge, are you not sleeping? Her dark pupils sparkled like stars. Huo Yunque leaned over slightly. His expression did not change. As usual, he was calm and unfazed. He slowly stretched out his hand, curled his finger, and gave her a flick on the forehead. Ow! Song Yaoyao yelped as she covered her forehead. Huo Yunque took this opportunity to stand up. He looked at her condescendingly and held back a smile. At your age, why do you have so many messy thoughts? Hurry and sleep. He pulled off his bathrobe and threw it onto the black sofa on the side. He then picked a book casually and turned around. Unsurprisingly, she held him back by the corner of his shirt. The girl's eyes were red. Gidge, can you stay here and keep me company? Huo Yunque laughed. He flipped open his book and asked, Weren't you the one that was supposed to accompany me? Song Yaoyao was speechless. She gradually blushed and her eyes sparkled. That's enough. Sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled up the quilt with one hand, wrapping her like a cocoon. Then, you huh? Huo Yunque raised an eyebrow as he placed his long, slender finger on her lips. Either sleep now or go back to your room to sleep. Understood? His tone was serious and his gaze was profound. Song Yaoyao could tell that he wasn't joking. She immediately huddled under the quilt, revealing only her almond eyes. She then glanced at him secretly before she quickly closed them. Her soft voice was careful. "I'm asleep." Ahem. Huo Yunque curved his lips and shook his head quietly. Outside, it was pouring rain as flashes of lightning mixed with the sound of thunder. The girl huddled up in the gray quilt. After a long time, Huo Yunque flipped another page, and next to him, he sensed some movement. She was rustling around, but she thought he didn't notice. A small hand was quietly holding onto the corner of his shirt. "Gidge, good night." Huo Yunque lowered his eyes. An arc of light on his lower eyelid masked the dullness under his eyes. "Good night." As time passed, the breaths behind him started to stabilize. Huo Yunque knitted his brows, closed his book, and looked sideways. The girl was lying on the bed that belonged to him, sleeping soundly, but her hand was still clasping onto his shirt, and she refused to let go. As soon as he moved, she immediately grumbled and held onto him tighter. Little liar. His lips curved upwards slightly. The man's cold voice was extra alluring on a rainy night. "Gidge." The girl suddenly rubbed his hand, buried her head into his palm, and fell asleep. She seemed to be talking in her sleep. The next day, the sky was even gloomier. With his jacket hanging around his elbows, Huo Ningxi played a game while he walked down from the other end of the corridor. Click, a door opened. A girl in pink and white pajamas and a pair of extra-large slippers walked out of the door. The two of them looked at each other. A few seconds later, FCK. Song Yaoyao. Explain. Give me a clear reason why you're coming out of my small uncle's room. Huo Ningxi turned off his game. He opened his eyes wide, unable to process the scene he had witnessed. Why was Song Yaoyao coming out of his small uncle's room? Had they progressed that quickly? Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes. After a good night's sleep, her cheeks were rosy without any trace of the paleness from the previous night. Her lips parted and she spat out one word. Idiot. Wearing the slippers, she slowly headed back to her own room. Huo Ningxi followed behind her, keeping at her pace. He will never compromise for a woman. Gidge. Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and looked at the man who had just walked out of his room in a fresh set of clothes. Stretching out her hands, she said, "The slippers are too big. I can't walk properly." The man glanced at the slippers that were 1.5 times the size of her feet and furrowed his brows. How troublesome. He strode over, lifted her in his arms, and carried her back to her bedroom. In his eyes, Huo Ningxi did not exist. Huo Ningxi? He stood frozen in place for 2 seconds before he suddenly rushed downstairs. Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, who was in the garden instructing some people to sweep up the fallen leaves, heard the noise and thought something big had happened. Turning his legs sharply, he ran back into the manor and saw the anxious Huo Ningxi. "Young master, what's the matter?" he asked. Huo Ningxi glanced upstairs, grabbed onto Uncle Zhang, and asked, "Uncle Zhang, do you have the contact details of the feng shui master that our family is familiar with? I need to speak to him." Huh. Uncle Zhang was dumbfounded. "What's wrong, young master? You're in such a panic. Why don't you sit down and eat first?" "Oh, there's a huge problem." Huo Ningxi couldn't calm down. He patted his head and said quietly, "I suspect Song Yaoyao cast black magic on my small uncle." Huh. Uncle Zhang was confused. "Young master, did you have a nightmare and not sleep well?" As he heard this, Huo Ningxi almost died from anger. "Uncle Zhang, are you talking about Miss Song? She's really good. She's pretty, well-behaved, lovable, and sweet. Most importantly, the master liked her." However, he had never expressed this directly. Before he admitted to it himself, they were not going to assume what he was thinking. Huo Ningxi? Huo Ningxi felt that the Song Yaoyao he knew was a different person to the one that Uncle Zhang knew. Is she well-behaved and lovable? She was violent, filled with lies, and a hypocrite. That's the real Song Yaoyao. Yes. Why do you dislike her? Look at how cute she is. She is also innocent and kind with good manners. Huo Ningxi, haha. He would never believe that. As he spoke, Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up and a smile crept onto his face. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Miss Song." "Uncle Zhang, Good morning. The girl wasn't wearing her uniform today. Instead, she was wearing an outfit that Jiang Tao had bought for her. It wasn't one of the big brand names, just a brand that was suited to girls of her age. A furry white sweater with a plaid skirt, a pantyhose, and small leather shoes. Holding her pink backpack in her arms, her whole body was full of vigor. Oh, morning, morning, morning. Uncle Zhang nodded. Do you want breakfast? The kitchen made seafood congee, some sandwiches, and fried eggs. What would you like to eat? Huo Yunque rolled his eyes and complained on the inside. FCK. Do I even exist? Did stupid Song Yaoyao cast black magic on Uncle Zhang as well? Only when he boarded the car later did he process what had happened that morning. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the well-behaved girl sitting on the other side. In all fairness, she wasn't bad looking like Uncle Zhang had said, but she was simply not bad. In Huo Yunque's heart, Song Yaoyao had a horrible personality. She was a little swindler who loved to act. Song Yaoyao. He hesitated for a moment and didn't manage to ask what he wanted to. What's wrong? Song Yaoyao didn't even lift her head. You and my small uncle. He didn't know what to say. With much difficulty, he asked, did you do it? Do what? Song Yaoyao shook her head speechlessly. If you want to say something, then make it clear. You know. That. Huo Yunque was so frustrated that he wanted to hit someone. What's that? Song Yaoyao was also frustrated as she ground her teeth. If you can't speak clearly, then don't speak. At your age, don't you know how to express yourself properly? If you keep annoying me, I'm going to hit you. She shook her fist threateningly. Huo Yunque gritted his teeth and laughed in anger. Have you forgotten whose house you're living in and whose car you're sitting in? Song Yaoyao, I've never met such an arrogant person. Well, you've seen it now. Are you satisfied? Song Yaoyao spread her palms indifferently and grinned. Her expression was arrogant, smug, and irritating. Huo Yunque took a deep breath. He remembered his small uncle's warning and secretly clasped his hands. He told himself not to be impulsive. Impulse was a demon, saying one word at a time. He gritted his teeth, satisfied. I can't be more satisfied. Song Yaoyao smiled slightly. That's good. As soon as she said this, she suddenly felt a little curious. So what did you think me and your small uncle did? Huo Yunque's gaze was complicated as he stared at Song Yaoyao in detail for a couple of seconds. All of a sudden, he laughed. Song Yaoyao, why didn't I notice that you're actually a fool? His head felt numb as he looked at Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao smiled slightly. Guess what you look like to me? Huo Yunque's eyelids twitched and he stepped back. With a threatening tone, he said, Song Yaoyao, don't you dare. The girl's fist slammed into his face. Blinking, Song Yaoyao said, I think you look like you're asking for a beating. FCK, Song Yaoyao. He lifted his hand and looked into Song Yaoyao's bright and beautiful face. With her chin raised slightly, she looked fearless. Go ahead, hit me. When we get back, I'll tell Gidge that you bullied me. I'm the one that's going to tell small uncle that you bullied me. Huo Yunque glared at her childishly and lowered his hand. Gidge wouldn't believe you. Song Yaoyao pulled a face at him and looked out the window. Uncle, stop here. I want to buy something, she quickly said to the driver. She hadn't forgotten about her promise of bringing gifts for Tang Shinro and the others. If not for Shun Sun's help the previous day, she wouldn't have made so much money. So, she had to carefully select some gifts. As he watched her step out of the car and run lightly into the distance, Huo Yunque wiped his face. His eyes met with the driver's through the rearview mirror. Huo Yunque's gaze sharpened. If you dare say a word, young master, I didn't see a thing. The driver lowered his head and replied calmly. That's about right. From the moment that Song Jingwan arrived at school, she kept guard over the gates. When she saw Huo Yunque step out of his car and the car leave without any sign of Song Yaoyao, her heart finally relaxed. Yunque, she quickly rushed over. Her nose red from the cold and looking pitiful. Good morning. After being angered by Song Yaoyao and seeing the well-behaved Song Jingwan, he felt a lot better. Good morning. Why are you standing here? It's cold outside, he asked curiously. I was waiting for you. Of course. Song Jingwan looked down with embarrassment and laughed shyly. Running her hand through her hair, she suddenly said, Oh, that's right. Where's Yaoyao? Didn't she come with you today? Her? Huo Yunque gritted his teeth at the mention of her name. Who knows where she went? She can do whatever she wants. Song Jingwan's lips curved in secret, but when she lifted her head, her eyes were filled with worry. Oh, isn't Yaoyao staying at the Huo Manor anymore? Where could she possibly go? Of course she's still there. Huaningshi glanced at her curiously. But why isn't she going home? Why was she staying at his home anyway? It was so annoying. Song Jingwan's expression froze. Clasping onto her bag, she said sadly, "Oh, yes, why isn't she? You see, Yaoyao at sh she had an argument with my mom. Because of a few words of scolding, she ran away from home impulsively. When I tried to persuade her to come home, she didn't listen to me. Oh, that personality of hers. Just the thought of it gives me a headache. I know, right? You also think she has a bad temper?" Huaningshi brushed back his hair and strode inside. In a strange tone, he asked, "She's nothing like how she appears. Why is she so violent? You have no idea what she did this morning." He was tall and his strides were big and fast. However, he didn't notice Song Jingwan's gaze grow colder and colder behind him. Huaningshi probably didn't realize either. He had never been a person of many words, but when he spoke about Song Yaoyao, he couldn't stop. He was the young master of the Hua family. When had he ever been hit and not had the ability to fight back? The two of them entered the classroom in silence. Somehow, their relationship wasn't as close as they once were. As soon as Song Yaoyao entered the classroom, she looked into a few sets of eyes that were as bright as light bulbs. Quick, quick, quick. Gifts. Tang Shinro drummed on her desk with anticipation. You guys. Song Yaoyao's gaze drifted from Tang Shinro to Han Jun, and finally on to Shun Sun. The boy's hair was messy, and he had a scar on his face as he lifted his head sleepily. He looked straight at her. Song Yaoyao's eyes curved. Are you guys this excited? Okay then. She walked over to her seat, sat down, and slowly opened her bag. What is it? Food? Toys? It wouldn't be a gaming console, right? Tang Shinro asked curiously as she stretched her neck. As she asked, she saw the item in Song Yaoyao's bag and her expression slowly froze. You. How heartless. Song Yaoyao pulled out a few of the newest practice question textbooks from the collection, 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of practice exams. She then handed them 2 textbooks each. She patted her hand on the books and said sweetly, Look, I specifically bought these this morning. It's the same as the ones I have from now on. You can do practice questions with me after school. She had a smile on her face and a vigorous expression, but she was not forceful at all. Clearly, she was being serious. Thump Shin Sun dropped his head onto his desk, pretending to be dead. Meanwhile, Tang Shinro frowned. Yaoyao, can I refuse? Why? Come on. Let's study together. Doing practice questions is the only way not to waste time. Han Jun's eyes turned dark, and he quickly waved his hands. Don't worry about me. I don't want any gift. I already have 2 textbooks here. You can just give them to Brother Sun and Tang Shinro. 1 each. Perfect. He sincerely suggested. As a poor student, he simply wanted to eat, wait for his death, and be a small subordinate. If he wanted to work hard, he would go to the first class. Huh. What did you say? Shin Sun smiled slightly as he turned his head. He was still lying on his desk as he stretched out his hand to pat Han Jun's head. Juner, can you repeat yourself? As he was still going through puberty, his voice was slightly raspy. Combined with his sleepy tone, he sounded extremely gentle. But Han Jun still wanted to cry. Brother Sun, just kill me. He'd rather die than do practice questions. Why would I do that? Come, let me give you my 2 books as well. Study hard and keep moving forward. Han Jun. He'd rather die. Song Yaoyao didn't understand. Was studying so hard? She looked at the practice paper that she had already half completed. After thinking for a while, she suddenly understood. Is this because you guys don't know how to answer the questions? Shun Sun's eyelids drooped. Yes, we are useless trash. Tang Shinro, who was forced to be called trash. Fine. As long as I don't have to do questions, I don't mind being trash. It's fine. Taking the 300,000 into consideration, you guys must not go out after school from now on except to go to the toilet. I will tutor you seriously. The girl's face was fair and tender, patting her chest as her eyes sparkled. She was filled with passion. Shin-sun, I'm dead. Han-jun, me too. Tang Shinro. Song Yaoyao turned her head sadly and looked into Tang Shinro's eyes, pitifully, Ruru. Seeing that she was sobbing and about to cry, Tang Shinro's mind was a blur as she quickly wrapped her arms around her and comforted her. Okay, I'll study with you. Don't be sad. Precious, her voice was the perfect amount of sweetness and gentleness. Shin-sun, who was playing dead, lifted his eyes. If I study as well, will you love me? Song Yaoyao remained in Tang Shinro's embrace as she turned her head and curved her almond eyes with a harmless expression. If you don't, I will give you a loving beating. I don't want my underling to be an illiterate piece of trash. FCK Song Yaoyao, you're no angel, you're a demon. Subsequently, an amazing scene befell upon the useless class 3-3. With the most unnoticed student taking the lead, she and 3 of the worst students were doing practice questions together. Amongst them was Shen-sun, who had an injury and a bandage on his nose. He was gritting his teeth and gripping onto his pen impatiently. The vibe he gave was not of someone answering questions, but someone that was about to start a fight with the pen in his hand, transforming into a sword at any moment. Outside the window, the weather was gloomy with a light drizzle. The school's principal, Wang Mingjiang, walked past with a middle-aged man. The students in the 3rd class shrunk their heads as they played on their phones and whispered. No one dared to make a loud noise. Wang Mingjiang suddenly reversed and looked at the class number again. It was the 3rd class indeed, but weren't they too quiet? As the most difficult class in Liyang, Wang Mingjiang usually let them do what they wanted. After all, they were all rich socialites who would eventually be sent overseas by their rich parents after graduation. For them, entering college never posed an issue. Since their families didn't care, Wang Mingjiang couldn't be bothered dealing with them either. All he had to do was ensure their safety at school. What's wrong? Creases appeared on the bearded middle-aged man's forehead, a result of furrowing his brows too often. When he had a straight face, he looked particularly strict. Oh, these kids aren't being rowdy today. Wang Mingjiang sighed as he rubbed his head. I'm not used to this silence. Is this the unruly 3rd class you were talking about? I think they're quite good. Look over there. The man's name was Kong Yuan. With a chuckle, he pointed to the 2 desks in the last row. Look at how passionate they are about studying. Passionate about studying? Oh, don't say that. They might be up to no good. Wang Mingjiang squinted his eyes and looked at them. Come, let's check on them. I bet they're reading novels or comics. Kong Yuan found this amusing, but he still followed Wang Mingjiang over. Can't you see they're holding pens, he thought. Why would they use pens to read novels and comics? Oof, old Wang is here. Who did something wrong and got caught? Quick, stand up. The principal's here. The students weren't afraid of the principal at all as they chuckled and teased him. They even called him by his nickname. Wang Mingjiang glared at the cheeky monkeys and laughed. Stop. He wasn't used to the silence earlier. This was more like it. He walked over to Song Yaoyao's side. The girl lifted her head when she heard the movement and looked into the eyes of the 2 men in front of her. The girl had red lips, white teeth, and her eyes were big and dark. When she looked at them blankly, there was a sense of naive innocence and pureness. After a few seconds of silence, Kong Yuan's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and asked, Student, do you want to be an actress? Song Yaoyao? Actress? What did he mean? There was a sharp scream, and Song Yaoyao subconsciously covered her ears. Tang Shinro gripped onto her arm tightly. The sharp scream was coming from her. It's Director Kong. Do you know Director Kong? Song Yaoyao was confused. Am I supposed to know him? Tang Shinro was like a fangirl as her cheeks turned red with excitement and her voice trembled. Have you heard of the drama, Prince of Big City? Director Kong filmed it. He later changed to filming movies. Have you heard of The Last Day and Forever Reincarnation? Oh, they're both classics. Kong Yuan looked in amusement at the bright-eyed girl who was introducing him to Song Yaoyao. There was no denying that he was slightly dumbfounded when he saw Tang Shinro. Both these girls were very attractive. One was charming and eye-catching, the other was radiant and sweet. 2 different styles, yet they had one similarity. They were both beautiful. Song Yaoyao continued to shake her head. Never seen them before. Oh my. Yaoyao. Have you been living under a rock? On the last day of screening, his zombie sci-fi movie broke all records. It made 51 billion yuan. And it swept through Asia. How could you not have seen it? Song Yaoyao. She was simply someone who had scanned through a novel before she was transmigrated into it. Yet, she was being questioned about the details. Song Yaoyao was completely confused. It would be a surprise if she managed to actually answer. Aya, forget it. Haha, it's normal for a young girl to not know me. Tang Shinro nodded her head and casually picked up the book on her desk. Lifting it in her hands, she said, Director Kong, I am your fan. Can you give me your autograph? Kong Yuan accepted the book happily. You'll be free once you make it into university. Keep it up. Kong Yuan gave her his autograph and casually opened the book to have a look. His expression froze. What's wrong? Wang Mingjiang grabbed the 5/3 textbook from her hands and flipped through it. He then placed it back down without any change in his emotions. Good luck. Keep it up. Apart from a few multiple-choice questions that she accidentally guessed right, the rest were ridiculously wrong. But consciously putting in the effort was already a big improvement. Kong Yuan was still interested in Song Yaoyao, especially since he had been recently filming an artistic teen movie. Inside the movie, the secondary lead was yet to be confirmed. But as soon as he saw Song Yaoyao, he immediately remembered that the character had a pair of eyes that could talk, and Song Yaoyao happened to have a pair of clear and bright almond eyes. Student, I was being serious earlier. Even your classmate recognizes me, so I'm not a liar. Do you want to be an actress? I have a role that's perfect for you. Yaoyao. Tang Shinro looked at her with envy. They were talking about a Director Kong movie. To debut in a Director Kong movie, even if it was just a supporting role, was a huge starting point. But Song Yaoyao said without hesitation, no. If I have time, I'd rather work on practice questions. Ahem. Wang Mingjiang twitched his lips. A third-class student was actually talking about studying? He curiously picked up Song Yaoyao's practice paper and had a look. A moment later, he froze. Huh. What's wrong? Kong Yuan stretched his neck curiously and had a look as well. They used to be schoolmates. At that time, no one expected that Kong Yuan would choose to pick up a video camera and become a director. But the fact that they were friends meant that Kong Yuan was also once a top student. Just a simple glance of the paper, and he knew that the amount of correct answers was shocking. Wang Mingjiang was stunned as joy slowly spread through his eyes. This student is quite smart. It's almost the mid-semester exams. What rank do you think you'll get? He simply asked this question casually because of the high accuracy rate of Song Yaoyao's paper. Who knew Song Yaoyao would play with her pen calmly and reply, first. PFFF Han Jun was hiding in the back row drinking something. When he heard Song Yaoyao's reply, he almost spat out all the liquid in his mouth. Song Yaoyao was certainly brave. Oh. Wang Mingjiang's lips curved slightly. That's a good goal. Keep going. This goal can be easily achieved within the third class. When did I mention the third class? Song Yaoyao gave Wang Mingjiang a weird look with her clear eyes. I was talking about coming first in the grade. Cough. What did you say? Wang Mingjiang was shocked. Even if he walked into the first class, the students wouldn't easily tell him that they wanted to come first. What if they got a face slap? That would be so awkward. If a naughty and unruly student was telling him this, Wang Mingjiang would simply dismiss it like a joke. But the girl looked well-behaved and quiet. And when she spoke to people, she looked straight at them with her dark almond eyes, and she seemed quite serious. She gave the feeling that she was telling the truth, and she had the ability to achieve it. Coming first in the grade. Song Yaoyao didn't understand their dramatic reactions. Is it that hard to come first? She didn't understand because she had never attended a school in her previous life. She had always been homeschooled by a home tutor. From a young age, there had never been a question that she couldn't answer. She also vaguely heard her parents say that she was a genius, but she had never been compared to anyone. So she felt a little uncomfortable when she said her last sentence. I heard this contains questions from previous college exams. I find them really easy. It shouldn't be that hard to rank first, right? Song Yaoyao patted on the almost filled-out 5/3 textbook questioningly. Could the mid-semester exam be more difficult than this? As Song Yaoyao's deskmate, Tang Xinro had witnessed Song Yaoyao's craziness over the last few days. She patted her on the head and comforted. Not hard, not hard. With your abilities, precious, it would actually be strange if you didn't come first. Han Jun rolled his eyes. Shin Sun lay on his desk and secretly chuckled. But as he laughed, he saw the 5/3 textbook on his desk and couldn't laugh anymore. Really? Let me see. The textbook from earlier was for English, but the one in her hand was a maths multiple choice book. Wang Mingjiang suddenly felt curious. If it was someone else, he may have lost his patience. But who told Song Yaoyao to be so attractive with a convincing face? Apart from Suyu, who didn't get along with Song Yaoyao, everyone else lifted their ears in curiosity as they surrounded and watched. Of course, most people thought Song Yaoyao was just talking big. The first place ranking in the class had always belonged to Huan Ningxi from the first class, and the only person capable of being on the same level as him was Song Jingwan from the first class, Song Yaoyao's twin sister. As for the third class, they were historically known for ranking first from the back, and they always occupied the first dozen rankings from the back. How could she talk big like this? Was she asking for a face slap? Wang Mingjiang looked at the textbook and quickly finished an entire page. This. His sounds of surprise made everyone behind him nervous. What was the situation? Old Wang, what are you grunting about? Let me see. Kong Yuan couldn't stand his reaction, so he grabbed the book and flipped through it. As he looked at it, his eyes lit up brighter and brighter. When he looked at Song Yaoyao, his gaze was filled with admiration. Student, not bad. Tang Xinro looked gratified. As she grabbed onto Song Yaoyao's arm, she was even more excited than her. Ah, my idol is praising Precious. That's just like praising me. Wang Mingjiang nodded and asked with a smile, Student, what's your name? Do you want to advance to the first class? As soon as he said these words, the entire classroom was in an uproar. Shin Sun lifted his head and rubbed his face in frustration. He was smiling on the surface, but not on the inside. Principal, it's rare for the third class to produce a top student. We need her guidance. How can you drag her to the first class as soon as you see that she has good results? It's as though they're your biological children and we're just stepchildren. Cough, cough, cough. These words completely shocked Han Jun. Oh, Brother Sun, you're certainly brave enough to say anything. Wang Mingjiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw the injury on Shan Sun's face, he said helplessly, Nonsense. What are you talking about? In my eyes, you are all equal. TCH, that wasn't what you said earlier, Old Wang. Exactly. It isn't easy for us to have a top student. Don't steal her away. Yes. We object. Song Yaoyao belongs to us. If anyone dares to touch her, we will fight you with our lives. Song Yaoyao blinked. When had she been so popular? Suyu rolled her eyes and whispered to herself, what a fake. She secretly sent Song Jingwan a message. In her heart, she still remembered how she had been humiliated not long ago. She was going to give Song Yaoyao a taste of her own medicine eventually. That's enough. Stop causing a fuss. I was simply asking for her opinion. I wasn't forcefully selling her to the first class. Seriously. Wang Mingjiang found this amusing. He looked at Song Yaoyao. Student, keep going. I have high hopes for you. Inside, he was secretly anticipating the future. Would the useless third class change because of this girl? Okay, Old Kong, let's go. Wang Mingjiang returned Song Yaoyao's book to her and decided to leave. But before they started walking away, Kong Yuan still felt a little reluctant to leave. Oh, these students are so interesting. All young people should be full of vitality like this. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Song Yaoyao happily. Miss, this is my business card. Before I find someone to fill the role, you can contact me at any time. Before Song Yaoyao took the card, Tang Xinro quickly grabbed it for her. See you again soon, Director Kong. She waved happily. Bye. Oh, by the way, your name is Tang Xinro. Xine as in new, Ro as in gentle. Kong Yuan nodded his head. Okay, goodbye. After the two men left, the third class immediately came to life. A group of boys approached Shun Sun. Brother Sun, have you really changed your ways and decided to study? Song Yaoyao, are you confident that you can rank first in the grade? What did the principal mean by what he said? Was he praising you? There shouldn't be any problem ranking first. Song Yaoyao's eyes curved. She always had a good attitude toward those that weren't hostile against her. If you encounter any problems with your studies, you're welcome to ask me. She was generous as she smiled sweetly, and her words made her very likable. Wow, Song Yaoyao, you're so lovable. Why didn't I notice before? What do I do? I want to be her friend. You can't. Tang Shinro widened her eyes and hugged Song Yaoyao domineeringly, full of possessiveness. Yaoyao is mine. No one is allowed to steal her away from me. Tang Shinro's previous deskmate, who was heartlessly abandoned, rolled her eyes and watched speechlessly as Tang Shinro clung to Song Yaoyao, refusing to let go. Song Yaoyao poked her head out of Tang Shinro's arms with difficulty. Her hair was messy and her gaze was like a dazed little deer. What do you mean? It means she wants to be my love rival. Shin Sun lay on his desk at the back and yawned as he lazily explained. Song Yaoyao, love rival? Tang Shinro was amused. You are not qualified to be my love rival. Besides, Yaoyao thinks you're ugly. She already has a gauge that she likes. Okay? A gauge that she likes? Sunling and the others scratched their heads, unable to process this information. This was too much to handle. At the mention of her gauge, Song Yaoyao's eyes immediately curved and she nodded her head. I have a gauge that I like a lot. Shin Sun rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth as he grunted, ugh. Han Jun patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry, brother Sun. The grumpy Shin Sun sneered and threw a slap across his face, pushing him away as he cursed, sorry my esses. Scram. Hoo. Han Jun huddled up on the side and covered his head as he cried. Brother Sun was frightening when he was in love. Class 3-1. After Song Jingwan saw Su Yu's message, she pursed her lips. Jingwan, do you know how to answer this question? My brain is about to explode. I've been working on it all class, but I can't seem to get the correct answer. A boy asked as he approached her side, his gaze secretly falling upon her. Song Jingwan was in a bad mood, so she had no patience to respond. Boys like this were dreaming. Why didn't they look in the mirror first and see if they were worthy? Sorry, just as she was about to find an excuse to brush off the boy, she noticed two figures in her peripheral vision, passing by the window outside. Her expression immediately changed, and she smiled gently. This question. I just happened to answer it. Let me explain it to you. Initially, the boy noticed Song Jingwan's tone and thought she was going to reject him. But before he was faced with disappointment, he saw her beautiful face. Her voice was gentle and friendly, making her very likable. He blushed and quickly thanked her. Thank you. He opened his book nervously and explained his thought process. But for some reason, he just couldn't get the answer. I see, let me have a look. As Song Jingwan spoke gently, she patiently glanced over. A trace of contempt appeared in her eyes. What a useless piece of trash. If he couldn't even answer a question like this, how was he worthy of liking her? The boy had no idea what Song Jingwan was thinking. He was simply filled with excitement as his face turned red. Okay, take your time. There's no rush. As Song Jingwan lowered her head, her eyes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Her skin was fair, and her features were beautiful. It was like she had walked out of a painting. His gaze fell upon her body with concentration. At that moment, Kang Yuan and Wang Mingjiang glanced in through the window and saw this scene. Kang Yuan said with interest, not bad. Your students seem like they're quite self-motivated. This is Class 3-1, the class that we're specifically focused on nurturing. The proudness in Wang Mingjiang's eyes could hardly be concealed. TSK, look at you. Kang Yuan pointed at him and complained as he laughed. Who told you to become a director instead of a teacher? It's too late to feel envious now. Wang Mingjiang clasped his hands behind his back. All of Liang's best students were gathered in the first class. Of course, this didn't mean that the students in other grades weren't good. But compared to the brilliant results of Class 3-1, they still had a long way to go. However, that girl, Wang Mingjiang suddenly felt some anticipation. Would she be able to break the school's record? My passion does not lie here. Besides, aren't I doing quite well? Kang Yuan raised an eyebrow, looked over, and suddenly froze. That girl is quite good looking. Did you spot another person of interest? Wang Mingjiang followed his gaze, and his eyes fell upon Song Jingwan. The girl's jet-black hair draped behind her body. Her side profile was clean and gentle, and when she spoke there was a slight smile between her eyes. Not to mention, she was very attractive. Wang Mingjiang was angry but amused. You have extreme tastes as usual. With one glance, you've set your eyes on the grade's second-ranking student. Apparently, the students have also named her as the school beauty. What do you think? Is she suitable for your movie? He rubbed his chin. To be honest, I don't want to give her to you. Her study schedule is tight at the moment, and I'm depending on her to get good results at the college entrance exams. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kong Yuan's mumbling. Oh, she's still lacking some feeling. He shook his head and headed for the stairs. Wang Mingjiang was a little upset to hear that his ideal student was being critiqued like this. He chased after the man and laughed in anger. Ha, you may not be interested in my student, but it's not like I would give her to you anyway. Tell me, how is she lacking? Feeling. Don't you understand? Kong Yuan shook his head and muttered, sometimes, when things are lacking in feeling, they express things differently. People often said that small discrepancies led to huge errors. Not to mention, Kong Yuan was a perfectionist. In particular, now that he had seen his ideal Xiao Xia, how could he lay his eyes on another person? Xiao Xia was the secondary female lead in the movie that Kong Yuan was preparing to film, Ride the Wind. A girl with an easygoing and happy personality who has a crush on the male lead but is too afraid to tell him. However, Kong Yuan's movie was definitely not a sentimental campus love story. It was about a group of hot-blooded youths fighting hard for their future. There was joy, tears, and misunderstandings. The main characters were a group of hot-blooded teens. They had their flaws, but they were not bad in nature. I still don't know what feeling you're talking about, but it's good that you're not interested in her. By the way, why are you causing trouble here? If you want to find an actress, you should go to the film academy. You don't understand. Kong Yuan walked downstairs and sighed as he looked up at the gloomy sky. It's hard to find someone suitable. Wang Mingjiang didn't understand that much. He knew how long Kong Yuan had been searching, but he simply thought it was his OCD. What torture? He evaluated. Hearing this, Kong Yuan laughed. In general, isn't life a torture? Let's go. Let me treat you to a meal. He was going to take this opportunity to discuss whether there was any other method of making the girl agree to his offer. Meanwhile, Song Jingwan was explaining the question in front of her, but her heart had already wandered outside. The two men were chatting quietly, and they were separated by a window, so Song Jingwan could not hear what they were saying. But based on the gazes that were directed her way, she knew they were talking about her. This awareness caused her lips to curve upwards slightly. Song Jingwan was sure she would attract interest with just one look. She was completely confident with her appearance and presence. The vibration on her phone suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Song Jingwan pulled out her phone with a smile and explained gently, "Sorry, let me check my messages." That's fine. Go ahead." Then Firen waited obediently on the side. When he heard her, he quickly smiled and waved his hands. He was already happy that Song Jingwan was willing to talk to him. As for anything else, he did not dare to dream about it. He also knew that Song Jingwan liked Huo Yunque. There were rumors that they were a couple. Suyu, FCK, Jingwan. Did you see Kong Yuan next to the principal? I just heard that director Kong has his eyes on Song Yaoyao and wants her to appear in his movie. Suyu. Is Song Yaoyao worthy? As she saw this message, Song Jingwan's smile slowly faded, leaving a layer of coldness. Song Yao. She concealed her hostility under her eyelashes. Song Jingwan. That's great. Did Yaoyao agree? Suyu. The thing that angers me the most is this. That fake actually rejected him. Haha. Did she even know who he was? Oh, she has no idea. She rejected him? Song Jingwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought for a moment and finally made a decision. Jingwan, what's wrong? Did something bad happen? And Firen sensitively noticed a change in Song Jingwan's mood and asked anxiously, "If you need my help with something, just let me know. I will try my best. How are you supposed to help?" Song Jingwan couldn't hold back her laughter. He was timid, his style was average, his results did not compare to Ningxi, and he made it into the class because of these results and not money. How could he help when he had nothing to offer? And Firen opened his mouth and muttered nonsensically, I can. As long as you forget it. Why am I even talking to you about this? Song Jingwan patted her forehead and forced a smile. Sorry, classmate. I'm not in the mood to discuss questions now. Can we work on it next time? Also, sorry for just now. I was suddenly in a bad mood, so my tone wasn't too good. I hope you don't mind. It's fine. And Firen breathed out and quietly examined her expression. When he saw the sadness between her eyes, he couldn't help but feel bad on the inside. If only he could help. Too bad she didn't require it. Then, I will return to my seat, he tested quietly. What else do you want? Song Jingwan thought. Was he planning to stay and take advantage of her? Song Jingwan endured and nodded her head. Yes, you go first, she said coldly. And Firen took his textbook and left, glancing back every few steps. If one observed him carefully, they would be able to see his concern. He wasn't trying to take advantage of her like Song Jingwan thought. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world, and Song Jingwan would never be interested in a poor boy. She suddenly stood up, said something to her deskmate, and walked out. And Firen's gaze followed her until she disappeared from his line of sight. He pressed his lips together and lowered his head sadly. Huo Yunque was leaning against the wall, playing with his phone at that moment. When he heard some movement, he lifted his head and took a quick glance. He saw that Song Jingwan's seat was empty, but he didn't think much of it as he placed his focus back on his game. Not long after Kang Yuan and Wang Mingjiang sat down and had a sip of tea, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Wang Mingjiang raised his eyebrows. Come in. The door was pushed open, and the figure standing in the doorway caused Kang Yuan to look at Wang Mingjiang in surprise. Song Jingwan, what are you doing here? Faced with one of his ideal students, Wang Mingjiang was particularly patient. He stood up with a chuckle and looked at Song Jingwan. Hello, Principal and Director Kang. The girl had her hands behind her back. Her eyes darted as they swept across Kang Yuan timidly. She then lowered her head quickly. Her hesitation and her gaze immediately told Wang Mingjiang what was happening. He looked at Kang Yuan and hinted with his eyes. It's fine. I heard from your principal that you're ranked highly at school. You're very impressive. If you have something to say, be brave and say it. Don't be afraid. Kang Yuan smiled, showing his encouragement. Song Jingwan didn't expect the infamous Director Kang to be so friendly. She took a deep breath and said gently, I came here to recommend myself. She laughed shyly. I've watched all of Director Kang's creations from Prince of Big City to your first movie, Dawn, to the best-selling, The Last Day. I've watched all of them several times. So, I'm really happy to see you here at school. If possible, do you want to be an actress? Kang Yuan raised his eyebrows and examined Song Jingwan from a professional viewpoint. Soft-spoken with a good voice. She was born to make money. But his gaze fell upon Song Jingwan's face, and he noticed the sparkle in her eyes. Yes, this is my dream. I've even chosen the college I want to go to, City School of Drama. Oh, do you have any foundation in acting? Kang Yuan continued to ask without revealing any expressions of interest. And no. Song Jingwan's heart sank. She had prepared herself before coming here, but now that she was facing Kang Yuan's reaction, she understood that she was being too naive. This was a director that was famous overseas who had collaborated with international directors on sci-fi films that were popular and received a lot of praise. He had a critical pair of eyes. How could he be moved so easily by a few words? She pursed her lips and her eyes immediately turned red. But I really like this job, so when I saw you, I decided to be proactive and not miss out on this opportunity. Okay. Kang Yuan nodded as he narrowed his eyes. Can you act out something for me? It just so happened that he had brought a script to show Wang Mingjiang this time. He casually flipped to one of Xiao Xia's scenes and pointed to it. Song Jingwan was ecstatic. She held back her tears and quickly bowed. Thank you, Director Kang. Thank you for giving me a chance. Meanwhile, Wang Mingjiang sighed. This was a top student that he had high hopes for. Yet, she was planning to attend the School of Drama and become an actress. What a waste of her good results. Kang Yuan held onto his teacup and glanced at the girl who was reading the script through the wafting steam. But for some reason, a delicate, well-mannered face with vibrant yet naive eyes appeared in his mind. When she left the principal's office, Song Jingwan's footsteps became brisker. She saw the appreciation in Wang Mingjiang's eyes and the surprise in Kang Yuan's eyes. If things went to plan, the role was hers. As for Song Yaoyao, she really overestimated her before. Even though her personality changed drastically, it didn't mean her IQ would improve. Class 3-3. A group of people gathered around Song Yaoyao noisily, looking at her as if they had discovered a treasure. Why hadn't they noticed that she was so cute and adorable before? Moreover, she had a good character. However, while they were thinking this, they had completely forgotten about Shan Sun's injury and the way that this cutie threw a slap across Su Yu's face ruthlessly. Shan Sun tugged on his hair with frustration as his ears buzzed. Slowly, hostility appeared in his eyes. He suddenly lifted his leg and kicked a chair over with a bang. A pair of eyes, so gloomy that no light could get through, swept across everyone. Are you having a meeting? Do you want me to make space for you? Brother Sun. Sorry. Shin Sun humphed. Get lost. Understood? Were they trying to apologize? What a joke. When he lost his temper, the people surrounding Song Yaoyao scattered like animals. Song Yaoyao sighed in secret. She rubbed her sore ears and quietly raised a thumb at Shin Sun. Her secretive actions made Shin Sun smile so hard that his teeth hurt. As he ground his teeth together, his throat twitched. Big bro, what happened to your bad temper? Since she was getting frustrated, why did she still put up with them? Little did everyone know that Song Yaoyao was the kind that preferred reason over force. If someone treated her badly, then she would definitely pay them back 10 to 100-fold. But when someone treated her affectionately, Song Yaoyao was immediately helpless. Finally, Song Yaoyao understood the benefit of having a school bully as an underling. You did well. I'll buy you another set of practice questions tomorrow as a reward. Song Yaoyao grinned as she patted his desk. Shin Sun. Fkin, thank you. PFFF. Tang Shinro couldn't resist as she looked at Shun Sun apologetically and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. That's right, Yaoyao. Buy him a few more and help him improve his results before the college entrance exams next year. Tang Shinro was simply teasing him, but never did she expect Song Yaoyao to consider her comment seriously and nod her head. That's reasonable. Turning around, she said, I shall buy you each a few more so we can study and improve together. Shin Sun laughed and Tang Shinro cried. Han Jun, who had been unexpectedly implicated, wanted to run out of the classroom, jump off the building, and enter an eternal slumber so he wouldn't be annoyed by the practice questions. Several luxurious cars were stopped outside the Huo family manor, and the front door was shut tightly. Huan Ningxi rolled down his car window, took a glance, and his heart instantly lit up. Song Yaoyao, your family is here for you. Get lost and stop bothering my small uncle. As they spoke, their car also arrived outside the manor. Yaoyao, you are such a reckless child. How could you just leave like that? Don't you know how to call home and confirm your safety? Song Yaoyao lifted her head and looked into Song Rue's worried gaze. As he spoke, he walked towards Song Yaoyao. While he was complaining, there was also a perfect amount of concern. Song Yaoyao was curious. Am I supposed to confirm my safety after running away from home? Her expression was innocent with a sense of confusion, like she really didn't understand. This made Song Rue speechless. Uncle Song. Huan Ningxi nodded at Song Rue as he held onto his backpack with one hand. This cleared the air for Song Rue, and he smiled. You're here too, Ningxi. How are you and Yaoyao going? Song Rue never expected that his plain and uninteresting daughter would give him such a huge surprise. Me and her? Huan Ningxi looked at Song Yaoyao and smiled slightly. Quite well. However, when he looked at her, it was easy to develop the urge to kill her. Oh, that's great. Song Rue nodded furiously. Annie Song and I came to take Yaoyao home. Is Mr. Hua home? I want to greet him and thank him for taking care of Yaoyao these last couple of days. Who said I'm going home with you? Song Yaoyao looked at Song Rue like nothing had happened and found the situation quite amusing. It was true that Zhou Monli had kicked her out, and it had nothing to do with Song Rue, but it had already been 2 days since she left. Apart from Song Wenchuan, no one had shown genuine concern for her. Song Yaoyao hadn't experienced much, but it didn't mean she was a fool who couldn't figure out who was good to her and who was bad. The reality was, because of the doting from her parents and her brother in her previous life, it was very easy for her to figure out who was not treating her well. Yaoyao, stop joking. Not going home? You're not planning to live at the Huo Manor forever, right? Song Yaoyao's response made Song Rui a little awkward, but in front of Huo Ningxi, he couldn't lose his temper. Huo Ningxi wanted to laugh, but he didn't as he persuaded pretentiously, yes, since uncle and auntie came to get you, you should leave with them. Don't make them worry. If Song Yaoyao didn't know what he was thinking, she would have almost believed that he was genuinely concerned. Why are you still in the car? Come out and persuade Yaoyao with me. You are not a competent mother. Yaoyao's still young, yet you scold her so easily. Song Rui had an angry expression as he approached the car and pulled Zhou Monli out. Zhou Monli's forehead was still swollen as she walked with a limp. Song Rui had forced her to come here. She didn't come here out of her own free will. So, how could she be happy to see Song Yaoyao? So what if I scold her? I'm her mother. Besides, apart from a few complaints here and there, do I not provide her with enough food and water? You. Song Rui was furious as he glared at her in secret. Lowering his voice, he said, "Are you done causing trouble? If you have a problem, can't you leave it for home?" Moreover, they still didn't know how Mr. Hua felt. They couldn't continue treating her like they did in the past. Zhou Monli pouted and humphed. Speaking in a stiff manner, she said, "That's enough. I'm not angry. Let's go home. Why does it matter to me whether you're angry or not?" Song Yaoyao carried her backpack and headed for the front door just as Uncle Zhang came out to greet her. As soon as he saw Song Yaoyao, he smiled. "Miss Song, you're back. Are you tired from school? The master saw you weren't home yet and was just asking about you. Gidge mentioned me?" Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up and a surprised smile immediately appeared on her face. "Of course," Uncle Zhang said as he took Song Yaoyao's backpack. He then looked behind her and revealed a confused expression. "Oh, Mr. Song and Mrs. Song, when did you arrive? Why didn't anyone notify me? This is so embarrassing. I'm so sorry." He walked over quickly with a smile. He was warm and polite, and it was difficult to point out any faults. But Song Rui and Zhou Monli kept feeling that Uncle Zhang's attitude was a little strange. It was as though Song Yaoyao was a part of the Hua family and they were guests. The Huas had always kept a low profile, but no one dared to mess with them. No matter how angry Song Rui was, he did not dare to express it in front of Uncle Zhang, even though he was just a butler. "No, you're being too polite. We didn't arrive long. It appears as though Mr. Hua is home. That's great. We brought some gifts, and we want to personally thank him for taking care of our Yaoyao." "Oh, I see." Uncle Zhang was surprised. "But the master doesn't see guests often. Go in and sit first. I'll notify him." "Okay?" Song Rui nodded his head frantically. "Of course." Zhou Monli felt a little awkward. As she watched Uncle Zhang lead them into the house, she couldn't help but pout her lips and whisper, "Isn't he just a servant? Why is he acting so arrogant?" It was almost like he was at a higher status than them. "What do you know?" Song Rui was extremely regretful for bringing Zhou Monli along. If he knew this would happen, he would have come alone. This stupid woman only knew how to create trouble. The domestic helpers of a prestigious family were artful at dealing with people. Apparently, this butler had been working for the Huas for several decades and held immense power. And Song Rui had seen clearly that Uncle Zhang treated Song Yaoyao more affectionately than Huo Ningxi. He even heard that Mr. Hua asked about Song Yaoyao when he didn't see her home yet. Either way, you better behave. Don't say anything that you shouldn't. This isn't a place where you can cause trouble. If you offend someone, our family does not have the ability to go up against them. Think about how good your life is. Think about Jingwan, and make your own decision. At the mention of Song Jingwan, Zhou Monli's expression immediately warmed up. She lowered her voice and said impatiently, "I know what to do. I don't need you to remind me." After all, she would never do anything to hurt her Wanwan. Gidge. As soon as Song Yaoyao entered, she saw Huo Yunque walking downstairs wearing a coat. She immediately pounced toward him like a cannonball. "Yaoyao?" Song Rui's eyelids twitched. Before he even saw Huo Yunque's face, The scene was a blur as Song Yaoyao rushed over and pounced into the man's arms. Gidge, I missed you. The girl had her arms around the man's waist as she buried herself in his chest coquettishly. The man caught her and held onto her shoulder. Without rejecting her, he lifted his gaze and stared calmly at the people in the living room. This is? Uncle Zhang immediately introduced with a smile. Sir, these two are Miss Song's parents. They are here to take Miss Song home. Mr. Hua? Zhou Monli didn't know how to react as she scanned her eyes up and down the man with her mouth gaping in surprise. As the mysterious master of the Hua family, wasn't he too young? Moreover, he was ridiculously good-looking. Small uncle, I'm back. However, Zhou Monli's doubts were quickly cleared as Huo Ningxi answered her question. By calling him small uncle, the man's identity was confirmed. Zhou Monli was caught by surprise. In her mind, she imagined him to be a mature middle-aged man in his 30s who wasn't much different from Song Rui. So knowing that Song Yaoyao liked Huo Ningxi's small uncle, she felt half disgusted and half complicated. She was well aware of how she treated Song Yaoyao. If she actually gained power and came back for revenge in the future, what would she do? And Huo Yunque lowered his eyes and patted on Song Yaoyao's shoulder, gesturing for her to stand properly. His gaze was calm as he stood in place with a presence that could only belong to someone with a superior status. Seeing him like this, it was easy to forget his age. He's too young, Song Rui thought with a sigh. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and he sounded like he was clearly trying to appease him. Hello, Mr. Hua. I am Yaoyao's father. Children act recklessly. Thank you for taking care of her over the past 2 days. We brought some gifts for you. We didn't know what you'd like, and whether this would be suitable for you. Huo Yunque lowered his eyes, looked at the outstretched hand, and did not respond. Uncle Zhang quickly grabbed Song Rui's hand and said with a smile, Sorry, the master is a germaphobe and doesn't like physical contact with strangers. This was the truth. Huo Ningxi nodded. But when he saw Song Yaoyao clinging to his small uncle and even holding onto his sleeve, his lips immediately twitched. Nonsense. He felt his small uncle wasn't actually a germaphobe, he simply couldn't be bothered interacting with those that weren't worth it. Song Rui naturally saw this scene as well. He didn't show it on his face, but there were waves stirring in his heart. If he didn't like physical contact with strangers, then what about Song Yaoyao? Was she no longer a stranger? That's fine. He was cheering on the inside. Who knew his daughter would be so capable? Where's our gift? Hurry and bring it, no need. Huo Yunque raised his eyes and walked toward the living room. He had a gentle presence and didn't have a forceful vibe, but for some reason, he made people feel distant. Please. From the moment that Zhou Monli entered the house, her arrogance completely disappeared. The Songs were already wealthy, but at a glance, any random decoration in this insignificant living room was enough to buy their entire mansion easily. Not to mention the antique vases that could be seen everywhere and the precious wooden furniture. She licked her lips as her heart fired up. Mr. Hua was young. He was more powerful than Huo Ningxi, and he was really handsome. If he liked young women, and he was fine with Song Yaoyao, then her impressive Wanwan naturally deserved better. Song Rui sat down with Zhou Monli in a cautious manner. Mr. Hua, look, this is century-old ginseng that I won at an auction recently. It's perfect for nourishing Elder Hua's body. And this without looking at the boxes. Uncle Zhang smiled slightly and said, Sorry, Mr. Song, but the master never accepts gifts. At their position, plenty of people wanted to take the Huas down. They could never be too sure about what was contained in their gifts. Besides, it was just century-old ginseng. Inside their storage, the Huas even had 500-year-old ginseng. They had no space for something like this. Didn't they see all the decorations in the house? They had to display them because they didn't fit in storage. Oh, are really? Sorry. Song Rui rubbed his hands and smiled at Huo Yunque. By the way, I've heard a lot about you. Who would have thought that Mr. Hua would be so young with a kind heart? Thank you for taking care of Yaoyao over the last 2 days. She's going through a rebellious stage and just ran off. It took us a while to find her. Kind heart? Huo Yunque smirked, his eyes filled with amusement. It was rare for him to hear this term, so it was quite interesting to hear it. You're being too polite. He rubbed the rim of his cup and glanced sideways. Do you want to go home? Song Yaoyao pouted her lips and tugged on his sleeve aggrievedly. They don't like me. Mrs. Song even told me to never return. She said she'd pretend I'm dead and that she never gave birth to me. Nonsense. Zhou Monli immediately stood up. When did I say that? Good job, Song Yaoyao. You actually ratted me out. Song Rue frowned and grabbed onto Zhou Monli. In a kind and doting tone, he said, your mother was indeed wrong this time. I'll get her to apologize to you. Okay? He didn't mind that Song Yaoyao called Zhou Monli Mrs. Song instead of Mom. Song Yaoyao hid beside Huo Yunque and scoffed quietly. I don't care much for that. Who cared about her apology? It was worth nothing. The girl snuggled beside him, like a little cat who was afraid of being abandoned. Gidge, don't send me away. The girl looked at him pitifully with tears in her eyes. I don't eat much, just a little bit. Huo Ningxi rolled his eyes and sneered on the inside. So what if you only eat a little bit? Did you know that the ingredients are shipped and fresh every morning from all across the country? Besides, you eat the most out of all of us. You pig. Little swindler. This child is acting recklessly again. Song Rue shook his head and pointed at Song Yaoyao in amusement like a doting father. Zhou Monli's eyes sparkled and her tone warmed up. You're still young. If you live outside, people will talk. What will they talk about? Song Yaoyao tilted her head and stared straight into Zhou Monli's eyes as though she could see through her thoughts. Stop being childish. Come home with Mom and Dad. It's not convenient for you to stay here, and it will have an impact on Mr. Huo's reputation, Zhou Monli said quietly as she avoided Song Yaoyao's gaze. Your mom is right. Moreover, it's almost your and your sister's birthday. We are planning to hold a huge party for you. How can you not come home? Song Yaoyao pouted her lips. Gidge, do you also think it's bad for your reputation if I stay here? I don't see any issues. See? Song Yaoyao was immediately happy when she heard Huo Yunque's response. Lifting her chin smugly, she said, Gidge doesn't care. So what else is there to say? That. Song Rue was speechless. He didn't expect Huo Yunque to dote on Song Yaoyao to this extent already. Zhou Monli had other motives, so naturally, she couldn't let Song Yaoyao live with Huo Yunque. She furrowed her brows and objected. Mr. Hua, as a mother, my words may be hard to hear, but they are my genuine thoughts. Yaoyao is still young, only 18. Although the Huas are big and powerful, allowing a young girl to stay in your home will ruin her reputation too. Why don't you help us persuade Yaoyao? I don't care about reputation. Song Yaoyao grabbed onto Huo Yunque's sleeve. Why should I care what other people say? If worst comes to worst, I'll just marry Gidge. Then they won't be able to say anything, right? PFFF Huo Ningxi spat out a mouthful of water and opened his eyes wide. Song Yaoyao, you're certainly bold. Huo Yunque glanced at him slightly, causing Huo Ningxi to feel a chill down the back of his neck. He lifted his hand to touch it. What is the meaning of small uncle's gaze? He thought to himself. Was he actually interested in Song Yaoyao? No way. If he had to call Song Yaoyao his auntie, he'd much rather die. This child sure knows how to speak nonsense, haha. Song Rue rubbed his hands and smiled in an awkward yet polite manner. Mr. Hua, please don't lower yourself to the level of a child. Yaoyao, as I wasn't talking nonsense. It's fine. Two voices sounded at the same time. As soon as they spoke, Song Rue's lips twitched. It took a lot of control to prevent himself from laughing out loud. From the looks of it, Mr. Hua cares about Yaoyao a lot. Gidge, I don't want to leave. Can you bear to see me leave? Song Yaoyao gently tugged on the corner of his shirt, her lips so pouted that she could hang something from it. Grunting like a little creature, she added, also, if I go home, I'm going to be bullied. Mrs. Song dislikes me so much that it's unclear whether she may get physical and hit me. Hoo-hoo. Her cheeks were puffed and her eyes were teary. Look at how skinny I am. I will definitely be no match for her. Will she beat me to death? Cough, cough, cough. Huo Ningxi was speechless. He held onto his chin, which was about to drop in surprise, and rolled his eyes. Listen to that. The brat's not acting like a human again. This time, she even set up her own mother. What did you say? When have I ever hit you? Zhou Monli glared at her. This time, she had really lost her mind. If Song Yaoyao accused her of emotional abuse, that may be true. But getting physically violent and actually hitting her? She hadn't laid her hand on even a single finger of hers. However, she had no idea that emotional abuse was sometimes harder to accept than violence. One was physical, the other was mental. Mr. Hua, don't listen to her nonsense. I really didn't do anything. Zhou Monli glared at Song Yaoyao secretly and warned her that enough was enough. Song Yaoyao cried even louder when she heard these words. Hoo, Gidge. Look, she's still glaring at me. She buried her head into Huo Yunque's arms, tightly holding his waist with her small hands, and refused to let go, secretly copping a feel while she cried. Huo Yunque's face remained calm. His palms slowly fell on the back of her neck, and he squeezed it in warning. Song Yaoyao pouted her lips, received the signal, and didn't dare to move. She obediently lay in his arms and touched him again rebelliously. Wow, Gidge is in really good shape. Even through his shirt, I can feel the contours of his muscles. I wonder when I'll get the chance to see them with my own eyes. In Huo Ningxi's eyes, she looked completely shameless. Song Yaoyao, what girl is like that? Don't you know that men and women should maintain a respectable distance? Hurry and stand properly. Zhou Monli couldn't resist anymore and stretched out her hand to pull Song Yaoyao away. Song Rue frowned and took a glance at the abnormal Zhou Monli. To be honest, he didn't want to force Song Yaoyao to go home with him. In fact, even if she and Huo Yunque took things to the next step and slept with each other, he would actually be happy. But what did Zhou Monli have planned? Mrs. Song. Before Zhou Monli's hand reached Song Yaoyao, a big hand blocked her. The man leaned against the sofa casually. Even though the girl had wrinkled up his shirt, it did not take away from his restrained and proud temperament. As an outsider, I have no right to evaluate whether you are a good mother. But I must say, a child would not dislike their mother to this point if she was actually good to her, right? The man smirked as he glanced at her. In an instant, overwhelming pressure crushed down on her. Zhou Monli's knees felt weak and the hairs on her back stood on end. She frantically nodded her head. Yes.Mr. Will make sense? But wasn't she slapping herself in the face by agreeing? Song Yaoyao curved her lips and gave Huo Yunque a thumbs up in her heart. Gidge is amazing. I love Gidge today, as well. Huo Ningxi sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right. He looked at Huo Yunque, then looked at the Song couple. He licked his lips and tried to pacify the situation. Since she's not willing to go back, let's just leave it for today. You can try to persuade her next time. There was no point continuing like this. Even though he was slow, he could tell that his small uncle was not letting Song Yaoyao go. Anyway, why did it matter if Song Yaoyao persisted? They could just kick her out later. Song Rue nodded, immediately stood up, and started walking down the stairs. Yes, since that's the case, I hope Mr. Hua can continue to care for Song Yaoyao for a few more days. Huo Yunque's lips curved upwards, but he held back his smile. It's fine. She's a good child. Song Rue thought about these words. He wasn't sure if Huo Yunque was simply praising Song Yaoyao, or if there was another underlying meaning. For example, was he trying to say that they were bad parents for kicking out such a good child? Just a simple sentence was enough to trigger endless questions, causing one's heart to become more and more unsettled. When Zhou Monli realized there was a next time, it really made her uncomfortable. Her head felt numb as she faced the pressure from Huo Yunque and suddenly said, Mr. Hua, don't you think it's inappropriate for Yaoyao to be with you? I remember that Yaoyao and Huo Ningxi have a marriage agr. We have no relation. Before Huo Yunque got to say anything, Huo Ningxi quickly clarified the situation. What do you mean? Don't you have a marriage agreement? Zhou Monli furrowed her brows and looked at Huo Ningxi. That was just a verbal agreement. I'm not familiar with Song Yaoyao. In this day and age, are there still arranged marriages? My small uncle already agreed to break the agreement. Since you're both here today, you can be witnesses. From today onwards, Song Yaoyao and I are just schoolmates. That's all. Song Rue remained quiet. He had no objections. After all, there was a better choice, right? Zhou Monli broke out of character and said fiercely, this agreement was made a long time ago. How can you go back on your words at the last minute? What's so bad about our Yaoyao? Ningxi, you've gone too far. Why didn't I notice that you're like this before? Huo Ningxi was dumbfounded by the scolding. He wasn't an idiot. He had noticed in the past that Zhou Monli was trying to pair him up with Song Jingwan. But what was happening now? Song Yaoyao agreed to this too. You can ask her. Huo Ningxi did not have a good personality to begin with. When he heard Zhou Monli's complaints, He found it ridiculous and immediately threw Song Yaoyao under the bus. It doesn't matter if she agrees. I don't agree, Zhou Monli said fiercely. That's about enough. Let the kids make their own decisions. Song Rue pulled her back, gesturing for her to stop. Zhou Monli pressed her lips together, scanned her eyes across Huo Yunque's cold face, and calmed down. Everyone in our social circle knows about this. If you break the agreement like this, what will happen to our Yaoyao's reputation? Song Yaoyao lay in Huo Yunque's embrace and said unhappily, You can't even control me. How can you control my marriage? Go home and control Song Jingwan instead. You Song Yaoyao impatiently cut in. Don't assume that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't tell me that you think my Gij is handsome and richer than Huo Yunque. So you're giving up on Huo Yunque and pairing Song Jingwan with my Gij instead. She scoffed. Huo Yunque did not look pleased, but Song Yaoyao's words really got him thinking. Song Rue held his head and started to question whether he made the right decision to come here. Song Yaoyao's really brave enough to say anything and do anything. The average person was already scared half to death just by getting close to Huo Yunque, yet she was hanging to his body like a koala. Zhou Monli's thoughts were immediately exposed. Opening her mouth slightly, she warned, What are you talking about? Let's all hope that my guess is wrong. Song Yaoyao's voice was soft, but she was very domineering. Gij is mine. If anyone tries to steal him from me, I will kill them. She did not hide her hostility at all. Song Rue quickly glanced at Huo Yunque, afraid that he would dislike her personality, and immediately tried to defend her. Mr. Huo, don't mind her. She's just a child that's speaking impulsively. I'm being serious. Song Yaoyao slowly turned her head. Her dark eyes were watery, and as she opened her mouth, the words she spat out were particularly serious. A sense of hostility flashed across her beautiful eyes, but her emotions changed as quickly as they came. By the time Song Rue looked back at her, she looked weak and pitiful again. His heart raced. Something didn't feel right. It would be a surprise if this man liked his daughter when she was acting like this. She was so gloomy all the time, like the world owed her. You're a girl. What are you thinking? Mr. Huo, I think you should just let her come home with me. If we don't put her straight now, she's going to cause trouble later. It's fine. Huo Yunque patted on Song Yaoyao's shoulder, gesturing for her to sit down, and smiled lightly. I don't mind, but I do. Zhou Monli almost ground her teeth into powder while Huo Yunque looked completely unfazed. Song Rue felt as though Zhou Monli was testing her limits, and she was on the verge of death. Did she forget who she was talking to? Was she blind? I'm glad that you don't mind. She's a child. After all, they are just impulsive words. It's no issue. Huo Yunque patted his sleeves and lowered his eyes. I can protect this child, as long as she's happy. These words stirred up waves in Song Rue's heart. From the looks of it, even if Song Yaoyao killed someone, he was willing to protect her to the end. That meant, Mr. Huo. A voice suddenly broke the silence. Huo Qi, who hadn't been seen for a while, strode into the living room. Behind him were two skinny youths. This old fool tried to run away, but I caught him. What do you want us to do with him? If I remember correctly, your garden seems to be in need of fertilizer. Why don't we? As Huo Qi spoke, he suddenly paused. Do you have guests? Oh, Miss Song is here too. Huo Qi had been sent on a mission and had just returned today. The tense atmosphere was immediately shattered as Song Rue and Zhou Monli looked at Huo Qi. When they saw what he was dragging in his hands, Zhou Monli covered her mouth and dry-retched. Her pupils dilated. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she almost fainted. Annie Song. Song Rue quickly held on to her. His face was also pale. It was a man whose face was barely recognizable, and he was being dragged like an animal, leaving a path of fresh blood behind him. The youth that was dragging him was even smiling, even though his appearance was handsome and he was dressed neatly. The contrast made one's hairs stand on end. Huo Qi smiled shyly. However, he happened to be dragging a bloody mess that barely looked human, so no matter how friendly he looked, he still gave people goosebumps. Zhou Monli's knees felt weak. She wanted to faint, but she couldn't. Holding onto Song Rue's hand, her arrogance completely disappeared. What's that? Song Yaoyao was curious. Kneeling on the sofa, she stretched her neck to have a look. Children shouldn't be so curious. A hand stretched out to cover her face and pulled her back. Mm. Song Yaoyao fell back into the man's arms. Flopping down, she threw away the man's arms unhappily and glared at him. What is it? What's so scary? Let me see. There's no need, the man replied firmly as he held onto her waist and kept her in his arms. But I'm really curious. What she scratched his head. In his heart, he didn't think this was that scary. Miss Song is clearly more brutal than this. Why don't we just show her? But, as soon as he thought this, he felt a sense of pressure looming above his head. A chill ran down his neck and his hairs stood on end. Aya, look at you. How can you bring any random item into the house? Hurry and drag it back out. Uncle Zhang glared at him and hurried forward to help. Someone, hurry over with some cleaning products and mop the floor. The floor is dirty. Zhou Monli's face turned pale. As she watched the old man instruct the helpers in an orderly manner, she remembered how she looked down on Uncle Zhang as just a servant and thought he had no right to be arrogant. But now that she looked at him, she opened her mouth and felt her heart tremble. What she felt disappointed. He looked at the flapping hands and nodded his head. Okay, he was hoping to be credited for this. But look what happened. Normally, there was barely anyone in the whole manor. Why were there so many people now? And Miss Song, what was she doing there? What she dragged the guy away in the same way that he dragged him there? As she looked at the blood-stained path, Zhou Monli would have run away if her legs weren't frozen in place. Everyone said that the Huo shouldn't be provoked, and she experienced the reason during her first visit. Sigh. Huo Ningxi shook his head. He couldn't bear to look at Zhou Monli as he stepped forward to help. Auntie and Uncle Song, let me show you out. Huo Ningxi's hand fell upon Zhou Monli's arm. As she listened to his calm voice, Zhou Monli's eyelids twitched a little. She felt a sense of discomfort. The fact that he was this calm meant that he had experienced scenes like this often. Song Yaoyao was extremely curious, but the man pressed her against the sofa easily, causing her to blush. Even though she was out of breath, she still struggled to break free. Gidge, let me take one glance. The curiosity was killing her, especially since everyone saw it while her eyes were being covered by Huo Yunque. What did Huo bring? Is it really scary? The girl's eyelashes fluttered, tickling his palm. Huo Yunque nodded his head lightly. Yes, it's really scary. Huo Ningxi supported Zhou Monli and twitched his lips. Making his small uncle say the word scary was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Wow. Song Yaoyao was surprised. I want to see it even more now. Gidge, hurry and let me go. Let me take a look, just one look. She held onto Huo Yunque's hand and forcefully stuck out her head. But even though she was fast, the Huos were faster. The floor was spotless. Only the bucket beside them had a bit of red. Huh, what are you guys mopping? Is that blood on the floor? Uncle Zhang glanced over indifferently. His expression was loving. Yes, it's blood. Huo caught a wild rabbit from somewhere and said it was for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wild rabbit? Song Rue's lips twitched. He took a deep breath and said, We shall leave first, Mr. Huo. Bye. Watch your step. Seeing that Huo Yunque's expression did not change at all, Song Yaoyao pouted her lips. How does a rabbit have this much blood? Uncle Zhang, are you trying to fool a child? I bet Huo dragged in a person. PFFF cough. Her voice was soft and her expression was as calm could be, but her words made Uncle Zhang choke and cough. His eyelids twitched and he forced a smile. How could that be? You sure know how to joke, Miss Song. Huo Ningxi rolled his eyes. Look, didn't he say that Song Yaoyao was a little monster? Stuff like this couldn't frighten her at all. Song Rue and Zhou Monli, on the other hand, were probably frightened to death. He showed the two people to the door. Uncle, Auntie, watch your step and be careful. Song Rue nodded his head as he boarded the car with Zhou Monli. Only when the car left the maze-like manor did they seem alive again and their breaths stabilized. Who were those people? I don't want to come here ever again. Zhou Monli patted her chest in fear. At their position, it was impossible to say that their methods were completely clean. But who had actually witnessed a bloody scene right in front of them? Especially not someone like Zhou Monli, who spent most of her days doing facials, playing mahjong, and flying around. Song Rue pursed his lips and did not say anything. Just thinking about the scene from earlier made his heart race. Back at the Huo Manor, Song Yaoyao tugged on Huo Yunque's sleeve. Gidge, am I right? If Mr. and Mrs. Song was afraid of a mere dead rabbit, then they're really too weak. Huo Yunque glanced down, looked into the girl's clear eyes and sighed. Covering her face, he said indifferently, children should stop being nosy. Again? Song Yaoyao stomped her feet in anger. She pulled the man's hand away and gritted her teeth. I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult. Oh? Huo Yunque pulled back his hand and held back a smile as he glanced at her sideways. In my eyes, you are a child. He patted her head and said in a cool and lazy tone, so, be good. He was cool, yet he sounded like he was teasing her. Song Yaoyao immediately fell quiet. She scrunched up her nose. Fine. Since you're so handsome, you can have your way. When Huo Yunque entered and saw their interaction, he paused for a moment. Pretending not to see anything, he shoved his hands in his pockets, walked in and said casually, Uncle Zhang, let's eat braised rabbit meat tonight. Uncle Zhang nodded his head with a smile. Yes, I'll instruct the kitchen to make it. Song Yaoyao turned around and looked at Huo Yunque as though she was staring at a fool. Do you mean braised human meat? Huo Yunque stumbled and almost fell on the ground. He was speechless. Song Yaoyao, don't you think your words are disgusting? Song Yaoyao grabbed onto Huo Yunque's finger and humphed. You're the disgusting one. Weren't you the one that mentioned braising first? I said braised rabbit meat, but that was clearly a human earlier. Song Yaoyao insisted. It was a rabbit. Huo Yunque continued to argue with her. This little monster. Fine. I'll ask Huo Qi to slice 2 pieces of rabbit meat for you to braise and eat. Ugh. Song Yaoyao said these words in an extremely calm manner. Yet her appearance was beautiful and her voice was sweet. As soon as she finished speaking, an image appeared in Huo Yunque's mind. His stomach turned, and he dry-retched. Eek! Song Yaoyao furrowed her brows in disgust. Huo Yunque, you're so disgusting. As her voice fell, someone squeezed the back of her neck. Gidge? Song Yaoyao jumped and grabbed her neck like a kitten that was being held by the scruff of its neck. The man's eyes were dull. A child shouldn't have such violent thoughts. He patted her on the head and instructed calmly, Uncle Zhang, since Ningxi wants to eat it, then get the kitchen to prepare braised rabbit meat for him. Ugh. Huo Yunque felt like vomiting even more. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. Small uncle. Are you really my uncle? Not only did he not want to eat rabbit meat, but he didn't even want to eat dinner now. No, to be exact, he didn't want to eat the next day either. Huo Yunque looked like he was smiling at him. Go ahead. Uncle Zhang nodded. Okay. He turned around and walked out while Huo Yunque opened his mouth speechlessly. He stretched out his hand and wanted to hold back Uncle Zhang. He didn't want to eat. He really didn't want to. As she listened to Huo Yunque, Song Yaoyao began to second-guess herself. Could I have guessed wrong? But there was so much blood. Even the water was stained red. How could a rabbit produce so much blood? Yes, you guessed wrong. Huo Yunque turned around. A child should aim for improvement. Don't waste your time on useless thoughts. Fine. If you say it was a rabbit, then it was a rabbit. Song Yaoyao shoved her hands in her pockets and pouted her lips unhappily. Who told me to like you? Everything you say is right. Okay? Huo Yunque? He ground his teeth. Song Yaoyao, why didn't you believe me when I said it was a rabbit? The different treatment was so obvious. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes. That's because you're not as handsome as Gidge. Must he ask something so obvious? Idiot. Huo Yunque. Song Yaoyao. I'm not deaf. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes, picked up her backpack, and decided to return to her room. But you're blind. Upstairs, Huo Yunque's footsteps paused. All of a sudden, he commanded calmly, Huo Yunque, come to my study room. Song Yaoyao smiled. As he looked at her coquettish face and her smug eyes, Huo Yunque gritted his teeth. You just wait. I will not let you go until you die. You little swindler. Song Yaoyao pulled a face at him and chased after Huo Yunque with her backpack. Gidge, take your time chatting. I will go back to my room and study my textbook. See you later, moi. Song Yaoyao walked past Huo Yunque and blew him a kiss. Without any change in his expression, the man nodded. Okay. As Huo Yunque approached, he couldn't understand his small uncle. Maybe he liked Song Yaoyao. But, then again, he wasn't very affectionate toward her. However, he didn't dislike her either. Otherwise, why would he be so forgiving toward her? It wasn't like he couldn't tell that Song Yaoyao loved acting. Her motives were clear. Small uncle, did you call me here for something? Huo Yunque was confused. Although he treated his small uncle as his idol, they rarely interacted. Yes, the man raised an eyebrow and left without looking back, but it's nothing now. Oh, Miss Song, good morning. As soon as Song Yaoyao stepped out of her car, she was suddenly stopped by a familiar voice. She scratched her head and looked around in confusion. I'm here. The weather was growing colder and colder, especially in the north. Wearing a hat and dressed like an elder, the man rubbed his hands, stood up, and started running toward her. Hey, who are you? Huo Yunque narrowed his eyes, grabbed onto Song Yaoyao's arm, and pulled her to his side. Is your brain lacking oxygen? He complained. Who told you to reply? Be careful not get abducted and sold to the mountains as a wife. Song Yaoyao was caught by surprise. Stumbling a little, she opened her eyes wide and refuted. Your brain is lacking oxygen. Look at you. You can't even beat a girl. Huo Yunque ground his teeth. All you do is blabber all day. Don't you know how to be quiet? Let me go. Song Yaoyao pulled her arm away, looked at the man that was walking toward her with a bag, and tilted her head. Why did he look a little familiar? Just as she thought this, the man lifted his hat and revealed a face that looked quite serious when he didn't smile. Aren't you the director from yesterday? Yes, it's me. Kong Yuan laughed as he tried to act friendly. But for a man that was normally serious, laughing actually felt more strange. Fortunately, he was talking to Song Yaoyao, who reacted well under pressure. Due to a bad heart in her previous life, she had learned to be strong. If she wanted to live a long life, she had to have a healthy mentality. Why are you looking for me? Song Yaoyao asked. Have you had breakfast? Why don't I treat you? It's cold outside. Let's sit and chat. Huo Yunque was standing on the side and saw Kong Yuan's face clearly. The previous day, he had been so immersed in his game, he didn't even notice Kong Yuan, but he did hear that he had visited the school. However, it was strange that these two knew each other. They seemed like they were from completely different worlds. I've already had breakfast. Song Yaoyao scrunched up her nose. But then she saw that Kong Yuan was quite cold and even his eyelashes were dewy. Oh, okay. Where do you want to eat? Let's go to the milk tea store up ahead. I'll buy you milk tea. Kong Yuan rubbed his hands and led the way. He felt the girl was quite kind and straightforward. Perhaps he had been in the messy entertainment circle for too long, so personalities like this really appealed to him. However, a personality like this wasn't very suitable for the entertainment circle either. Straightforward people were easily bullied. Hey, Huo Yunque was speechless. Are you leaving like that? What else did you expect? Song Yaoyao asked curiously. Are you scared? Do you want me to walk you to school? Huo Yunque lifted his legs and headed for the school gates. Only a crazy person would waste their time talking to you. You deserve to be sold to the mountains, so you can stop seducing my small uncle. Song Yaoyao blinked and exchanged glances with Kong Yuan. Why is he insulting himself? So strange. Ahem. Kong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head, looked at the girl's tired expression, and replied, He's actually worried about you. Worried about me? Song Yaoyao laughed. You must be mistaken. Huo Yunque wanted her dead, so she could leave his small uncle alone. Why would he be worried about her? So strange. As Song Yaoyao followed Kong Yuan into the milk tea store, Song Jingwan stepped out of her car. Song Yaoyao? She narrowed her eyes. She heard her parents had gone to the Huo Manor to pick up Song Yaoyao, but why didn't they come back with her? And what happened at the Huo Manor to make the couple so quiet? Even when she pestered them and whined cutely, she didn't get anything from them. Song Jingwan liked being in control. Only then did she feel safe. Ever since the previous day, this situation, where she didn't know anything and she couldn't figure out what was happening, caused her to be in a low mood. You're drinking milk tea so early in the morning? Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Song Jingwan scoffed quietly. For the sake of being selected, she had started cutting down on her meals and didn't even eat breakfast. So for her, Song Yaoyao could drink as much as she wanted. The best outcome would be for her to gain 10 to 20 pounds. No matter how much Director Kong liked her, he had to consider how she'd appear on the camera. She curled her lips and felt much better. At that moment, she spotted a figure in the distance and immediately ran toward the school. What do you want to drink? Red bean? Or chocolate? Girls usually like chocolate, right? No need. I'm full, thank you. Song Yaoyao put down her bag and placed her hands on her knees in a well-behaved manner. If you're trying to convince me to be an actress again, then forget about it. I'm not interested. She didn't like to please others or fawn up to them. Are you really not considering it? You really suit the role I'm looking to fill, he sighed as he rubbed his face. Although he knew that according to this girl's personality, she wasn't likely to agree to his request, Kong Yuan still wanted to try. So, as expected, I'm sorry, I simply want to focus on experiencing school life. I don't want to do anything else. Song Yaoyao felt slightly apologetic, especially since the man looked so pitiful. I hope you find a suitable actress soon. To be honest, I don't know how to act, nor have I learned acting. If you see it, you will be really disappointed. She hoped that these words would make the man feel a little better. Kong Yuan revealed a bitter smile. Child, you sure know how to think for others. But it's fine, if you don't like it, I won't force you. He stood up and walked over to the counter. The milk tea he ordered was ready. It was nice and hot and perfect for the weather. Here, drink this in class, the weather is cold. Song Yaoyao's hand curled, and she slowly accepted the drink. Thank you. She buried her head in her scarf, making her face appear as small as a palm. Don't thank me. I insist on what I said earlier. If you suddenly feel interested, you can contact me. Your call is always welcome. Kong Yuan waved his phone as his forehead creased. He looked fierce, but Song Yaoyao didn't think he was that scary. Her eyes curved, and she smiled at Kong Yuan. Okay, I will consider it seriously. It seemed. When she returned to the classroom, she would have to research this fierce-looking, but actually very warm, director seriously. He appeared really impressive. She held onto her milk tea and entered the classroom. The cold weather made the tip of her nose red. Song Yaoyao stomped her feet and walked over to her seat. Good morning, precious. What are you holding? Tang Shinro looked at her curiously and was shocked. FCK, you're drinking something with high calories so early in the morning. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Song Yaoyao looked at her cup of cocoa milk tea. This? Do you want to drink it? Tang Shinro shook her head, disagreeing. I don't want it. Drinking this cup will make me, at least, 10 pounds fatter. Fine. Song Yaoyao looked at Shan Sun, who was lying on his desk, catching up on sleep. I didn't really want it, but Director Kong got it for me, and I didn't know how to reject him. Shin Sun can drink it then. No. Actually, I'll drink it. Give it to me. Tang Shinro immediately snatched the drink from Song Yaoyao's hand. Was this really from Director Kong? Yes, I ran into him at the school gates. Song Yaoyao scratched her head in confusion. A moment ago, Tang Shinro was complaining that milk tea was high in calories. Why was she now holding it like it was the person she liked? Eek! How scary! Huff. Outside the school, Kong Yuan puffed out a mouthful of mist and walked out of the milk tea store. This horrid weather. Uncle too? What are you doing here? Huh. Kong Yuan jumped in surprise and turned around to have a look. A handsome young man was stepping off the bus, holding his breakfast. When he saw Kong Yuan, he was clearly surprised as he quickly ran toward him. Firen? Didn't your mom drive you? No, and Firen smiled shyly. I'm 18 already. My mom said I have to be more independent. Besides, the bus is really convenient. When I studied abroad, I used to go to school on my own too. Kong Yuan raised an eyebrow and walked over to pat the boy on his shoulder. He lowered his head to look at the 2 buns in his hands and shook his head. That's not enough for breakfast. You're still growing. After thinking for a bit, Kong Yuan pulled out all the cash in his wallet and shoved it into the boy's pockets. Take this and buy something good to eat. I know your mother. She's trying to take a carefree parenting approach like the Westerners, but she's got plenty of money. Even if she wants to be carefree, there should be some standard. Compared to those of the same age, you're very impressive already. Uncle too, I don't need this. Take it. Kong Yuan glared at him fiercely. I don't see you often. Use this money to buy food. In a few days, I'll be coming here to film on location. We can have a proper chat then. Oh, okay. And Firen scratched his head. His smile was shy and polite. Thank you, Uncle too. All right, go to class and eat your breakfast quickly before it goes cold. Kang Yuan patted him on the back, gesturing for him to hurry into the school. The weather is cold. Make sure to keep warm. Okay. You too, Uncle too. And Firen waved his hand as he quickly headed into school. TSK, Kang Yuan sighed. In the blink of an eye, he's already so grown up. Back when Firen's parents got divorced, he had gone overseas with his mother. It was only in the last 2 years that he had returned. Kang Yuan's relationship with this nephew wasn't too bad, and they often chatted on the phone when Firen was still overseas. Since he had never gotten married and had children of his own, he treated Firen like his own son. Firen ran upstairs and stopped outside the classroom of Class 3-1. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to tidy his hair. Only then did he take a deep breath and walk inside. As soon as he entered, his eyes fell upon a beautiful silhouette, and his heart raced as he ran toward her. As he was in a daze and his attention was focused in front of him, he did not notice someone quietly stretch out their leg. Thump, and Firen tripped, and he tumbled forward helplessly, falling onto the ground. His soy milk spilled all over the floor, and the money in his pockets also came flying out. Ha 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 ha. Look at that idiot. Oh, he has so much money. He probably stole it. I didn't steal it. And Firen opened his mouth, his eyes slightly red. He knew that as a boy, he shouldn't be so weak, but he had been embarrassed in front of so many people, including his crush. He stood up. His trousers were torn, and his knees were scratched to the point where there was blood. Jingwan, are you okay? Is your skirt dirty? Honestly, and Firen, are you blind? Can't you even walk properly? Song Jingwan's deskmate, and Yaoyao, glared at Firen as she pulled out a tissue to wipe Song Jingwan's skirt. Coincidentally, Song Jingwan was sitting next to the aisle. Firen's soy milk had hit the ground and splashed all over her skirt. Firen was helpless. He clumsily came forward and said, I'm sorry, Jingwan. I didn't mean to do it. Someone tripped me. Someone tripped you? Who? I don't see anyone. Song Jingwan took a deep breath. She could hardly maintain her calmness on the surface. She had already been stressed the last few days. Why did this guy have to provoke her? Jingwan. Firen said in disbelief as disappointment crossed his eyes. Someone really tripped me. Why don't you believe me? Are you blaming me? Song Jingwan said in ridicule as she looked at her skirt, which was covered in soy milk. She was completely disgusted. No, I don't mean to blame you. Oh, really? Song Jingwan took a deep breath. Since you claim that someone targeted you, why don't you find that person? Although her tone wasn't harsh, the mockery in her eyes was hard for Firen to accept. It felt as though something was stabbing into his heart. He stood in place blankly as ridicule surrounded and almost enveloped him. Ha ha ha, that's right. Find the person that tripped you. What's the big deal? You simply tripped. The school beauty's skirt is stained. Can you afford to compensate her? It was just a joke. Can't you handle a joke? Ha 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 ha. The world spun, and Firen closed his eyes and opened them again. They were red as he stared stubbornly at Song Jingwan. I will compensate you for the skirt, Jingwan. But do you really not believe me? I didn't do it on purpose. His voice was soft, like a child that needed protection, and he sounded like he was about to choke. Song Jingwan blinked as she wiped her skirt and avoided Firen's gaze. I already told you, it's not that I don't believe you, but we are all classmates. I can't wrong someone because of you. Song Jingwan sighed. I'm going to go get changed. She didn't want to talk to Firen about anything else. Jingwan. Firen sniffed and stretched out his hand to grab her. But before he got the chance, the girl turned her body like she was trying to avoid trash and revealed a disgusted expression. Smash! Something felt like it broke. One Firen's gaze slowly dulled. Ha ha ha, someone's trying to punch above their weight. Firen, do you have a crush on our school beauty? Ha ha ha, you deserve to fall. These people had no idea how their simple joke could hurt someone. Loneliness emanated from the boy who had his head lowered. He suddenly yelled and charged toward the people who were ridiculing him. One I'm assuming the author is referring to as heartbreaking. He smashed his fist against the other party's face, again and again, until they realized what was happening and pushed him away with ease. Numerous fists and feet fell upon his body, and Fearon curled into a ball in pain. He looked through the gaps in the crowd and saw the beautiful and graceful girl giving him a benevolent look. She then said in a chilling voice, "That's about enough. Fighting is not allowed in Class 3-1. Don't make things difficult for me." She was half whining and half annoyed. Oh, that's right. She was the class president. And Fearon was surprised. Don't make things difficult for her? Those words were so ironic. "Hey, Brother Sun, have you heard? Get lost." Shin Sun lay on his desk, trying to catch up on sleep. His voice was raspy, and he was in a bad mood. Han Jun was used to this. "The boys in the first class are fighting," he said excitedly. "Don't they always claim to be the pride of Liyang, and aren't they supposed to be good students? TSK, 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 they're actually fighting." He was eloquent and exhilarated. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao was leaning forward on her desk, answering some questions while Tang Shinro sat beside her scratching her head. She had been held back by a question for half an hour. No one responded to Han Jun, but he didn't mind. "From the looks of it, I think our class is more harmonious." Han Jun sighed as he rubbed his chin. Tang Shinro rolled her eyes. She couldn't continue listening to this. "Do you really think our class is that harmonious?" "They're simply afraid." Ever since a few days ago, the annoying guy in the back had been attending class on time. With him around, no one dared to disturb his sleep. It wasn't like they had a death wish. Of course, the big boss beside her was an exception. Ahem. Han Jun thought carefully. That's true. Tang Shinro shook her head. This guy was beyond saving. Sigh, aren't you guys curious why they're fighting? Han Jun scratched his head in confusion. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but turn around. Classmate, is your paper too easy? She asked curiously. Was that why he had the time to gossip? Juner. Shin Sun rubbed his numb face and patted Han Jun on the cheek. In a gentle voice, he asked, "Do you know what you resemble right now?" Huh. What? Shin Sun sneered and squeezed 3 words out of his lips, a nosy housewife. Whoa, Brother Sun, that's too much. I simply wanted to share my happiness with you. Don't you guys feel happy hearing this? Tang Shinro, sorry, no. Shin Sun, ha. Song Yaoyao didn't think it was nice to completely dismiss him. Holding onto her pin, she turned her head and gave a perfunctory laugh. Funny. Han Jun's goosebumps faded away. He was speechless. Forget it. Stop laughing. It was too fake. Slap, just as he finished speaking, there was a slap on the back of his head. Ow. Brother Sun, why did you hit me? Shin Sun smiled slightly. Is that how you talk to my big bro? Han Jun's face met the desk and he pouted his lips. He must have had a death wish again. Great. Meanwhile, Wang Zhongyun's mood improved a lot recently because the learning environment inside the 3rd class had changed. These days, everyone was quiet during class and they no longer chatted and made a commotion. He was proud of them. Okay, class dismissed. He looked at the students in the classroom in a fatherly manner. The mid-semester exams are next week. I hope you will all try your best to escape the fate of last place. When everyone heard these words, they all rolled their eyes. Boss, do you have a misunderstanding? This is Class 3-3, the worst class in the school, with the most useless students. Don't get your hopes high, okay? As soon as Wang Zhongyun left, Tang Shinro jumped to her feet and pulled Song Yaoyao up with her. Precious, let's go to the bathroom together. Song Yaoyao sighed. Okay. She didn't understand why girls always went to the bathroom together. Was there, perhaps, a scary monster there? The bathroom was outside the mathematics building, so the 2 girls walked downstairs together. Song Yaoyao shoved her hands in her pockets and stood outside, exposing just her dark eyes. Go ahead. I'll wait outside. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Tang Shinro glanced back a few times and quickly rushed into the bathroom. After class, it was busy. Song Yaoyao slowly leaned to the side, relaxed, and fell into a daze. Where do you think you're running to? How dare you report us? Ha, I've seen plenty of poor kids like you. Did you know that I can kick you out of the 1st class immediately? Let go of me. Let go. 3 boys were dragging another boy toward the bathrooms, and the boy who was being dragged was struggling. His lips were purple, and his face was red and swollen. Clearly, he had just been in a fight. Song Yaoyao wasn't interested in stuff like this, so she leaned back and made way for them. Go. Let me teach you a lesson today. The three boys started fighting outside the bathroom. Song Yaoyao was petite, but even though she was huddled up in the corner, she was unexpectedly implicated. Thump. Song Yaoyao was knocked onto the floor. Recovering from her shock, tears immediately streamed from her eyes. Sorry. Song Yaoyao? The boy was apologizing when he suddenly beamed in joy. He never expected to see someone familiar. Why are you standing here? It's bad enough that you're a fool. Are you also blind? The boy said insultingly, his every word full of mockery. Look, you're even crying. Those that don't know would think that we did something to you. So delicate. What did you say? Song Yaoyao wiped her tears and slowly stood up. She didn't cry really hard, so the whites of her eyes were still clear. As she blinked, droplets of tears fell, but she remained calm as she questioned them in a nasally voice. Enfiren's face was covered in bruises. As he looked at her, he apologized. Sorry. Are you okay? That fall must have been painful. Without glancing at Enfiren, her eyes turned red as she looked at the other boy and laughed. I asked you what you just said. Whoa. The boys looked at each other and exploded in laughter. What? You can't accept it? I said you're delicate. So W. Before he finished his words of ridicule, the girl had picked up a stone from the ground and thrown it at his head. FCK. Song Yaoyao, are you crazy? Two of the boys retreated in fear as blood oozed from the third boy's head. They were so scared that they couldn't even talk properly. FFFCK. What do we do? Song Yaoyao stepped on the boy as tears continued to flow from her eyes. Go ahead, say it again. Her voice was soft, without any lethality. It was a complete contrast to the action of throwing a stone at someone's head. FCK. The boy became dizzy as he lifted his hand to wipe his blood-covered face. Song Yaoyao, I won't let you get away with this. You're not worthy of making my hand hurt. Translator. Uni thump. Song Yaoyao smashed a stone ruthlessly on the boy's hand as her dark and moist eyelashes curled upwards slightly. You better not let me get away. A pitiful cry filled the air. Students in the vicinity covered their mouths. This scene made them speechless. Song Yaoyao looked like such a delicate girl, yet she was so fierce. Enfiren opened his mouth and his eyes lit up. Was this for real? Tang Shinro shook her hands dry as she walked out of the bathroom. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was shocked. With a scream, she rushed over to Song Yaoyao and hugged her. What's wrong, precious? Who bullied you? FCK. Who bullied my precious? Step forward now, she said as she wiped Song Yaoyao's wet cheeks. The boy's accomplices were busy calling the ambulance. When they heard Tang Shinro's voice, they immediately dropped their phone on the ground. Are you blind? Can't you see who's lying on the floor? I wonder who's the bully. Tang Shinro blinked casually. When she saw the red on the boy's head, she pouted her lips. My Yaoyao would never bully someone first. Song Yaoyao sniffed as she leaned into Tang Shinro's arms and pointed in an aggrieved manner. He ran into me, yet he scolded me. FCK. That's too much. This could not be tolerated. Her Yaoyao was such a good person. How could she bully someone? You deserved it. Precious, does your hand hurt? Let's visit the nurse's office and see if you have any injuries from the fall. Tang Shinro's heart ached as she rubbed Song Yaoyao's hand. It doesn't hurt. Song Yaoyao pouted. I hit him with a stone. He wasn't worthy of hurting my hand. My good girl has smartened up. Tang Shinro's eyes sparkled. Well done. Don't be scared. I'll protect you. You aren't wrong, so you have no reason to be scared. Everyone was shocked by these words. Could they do this? Wasn't she exaggerating? The person lying on the floor wasn't even crying, yet Song Yaoyao was bawling her eyes out. Song Yaoyao, this isn't over. You crazy BTCH. The boy held onto his head as his friends helped him up. One of his hands was drooping and his fingertips were trembling. It was either fractured or sprained. Song Yaoyao couldn't help throwing a kick at the boy. Okay, I don't want it to be over either. Song Yaoyao glared at him with her teary eyes. How dare this guy not apologize to her? It was clear to see how badly Song Yaoyao had been bullied in the past. Precious, it's okay now. Let's calm down. Tang Xinro hugged Song Yaoyao and tried to calm her down. She was a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have held back her need to use the toilet. Song Yaoyao humphed and pulled out her phone. Tang Xinro was surprised. Yaoyao, what are you doing? Telling Shun Sun to come down. Song Yaoyao's voice was nasally. Filled with anger, she said fiercely, "This isn't over." This was the moment she had been waiting for. It was fine that she was afraid of hurting her hand. She still had her little underling. FCK Tang Xinro looked down and almost fainted. Lowering her voice, she said, "Precious, why don't we just leave it? If you call Shin Sun here, he's going to kill them." Although the punk had settled down a little in recent days, he was famous for fighting without holding back. He was completely ruthless. If he came down, these idiots would probably lose their lives. Ha ha ha, are you calling Shin Sun? It wouldn't be the Shin Sun that we know, right? You can call him? Stop acting, Song Yaoyao, the boy said fiercely as he held his head. I will remember this grudge. You just wait. Tang Xinro glared at him with frustration as she called his name for the first time. Yin Ruoyang, shut up. You talk so much. In a minute, even the gods won't be able to save you. 4. What a big call. Yin Ruoyang held his head and grinned. I'll be waiting. Just as his arrogant voice fell, a lazy, raspy, and clearly amused voice sounded from Song Yaoyao's phone. Hello? Big bro, didn't you go to the bathroom with Tang Xinro? Did she fall into the toilet so FCK? Shin Sun, you're the one that fell into a toilet. Your entire family fell into a toilet. Tang Xinro rolled her eyes and stomped her feet in anger as she roared into the phone. TCH. Shun Sun rubbed his face. What a sarcastic tone. Tang Xinro gritted her teeth. Shin Sun, you just wait. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to my big bro. Song Yaoyao, what's wrong? Your time to be useful has finally come. Yaoyao's being bullied. Hurry down here. Tang Xinro was in a bad mood, so she was not showing Yin Ruoyang any mercy. Song Yaoyao sniffed. I'll give you 1 minute. After she was done talking, she immediately hung up. Yin Ruoyang opened his mouth. He wanted to laugh, but nothing came out. Ha. Was I hearing things? That voice. Yin Ruoyang, that really sounded like Shin Sun. His iconic tone was rough and bad, without any decency. If it wasn't Shin Sun, who else could it be? Yin Ruoyang's legs felt weak. If someone wasn't holding on to him, he would have fallen on the floor. He took a breath. So many people were watching. If he admitted that he was scared, then he would be treated as a joke. He ground his teeth and glared at the friend beside him. Where's the ambulance? Why isn't it here yet? Also, had the teachers run off to eat SHT? Why were they nowhere to be seen? Why don't we take you to the nurse's office to get bandaged? Song Yaoyao was well aware of the situation. She was not going to push him to his death, but a bit of blood on the head could not be avoided. Hey, you're not scared, are you? I wonder who said our Yaoyao was acting. Tang Xinro crossed her arms with a smirk. The surrounding students looked at each other. They were a little scared. Scared? As if. Yin Ruoyang said stubbornly. Upstairs, Class 3-3. Shin Sun put down his phone and walked to the front of the room roguishly. He still had an injury on his tough face, and there was hostility in his eyes. As he picked up the chalkboard erasers, he clapped them together twice. Boys in the 3rd class, come with me. Let's have some fun. Before his voice even fell, he shoved his hands in his pockets and headed outside. Brother Sun, wait for me. Han Jun quickly followed, but he was held back by someone. FCK, Han Jun, what does Brother Sun mean? Are we heading into a fight? Stop wasting your breath. Why aren't you following? It's not easy for our class to produce a good student, yet she's being bullied. How can we tolerate that? He grabbed his head, brushed away the hand holding him, and headed out the door, leaving the students of Class 3-3 staring in shock. FCK. Who's acting so brazenly? How can someone bully Yaoyao when she's so cute? I'm going to smash their heads in. It's not easy for our class to produce a good student. By bullying Song Yaoyao, they are bullying our entire class. Let's go. Let's get him. A moment later, all the boys and girls picked up the classroom's brooms, mops, and even the chalkboard erasers and stormed out. Left behind were just a few students who were good friends with Suyu. And who didn't like Song Yaoyao? Suyu. What do we do? Should we help? Everyone seems to be going. Suyu stood up and sneered. Help? She wishes. Let's go watch the show. She still remembered the grudge from last time. If Song Yaoyao wasn't so focused on studying, leaving her with no opportunity to strike, she would have already gotten her revenge. The current situation was great. She was going to see how badly Song Yaoyao was being bullied. As the third class rushed outside, the school bell rang. There were 4 classes on the same floor. Just as the students were about to enter their classrooms, they felt a gust of wind, and a few of them were knocked aside. FCK, the third class has gone crazy. A boy that had been knocked against the wall stared at them as they ran past with their brooms and chalkboard erasers. They were valiant, brave, and looked furious. It looked like they were ready to rebel. The 20-30 students from the third class rushed downstairs with the same motive. They were as shocking as an earthquake. Even those sitting inside the classroom could feel the floor tremble. Downstairs, outside the bathrooms. When they heard the school bell, some people left reluctantly, while others bravely stayed to watch the show. Tang Shinro protected Song Yaoyao behind her as she watched Yin Ruoyang being carried, ready to go to the nurse's office. At that moment, someone suddenly screamed, "Run! The director of teaching is here. Don't you know it's time for class? Why are you all standing here? I heard someone's fighting. Who is it? Step forward." A serious and mean-looking woman wearing a black suit and black framed glasses approached. Her stern eyes scanned back and forth as she strode toward them. Yin Ruoyang happily breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, she hit him, miss, I hit him." 2 voices sounded at the same time. When he realized what had happened, Yin Ruoyang revealed a murderous gaze. "And Firen, do you know what your F-kin saying?" And Firen's eyes darted. He pursed his lips and clenched his fists. He was clearly weak and skinny, but he puffed up his chest and acted fearlessly. He repeated himself, "Miss Gong, I hit him. I am willing to accept punishment." Yin Ruoyang almost fainted from anger. Next to him stood 2 average-looking boys. One of them, a boy called Lu Peng, retorted, "Miss, don't listen to him." Song Yaoyao was the one that hit Yin Ruoyang's head. It was her as soon as Lu Peng pointed. Song Yaoyao poked out her head from behind Tang Shinro. Gong Wei adjusted her glasses. She narrowed her eyes, looked at the sobbing Song Yaoyao whose eyelashes were moist, and scoffed. "Are you trying to make excuses for bullying a girl? How could she make your head bleed? If she really managed to do that, then you should really question whether you're too useless." PFFF. The 3 boys witnessing the scene almost coughed up blood in anger. Didn't people believe the truth these days? Miss Gong, it was really her. Yin Ruoyang didn't bleed to death, but he was about to die from anger. "Miss, they're lying. I did it. It was an accident," and Firen said firmly as he stared straight into Gong Wei's eyes. He had injuries on his face, so these words sounded more convincing coming from him. At least, it was more convincing than a petite little girl who was bawling her eyes out. "Take him to the nurse's office first. Everyone else, come with me," Gong Wei said in a strict manner. FCK. Yin Ruoyang gritted his teeth and glared at Firen. Firen avoided his gaze, but he insisted that he had done it. Originally, this matter was over, but the girl suddenly stretched out her hand to stop Firen and said angrily, "Who told you to take the blame for me? Stand to the side. This has nothing to do with you." She held back her tears, but her voice was fierce. Clearly, she did not appreciate what he had done. Tang Shinro looked down. She knew it. Meanwhile, Gong Wei was full of questions. She turned her head. "What did you say?" Song Yaoyao was fearless. She sniffed, pointed at Yin Ruoyang, and said in a soft, nasally voice, "I hit him and smashed his head, you?" Gong Wei looked at the girl who was trying hard to hold her chest high and felt like she wanted to laugh for some reason. What was wrong with these students? Why were they all fighting to be punished and to receive demerits? "Fine. Come with me as well." Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by something behind her. Gong Wei raised an eyebrow and looked behind her. She was shocked. A group of boys and girls rushed toward them like the wind, holding sticks and brooms. Leading the way was a chubby boy. As he ran, his fat jiggled. How hard it was for him to run in front. Before he arrived, his voice arrived first. "Where is he?" Step forward. Who had the guts to bully our top student? He must be tired of living. That's right. Step forward. What a confusing day. Gongwei removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. She was a little surprised. You guys. But these angry students did not pay attention to her at all as they ignored her. Those that were watching took a few steps back, and a few more, and a few more. It didn't take long before the area was surrounded by the students of Class 3-3. They moved aside in an orderly manner and cleared out a path. A boy with his hands in his pockets and a band-aid on his face approached lazily from behind, followed by a tail. This tail was Hanjun. Gongwei didn't recognize the others, but she definitely knew who the school bully, Shinsun, was. She watched as the arrogant boy weaved his way roguishly through the crowd. Like a king inspecting his land, he walked forward and finally stopped in front of the sobbing girl. He leaned over and smiled with disdain as hostility filled his eyes. Big bro, who should I hit? Thump Lupong and Deng Chi's grip loosened, and Yin Ruoyang fell on the ground. Their legs began to wobble. Arrogant? Let's see if they could still act arrogant. Him. And them. Song Yaoyao pointed her chin and swept her finger across. Her voice was crisp. Shinsun nodded and stood up straight. He yawned lazily. Did you hear her? Go get them. As soon as his command fell, all the girls and boys rushed toward Lupong and Deng Chi like a swarm of bees. As for Yin Ruoyang, he was already in a pitiful state. If they hit him anymore, they were afraid they may hit him to death. Hey, are you crazy? Aren't you going to move aside? Tang Shinro rolled her eyes, glanced at the silly Inferin, and said with disgust, Look at you. Did you think you could take the blame for our Yaoyao? You need a bit more training. He was like a fool. When the third class went crazy, they hit everyone that got in their way. Inferin nodded dopily as his eyes sparkled. Oh, okay. Tang Shinro? I was just saying it. You could have just listened quietly. Gongwei was shocked. She stood on the side and roared, Stop! The crowd paused. But before Gongwei had the time to breathe a sigh of relief, a new lesson had started. Ow! Help! A quivering hand stretched out, asking for help, but the next second, it was dragged back again. Ow, wow, mercy. I won't do it again. I wouldn't dare. Ow, it hurts. Yin Ruoyang regretted not fainting. He was dizzy and he was in a bad state, but he was not at the stage of unconsciousness. Gulp, he swallowed and started crawling away weakly while no one noticed. Wait. An amused voice sounded behind him. Yin Ruoyang's back went stiff as someone grabbed his collar and pulled him off the ground. Were you the one who took the lead in bullying my big bro? Brother Sun. Yin Ruoyang wanted to cry, but he had no tears as he turned around and trembled. As soon as he turned around, he saw the beautiful girl with a delicate face standing there with her hands in her pockets. He wanted to die. If he knew Song Yaoyao was so powerful, he would have never dared to bully her. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. His hands trembled as he tried to throw the blame on the two boys who were still being beaten up in the crowd. They started it. Oh, really? Shin Sun smirked. Suddenly, his fist flew toward the boy's face. Bang! One could faintly hear the crisp sound of bones. Yin Ruoyang fell on the ground helplessly as he widened his eyes in fear. Brother Sun, my big bro doesn't cause trouble for no reason. That means she will only hit someone who's offended her. Understood? He leaned over and patted Yin Ruoyang on the shoulder politely. But while Yin Ruoyang was still trembling, he punched him again. Another hit for lying. He lifted his fist high, causing Yin Ruoyang to hold his head in fear. He broke down in tears. Hoo-hoo, I was wrong, Brother Sun. I wouldn't dare to do it again. I'm trash. Please spare me. Fine. Shin Sun let go and the corner of his lips twitched. You're so fragile that I'm afraid I might beat you to death. Yin Ruoyang. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Should he be happy? At that moment, Shin Sun gave him another kick. Do you think an apology is enough for offending my big bro? Hand over some money. Quickly. As soon as she heard this, Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up and she nodded. That's right. Money. She pulled out her phone naturally, brought up her QR code, and handed it to Yin Ruoyang. Alipay or WeChat? QQ is also fine. Yin Ruoyang lifted his head with tears in his eye and looked into the girl's excited gaze. Once I receive the money, I guarantee Shinsun won't bother you again. Song Yaoyao negotiated as she crouched down. If you give me more, I can even consider protecting you. Yin Ruoyang, haha. With a depressed expression, he pulled out his phone. But he was trembling so much that he struggled to unlock his phone. Quick! Shinsun kicked him out of frustration. Hoo-hoo. Yin Ruoyang immediately unlocked the phone and completed the transfer within a minute. Ding, you have received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Wow. Song Yaoyao blinked in surprise as she held onto her phone and ordered, "That's enough. Tell them to stop. I forgive them. Enough. Stop." Shinsun yawned. "We're all schoolmates. Let's leave them with a bit of pride." The heavily breathing group of students finally stopped. Two boys who were huddled up in the corner sobbing put down their arms, revealing their swollen faces. Pride? What was pride? Was there any use for pride? Gong Wei lifted her hand and held down her twitching lips. She took a deep breath but couldn't hold back in the end. "Are you treating me like I'm dead? Come with me to the disciplinary office." She roared at Shinsun and the others. They were all so arrogant. She had to control them before it got too late. Song Yaoyao was satisfied. She patted Yin Ruoyang on the shoulder. "Fate brought us together, so we are friends from now on." Every time she patted him, Yin Ruoyang trembled. "And no need. As long as you're happy. We don't have to be friends." "Huh? What did you say?" Shun Sun narrowed his eyes and his throat twitched. "It is your honor that my big bro is willing to be your friend. How dare you reject her?" "Shin Sun." Song Yaoyao glared at him. "Don't be so fierce. You'll scare people." She crouched on the ground, resting her head on her hands with an innocent expression as she smiled sweetly. "Don't be scared. I won't let him bully you." Yin Ruoyang wanted to run away. In fact, he wanted to just change schools. Did she have selective memory loss? Did she forget that she was the one that called Shinsun downstairs? Did she forget who had smashed his head? Huh. Stop. You. Gong Wei pointed at Yin Ruoyang. She really thought he was quite pitiful. "Take him to the nurse's office first. Everyone else, follow me. Don't try to run away. The school has surveillance cameras. Your family didn't send you here to fight. You guys went too far." They even ignored her completely. Did they forget who she was? She was the director of teaching, yet they fought in front of her. No, to be exact, they teamed up and beat their own schoolmates. Were they rebelling? "Miss, calm down. This wasn't what I wanted either." Song Yaoyao blinked. She had already calmed down, but her eyes and nose were still a little red. On the surface, she looked well-behaved and pitiful. "It was bad enough that he bumped into me, but he didn't apologize and he spoke rudely to me. That's why I couldn't resist." She stuck out her tongue aggrievedly. Gong Wei finally understood what it meant to not judge a book by its cover. The more well-behaved this girl looked, the fiercer she was when she lost her temper. She shook her head, but when she looked at Song Yaoyao, she couldn't seem to be angry. How annoying. Even if that was the case, you didn't have to be so ruthless. "That's enough. Come with me to the disciplinary office. Call your parents, and we will discuss what to do next." As a prestigious private high school, Liang had never been as strict as other schools. Not only did they not have evening self-study sessions, but their students were also allowed to bring mobile phones. Apart from the top class being a little stricter, they had practically given up on the other classes, especially Class 3-3, which was famously composed of children from influential families. Amongst these students, one of the leading characters was Shan Sun. But now, as Gong Wei walked, she couldn't help but glance at Song Yaoyao. The girl was gentle. She had her hands in her pockets as she followed behind without causing any trouble. In fact, she was extremely well-behaved. But this well-behaved girl wasn't just fierce when she hit people. She was also good at convincing people. Even the school bully, Shin Sun, obeyed her and led the entire class to avenge her. At that very moment, the other students were being dragged back by their teachers, while the teachers without any classes were watching from the sides. They had wanted to stop the fight too, but these students were too fierce. If they approached, they would have been hit as well. The students from the third class who had been involved in the fight followed behind Gong Wei. At that moment, Gong Wei approached three girls and stopped in front of them curiously. "Which class are you girls from?" Su Yu and the others looked at each other. "Miss, we didn't fight." "Miss, she is in the third class too." Shinsun grinned as he shoved his hands in his pockets. They came here with me. I saw them, he said in a roguish manner. Sue you. She shrunk back her neck with hatred, but she did not dare to argue with Shinsun. The other girls were even more scared. They wanted to cry, but they had no tears. Gongwei narrowed her eyes without suspicion. You girls come as well. She simply came to watch the show, but she ended up being implicated. She did not participate in the fighting, but she was dragged to the disciplinary office in the end. Wang Mingjiang had something to do in the morning, so he went out for a bit. At this time, he had just returned. He was holding a cup of tea in his hands, but before he managed to sit down, he saw an amazing sight. A bunch of students were passing by like a scene had just been cleared. Wang Mingjiang subconsciously looked at the time. It was meant to be class time. What were they doing? He stood up and walked over to the door, just as a familiar petite figure appeared in front of him. She was well-behaved and cute. Wasn't she the girl that declared she was coming first in the grade? Leading the way was Gongwei, the director of teaching? That meant. Wang Mingjiang gasped and scanned his eyes across the students. The more he looked at them, the more familiar they looked, and the more shocked he felt. FCK, these were all the students from class 3-3. Yet, here he was, saying that the third class was impressive and finally knew how to study. It hadn't even been 2 days, and they were already slapping him in the face. He rushed over and stopped Gongwei. Miss Gong, what's happening? He looked at the 2 boys that were surrounded by the crowd. Their faces were swollen and their necks were shrunk back timidly as they trembled. He then looked at the indifference on the faces of the third class. Wang Mingjiang held his face. This was giving him a toothache. Principal, you came back just in time. Gongwei breathed a sigh of relief. She was just wondering what to do with these kids. These kids from the third class are ridiculous. They beat up some schoolmates right in front of me. How should I punish them? Give them a strike beside their names? But for these prestigious kids, this was like a little scratch. Then, was she supposed to persuade them not to do it again? Everyone here came from an influential background. There were 2 types of people at Liyang. One type was here because their parents had invested in the school, the other relied purely on academic results. The third class was the former, and Inferin was the latter. Persuading a couple of students was easy, but persuading a few dozen? This school was going to be shut down at this rate. Wang Mingjiang's eyes darkened. He wanted to lose his temper, but he couldn't. Shinsun, you again? He glared at Shun-sun as he leaned lazily against the railing. Weren't you studying? What happened this time? They bullied us first, he said innocently. What? Wang Mingjiang questioned what he was hearing. Who did they bully? My big bro, Shun-sun said straightforwardly without feeling embarrassed. Your big bro? Who's that? Wang Mingjiang narrowed his eyes and scanned them across the rows of students. To be Shun-sun's big bro, this person had to be. Just as he was thinking this, a small, weak hand raised up from the crowd. Amongst the crowd, this tiny girl actually looked a bit pitiful. Her soft voice was like a kitten that was trying to act tough. Principal, it's me. PFFF, ha ha. The third class suddenly started laughing as they moved aside, making way for the little girl. Song Yaoyao's cheeks were red from being squeezed into the crowd. She tugged on the hem of her shirt and walked over to Wang Mingjiang. Thinking that the man didn't hear, she repeated herself again. Principal, it's me. It took Wang Mingjiang a lot of effort to accept this unbelievable truth. Little Song Yaoyao was Shun-sun's big bro? FCK. He was certainly getting old and falling behind with the trends. Why was this little miss a big bro? Gongwei could tell that the principal was getting distracted, so she reminded him, Principal, you haven't told me what to do yet. Oh yes, what do you think? Wang Mingjiang knocked on his head and snapped out of his daze. I think we should call their parents in for a chat, Gongwei replied. There's also a student that isn't here. He is getting bandaged at the nurse's office. I reckon he will have to get an X-ray at the hospital later. Okay, let's just call their parents. Wait, what did you say? X-ray? Wang Mingjiang suddenly exploded. Isn't the most seriously injured already here? Why do we need an X-ray? These students appeared seriously injured, but they were just surface injuries. It didn't look like any muscles or bones were damaged. Gongwei looked at him sympathetically. All this anger was probably giving the principal dementia. No, there's one more student who received a head injury. Wang Mingjiang stumbled and trembled as he pulled out some medicine for his rapid heartbeat. With the pill in his mouth, he roared, "Who did it?" Rather than studying, they were injuring their schoolmates. In front of him, a gentle little hand lifted. The girl blinked her eyes innocently. "Principal, that was also me." Ahem. Shinsun turned his head and pretended to look outside as he lifted his fist to his lips to hide his smile. "Why is it you again?" Wang Mingjiang gritted his teeth as he tried to sound friendly, warm, and not so frightening. He smiled slightly and looked at Song Yaoyao. "Little miss, have you been threatened? If Shinsun forced you to take the blame, you can tell me. Don't be scared. I will help you." Song Yaoyao scratched her head. Oh, what was wrong with these people? Why didn't they believe her? She did all the bad things. She was the instigator. The entire third class fell silent. Tang Shinro lowered her head, and her shoulders shook as she tried to hold back her laughter. Han Jun patted Shin Sun on the back sympathetically. Shin Sun smirked. "Principal, that's right. I did it. I hit him." Wang Mingjiang breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. How could someone with good results lead a fight? You guys." He raised his hand and yelled, "Call your parents." The group quietly contacted their parents. There were so many of them that the office couldn't possibly hold all of them. Thus, the teachers were treated to an amusing scene. A bunch of students kneeled in the corridor like a row of winter radish. It was a shocking scene. Song Yaoyao slowly pulled out her phone and looked at Wang Mingjiang. "Principal, should I call my parents too?" Wang Mingjiang was silent for a moment. "Yes, call them." "Okay." Song Yaoyao ran to the corner to make a call, but she ended up calling the Huo Manor. She wanted to call Huo Yunque, but she realized she didn't have her Gij's phone number. How annoying. "Hello, Huo Manor. May I ask who's speaking?" "It's Song Yaoyao. Is Gij at home?" Sorry, the person you're looking for is not here. You may have called the wrong number." The woman quickly hung up after she was done speaking. Song Yaoyao gripped her phone and narrowed her eyes as a threatening look appeared in her gaze. How dare she deliberately hang up on her? She dialed the number again, but the other end didn't even pick up this time and just hung up. The landline phone in the first-floor living room of the Huo Manor kept ringing as the maids looked at Jiang Tao strangely. However, her status in the Huo family was higher than theirs, so they did not dare to question her casually. Jiang Tao curled her lips and calmly retrieved the coldness from her eyes. "I'm not picking up. Let's see what you can do." "What's wrong, Yaoyao?" Tang Shinro approached, wondering why she kept holding the phone without speaking. "It's fine. Even if no one comes, you've still got us. We won't let the principal scold you." Song Yaoyao's dimples were deep as she nodded her head sweetly. And she put her mobile phone in her pocket and crouched outside with everyone as they counted the ants on the ground. The chubby boy, Long Hu, sighed. "I'm so bored. If only we had a set of poker." "You wish." Gong Wei sneered. "Do you want me to find you a table and 3 poker players to play with you?" Long Hu pouted and mumbled. It would be great if that was possible. His indifference was hopeless to deal with. Song Yaoyao was afraid of the cold. In the north, the weather was dry and cold, and it chilled one down to the bone. She hugged her knees and kneeled on the floor, huddling up into a ball. The coldness caused her to sneeze. Tang Shinro's heart ached. She moved close to Song Yaoyao and stretched out her arm to pull her into her embrace. "Long Hu, crouch over here. The wind is too cold." Long Hu, who was in the middle of complaining, replied with an unenthusiastic, "Okay." He then moved towards Song Yaoyao, crouched down, and did not move. Sai Gongwei laughed in anger. She had to admit that the third class was quite harmonious. Unfortunately, they always frustrated the teachers. As the weather cooled down, Uncle Zhang began to go everywhere with his thermos. The reality was, he didn't have much to do at the Huo Manor. He was practically in a retired state. As he returned from outside, he noticed one of the maids hesitating to say something. He raised an eyebrow and asked gently, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me?" The maid's eyes darted as she looked around. When she saw that Jiang Tao was nowhere in sight, she said carefully, "Uncle Zhang." The phone in the living room was ringing earlier, and it sounded like Miss Song's voice. But Jiang Tao kept hanging up and saying she had rung the wrong number. Miss Song was a vibrant character. Whenever the master was home, the manor would be filled with her lively voice. She was sure that she had heard correctly. "Oh, thank you for letting me know. You can go back to work." Uncle Zhang patted her on the shoulder and slowly walked back into the house. Jiang Tao was daydreaming in the living room at that moment and did not notice a figure slowly approach her. Only when Uncle Zhang made a noise did she jump and snap back to reality. "Jiang Tao, what are you in a daze about?" When Jiang Tao saw his smile, she breathed out, patted her clothes, and said calmly, probably due to the cold weather, "I think I caught a cold, so my mind wandered off for a bit." She smiled and pleaded, "Uncle Zhang, let me go this once. I won't do it again." Uncle Zhang's expression did not change. "Oh, since you're not feeling well, you should get some rest. Find a doctor to prescribe some medicine and have a good sleep. The Huos may have a lot of rules, but they're not heartless," he said like a kind old man. "You're not needed here. Go get some rest." Then, Jiang Tao hesitated for a moment before she looked at the phone. It had been quiet for a while, so she nodded her head. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I will return to the back." The owner stayed at the front of the house, and the staff stayed at the back. When she saw Uncle Zhang nod, Jiang Tao finally left. As Jiang Tao stepped out the front door, her feet paused for a moment. In the end, she decided to hide behind the wall and wait a few minutes. After confirming that Uncle Zhang didn't discover her actions, she finally relaxed and returned to her room happily. A few minutes later, the secretary at the headquarters of Huo Corporation received a phone call from the Huo Manor. Just one word was enough to highlight the importance. Knock, knock, knock. There was suddenly a knock on the meeting room door. A man was seated in front of a room of almost 100 people. "Come in." Huo Yunque lowered his gaze and tapped on the table with his pen. "Continue," he said indifferently. "Yes, boss." At that moment, Huo Qi rushed in hurriedly. He glanced at the people in the meeting room, walked over to Huo Yunque, and leaned over slightly. He then whispered something beside his ear. "Oh?" Without any change in his expression, the man threw down his pen and slowly stood up. "The meeting is postponed." Before his voice even fell, he had already walked out the meeting room door. His steps were calm, and he had a graceful posture. But only those that knew him noticed that he was walking a lot faster than usual. Outside the school, a variety of private cars were parked outside even though school wasn't over yet. The people that stepped out were all dressed like successful people. As they stepped out, they all looked at each other in surprise. "Did your kid call you too?" "You too?" The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. This was the first time they had witnessed a scene like this. "Oh, President Liu is here too? It's an honor to see you. Mrs. Wei? Long time no see. You've gotten more beautiful. Oh, shucks. Let's go in together. You first, please." Their social circle was only so big. Although they didn't meet regularly, they did cross paths in business. So they all began to talk outside the school gates. Class 3-1. The class had already been running for over 10 minutes. Song Jingwan glanced at the empty seats, including inference. That morning, she had actually seen Yin Ruoyang stretching out his leg to trip inference. But, so what? It wasn't worth offending the only son of the Yans, Yin Ruoyang, over a weak and useless poor kid. But what happened? Why weren't they back yet? Did something happen? Her phone vibrated. Song Jingwan quietly shoved her hand under her desk, snuck a glance at the teacher who was teaching at the front, and secretly lowered her head. Song Jingwan. Did she cause trouble again? Suyu. She didn't just cause trouble. She smashed Yin Ruoyang's head with a stone, and she instructed the third class to beat up Lu Peng and Deng Qi until their faces were bruised and swollen. Jingwan, I really think Song Yaoyao's lost her mind. Is this something that a normal person would do? She smashed someone's head just because they didn't agree with her. Where did she get the guts to do that? Song Jingwan's hand trembled, and she almost dropped her phone on the ground. A weird expression appeared on her face. It wasn't clear whether she was happy or confused. After Suyu explained the entire incident to her, her lips curved into a smile. Song Yaoyao, you're certainly not afraid of causing trouble. Miss. Song Jingwan suddenly raised her hand. I want to go to the bathroom. Huh. Okay, go ahead. Song Jingwan was normally well-behaved in class, and her results were good, so the teacher agreed as soon as she saw it was her. Thank you, miss. After saying this, Song Jingwan quietly placed her phone in her pocket and scurried out of the room. Who did it? Who did this to my son? Lu Peng's mother held onto her son and broke down in tears. She was furious. Her son was swollen like a pig, and she almost couldn't recognize him. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Lu Peng buried himself in his mother's embrace and cried, "You need to get justice for me. They hit me so badly. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Don't worry, baby. I will definitely get justice for you." Mother Lu took a deep breath and looked at Wang Mingjiang with displeasure. "Principal Wang, you need to give me an explanation for this. I didn't leave my son with you, so he could be used as a human punching bag. I'm not going to let go of this matter easily." "Oh, Mrs. Lu, no need to get so worked up." Wang Mingjiang held onto his teacup and said, "Who hit him? Step forward." Russell, Russell, Russell. Mother Lu was shocked. Father Deng was shocked. All the parents who had arrived were also shocked. Apart from Su Yu and her friends, 30 out of 36 students from Class 3-3 stepped forward. But they didn't look like they were admitting to their faults. They looked more like they were ready to pull up their sleeves and beat up Mother Lu and Father Deng. PFFF, cough, cough, cough. What's this all about? Did you all hit him? Why? The parents were all successful in their own right, and they were relatively cultured, so they couldn't just scold the kids without clarifying the situation. They had to ask the cause. Everyone looked at each other. They looked as calm could be. Don't blame us. They were the ones that hit us first. Exactly. Did they think we were easy to bully? Does the first class think they're all that just because they have good results? Our class also has a top student. If you bully her, then you are bullying all of us. Oh gosh. As the parents listened to them argue, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't send their kids here, expecting them to necessarily achieve anything. They were quite easygoing. After all, if they wanted to be serious, they would have already sent them overseas or to the first class. As they observed how united the third class was, someone actually burst into laughter. That's great. Unity is strength. Ahem. Gong Wei was speechless. What was wrong with these parents? The victims were still crying. How could they laugh? Wasn't it inappropriate? I hope you can all be more serious. This is an important matter that has a huge impact on Liyang. Apart from these two students, there is also one more student who is seriously injured. He was hit in the head until he started bleeding, and he has been sent to the hospital for a checkup. After he said this, everyone fell silent. What was the reason? There must be a reason for this. Wang Mingjiang's head was a mess. You, Miss Song, you explain it. Tang Xinro protected Song Yaoyao, unhappy with what she heard. Our Yaoyao is timid. There are so many of you. What if you scare her? She pouted. Besides, what is there to explain? We fought because we wanted to tch. Shinsun accidentally let out a laugh. He nodded, lazily closed his eyelids, and sleepily leaned back. Yes, I didn't like them, so I hit them. The students were full of vigor. Since their boss had spoken, they naturally had nothing to fear. I can't stand how the first class acts like they're all that. Do I need a reason to hit someone? Gong Wei, don't you? What kind of strange logic was this? Before she finished speaking, Mother Lu's sharp voice sounded. She held onto her son and said in a threatening yet cowardly manner, "Just because my son's results are good, you envied him and hit him? I don't care if you want to be useless trash, but why must you bully others? Do you think the Lu family are pushovers?" Because she was upset about her son, she did not think before she spoke. After she spoke, even Father Deng, whose son was also beaten, didn't have any helpful words to add. Shin Sun pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, grinning with disdain. "Auntie, you can eat SHT, but don't talk SHT. Understood? Who are you calling trash?" Huh. He cupped his ears, and his bloodshot eyes made him look fierce. "Oh, you hit someone yet you dare to glare at me?" Mother Lu was shocked by this unexpected gaze. Coldness spread upward from her feet as she pointed at Shin Sun. "So what if I called you trash? Isn't that the truth? You're hanging to last place every year. Am I wrong?" "Wow, okay." Tang Xinro sneered as she clapped in amusement. "You're brave, Auntie. Even if someone like your son offers to sweep our floors, we wouldn't hire him. Look at him. Does he want to drink milk at his age? Otherwise, why is he burying himself into his mother's embrace like that? You, as a girl, Don't you think your words are too repulsive? Do you have any manners? It's none of your concern whether my niece has any manners. You should worry about yourself first. If you're lacking in money, just let me know. I don't mind signing your son up to an adult etiquette class. I'll think of it as charity. Small auntie. Tang Shinro's eyes lit up. In the cold weather, the woman slowly approached from the stairs, swaying as she walked charmingly. She had a pure white mink coat on her shoulders, and her tight dress outlined her curvaceous figure. She had a pair of 7 centimeters high heels, and her legs crossed as she walked like she was on a runway. Her presence was demanding. Mother Lu was rendered speechless. Song Yaoyao stood behind Tang Shinro and looked at the students of Class 3-3. They had lowered their heads when Mother Lu called them trash, and they were in a depressed mood. As students, how could they possibly not care about their results? However, some of them had limited talent, and some found it was too late to catch up. It was like walking into a dead end and going around in circles. Besides, their parents spoiled them and the teachers didn't question them. So they simply enjoyed their days and lived each day in a carefree manner. The truth was, they also wanted to do well and have their parents feel proud of them. Regardless, any parent that heard their child being humiliated like this would feel angry. Even Wang Mingjiang furrowed his brows and felt that Mother Lu had gone too far. What do you mean, Lu Chunhua? How can new money act so arrogant? So what if my son's results aren't good? I have money. Even if he takes our money to play around every day, we can afford it. What right do you have to call my son trash? Well said. If your son is so impressive, can I ask what rank he got in the exams? If he didn't rank first, what right do you have to ridicule my son? Based on this fact, I think the kids fought well today. If they go to the hospital, we will pay. If you want to sue us, we are ready to take you on. I agree. Mom. The parents were fierce as they stared at Mother Lu in an unfriendly manner, almost spluttering all over her face. Great. Like parent, like child. No wonder your kids are like that. Mother Lu swallowed and pulled Wang Mingjiang to the front. Principal Wang, what do you think? Don't you think the victim and the perpetrator have swapped positions? Oh, everyone calm down. Wang Mingjiang waved his hands downward to ease the situation. The kids are still young and impulsive. As parents, we should provide them with guidance. But Mrs. Lu, your words were honestly too harsh. This was a disagreement among the kids. As an adult, you shouldn't humiliate a child and hurt their self-esteem with words like that. Mother Lu actually felt a little frightened. She had spoken out of impulse and immediately felt regretful. But she was too prideful to apologize in front of everyone. In the end, she decided to suffer for the sake of pride. I didn't say anything wrong, she said quietly. Besides, it was true that they were trash that ranked first from the back every single year. In the future, they would only be scourge on society. Couldn't everyone see how they had beaten up her son? How dare you? Do you want me to slap you dead? A woman couldn't stand it anymore and pulled up her sleeves to hit her. But she was quickly held back. The atmosphere was tense as they both held on, refusing to buckle. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. I would like to ask this auntie what kind of result is not considered as trash. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. As countless eyes scanned the girl up and down, her small body stood upright, without showing any timidity. Her eyes curved, and when she spoke, she had the perfect amount of sweetness. She was extremely adorable. Mother Lu thought for a moment. A result that's, at least, better than my son's. Whoosh! Everyone's gaze immediately turned back to her, causing her to shrink back in fear. Song Yaoyao nodded. That easy? She placed her hands in her pockets. Are you brave enough to make a bet with me? Mother Lu was surprised. What do you want to bet? Song Yaoyao parted her lips. In the upcoming end-of-semester exam, if the entire third class ranks higher than your son, you will have to admit in front of all the parents that your son is trash and that your whole family is trash. What do you say? FCK Tang Shinro was gobsmacked. Precious Yaoyao, you're too brave. Mother Lu didn't know what to say. What? Are you afraid? Song Yaoyao laughed as a trace of smugness appeared on her beautiful face. I admit that the third class ranks first from the back, but you don't even have the guts to bet with us. From what I see, you guys are. She paused, lifted her thumb, and faced it to the ground. Her face was adorable, but her words were ruthless. Trash. The entire area fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The students from the third class looked at Song Yaoyao, who was standing in the crowd. In her, they could see the arrogance, the recklessness, and the youthful vigor that belonged to them. It made one's heart pause and fill with impulse. Shun Sun tilted his head and laughed with disdain. Let's make a bet. I'm not afraid. That's right. If you're brave enough, let's make a bet. The third class is ready to accept it. If our results are bad, I'll admit to being trash. But if we succeed, we will hit your son every time we see him. The reason being that we can't stand looking at trash. As the teenagers spoke, their eyes sparkled. Different from their depressed state earlier, they were now passionate and energetic. The parents looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with pride. Wang Mingjiang was stunned. He didn't expect this result. So, are you brave enough to make a bet? Song Yaoyao raised her eyes and looked directly at Mother Lu. Or, are you afraid? Her dimples sunk deep into her cheeks as she tilted her head. If you're afraid, you can apologize to me right now. Otherwise, you may have to help this student organize his transfer papers. He's going to be beaten until he becomes a hermit. PFFF. It wasn't clear which parent, but one of them couldn't hold back their laughter. The girl looked well-behaved and gentle, yet she spoke so arrogantly. Wang Mingjiang's eyelids twitched. He began to believe that she may actually be the instigator. When she spoke, those devilish troublemakers stood behind her obediently without saying anything. This is a threat. So what if it's a threat? Song Yaoyao pouted as she blinked innocently. Who told us to be young and reckless? When faced with someone we don't like, what else are we supposed to do apart from hitting them? We could always keep him around until the new year and hang him up as decoration. Shinsun smirked with disdain. Hoo. In this short hour, Lu Peng felt like he had experienced a nightmare. He buried himself in Mother Lu's arms and cried, Mom, hurry and organize my transfer papers. I don't want to stay in this school. You can't. Mother Lu gritted her teeth, unable to accept this. Let's make the bet then. I doubt that a bunch of lazy students would be able to improve their results so much in just a month. Okay, Song Yaoyao responded quickly. It's a deal. Oh, by the way. She pointed her finger across Suyu and her friends. Those few aren't participating. I don't like them, so I'm not going to teach them. 4. A voice sounded from behind in ridicule. You sure know how to talk big. Are you saying that you're teaching these students? Without turning around, Song Yaoyao said confidently, Yes, I'll teach them. Song Jingwan stepped out of the academic building and headed for the disciplinary office. All of a sudden, she was stopped in her tracks. Miss, hello. May I ask where the disciplinary office is? The man removed his hat and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he looked at her and smiled. He was tall, he had sturdy muscles, and he was wearing a shirt and trousers. His appearance was poor, and even the shoes on his feet had holes in them. Song Jingwan was slightly disgusted. She took a couple of steps back, but her voice remained as gentle as ever. Over there. I happen to be going there too. Let's go together. And June noticed the girl's disgust, but he didn't mind as he smiled. He understood that he looked quite dirty and disheveled. After all, he hurried out of the construction site without getting changed. It was normal for a girl of her age to be disgusted. I'll have to trouble you then. Thank you, young miss, he said politely. His Mandarin was accurate, and his voice was pleasant. If he dressed up a little, he could be considered a handsome middle-aged man. Unfortunately, he was too poor. No trouble at all. Song Jingwan led the way coldly as she replied in a casual manner. Is this my son's new school? It looks decent. As he walked, he asked curiously, Young lady, do you know a student called Inferin? He's in the first class and he has really good results. I do know an Inferin, but I'm not sure if he is the one you're looking for, Song Jingwan said with a smile. In our class, he is ranked last. What? That's impossible. And June furrowed his brows. Firin has always had good results. When he was overseas, he used to get straight A's. Has he not adjusted to the teaching methods here? His voice was low, so Song Jingwan did not hear him as she distanced herself farther and farther. Huh, what did you say? Oh, it's nothing, and June smiled as he walked faster. You sure talk big for someone that's so small. What qualification do you have to teach them? Even the best teachers can't guarantee that they have the ability to improve the results of the third class to the point where they can be on the same level as the first class. You're quite brave. A middle-aged man approached with 6 bodyguards following behind him. He had an imposing appearance and felt extremely intimidating. Only time will tell.